During the Chunin exam, as Da Shiwan pressed a kunai against Yuan Fei Rizen's neck, the entire arena seemed to ignite. Meitikai was about to rush to rescue the Hokage, but Kakashi stopped him, signaling that they should trust the Hokage, the strongest in history. Meitikai, being simple-minded, was convinced, and went with Kakashi to stop the Sand Village ninjas. On the rooftop, after a brief fight, Yuan Fei Rizen and Da Shiwan were trapped inside the 4 Violet Flame formation. After exchanging a few words, Da Shiwan performed the Impure World Reincarnation, summoning 3.5 coffins, which blocked Yuan Fei Rizen's shuriken. Yuan Fei Rizen felt a moment of relief, seeing his attack prevent the 4th coffin from rising. But then a figure emerged from the coffin marked with the character First, and he was utterly shocked. The First Hokage, the strongest ninja, known as the teacher of the god of shinobi Yuzhibo, he emerged. The 2nd coffin marked with 2 contained Shinsho Jujian, and the 3rd unmarked coffin contained Shinsho Feijian. Yuan Fei Rizen stared nervously, not daring to move. He knew that the First Hokage before him was not only known for his exaggerated title, but also possessed terrifying strength. Legend says Yuzhibo, he once fought alone against the Kages of the 4 great ninja villages. Not satisfied, he allowed Yuzhibo Ban and Shinsho Jujian to join the enemy side. Yet he still defeated all 6, without using his Mangekyo, even when they used the combined technique of Wood Golem and Susanoo. The Shiwan did not waste time on words, he quickly inserted command kunai into the reincarnated ninjas, as if afraid they would break free. And indeed, the last time Da Shiwan reincarnated Yuzhibo, it was also the last time. Last time Da Shiwan almost lost control of Yuzhibo, but luckily the sacrifice was just a commoner. The subsequent battle was one-sided. Yuan Fei Rizen was beaten so badly his teeth were loosened, and he spoke with a lisp. The reason was simple. Like Yuan Fei Rizen Yuzhibo, he had all 5 nature transformations, but he also possessed Yin and Yang release. In short, any jutsu Yuan Fei Rizen knew Yuzhibo, he knew better, and he also knew ones Yuan Fei Rizen didn't. Seeing no hope of victory, Yuan Fei Rizen resigned himself to sacrifice. He shouted and performed the Reaper Death Seal, the ultimate sealing technique. As the souls of Shinsho Feijian and Shinsho Jujian were pulled out, the Shiwan panicked. He intensified his attack on Yuan Fei Rizen, the scene ironically resembling a harmonious teacher-student reunion. Finally, Yuzhibo He's soul was also pulled out. But then a strange change occurred. Yuzhibo He's soul floated in the air, and the Death God just stared at him, afraid to act. The Shiwan couldn't see this, but when he noticed Yuzhibo He's reincarnated body was immobile, he knew he had lost. The Shiwan summoned the Kusanagi sword and was about to stab Yuan Fei Rizen, but was stopped by Enma, the Monkey King, leaping at him. The scene fell into a stalemate. At the critical moment, Yuan Fei Rizen resolved to take away the jutsu that the Shiwan was proud of. The Shiwan shouted in protest. However, after the Death God cut off the soul of Da Shiwan's hand, it did not swallow the hand, but instead looked cautiously at Yuzhibo He. The reason was simple. Yuzhibo He's power was known to both humans and gods. Even in the Pure Land, he was a ruler. A mere Death God dared not challenge him. Yuzhibo He glanced at the Death God and told it to eat the hand and go back, not to bother with the old man. The Death God, like a dog, picked up the hand and fled. Yuan Fei Rizen was confused. Though he couldn't see what happened, he felt the presence of the Death God disappear behind him. As the soul of Da Shiwan's hand vanished, the control of Impure World Reincarnation ended. Yuzhibo He waved his hand, and his soul re-entered his reincarnated body. Yuzhibo He looked around and took a deep breath. But he sucked in nothing, because reincarnated bodies cannot breathe. The Shiwan, unaware of losing control, shouted at Yuzhibo He to kill Yuan Fei Rizen. Yuzhibo He heard someone calling him and turned around, letting out a soft sound that made Da Shiwan step back half a step. Yuzhibo He just slightly adjusted his stance, and his entire aura changed. From his posture alone, one could see he was terrifyingly strong. The Shiwan then realized he had completely lost control of Yuzhibo He. Ignoring his injury, he quickly retreated. Though his hand was useless, he summoned the Kusanagi sword and bit it between his teeth. At this moment, Da Shiwan was furious, but his efforts were in vain. Yuzhibo He turned to Yuan Fei Rizen with a gentle look and called him little monkey, remarking how old he had become. Yuan Fei Rizen felt warmth, but before he could respond, Yuzhibo He asked if the Uchiha clan had been wiped out. With each question, Yuan Fei Rizen's heart trembled, realizing the situation was dire. The Shiwan was also delighted in his heart, hurriedly signaling his surrounding subordinates to be ready to rescue him at any moment. Yuzhibo He naturally noticed this, using a body flicker to appear behind Da Shiwan, effortlessly taking the Kusanagi sword from Da Shiwan's mouth and pressing it against his neck. At the same time, Yuzhibo He's other hand was not idle, pressing down on the top of Da Shiwan's head. Patting the head, Da Shiwan suddenly felt all his chakra disappear. At this moment, he truly felt the threat of death, and he shouted, "Yuzhibo He, what have you done? Why has my chakra disappeared?" Yuzhibo He said calmly, "Just applied a little sealing technique, not much, just over 200 seals." "So, you think your living corpse reincarnation can't save you?" The Shiwan was terrified, quickly begging for mercy. "No, you can't kill me. He was secretly delighted, but remained expressionless. Give me a reason not to kill you. The Shiwan's eyes suddenly shone with the desire to survive. I have your corpse in your eyes. Only I know where they are. He remained expressionless. I'm already dead, what use do I have for a corpse? As he spoke, he increased the pressure in his hand, and the Kusanagi sword was about to cut through De Shiwan's neck. De Shiwan, desperate to survive, hurriedly said, I have a way. I have a way to make you live again. He became interested, but his face remained calm, as ever. I don't believe you. De Shiwan quickly explained, it's true. Everything I say is true. According to my research and the manuscripts you left behind, by using Impure World Reincarnation on the dead, and then living corpse reincarnation, a second rebirth can be achieved. He sneered, you're not mentioning the drawbacks at all, are you? De Shiwan knew he couldn't hide it from he continued. Yes, the only drawback is that the user must have a powerful soul and possess both yin and yang nature chakra simultaneously, otherwise at best severe soul damage, at worst complete annihilation, right? De Shiwan was shocked again, flattering. As expected of the legendary god of Shinobi, the strongest Hokage, you know so much. Seeing that De Shiwan and he were about to reach a deal, Yuan Fei Rijan advised, Lord First Hokage, do not let him go. He has committed many evils, he will become a disaster for the ninja world in the future. Seeing his own teacher speak of him like this, De Shiwan felt deeply chilled. Although he had just tried his best to kill him, he hadn't succeeded, right? How could he be so heartless? He couldn't bear this scene of fatherly kindness and filial piety, so he looked sternly at Yuan Fei Rijan and said, Little monkey, you should ask yourself that question. As for now, I don't intend to blame you for your mistakes. But if you still recognize me as the first Hokage, summon all the ninjas outside, including Asuma, then close the village and wait for my return. As if realizing he hadn't finished, he added, by the way, tell Jiraiya to bring Naruto and Tsunade back. She is the future 5th Hokage. Yuan Fei Rijan was shocked, not expecting that the first Hokage, dead for many years, still seemed to know the ninja world like the back of his hand. It was imaginable that he was truly all-seeing and powerful. If he knew what he was thinking, he would sneer. If you knew the principle of odd changes, even unchanged, you could also be a true man like me, and you could also be as prescient as me. After dealing with the Leaf Village side he turned his gaze to De Shiwan. To be more at ease, he warned, these over 200 seals can only be undone by me, so put away your little schemes. De Shiwan smiled awkwardly. No, I will be obedient. Just as De Shiwan signaled his subordinates to remove the 4 violet flame formation, he shook his head. Let them go further away, no need for such trouble. Although confused, De Shiwan complied. Then, without even forming hand seals, he summoned a towering wooden giant that appeared before everyone, easily breaking through the 4 violet flame formation. This scene shocked everyone. De Shiwan asked in confusion, Lord First Hokage, you can also use wood release. He sneered. I know all the techniques you can name. Back then, that kid Hashirama learned wood release from me. Then he continued, do you have a kunai? Although confused, Shiwan signaled his subordinate to bring a kunai. He took the kunai and carved the Flying Thunder God mark on it. To avoid Shiwan asking more questions, he explained in advance the Flying Thunder God technique. Take this kunai back. He'll come find you when I'm done. The Shiwan dared not say more, hurriedly ordering his subordinates to take him away. He gazed into the distance, murmuring, the fight should have started by now, right? Then, using body flicker repeatedly, his figure shuttled through the chaos. Against the foreign enemies, he used one head-patting sealing technique on each, easily resolving this crisis. Seeing this, Yuan Fei Rijan called over the Umbu members and passed on the tasks that he had assigned to him. However, at this moment, Danzo, hiding in the shadows, had a very unpleasant expression on his face, which made his already ugly due to age even more abstract, simply unsightly. After resolving all crises, he dashed towards Naruto's location. On the way, he saw other little strong ones, and helped them defeat their opponents with one head-patting sealing technique each, then continued dashing. While using body flicker, he complained, why didn't I learn flying ninjutsu? Truly, not working hard in life leads to regret in Impure World Reincarnate. Before long, he arrived at Naruto's location. Glancing at Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura sitting nearby, he joined the battlefield. Sasuke saw and was stunned with an expression of disbelief. At this moment, Shikaku had completely gone berserk, attacking indiscriminately. Naruto was riding on Gamabunta, dodging Shikaku's attacks. Seeing this, he decided not to let them perform like in the original story. Instead, he used body flicker to appear, knocked Gamabunta away while carving the Flying Thunder God mark. Then he used another body flicker to appear before Shikaku. Shikaku sensed danger. No, I don't want to go back. Then Shikaku became even more frantic, shooting sand bullets indiscriminately. He shook his head helplessly. Oh, forget it. You're a good person, I'll help you. Then he pressed his hand on Shikaku's head, still the familiar recipe, the head-patting seal. Shikaku sensed something amiss, but felt a bit comfortable. In an instant over 50 seals were applied to Shikaku, and Gaara slowly woke up. Gaara saw the stranger, and was about to attack immediately. Uchiha he gently pressed his hand on Gaara's head speaking softly. Child, you've worked hard. Take a nap. Originally furious Gaara fell asleep, instantly a hint of happy smile on his face, as if having a sweet dream. This time Uchiha, he did not use a sealing technique, just a little genjutsu. After all, he was still an Uchiha, wasn't he? After completing all of this Uchiha, he carried the sleeping Gaara before the crowd. Naruto, like a ticking time bomb, exclaimed, "Hey you guy, what happened? Just now I was dealing with the monster transformed from Gaara alongside Boss Toad, and then you appeared out of nowhere and sent Boss Toad flying with a bang." Although Toad Wento was deeply moved by Naruto's attitude, the person before them was obviously formidable, so he nudged Naruto with his large foot, signaling him. It was Uchiha Sasuke who had the better approach. He stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "You are the legendary teacher of the ninja gods, the strongest ninja, the first Hokage, Uchiha," he right. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately shut his mouth and blurted out in surprise, "Oh no." Uchiha he intended to maintain a serious demeanor befitting a senior, but Naruto's exclamation shattered that resolve. Naruto quickly calmed down, placing his hands on his hips, his face beaming with a bright smile. "Listen up, First Hokage. I, Naruto Uzumaki, will definitely surpass you and become the strongest Hokage, gaining the recognition of everyone." Uchiha he upon hearing this revealed a bold thought in his heart. "I'm sorry, Uchiha Itachi." Then Uchiha he spoke. "It is not becoming Hokage that earns everyone's recognition, but rather earning everyone's recognition that qualifies one to become." Clearly Naruto's little head was spinning from this statement, almost making him dizzy. Ignoring Naruto Uchiha, he turned his gaze towards Sasuke. "So similar." Uchiha he couldn't help but exclaim. Sasuke's appearance was exactly like Izuna's. No wonder the decisive Madara would be momentarily lost in thought when looking at Sasuke. Similarly, Uchiha his looks also felt familiar to Sasuke. The reason was simple. Before Uchiha Itachi annihilated their clan, the clan members often said that Itachi resembled the first Hokage except for Uchiha, his wild hairstyle. It's no surprise that Uchiha Itachi would destroy the clan. He was the only one using conditioner among the rebellious clan members. Uchiha he spoke first, feeling confused. "Do you feel ashamed for not measuring up to a bottom-tier ninja? Do you desire power?" Uchiha his 3 consecutive questions made Sasuke fall into deep thought, lowering his head. Then to everyone's surprise, an unprecedented scene occurred. Sasuke actually knelt down. "Please accept me, clan leader, and teach me ninjutsu." Sasuke's action was quite clever. Firstly, he was sincere, kneeling directly before everyone, making it difficult for Uchiha he to refuse without feeling embarrassed. Even if he declined, he would have to show some form of acknowledgement. Secondly, he referred to him as clan leader, since Uchiha he was once the clan leader of the Uchiha clan, hoping he could invoke a sense of kinship. Lastly, he didn't directly say he wanted Uchiha he to accept him as a disciple, nor did he mention his desire for revenge, while also providing Uchiha he an easy way out, suggesting that even if he didn't take on a disciple, teaching him some ninjutsu would suffice. Looking at Sasuke Uchiha, he was quite satisfied. He turned to glance at Naruto, sighing. With strength and intelligence, he was impressive. Uchiha he pondered for a moment, considering whether he should replace Orochimaru as Sasuke's master. After some contemplation, Uchiha he concluded that even if he took over Orochimaru's role as Sasuke's teacher, it wouldn't significantly impact the storyline. At worst, he could step in during Akatsuki's operations, capturing Deidara and sending him back to the Rock Village for reformation. When the time came for Uchiha Itachi to die, he could retrieve him and send him to the Konoha prison for reformation. No, better yet, send him to feed pigs, allowing him to witness the piglets' dependence on their mother. Having finished his thoughts, Uchiha he feigned profundity and said, "Taking you as my disciple is not out of the question, but I have one condition." Hearing this, Sasuke immediately replied, I accept no matter how many conditions there are, it doesn't matter." Some may wonder why Sasuke was so excited. Well, imagine if a powerful figure from reality suddenly appeared and asked if you'd like to learn magic, would you say no? Uchiha he smiled slightly. "Young man, don't get too excited too early. My condition is that you must let go of your hatred for Uchiha Itachi." Upon hearing this, Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, stunned in place. Seeing Sasuke lost in thought, Uchiha he continued, "Don't worry, I have other plans for Uchiha Itachi. After all, both you and he are the last remnants of the Uchiha clan. I'm sure you don't want the Uchiha to go extinct, right? Moreover, I plan to have the opportunity to bring him back in the future to feed pigs. How about that? Evil, right?" The crowd couldn't help but roll their eyes. Was that cruel? Is that called cruelty? However, after some contemplation, Sasuke surprisingly nodded in agreement with Uchiha he's request. Then Uchiha he handed Gaara over to Sasuke. "All right, in the name of the first Hokage, I command you to take Gaara back to Konoha and wait for my return." Hearing this, the group dared not show any disrespect. Sasuke carried Gaara on his back, and the others ran together toward Konoha. As Uchiha he watched them move further away, the crisis in Konoha was finally resolved, and he let out a sigh of relief. "Finally, I can do my own thing." Uchiha he then calmed his mind, feeling the flying thunder god mark he left behind. Although it was quite distant and faint, he still don't ask why, you just know that the flying thunder god plus performance is much more powerful. With a flicker of Uchiha he's figure he soon appeared underground. It was pitch black here, and one could not see their hand in front of their face. Uchiha he slightly performed a fireball jutsu, igniting it at his fingertip, revealing the surrounding situation. He saw that the area was densely packed with White Zetsu, and a huge outer path golem stood in the center. Uchiha he raced against time quickly, using the body flicker technique, sparks flying, as he rapidly set up the flying thunder god formation in this place. It was a massive teleportation array targeting Uchiha, his secret laboratory hidden, during his lifetime, a place known only to him. Quickly forming seals, the entire area of White Zetsu vanished in a flash of white light, along with the outer path golem. Uchiha he thought to himself that it was not good, then he swiftly performed the flying thunder god, teleporting to his laboratory, bringing the outer path golem back with him, and once again activated flying thunder god to leave this place. Not long after Uchiha he left, a dark head emerged. It was Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu had originally been quietly watching the show in the Akatsuki organization, but then sensed that the outer path golem had suddenly lost its energy and rushed back to the base. Fortunately he arrived just in time, and Black Zetsu sighed. Fortunately the outer path golem is fine. But then Black Zetsu felt a sense of unease, and a thunderous shout echoed throughout the underground. Where the hell is White Zetsu? Who the hell did this? Not even a single White Zetsu left for me. He was so anxious that he even started to speak dialect. Uchiha he had already arrived at Orochimaru's base by a flying thunder god, so naturally, he did not hear Heiju's angry curses. Orochimaru on the other hand, although he had anticipated Uchiha his sudden arrival, was still startled by his silent appearance. However, Orochimaru could only dare to be angry, but not speak, still speaking in a respectful tone. Lord he. Uchiha he waved his hand. Alright, let's begin preparations. Orochimaru handed over a scroll. This is the secret scroll of the imperishable reincarnation. Please have a look, my lord. Uchiha he took it, merely glanced at it casually, then returned it to Orochimaru. Orochimaru thought there was something wrong with the technique that displeased Uchiha. He hastily asked, My lord, may I ask if there is a problem with this technique? Uchiha he simply gave him a slight glance, then said, No problem, just a slight flaw, but I've already improved it. Orochimaru however remained skeptical of his words. How could anyone learn a jutsu just by glancing at it? If he had learned it, then he would eat the scroll on the spot, without even a sip of water. Seeing Orochimaru standing there, dumbfounded Uchiha, he spoke in an unpleasant tone, reminding him, Where's my corpse? And my eyes? Orochimaru then snapped back to reality, quickly signaling his subordinates to operate the mechanism. With the sound of machinery, a transparent glass jar emerged from underground, and inside the jar was precisely Uchiha's corpse. It must be said that being a ninja had its perks. Even after so many years of death, the corpse remained uncorrupted. Then, under the operation of Orochimaru's subordinates, Uchiha's corpse was laid neatly on the ground. Uchiha he took the Mangekyo Sharingan that Orochimaru had soaked in nutrient solution. How did the eyes become better? Orochimaru explained, Through accidental research I discovered that a diluted solution of Hashirama cells can repair the Mangekyo's ocular power, so I took the liberty of first restoring your eyes. Uchiha he couldn't help but sigh. Back then I refrained from making a move on Hashirama, because he was my disciple. Now that he's dead, it's a form of waste utilization. The people around them couldn't help but silently complain in their hearts. This First Hokage doesn't seem like a good person. Of course, they only dared to mutter inwardly, while maintaining a respectful expression on their faces. Uchiha he had always been like this. Since he was reborn into the ninja world, he did as he pleased. However, he never crossed his own bottom line. Even though he knew Hashirama's cells could save his life even at the brink of death, Uchiha he never plotted against Hashirama. Then Uchiha he stuffed the Mangekyo into the eye sockets of his own corpse. Orochimaru watched with great distress, because Uchiha he treated those eyes as if they weren't his own, even poking them in with his fingers when they got stuck. As if sensing the strange gaze behind him, Uchiha he turned around with a smile. Don't worry. If it gets poked so easily, it only means it hasn't tried hard enough, and doesn't deserve to be my eyes. Orochimaru couldn't help but roll his eyes, disregarding propriety. Then Uchiha he performed the reverse flying thunder god, and a dozen Baiju descended into Orochimaru's base. Orochimaru ordered his subordinates to be on alert. Uchiha he however waved his hand to signal them to relax. Then he formed hand seals rapidly and finally softly chanted, Reverse Reincarnation Technique. As Uchiha he finished speaking, one by one the Baiju transformed into the purest life energy and flowed into Uchiha's corpse. The parts that were missing due to experiments were also replenished. Orochimaru was immensely interested, but he dared not ask for guidance. Uchiha he seemed to guess what Orochimaru was thinking, and said, Orochimaru, I will give you a permanent opportunity. When you give up the pursuit of immortality, come to Konoha, and I will teach you everything I know. Orochimaru fell into deep thought upon hearing this, and Uchiha, he paid no more attention. Soon, all the dozen Baiju had transformed into the purest life energy and merged with Uchiha's corpse. Originally Uchiha, he only needed one Baiju to repair his corpse, but more was better. The more life energy the better. After all, they were free Baiju sponsored by Ju, generous and plentiful. Ju crouched in a corner whimpering incessantly, as if crying. Then Uchiha, he activated the imperishable reincarnation. Orochimaru's eyes widened in astonishment, never expecting that Uchiha, he could learn it just by glancing and even improve it. Orochimaru discreetly swallowed the scroll, without even a gulp. Orochimaru, it's delicious. As the technique concluded, Uchiha, he who had been lying on the ground, finally opened his eyes. Uchiha, he took a deep breath, but then coughed violently. The joy of rebirth was instantly diluted. Amid the shocked gazes of everyone, Uchiha, he didn't even form hand seals, he just inhaled through his mouth, and then a massive fire dragon burst forth, directly opening a skylight in Orochimaru's base. Uchiha, he slowly stood up, and couldn't help complaining. Orochimaru, for the health of the children, ventilate the base more. It's stinking. Orochimaru dared not say a word, but he seemed to have choked on the scroll he had just swallowed. It took a while for him to catch his breath. Orochimaru stared at Uchiha, he with wide eyes, afraid that he might change his mind. Uchiha, he said helplessly, "Don't worry, I still keep my word." Then he placed his hand on Orochimaru's head. This time was different, it was the head patting unsealed. Although he didn't understand how Uchiha, he did it, Orochimaru soon felt his own chakra reappear. Then everyone looked at Uchiha, he waiting for his next move. Uchiha, he scanned the surroundings, his brows furrowing more and more. Then he said to Orochimaru, "Do you want that thing I used to replenish my Bodis life energy? That stuff is 100 times better for imperishable reincarnation." Although Orochimaru was very interested, he knew there was no free lunch in the world. So he asked, "Then what do you want in return?" Uchiha, he however gave a mysterious smile, which made Orochimaru feel uneasy. In that instant, many thoughts flashed through Orochimaru's mind. He felt that Uchiha's smile was malicious, and he even suspected that Uchiha he wanted to make. However, Uchiha's words stunned everyone present. "I want you to allow me to set up a psychological counseling class in your base. Every child under the age of 16 must attend." Seeing Orochimaru silent for a long time, Uchiha, he asked, "What? Is it embarrassing?" Orochimaru then realized his own lapse, and quickly said, "Can you tell me your intention in doing this?" Uchiha, he was not annoyed and patiently explained, "Look at your base. Besides the dim test benches, when I just opened a skylight, a different light flashed in these children's eyes. Do you know what that is called? It's called longing. Over time, these children's psychology will definitely develop problems. So I plan to give them psychological counseling. Of course, as the leader here, you didn't realize this problem, so you must have psychological issues too. You also have to attend the class." Orochimaru was even more dumbfounded. Uchiha, he thought he was bargaining, so he said to no more. Seeing Orochimaru still unresponsive, Uchiha, he gritted his teeth. "3. Final offer. If you still disagree, I'm leaving." Orochimaru was stunned for a long time before coming back to his senses. However, his mind cleared up a lot. This Uchiha, he must have some ulterior motive. Just as well Uchiha, he wanted him to attend the class as well. At that time, if any problem arose, Orochimaru would directly flip the table and just get angry, but then be caught by Uchiha and sent to Konoha for reformation through labor. No matter how I think about it, there's no chance of winning. Before Uchiha, he could handle me with an incomplete Impure World Reincarnation body. Now that he's alive with full power, what's the point of playing? But there was no other way. The lifelong believer in science Orochimaru began to pray that Uchiha, he was a good person and would not do anything to them. For the next 3 days, Uchiha, he truly began his psychological counseling for Orochimaru's subordinates and Orochimaru himself. From the behavioral guidelines for elementary and middle school students to the meaning of life and methods of communication between people, Uchiha, he discussed everything. Initially, Orochimaru was wary that Uchiha, he might brainwash them, but as the psychological counseling progressed, he realized that Uchiha, he was genuinely there just for counseling. Especially when Uchiha, he spoke about the meaning of life. Although the other children were confused, Orochimaru gained a lot of insight. However, merely Uchiha, his few words were not enough to change Orochimaru's mind. If one were to ask why Uchiha, he engaged in seemingly meaningless activities, the reason was that before being reborn into the world of Naruto, he was a psychologist. Like most psychologists, Uchiha, he suffered from severe psychological issues stemming not only from life, but also from regrets about emotional attachments to fictional characters, with the deepest regret being from Naruto. After a night of gaming, due to prolonged late nights and extreme excitement, Uchiha, he ultimately died of a cardiac arrest. This story teaches us to sleep early and rise early. After experiencing Uchiha's guidance, the children noticeably became much more cheerful. Seeing this, Uchiha, he felt quite pleased and left after bidding farewell. Before leaving, Uchiha, he said to Orochimaru, "What I say will always be effective. If you want to go home, then go home. After Uchiha, he left. Orochimaru's little subordinates stared blankly at the window that Uchiha he had opened. Kisame mustered his courage and asked Orochimaru, "Lord Orochimaru, should we close this window?" Orochimaru shook his head, gazing thoughtfully. Uchiha he returned to his laboratory, using the Flying Thunder God technique. After checking if the seals in the laboratory had loosened, he left the lab. Upon exiting the lab, Uchiha he witnessed a fight on the hospital rooftop. On the rooftop, Sasuke and Naruto were each unleashing their ultimate techniques ready to... At the critical moment, a kunai was lodged between the two, and then Uchiha he suddenly appeared, reaching out to grasp both of their hands. Uchiha he turned with a smile and looked at Sasuke, little Sasuke getting naughty again. It was evident that with Uchiha he's intervention and without Orochimaru's interference, Tsunade was quickly brought back to the village and Naruto learned the Rasengan faster than expected. Seeing Kakashi, who arrived late, Uchiha he simply maintained a smile and said nothing. Seeing Uchiha he's appearance, both Sasuke and Naruto abandoned their thoughts of continuing the fight. After Naruto left, Sasuke stared blankly at the water tank that Naruto had broken. Uchiha he spoke gently, "Don't worry, this is simple. I will teach you." Sasuke's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Uchiha he continued, "Come on, for now, just follow me." Sasuke nodded obediently, and Uchiha he couldn't help but pat Sasuke's head again, which made Then Uchiha he picked up Sasuke. Although Sasuke felt a bit anxious, he did not refuse. Uchiha he, with a hint of nostalgia on his face, said, "You know body flicker technique, right? Watch my body flicker technique. It was taught to me by my teacher back in the day." Soon Sasuke felt as if he was a gust of wind darting alongside Uchiha he between the buildings of Konoha. Sasuke felt that Uchiha he's embrace was so warm, just like when he was in his brother's arms. Though they thought of different people, their hearts shared the same emotions. Before long, the two arrived at the Hokage building. Sasuke gazed at the building in front of him, feeling nostalgic, remembering that the last time he was here was during the previous. Now entering with Uchiha, he found that no one cast him strange looks. Instead, there was a hint of respect. The two entered the Hokage's office. Inside the office, Jiraiya was pushing Tsunade to sit in a chair, but was thrown away by a punch from her. The sound of impact suggested it was quite painful. However, Jiraiya stood up as if nothing had happened, scratching his head. Only then did they notice Uchiha he and Sasuke. Uchiha he broke the silence first. "Hello there." Tsunade and Jiraiya immediately became respectful upon seeing him. "We meet the first Hokage." Uchiha he waved his hand. No need for such formality. But then Uchiha he's demeanor changed and an aura of authority suddenly rose. "I am here for three things: change. Change. Still change. Go and summon everyone in the village who holds power along with representatives of various clans. In the name of the first Hokage, I will convene the first meeting for change in Konoha here." Uchiha he's tone carried an undeniable meaning. Tsunade and Jiraiya, realizing the gravity of the situation, Tsunade signaled Jiraiya to gather everyone while she attended to Uchiha he. Sasuke understood that Uchiha he as the first Hokage held a noble status, but he did not expect that the legendary Sannin Jiraiya and Tsunade would treat him so courteously, considering these two had always been indifferent towards the Hokage. Uchiha he looked at Tsunade, who was pouring tea for him, and displayed a caring expression of an elder. "Our little Tsunade has grown up, hasn't she? Now you are a big girl. So what about that young man just now? Is he your boyfriend?" Tsunade's face flushed at this, her voice rising a few degrees. "Grandpa, you're joking again. How could I have that guy as my boyfriend?" Uchiha he simply smiled at her words without replying, instead savoring the tea. During the pause for tea, he asked, "Little Tsunade, these years must have been hard for you." Tsunade only gave a wry smile, almost as if mocking herself. Uchiha he patted the seat beside him, indicating for Tsunade to sit down. Seeing this, Tsunade obediently sat down. Uchiha he changed his tone from gentle to serious, saying, "As Hokage, having a blood phobia is not ideal. I offer you a choice. Would you like me to help you treat it using Jinjutsu?" Tsunade, puzzled, asked, "Grandpa, you've come back to life. Why not take the role of Hokage yourself?" Uchiha he shook his head, saying, "I am a relic of the old era. Besides, I've worked hard for a lifetime. After finally getting a chance to start over, can I have some time to..." As he concluded, Uchiha he pretended to be angry. Tsunade, seeing this, refrained from saying more. After a moment of contemplation, her gaze became firm as she nodded at Uchiha he. "All right, Grandpa." Seeing this, Uchiha he Sharingan spun, activating only 3 Tomo, and according to the scene he envisioned, he brought Tsunade into the world of Jinjutsu. With Uchiha he's powerful soul and mental strength, his Jinjutsu made it hard to distinguish between reality and illusion. He created a perfect illusion targeting the cause of Tsunade's blood phobia. In the illusion, Tsunade ran swiftly, preventing one heartbreak after another. Moreover, not only that, Uchiha he used various subtle environmental cues to gradually penetrate Tsunade's inner barriers. Although Tsunade endured countless hardships in the illusion, in reality only 2 seconds had passed. Upon returning to reality, Tsunade did not cry, but had tears streaming down her face. Uchiha, he gently wiped away her tears, as if easing away the sorrows of the past. Before long a crowd rushed into the Hokage's office in great haste, including Sarutobi Hiruzen's clique, and the heads of various ninja clans cramming the cramped. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Uchiha, he cleared his throat, and said, "I have a general understanding of the situation in Konoha. In a word, I can sum it up with one character." At this, the assembled began to anticipate what the strongest First Hokage would say about the Konoha ruled by the third Hokage, who was hailed as the strongest. Uchiha, he paused and said one word: crap. The moment the words left his mouth, everyone was stunned, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted to one of shock. Among the crowd, only Danzo struggled to suppress the smirk tugging at his lips. Seeing the confusion, Uchiha, he continued, "Monkey, under your rule Konoha may seem prosperous, but it has lost its former dominance. Moreover, you bear the title of the strongest Hokage, yet you have never displayed your prowess on the battlefield. Perhaps you have forgotten that the peace we once enjoyed was won through our own efforts. Peace is not obtained by begging through compromise." Hearing this, Hayashi Hyuga felt the gloom that had accumulated in his heart for years begin to dissipate. Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted, "War brings casualties. My actions were for the sake of the village." Uchiha, he chuckled, "The village? Was Hisashi Hyuga not a member of the village? I won't even mention Tsukumo Hatake. And where did you learn that subjugating others requires war? Did I have any wars during my tenure?" Those familiar with history silently grumbled in their minds. Indeed, there were no wars. You single-handedly trounced the four Kage, even beating up your own people. Who would dare provoke you? Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to argue further, Uchiha, he spoke first. "Aren't you the strongest Hokage? What I could do you should be able to do too, right?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was left speechless. Uchiha, he changed the subject. "However, I must commend your administrative skills and meticulous management of the village." At this, the tension in the room eased, and Sarutobi Hiruzen lifted his lowered head slightly. "But, Uchiha," he frowned, "you are a good politician, but you are definitely not a good Hokage. Our founding purpose for Konoha was to protect the villagers from the ravages of war, and to give them a better life, not to indulge in the taste of power." Seeing everyone hang their heads, Uchiha, he knew the time had come. Raising his voice, he declared, "Enough with the criticism. I don't care what you did before, but from now on you must follow the policies I am about to lay out." Everyone lifted their heads, eager to hear Uchiha's proposed policies. Seeing their interest piqued, Uchiha, he continued, "First, cease all mission assignments. Konoha will no longer rely on ninja missions as its economic backbone. To this, in the ninja merit system will be overhauled. Ninjas will earn merits through labor and production, which can be exchanged for money or for ninjutsu to engage in higher-level production. Positions will be scientifically allocated according to the ninja system, ensuring every ninja willing to work finds a suitable role. Second, restructure the ninja departments. Abolish the the police force and replacing them with a guard force. No one is allowed to monitor villagers by any means. The captain of the guard force will be elected in rotation among the major ninja clans, with other clans serving as deputy captains. The captain shall not have veto power. Third, the immediate departmental reassignments. Shimura Danzo, you will serve as the first Minister of Animal Husbandry, overseeing all livestock in Konoha. I believe you can train livestock as well as you trained root. Shimura Danzo felt as if he had swallowed dung, but he still stepped forward with a forced smile. Danzo accepts the order. Uchiha, he leaned close to Danzo and whispered, "Don't think I don't know about your role in the Uchiha massacre. Consider yourself lucky I didn't kill you. Now do a good job with livestock." His tone was laced with menace. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, you will be the first Minister of Agriculture in charge of all farming in Konoha. Your 5-element ninjutsu will be perfect for tilling the land." Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a flicker of relief, not sorrow at being demoted, because Uchiha's willingness to appoint him meant he hadn't been abandoned. "As for the other council members, you will be assigned to the departments of Animal Husbandry and Agriculture as deputies to Monkey and Danzo." The two background figures stepped forward and said, "Understood." The remaining ninja clans must allocate personnel to the guard force and also mobilize members for production. Additionally, all Konoha departments are open to civilian ninjas. Clan ninjas are forbidden to discriminate against or bully civilian ninjas. Any violation will be severely punished. Finally, the Nara clan may freely choose to join the guard force or engage in production. Furthermore, Uchiha, he used the reverse flying thunder god technique, and a stack of books appeared in his hand. These are the basics of economics and its extensions that I wrote in my early years, before my death I mean. They contain almost all the problems and solutions for economic development. Your task is to master them, and with your clan leading establish the Konoha Chamber of Commerce to manage all economic decisions in the village. The representative of the Nara clan wore a look of reluctance, but understanding it was for the village's good, he stepped forward and accepted the books. Moreover, the Hokage, as the highest authority of Konoha, must evaluate every major decision and commit to protecting the village and improving the quality of life for its residents. Here I, as the first Hokage, declare the fifth Hokage to be Senju Tsunade. Tsunade was taken aback by Uchiha's use of her surname, as she had long stopped identifying as a Senju. Soon thunderous applause erupted. After the applause, everyone looked at Uchiha, he waiting for his next instruction. Clearly this series of decisions had completely won over the representatives. Though no immediate benefits were apparent, the shift in power structure heralded the birth of a fairer, and more, just Konoha. Seeing everyone still staring at him, Uchiha, he wondered what he had missed. Then a light bulb went off in his mind. Oh, regarding the succession of Hokage, I think a 3-year term would be better. Everyone is eligible to run for Hokage. Any objections? Everyone nodded in agreement, but after nodding they still looked at Uchiha. He racked his brains, but couldn't figure out what else to say, yet from their expressions it was clearly something important. Finally Tsunade, being considerate, thought Grandpa, he might be getting old, so she prompted, what about you? Uchiha, he fell silent. Me? Then as if realizing something, he feigned fury. My heavens. Is there no justice? I'm over 100 years old, and you still want to squeeze labor out of me. Run, or these bloodsuckers will drag me to the mines. With that Uchiha, he grabbed Sasuke and bolted out the door, afraid he'd be caught and forced into hard labor. Everyone couldn't help but laugh at Uchiha's antics, but then they felt profound admiration. There were 3 reasons for this admiration. First, even though his entire clan had been wiped out, he chose to forgive, a magnanimity unmatched. Second, his policies were truly for the village and its people, without a shred of selfishness. Third, despite his immense contributions, he never rested on his laurels, a rare virtue. Uchiha, I don't know, man. I'm just tired and quitting. Uchiha, he sprinted with Sasuke all the way until they reached the streets before stopping. Sasuke too grew deeply intrigued by Uchiha's series of actions. Uchiha, he displayed immense kindness toward the younger generation, handled major affairs with orderly composure, and exuded an unassailable aura of authority. Yet when it came to his own noble stance, he behaved like a child, utterly endearing. This series of actions prompted deep reflection. What kind of person was Uchiha? He seemed to possess countless faces, yet only one character. Regardless, he appeared so trustworthy. Uchiha, he gazed at the bustling streets, lively and vibrant, showing great interest. He strolled along, stopping now and then like a curious child. Sasuke asked curiously, "Teacher, wasn't the village like this before?" Uchiha's expression showed a hint of nostalgia, then he shook his head and said, "Before I became Hokage there was no village. After becoming Hokage and instructing how the village should develop, I found it lacked the necessary talents. So I had to handle everything myself. Fortunately, I had my little Izuna. Though he was a bit clumsy, he mostly managed to carry out my plans. After I finished planning talent cultivation, other ninja villages kept coming to pick fights. At first I thought of forming an army to fight them and beat them into submission, but that would lag the village's development. So I finally decided to summon all the Kage for a talk. Coincidentally, they also wanted to take this chance to finish me off. That battle established my position as the overlord of the Wood Leaf Ninja world. Meanwhile, they gave me some strange titles which I didn't really like. But what I didn't expect was that during my absence Senju Tobirama accidentally killed Izuna. At the same time, as he spoke, the atmosphere turned somewhat chilly. Uchiha, he silently cursed himself. Why say such cold words in the hot season? Then Uchiha, he broke into a smile. You know Madara, the powerhouse who shook the ninja world. When I was about to die, he almost shed a tear. Fortunately, I stopped him, or else that scene, ha. Sasuke, however, was not amused by Uchiha's cold joke. Instead, his own tears were about to fall. Uchiha, he gently pulled Sasuke's head close. Alright, you must be hungry. Let's go eat. I heard Ichiraku ramen is delicious. My treat. Without waiting for Sasuke's reaction, Uchiha, he guided him toward Ichiraku ramen. True to its reputation as a ramen shop opened by an Otsutsuki, even after the meal rush, it was still packed. Uchiha, he and Sasuke waited in line for a long time before their finding a seat. Uchiha, he waved his hand grandly. Bring me every kind of ramen you have. No, make it 5 of each. Otsutsuki Ichiraku. No, the shop owner turned pale at the words, but then thought this might be a ninja, so he said nothing more. Soon bowl after bowl of ramen arrived. Sasuke couldn't finish after one bowl. No wonder Naruto loved it. The portions were truly generous. Unlike Sasuke, Uchiha, he looked excited, devouring bowl after bowl with gusto. Otsutsuki, no, the shop owner, was delighted to see him eat so happily. After all, which chef doesn't enjoy seeing their diners satisfied with their food? So the shop owner's ramen pooling became as fast as a hand-cranked generator, nearly spinning sparks. To the shock of Sasuke and other patrons, Uchiha, he devoured a full 800 bowls of ramen until all the flour in the shop was used up. Uchiha, he patted his stomach contentedly, then reached into his pocket. Edge. Sasuke sensed trouble. With such an appetite, even selling himself couldn't cover. Just as Uchiha, he was considering using Flying Thunder God to go back to base for money, a hand placed money on the table. The person said calmly, "This meal is..." Uchiha, he was about to thank him, but the voice was too familiar. That magnetic male voice made him turn and stare into a pair of scarlet eyes. Whoa, enjoyed myself too much, got caught. When Uchiha, he opened his eyes again, he was already in the anticipated Tsukuyami world. Uchiha, he looked at the familiar face before him, like looking in a mirror, except the other lacked his own tear troughs and hair. Uchiha, he thought to himself, he'll cut off this mane as soon as I get back. Seeing Uchiha Itachi make no move, Uchiha, he teased, what? Not going to hang me up and stab my kidney? Not going to show me the glory of your clan's massacre night? Uchiha Itachi smiled awkwardly. First Hokage, you jest. I heard the leaf is undergoing a major change, so I came back to see. Uchiha, he smiled faintly, oh. Only that. Then you can leave. Uchiha Itachi was not annoyed by Uchiha's attitude. Instead, he said seriously, I hope you can leave Sasuke and let him grow on his own. After speaking, Uchiha Itachi bowed. Though his words were light, the threat in his tone was palpable. Uchiha, he still wore a faint smile. They'll set aside your question for now. Do you think your plan for Sasuke is truly right? When I trained Madara, I didn't do it like this, yet he still became one of the strongest. And let me tell you a secret, though it wasn't a secret in the past. Uchiha Itachi's interest was piqued. Uchiha, he continued, the Uchiha clan values emotions most, yet the world labels us cold-blooded and ruthless. The truth is otherwise. Many think our awakening condition is hatred. But in fact, the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. We don't necessarily need hatred to awaken. On the contrary, love is the best condition for awakening. Uchiha Itachi, today, I finally understand. Uchiha Itachi was deeply moved, but quickly let go. Since that's the case, I entrust the clan leader to take good care of Sasuke. With that, Uchiha Itachi bowed again. Uchiha, he waved his hand. I don't say that. He is a child of the Uchiha. It's my duty to care for him. As for you, if you're tired, come back. Whether the leaf welcomes you or not, I welcome you. Uchiha Itachi was stunned, asking in disbelief, you don't hate me? Uchiha, he retorted, have you ever seen an adult get angry at a child? Although Uchiha, he and Itachi had conversed for a long time within the Tsukuyomi world, in reality Uchiha, he only blinked for a second before returning to normal. Sasuke, staring at the familiar figure before him, could hardly believe it. It was only after Uchiha Itachi left that he tugged at Uchiha's sleeve and asked, teacher, was that Itachi? Uchiha, he nodded. Sasuke grew agitated, then why didn't you capture him? Uchiha's expression turned serious. Have you forgotten the conditions of my apprenticeship? Sasuke retorted, no teacher. Uchiha Itachi is a criminal, isn't he? Criminals should be arrested. Uchiha, he merely wore a faint smile. Let's not discuss this for now. The moment you let go of your hatred, I will bring him back. Sasuke could only fret, unable to do anything else. As everyone knows, the Hokage's traditional passive ability is being late. Moments later, Kakashi arrived belatedly. Greetings, First Hokage. Was that Itachi just now? Uchiha, he suppressed a smile and said, go ahead. He's still by the small river to the east. Kakashi quickly thanked him and dashed eastward. Uchiha, he thought to himself, you'll truly thank me soon. Seeing Sasuke eager to act, he patted his head. Come, let me show you the gap between you and him now. Uchiha, he did not bring Sasuke along with the body flicker technique this time. Instead, he leisurely followed behind him. Why leisurely? Because Sasuke's body flicker was nothing more than a child's crawl in Uchiha's eyes. So slowly, without sensation. When they arrived at the riverside, Kakashi was already standing there like a statue with Yuhi Kurenai and Asuma, also arriving late. Uchiha, he instructed the two to take Kakashi back for treatment, then faced Itachi and Kisame with Sasuke. Kisame grinned, Mr. Itachi, that's your little brother, isn't it? Uchiha Itachi warned, the one opposite is the first Hokage. Even I with Tsukuyomi can only barely escape. If you get a chance, run. Hearing this, Kisame's expression shifted drastically. Even you find him troublesome, Mr. Itachi. Uchiha, he naturally overheard their conversation and couldn't help explaining. No, even with Tsukuyomi you can't escape. Feel free to try. Uchiha, he signaled Itachi with his eyes to go all out. Itachi thought, well, he told me to do it. At worst, he'll pretend to lose control and break the Tsukuyomi. Thus Itachi's pupils spun rapidly as he activated his Mangekyo. Uchiha, he simply stared at him with his 3-Demo Sharingan. After hesitating several times, Itachi finally cast Tsukuyomi. But soon he clutched his eye in pain. As everyone knows, the execution of Genjutsu depends on 3 factors: first, possessing a Sharingan, second, the Sharingan's ocular power, and third, mental strength. Mental strength can be equated to the strength of the soul. In his early years, Uchiha, he had rampaged through the Pure Land, devouring countless death gods, making his soul incredibly formidable. This was also why the death god summoned by Sarutobi Hiruzen had been terrified. The only reason Uchiha he had been pulled into Tsukuyomi earlier was that he offered no resistance. In fact, he willingly stepped in. Kisame immediately began weaving hand seals. Uchiha he watched with great interest, for in the entire shinobi world very few people actually bothered to form. Then several small water sharks emerged from Kisame's front. At that moment Uchiha his Sharingan also spun, but he still didn't use the Mangekyo. Instead, he employed the basic copying ability of the Sharingan. At the same time, Uchiha he pursed his lips and lightly exhaled a small fireball, annihilating all the water sharks. Finally, Kisame shouted, "Water release, great shark bullet technique." A massive water shark burst forth from the river. Within a few seconds, Uchiha he had copied and understood the workings of Kisame's jutsu, and even improvised a few improvements reducing the number of hand seals. He made 2 quick seals, and an identical water shark emerged from the river. Unfortunately, with more time, such a simple technique wouldn't need a single seal. TCH, this Kisame is really ruthless, starting with a big move. Uchiha, he couldn't help complaining. Then the 2 identical great sharks clashed and dissolved into splashes. Uchiha, he didn't idle. He used the body flicker to appear before Kisame and subdued him with a simple genjutsu. After that, Uchiha, he returned to the opposite bank and silently watched Itachi. Seeing that Kisame was already unconscious, Itachi stopped pretending. Although the Tsukuyomi had failed to take effect, and he had suffered some backlash from Uchiha, his mental resistance, it wasn't too severe. Uchiha, he said calmly, since you're no match for me in Genjutsu, let's compete in fire release. If you survive, I'll let you both go. Itachi instantly understood Uchiha's intention, to use their battle to encourage Sasuke. So without hesitation, he quickly formed hand seals and shouted, fire release, great fireball. After thinking for 2.5 seconds, he figured that Sasuke likely only knew this fire jutsu, and that it would help him see the gap. Uchiha, he always wondered why people had to shout when performing ninjutsu, so he simply drew a deep breath and released flames from his mouth. The fireball was enormous, more than 5 times larger than Itachi's. Itachi sensed the danger and glanced at Kisame beside him. If he dodged, Kisame would surely die, making it hard to explain later. So he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and used Amaterasu to augment his own fireball, managing to hold off Uchiha's attack. Uchiha, he glanced at Sasuke, who was already stunned with awe. The goal was achieved. He ceased his technique and said, alright, you've passed. You may leave. Itachi breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had barely managed to block Uchiha's fireball with Amaterasu, it was clear that Uchiha, he hadn't unleashed his full power. He had even more powerful fire release techniques. This entire display was for Sasuke's sake. So Itachi quickly hoisted Kisame onto his shoulder and fled. Strangely enough, even though Kisame was trapped in Genjutsu, his hand still tightly gripped Samehada. No wonder Samehada never betrayed him despite having more chakra than Killer Bee. This is pure love. The battle between the few was over in an instant. Just as Uchiha, he turned around to educate Sasuke, a foot came flying towards him. Without looking back, Uchiha, he reached out his hand to catch the foot, and turned to say helplessly, "My guy, do you even know who I am?" Might Guy then recognized the person before him. Uchiha, he was not angry, he simply let him go. Then Might Guy's face filled with guilt. "I'm sorry. Master, I misjudged. Just now I saw Asuma carrying Kakashi to the hospital, and after inquiring, I ran over only after Uchiha Itachi appeared. I didn't see it was you." Uchiha, he waved his hand, but then remembered something, and asked, "Did Tsunade perform surgery on Lee?" Might Guy shook his head. The Hokage said the surgery still needs to wait a few days. Uchiha, he understood, and then said, "How about this, we race to the hospital. To be fair, I won't use ninjutsu. As long as you beat me, I will treat Lee. My success rate is higher than Tsunade's." Might Guy's face immediately showed joy. "Great. Let's compete in the name of youth." After saying that, Might Guy gave a thumbs up, revealing a shining big smile. Uchiha, he suppressed a smile, and squatted down to signal Sasuke to get on. Indeed, Uchiha, he was going to carry Sasuke and run over. The race was about. Might Guy dashed out like a storm. Just as he wanted to look back to see how far Uchiha, he would be left behind, a gust of wind swept past him. It was Uchiha, he sprinting ahead. Seeing this, Might Guy's expression became even more excited as he shouted, "This is youth." Might Guy had not used all his strength earlier, but now in this fiery competition of youth, he no longer held back and sprinted with all his might. In no time he caught up with Uchiha. But Uchiha, he seemed to have eyes in the back of his head and actually increased his speed. Might Guy suddenly felt the pressure rising. He remembered Lee's despondent figure. Even though Lee had smiled under his guidance, the shadow of disappointment was still hard to hide. For Lee, for youth, he couldn't lose. So Might Guy opened the 8 gates, starting with the 4th gate, but still couldn't catch up to Uchiha. Determined, Might Guy decisively opened the 6th gate, and his speed indeed increased, barely able to keep up with Uchiha, but there was still some distance to fully catch up. At this moment, Might Guy recalled his father's words, "It was the best time to burn youth." Clearly, besides Kakashi and the village, Lee was also Might Guy's last So Might Guy no longer hesitated. The 7th gate, the shock gate, open. With this roar, Might Guy burst forth with astonishing power. In an instant, he caught up with Uchiha. Uchiha, he sighed helplessly, "This is really reckless." However, Uchiha, he did not increase his speed any further. Clearly, Uchiha, he could also open the 8 gates, albeit a toned-down version. While it wouldn't harm his body, its power was greatly reduced combined with his already strong physical constitution. Regarding Uchiha's physical qualities, although not as resilient as Senju Hashirama's, it was still decent. Currently among the ninja world, aside from the hidden Otsutsuki, his physical quality was probably the strongest. By the time Uchiha arrived at the hospital, Might Guy had already released the 8 gates, and was half kneeling on the ground, panting heavily. Seeing Uchiha arrive, he didn't care about his exhaustion, and said, "Please keep your promise." Uchiha he had no doubt that if he said no, Might Guy would unhesitatingly open the 8 gates and kick him. So without further delay, under Might Guy's lead, the group arrived at Lee's hospital room. When Lee saw Sasuke, he immediately became excited. Sasuke, once I'm healed, I will definitely challenge you to a spar. Might Guy explained the reason, and Lee's eyes in a moment of deep emotion, Might Guy and Lee embraced each other and cried. While crying, they said, "This is youth." Uchiha he and Sasuke, seeing this, instinctively took a step back. The two cried for a long time before stopping, allowing Uchiha he to have a chance to act. Lee looked nervous, and Uchiha he comforted him. "Don't worry, it's quick, and it won't hurt at all." Then Uchiha he performed the reverse flying thunder god technique, bringing in a White Zetsu. Seeing this, Might Guy thought it was a monster and was about to kick it, but Uchiha he hurriedly stopped him. "No. We still need this to treat Lee." Upon hearing this, Might Guy let out a sigh of relief, and at the same time his gaze toward the White Zetsu changed. What had originally looked like a monster now appeared quite delicate in his eyes. Then Uchiha he performed the reverse birth technique, and the White Zetsu transformed into specks of white light that floated toward Lee's body. Lee was surrounded by white light, feeling as if he was basking in the sun, which made him involuntarily emit a comfortable hum. Might Guy, hearing this, thought something had happened to Lee and rushed over to ask Lee, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Lee, hearing this, also came back to his senses, happily said, "I'm fine, teacher Guy, it feels so good. You really should try it too, it feels like being surrounded by youth." Might Guy, hearing this, let out a sigh of relief. Soon the light dissipated, and Lee felt filled with strength. Not only were his legs healed, but all the hidden injuries from previous training were also gone. At this point, the life energy from the White Zetsu had not been fully utilized, so Uchiha he transferred the remaining energy to Might Guy. At first, Might Guy wanted to refuse, but soon he emitted a hum similar to Lee's earlier. Then, as the white light dissipated, Might Guy felt completely renewed. The master and disciple embraced each other again, overwhelmed with emotion, and cried. After a long time, when they were about to express their gratitude, Uchiha he hurriedly interrupted them. "No need for thanks, just enjoy the beauty of youth." After saying this, Uchiha he couldn't help but extend his right hand and give a thumbs up, revealing a smile identical to Might Guy's. Uchiha he thought to himself that this was bad. Amidst the dazed expressions of the two, he quickly left with Sasuke. Sure enough, moments later, Might Guy's excited voice echoed throughout the hospital. "Ha, I didn't expect the first Hokage loved youth just as much as we do. What a pity that I couldn't burn youth alongside him." Lee also excitedly nodded in agreement. Then Might Guy looked at Lee excitedly. "To celebrate your rebirth, I have decided to run 10,000 laps around Konoha upside down in the name of youth." Lee waved his fist excitedly. "All right." Then, along with the setting sun, the sweat representing youth from Might Guy and his disciple shone over Konoha. Before night fell, Sasuke brought Uchiha he back to the Uchiha compound. Although it had not been inhabited for a long time, it still had little dust, indicating that Sasuke occasionally tidied up. However, whether intentional or not, Sasuke said there were no extra blankets, so Uchiha he and Sasuke could only sleep together. However, the weather was not cold at this time, and there was no need for blankets. This explains why Lee was also one of Might Guy's last constraints. First, before Lee's surgery, Might Guy had said that even if the surgery failed, he would die alongside Lee. Secondly, in the end, when Might Guy opened the 8 gates, aside from protecting Konoha and Kakashi, he also reminded Lee to look after himself. In my view, Lee is the only legacy in Might Guy's heart. This legacy is akin to that of a father to a son. A small rant here, they already look quite similar, why not just state it as father and son? It's no wonder Lee couldn't kick out Might Guy. The son of the Hokage becomes the Hokage, while the son of the scapegoat remains a scapegoat. It seems only Might Guy's son could kick out Might Guy. The moonlight gradually crept onto the windowsill, and Uchiha he was not asleep. He simply turned his head to quietly gaze at the moonlight. Suddenly, a small hand wrapped around Uchiha he's arm. It was Sasuke. Uchiha he turned his head, saying, "It looks just like it." In the past, Izuna was the same, always wanting to cling to Uchiha he while sleeping, as if afraid Uchiha he would run away. Gradually, memories of that day floated into Uchiha he's mind. At that time, he had only recently succeeded in his training, and his combat power was estimated to be merely 0.8 of Madara at his peak. However, due to the relationship between his father and Madara's father, Uchiha he took on the role of tutor for Madara and Izuna. That day, like usual, Uchiha he took Madara and Izuna to train. After their training, Madara quietly left the lakeside where they practiced walking upstream along the river. Uchiha he knew that the wheels of fate were beginning to turn, so he quietly followed. As expected, Uchiha, Madara, and Senju Hashirama hit it off, immediately engaging in cheerful conversation. Uchiha he merely watched quietly, not wanting to. It wasn't until it got late that Uchiha he finally made his presence known. His sudden appearance startled Hashirama, but Uchiha he did not do anything to him. In truth, both of them were well aware of each other's identities. After all, here, it was either Senju or Uchiha. Hashirama, not recognizing Madara, only indicated that the other was from the opposing camp. Only Senju Hashirama, still foolishly believing that the other did not recognize his identity, felt self-satisfied about hiding his success. At that moment Uchiha's presence naturally made Hashirama feel a sense of crisis. Fortunately Uchiha, he did not take action against him, which further solidified Hashirama's thoughts that the Senju and Uchiha should not go to war, but should instead. Afterward Uchiha, he brought Madara back to the clan's territory. When they reached Uchiha Taijima Uchiha, his master and Madara's father, he asked where Izuna had gone. It was then that Uchiha he suddenly slapped his forehead realizing he had been too focused on training and completely forgot about Izuna. He hurriedly used body flicker to rush to the lakeside fearing that if he was even a second late Izuna would be gone. The moonlight shimmered beautifully on the lake's surface, but Izuna's mood was far from beautiful. He was squatting on the ground with 3 mud figures in front of him, but he had no intention of fixing them. He was merely dropping little pearls. Uchiha he quietly approached and heard Izuna's murmurs, "Teacher, I'm not playing with mud anymore. Please don't leave me." Indeed, Izuna thought that Uchiha he had abandoned him for not taking his training seriously and was crying like a little tearful person. Hearing this Uchiha he felt a deep sense of guilt and gently patted Izuna's shoulder. Izuna was startled and waved his hands around repeatedly, saying, "Please great beast, don't eat me." Uchiha he wore a helpless expression and softly comforted little Izuna, "It's me." Upon hearing this Izuna finally calmed down, but then he suddenly plunged into Uchiha his embrace, tears streaming down his face as he sobbed loudly. While crying he exclaimed, "Teacher, I was wrong. I won't play with mud anymore." Uchiha he gently patted his back. This is how children are. When they tire themselves out from crying they just fall asleep. Listening to his shallow breathing Uchiha, he felt a bit more at peace inside. This was his 3rd year since crossing over. Although he had experienced a lot and learned about the tragic past of the original owner, he was fortunate to inherit the Mangekyo Sharingan right away. Otherwise, with his original sense of belonging to this world, it would have been difficult to awaken it. Even so, despite crossing over with the Mangekyo Sharingan Uchiha, he could not activate it until this moment when a deep sincere emotion surged from within, allowing him to finally open his Mangekyo Sharingan. Holding Izuna Uchiha, he walked step by step back to the clan's territory, careful not to wake him. Upon returning, he found that everyone was waiting for him. Uchiha he signaled with his eyes that everything was fine and the crowd dispersed. Uchiha he carried Izuna back to his room, but whenever he tried to put him down Izuna would cry as if he hadn't fallen asleep. Thus Uchiha he held on to Izuna and spent the entire night. Izuna would occasionally mumble in his sleep, "Teacher, don't leave me." Meanwhile in the real world Sasuke was also mumbling in his sleep, tightly gripping Uchiha, his arm, "Brother, don't leave me." Seeing this Uchiha he appeared somewhat dazed. It's hard to distinguish between memory and reality now. Uchiha he stayed awake all night quietly watching Sasuke. The next morning Sasuke slowly opened his eyes and discovered Uchiha. He was watching him while he was tightly grasping Uchiha's arm. Sasuke's face flushed red, and he quickly jumped up, turning away. "Teacher, I didn't mean to." Uchiha he stood up saying, "It's alright, my previous disciples like to do this too. I'm used to it." Upon hearing this Sasuke's face lit up with excitement as he turned around and asked, "Does that mean I can hold on to teacher every night when I go to sleep?" Realizing his own boldness, Sasuke turned his head away, his face already flushed red. This blush was not from being embarrassed after receiving a pat on the head in a duel, nor was it the shyness of a girl experiencing her first crush. Instead it belonged to the Uchiha clan and another proud reed creature, the Ninetales, wanting something yet being unable to voice it. To Sasuke's surprise, Uchiha, he actually agreed. Sasuke thought to himself, it seems that in teacher's heart my status is the same as his previous treasured disciples. Hehe. Though both had their own thoughts, they needed each other, thus reaching an understanding. Then Uchiha he said to Sasuke, "Let's go have breakfast, after eating we'll go train." Sasuke was taken aback, wondering how the first thing he thought of after waking up was not training. This was frustrating. How could he seek revenge now? However, teacher seemed even better than his brother, never saying next time, or how about? Will I not seek revenge for this? Will I abandon this brother? Uchiha Itachi so. Sasuke shook his head. No, I must beat Itachi until he's looking for his teeth, making him admit his mistakes. Seeing Sasuke lost in thought, smiling and frowning, Uchiha he approached and patted his head. "What are you thinking?" Sasuke then came to his senses and hurriedly replied, "Sorry teacher, I was distracted." Uchiha he was not annoyed. Children are like that, occasionally zoning out. "Let's go." Sasuke reminded, "Teacher, did you bring money?" "I don't have that much." Uchiha he turned his head and smiled slightly. "Don't worry, today we're going to eat at your Kakashi teacher's house. I heard he has excellent cooking skills." Sasuke was surprised to learn that Kakashi had this skill. He had always thought of him as just a reserved guy, which piqued his interest. The two soon arrived at Kakashi's house, but to their surprise there was no response to Uchiha's repeated knocks on the door. Uchiha he thought to himself. However, there should be no missions at this time, especially since Konoha was undergoing major reforms, and all the Yumbu members had been dismissed, so Kakashi should be free. Thus Uchiha, he kicked the door open. Though impolite, considering Kakashi had shown a relatively normal demeanor over the years, it was evident from his willingness to kill Obito that he had a rather dark heart. With nothing to do now, who knows, he might end up like his fragile father and take his own life. With his weak constitution, it would be days before anyone found the body. Utilizing the body flicker technique Uchiha, he turned his home upside down. Finally, he discovered Kakashi lying on his bed with a vacant stare. Uchiha he approached and said, "Oh, is that Kakashi? Has he really let himself go after just a few days?" Uchiha he had completely forgotten that Kakashi had been stabbed by Itachi in the illusion yesterday. Kakashi merely turned his head and glanced at Uchiha, he without responding. At this moment Sasuke also rushed over and was greatly shocked to see the listless Kakashi. "What? Kakashi-sensei can't even defeat Itachi." Kakashi couldn't help but roll his eyes at this remark, remaining motionless. It seemed he wouldn't be able to have a meal today as spiritual injuries couldn't be healed by medical techniques, so Uchiha, he had to give up. However, before leaving Uchiha, he said, "Kakashi, think about what I am like now." Kakashi was perplexed by Uchiha's sudden words and only realized their meaning after Uchiha, he left with Sasuke. Could it be that the First Hokage is hinting that he has a way to resurrect the dead? A glimmer of light flickered in Kakashi's eyes once more. However, due to his severe mental trauma, he could only recover in peace, any plans would have to be postponed. Then Uchiha he had a flash of inspiration. The Umbu should have disbanded, but the root under Danzo had definitely not so. He sent a shadow clone to the root, while his main body took Sasuke for breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Uchiha he and Sasuke arrived at the training ground only to unexpectedly encounter familiar faces. It was Sakura and Tsunade. Sakura was occasionally sent flying by Tsunade's strikes, each time accompanied by the sound of breaking bones, yet she persevered, continuing her training after receiving treatment. After some casual greetings, Uchiha he took Sasuke away, heading to the lakeside where he had trained with Obito and Izuna long ago. Although much time had passed, the lake had not changed much. Looking at the familiar lake, Uchiha he couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Based on his understanding of Sasuke from his previous life, he knew Sasuke's chakra affinities were fire and lightning, so Uchiha he decided to teach him all the fire and lightning techniques first. As for the power of those techniques, Uchiha he couldn't help him. Aside from relying on cheats or capturing tailed beasts, it required diligent training. However, before that, Uchiha he planned to teach him the Rasengan. Unlike in the original story, Uchiha he did not intend to teach it through a playful method. Moreover, in the later stages, basic chakra was not very useful aside from being able to row a boat, so Uchiha he had a sudden insight and decided to combine lightning release with the Rasengan. The principle of the Rasengan is to concentrate chakra in the hand, allowing it to flow in an irregular direction while compressing it to form a sphere of non-attribute chakra the size of a palm to attack the opponent. It seems simple, but in reality it is quite difficult. It requires high-speed rotation. If it is lightning release, it already has a high-speed characteristic and can surpass wind release when used properly. With lightning release as a metaphor for an internal combustion engine, lightning release has more destructive power compared to wind release with similar effects. Therefore, Uchiha he named this technique Lightning Sphere Rasengan. To avoid accidentally injuring Sasuke, Uchiha he deliberately moved a bit farther away. Then he gathered lightning release chakra in front of him and manipulated it to rotate at high speed like the Rasengan. As the rotation speed of the chakra increased, a complete lightning sphere Rasengan appeared before Uchiha. He then increased the chakra output, causing the lightning sphere to instantly swell. Uchiha he teleported to the center of the lake, placed the lightning sphere into the water, and then teleported back to Sasuke's side. The moment the lightning sphere entered the water, the entire lake lit up as if illuminated, emitting a dazzling brilliance. Subsequently, the lightning spread out like a spider web, while the explosion of the Rasengan created a massive burst of light. This scene was akin to a giant spiked meteor exploding. The difference was that the spikes were long and had control effects. Uchiha he ran quickly, retreating rapidly with Sasuke. However, he still underestimated the power of this lightning sphere Rasengan. With this one strike, the entire training ground was flattened. This thing was far more destructive than a tornado destroying a parking lot. "Whoa, that was a big one," Uchiha he remarked. Sasuke on the side had stars in his eyes, excitedly asking, "Teacher, can I learn this technique?" Uchiha he patted his head. "Don't worry, you definitely can." Seeing ninjas rushing from all directions, Uchiha he felt overwhelmed and could only boldly admit the situation, although he genuinely had no money to compensate. Then Tsunade arrived with a group of ninjas in front of Uchiha. Uchiha he scratched his head and awkwardly smiled. "I was just experimenting with a new technique, so I accidentally overdid it. But don't worry, I will restore it to its original state." Before anyone could speak, Uchiha he clapped his hands, and without saying a word, giant trees began to rise from the ground. The training ground that had just been flattened was once again filled with greenery, and then Uchiha he clapped his hands again, summoning water release, fire release, and lightning release techniques successively. Except for the demolished facilities, the entire training ground was almost restored to its original state, and Uchiha he even thoughtfully filled the lake with water. Everyone stared in awe at Uchiha's astounding power. Is this the strength of the strongest ninja? This was also where Uchiha he differed from other ninjas. Perhaps shouting out the name of a technique would make it easier to perform, but for Uchiha, he couldn't even be bothered to form seals, so why would he need to shout? Then seeing everyone still surrounding him Uchiha, he left with Sasuke, after leaving the remark, "Don't disturb me." Meanwhile Sakura standing behind Tsunade shone with determination in her eyes as she was determined to catch up to Sasuke's pace. Uchiha he took Sasuke around and returned to the lakeside. By now the once bottomless lake had been drained completely dry. Sasuke's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed at the lakebed which had been deepened by Uchiha, his ninjutsu. Uchiha he explained the principle of the lightning ball Rasengan and Sasuke listened with rapt attention afraid to miss a single detail. Unlike Naruto's teaching style, full of trial and error, Uchiha he explained meticulously even drawing the trajectory of chakra rotation within the Rasengan on the ground with a twig. Following Uchiha he's instruction Sasuke quickly grasped the basics of the Rasengan though it was only a small sphere. Uchiha he felt a sense of relief. Little Sasuke, fundamentally the Rasengan tests your proficiency and precision in chakra manipulation. So with more practice you will surely master it completely. Sasuke asked earnestly, "Can I become as strong as you master?" Uchiha he smiled gently. "You definitely can." Meanwhile Uchiha his shadow clone arrived at the base of Root. The base's gate was tightly shut, clearly hiding some shady dealings within. Without hesitation Uchiha, he puckered his lips and spat out a small fireball effortlessly blowing open the Root base's door. The people inside panicked and rushed toward the entrance. Soon a large group of Root ninjas dashed out and surrounded Uchiha. Sensing their hostility, he shook his head in resignation. "Danzo, you're so Seeing that Danzo still refused to show himself Uchiha, he pressed his hand to the ground and swiftly executed a massive water release starch syrup capturing field. As the Root ninjas stared at the water surface in shock, he activated his Sharingan Jinjutsu, covering the entire pool with countless reflections of the Sharingan. Thus all the Root ninjas were frozen in place. When Danzo still did not appear Uchiha he declared, "Danzo, if you don't come out, I'll use a large-scale ninjutsu to raise this place to the ground." After a moment Danzo finally emerged from the base. Uchiha he frowned. "What authority you have? Do I need to beg you?" Danzo's wrinkled face broke into a fawning smile. "Greetings Lord First Hokage. I was delayed by something. Please forgive me." Uchiha he snorted. "Enough, stop pretending. If you want to fight, let's get it over with." Danzo's expression flickered with alarm, but he soon realized that this First Hokage had all-seeing eyes and must already know his secrets. Danzo quickly formed hand seals with his mouth, puckered his lips, and spat out a high-pressure wind sphere, his signature technique wind-release vacuum sphere. Uchiha he responded with the same wind technique, but his sphere was much larger, directly overpowering Danzo's. Seeing the massive wind sphere hurtling toward him Danzo felt a surge of danger and dodged hastily. However the sphere's range was enormous and his left hand was caught. Danzo clutched his arm feigning pain. Uchiha he sneered. "Stop it. Use as an Aji. With just one arm you can't possibly beat me." Danzo seeing no point in pretending stood up and used his right hand to perform the tree root burial technique. Uchiha he countered with the same technique, piercing Dan. Moments later Danzo vanished from his spot. Sensing a shift in the wind behind him Uchiha, he turned to face Danzo's right eye. The Mangekyo Sharingan of Seeing Uchiha, he frozen Danzo grew ecstatic. "Huh. Even the strongest ninja falls for it. Now I'll use your identity to make myself Hokage and force Hiruzen Sarutobi to shovel manure every day. Haha, I'm so evil. Hey, isn't it broad daylight? Are you dreaming?" Danzo turned in disbelief only to find Uchiha, he completely unfazed. Indeed Uchiha he had sent a shadow clone specifically to guard against such a trick, and also to test the extent of his own mental strength. If he could even resist Shizui's ultimate jutsu, he would be nearly invincible. As for why he was only nearly invincible, that would be explained later. Danzo tried to flee. His right eye Sharingan had already been used, and it would be ages before it could be used again. So escape was his only option. But Uchiha he did not give him that chance. He was about to use the Flying Thunder God technique, but realized he had no kunai. So he instantly appeared before Danzo grabbed his head and applied the head touch sealing technique. A wave of intense dread surged from Danzo's heart. "Uchiha he what have you done?" Uchiha he smiled calmly. "They'll let your disrespect toward your elder slide for now. I've simply placed over 100 seals on you. 2 more than I did on Orochimaru. In short, you can't even die if you wanna." Then under Danzo's horrified gaze Uchiha, he plucked out every Sharingan from Danzo's body. Danzo panicked completely. "No. You can't do this." Uchiha he frowned. "Why not? These eyes belong to the Uchiha clan. Returning them to their rightful owner is only right, isn't it?" Danzo tried to argue, but Uchiha he kicked him in the knee and teleported him to the Uchiha clan's shrine. "Repent properly, or I will truly kill you." Uchiha his voice was calm, as if stating a mundane fact. Danzo still unrepentant snarled, "Damn you, making me kneel to the evil Uchiha. When the second Hokage finds out, hell send you back to hell." Uchiha his brow furrowed. I was going to let you off, but after careful thought there's nothing irreplaceable about you. And since you mentioned Tobirama, let me tell you. Do you know why he never became Hokage? Danzo scoffed. That's because my teacher missed his elder brother and didn't want to take the same position, so he refused to become Hokage. Uchiha, he shook his head. No. It's because my very first order after taking office was to permanently forbid Tobirama from becoming Hokage. Do you know why? Danzo shook his head, confusion in his eyes. Uchiha, he spoke calmly, but his tone was laced with killing intent. Because he killed my most beloved disciple. Accidentally, yes, but he still killed him. So even if I kill you today, it would be justified. Hearing this, Danzo finally felt genuine terror. He had assumed that Uchiha he would spare him out of respect for his lifelong service to Konoha, or because they were from the same village. But now he was completely panicked. Uchiha, he laughed. Alright. He'll let you dedicate your life to Konoha right now. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha, he still refrained from killing him. Instead, he spoke of his true original intention for founding Konoha. The reason I wanted to create Konoha was not only to end the war between the Uchiha and the Senju, but also to provide a way out for all clans and all civilians. Under the shadow of war, even the survival of ninja clans was precarious, let alone the defenseless commoners. Remember back then, your Shimura clan, though slightly better off than smaller clans, still struggled to survive. At that time, the leader of the Shimura clan, your father, proactively reached out to me for the sake of the clan's survival. I agreed to protect your clan. Subsequently, under my guidance, your clan flourished. Your father also embraced my ideals, and until the establishment of Konoha, he worked tirelessly and was my right-hand man. As for you, young man, you have harbored great ambitions since childhood. In my view, compared to Hiruzen, I actually favored you more, because you possess a certain ruthlessness deep within, something Hiruzen could never match. Unfortunately, I died early, leaving this world be. Shimura felt deeply ashamed upon hearing Uchiha's evaluation of him. This was a common psychological tactic, starting from the point the other person cared about, letting them see the appreciation you have for them, thereby stirring an emotion called gratitude within them, then using that gratitude to evoke a sense of guilt, ultimately gaining control over them. By now Danzo was in tears, sobbing. I am sorry, Lord First Hokage. I have done wrong. I gradually lost my original intention. From now on, no matter how you punish me, I will have no complaints. Uchiha, he seeing his sorrowful expression that seemed genuine, softened his tone. Danzo, I will not kill you. I hope you truly repent. Perhaps you think my assigning you as the head of the livestock department is a humiliation, but that is not the case. Compared to farming, livestock farming is actually more important in both the short and long term. Farming has a low barrier to entry, easily imitated by other villages, but livestock farming, if you excel at it, becomes a unique advantage. Moreover, in the new Konoha plan, livestock farming is conservatively estimated to account for over 70% of the total economic revenue. Thus, this arrangement is actually a sign of my expectation and trust in you. Uchiha, he paused, then continued. Moreover, you can see that the arrangement for the Hokage succession gives almost everyone a chance. And you, as the overseer of the main source of Konoha's economy, will undoubtedly be the most promising candidate for Hokage at that time. So work hard. I believe in you. Danzo sensed the heavy expectation in Uchiha's tone and felt a surge of responsibility, as if Konoha could not do without him. At the same time, his hope for the Hokage position reignited, filling him with renewed vigor. Then Uchiha, he undid Danzo's seal and handed him 2 ordinary Sharingan eyes. Danzo was puzzled, but then said firmly, Lord First Hokage, I no longer need this. Uchiha, he patiently explained, the Sharingan is not only useful in combat. For managing livestock, it is also a great aid. You can use the Sharingan to cast Genjutsu on the animals, making them more obedient, can't you? Danzo suddenly understood, and many ideas flooded his mind. For instance, he could apply his tongue curse seal to the livestock, modifying it, so that they would die automatically upon making a specific sound. Many more ideas surged within him, an explosion of inspiration. Seeing Danzo so motivated, Uchiha, he was overjoyed. He quickly used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to his laboratory and brought out a large stack of books. Here are books on postpartum care of sows and other livestock topics. You can refer to them. Also, among the root ninjas, you may select those suitable for livestock work to assist you. However, first you must remove the tongue curse seal from everyone. Danzo quickly thanked him. Thank you, Lord First Hokage. I will not let you down. Then Uchiha, he smiled and dispelled his shadow clone. It was only then that Danzo realized that the person he had been facing was merely a shadow clone. Just how terrifying was the true strength of the real Uchiha. On the other side, Uchiha, he sat quietly watching Sasuke train. After a morning of practice, Sasuke had initially mastered the Rasengan infused with lightning chakra, but its power was underwhelming, mainly because the chakra's rotation speed within the sphere was insufficient. Knowing that haste makes waste, Uchiha, he said, Alright, little Sasuke, morning training ends here. Let's go home for lunch. Sasuke wiped the sweat from his face and nodded happily. Suddenly struck by an impulse, Uchiha, he decided to cook a meal for Sasuke himself. Although he had cooked during his lifetime, most of his time was spent in battle, so he rarely had the chance. Now that the opportunity presented itself, he naturally wanted to revive his superb culinary skills. Thus Uchiha, he took Sasuke to buy groceries and returned home. Sasuke was pleasantly surprised that Uchiha, he could cook, his heart filled with anticipation. But soon Sasuke couldn't smile anymore. After a clatter in the kitchen, Uchiha, he set 3 dishes and a soup on the table. They looked delicious with an appealing color and aroma whetting the appetite. Uchiha, he and Sasuke picked up their bowls and began to taste the feast. However, the moment they put a piece of green vegetable into their mouths, their expressions changed drastically in unison. Still they managed to swallow the vegetable. Then Uchiha, he gave an awkward laugh. Haha, too much salt. Try this rib, it shouldn't be that salty. Sasuke cautiously picked up a rib and bit into it. After chewing twice, his face grew increasingly distressed, and then he spat the rib out. Uchiha, he refusing to believe it, also took a rib and ate it. 2 seconds later he too spat it out. It was undercooked. Then Uchiha, he tasted all the dishes. The vegetable too salty with a flavor of the sea. The ribs undercooked like eating raw meat. The tomato and egg dish full of eggshells like a shattered heart, disappointed in his own cooking, broken and piercing. The only edible thing was the stir-fried chili peppers. Uchiha, he felt nothing, but when Sasuke ate it, he immediately spat out a great fireball. It seems Sasuke couldn't handle very spicy food. Uchiha, he looked embarrassed. Forget it, let's go bum a meal from Naruto. Anyway, I plan for you to spar with him this afternoon. Sasuke's eyes sparkled again at the mention. Uchiha, he thought this is true love. The two raced all the way to Naruto's house only to find that he was not there. Could he have gone training with Jiraiya? Uchiha Kawa thought. No, I just issued orders for the great renovation of Konoha. We're short-handed. Jiraiya shouldn't be wandering off. A flash of insight struck Uchiha Kawa, and he guessed where Naruto might be. So Uchiha Kawa led Sasuke to the house where Minato had lived before his death. Sure enough, through the window Uchiha Kawa saw Naruto sitting at the table slurping instant noodles. Uchiha Kawa tapped on the window. Naruto looked up and saw Sasuke. He stopped slurping his noodles, jumped up, ran to the window, and said excitedly, Sasuke, you came to play with me. I thought now that you have a new teacher you wouldn't hang out with me anymore. There was a hint of reproach in Naruto's tone as he finished. Although Sasuke was equally thrilled inside, he said calmly, the teacher said to come mooch a meal from you, and then we'll spar this afternoon. But Uchiha Kawa suddenly spoke up. Sasuke said he missed you. Sasuke's face instantly flushed crimson, and he turned away. Teacher, what are you doing? Naruto, however, was ecstatic. Really? Really? Then if you miss me you can't miss Sakura, okay? Naruto bounced around like a little monkey overjoyed. Uchiha Kawa glanced around the room, and seeing no sign of Jiraiya asked Naruto, where's Jiraiya? Naruto stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and said the pervy sage probably went out to gather inspiration. Uchiha Kawa nodded in understanding. It seemed he would need to give Jiraiya some psychological counseling later. Peeping on others was not a good habit. He had originally hoped Jiraiya might cook, which was why he came to Naruto's place to mooch a meal. But since Naruto was already slurping instant noodles, that plan was out. So Uchiha Kawa said, come on Naruto, my treat. Let's get some barbecue. Naruto immediately jumped 3 meters high, banging his head on the ceiling. Really? Lord First Hokage, you're the best Hokage ever. Ignoring the lump on his head, Naruto hung onto Uchiha Kawa's arm. Sasuke, feeling a bit indignant, grabbed Uchiha Kawa's other arm, as if to say this is... Uchiha Kawa felt a little helpless, but he led the two to the barbecue restaurant. As expected, Konoha's barbecue was a specialty. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Uchiha Kawa devoured all their stock. This naturally alarmed the restaurant owner. But the owner was clearly well-traveled. He recognized Uchiha Kawa at a glance, and immediately offered to treat them. Uchiha Kawa, however, did not intend to take advantage. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, he returned to his lab, retrieved a large gold nugget, handed it to the owner, and said to keep the change, recording it on account. It would be deducted automatically next time Naruto and Sasuke came. Naruto was thrilled. Before the owner could respond, Uchiha Kawa grabbed one kid under each arm and dashed off, leaving the owner standing there clutching the huge gold nugget in a daze. After eating, Uchiha Kawa brought the two to the riverbank. Naturally, they were eager to spar, but Uchiha Kawa stopped them. You need to rest a bit after a meal, otherwise it's bad for your health. Both of them had received care from an elder for the first time in many years. Tears nearly welled up in their eyes. Although Naruto had also received care from Jiraiya, Jiraiya was never good with words. Even confessing to the girl he loved was difficult for him. They lay on the grass, gazing quietly at the sky. Naruto asked Sasuke, do you still think about revenge? Sasuke almost blurted out, of course, but then he glanced at his teacher and slowly said, no, now, I just want to train hard and eventually bring Itachi back to face the punishment he deserves. Naruto was lost in thought. Then Sasuke asked, what about you? Still dreaming of becoming Hokage? Naruto jumped up excitedly, hands on his hips. Becoming Hokage is no dream. I'm going to earn everyone's recognition and become Hokage. I said it, and he'll do it. That's my ninja way. Uchiha Kawa felt deeply gratified. It seemed that borrowing Itachi's words to say that to Naruto had made a difference. Seeing that they had rested enough, Uchiha Kawa said, "Alright, time to start sparring. Naruto, use everything you've got. Sasuke, try to use the jutsu you learned this morning." Noticing Sasuke's hesitation, Uchiha Kawa added, "Don't worry him here. No one will get hurt." Relieved, the two nodded. Then Uchiha Kawa stood between them. At his command, the battle officially began. Sasuke first retreated to observe Naruto's movements. Naruto charged straight at Sasuke, while forming hand signs, unleashing shadow clones. Two Narutos then flanked Sasuke from left and right. Unfazed, Sasuke slid into a low stance, escaping the encirclement. Naruto continued forming signs, and in an instant nearly 10 Narutos stood in the 10 Narutos surrounded Sasuke, who still showed no panic. Sasuke extended both hands, and a ball of chakra appeared in his palm. He then infused lightning-natured chakra into the ball. Naruto was astonished. "How did you learn that jutsu?" Sasuke didn't reply. He simply slammed the lightning-infused Rasengan onto the ground, then leaped high. In an instant, all the shadow clones around him dissipated. Naruto was not among them. He then revealed himself, shocked. It turned out he had used the transformation technique to turn into a small pebble, hoping to ambush Sasuke when he was surrounded, but now he chose not to hide. "Come on, Sasuke. No matter who taught you, let's see whose Rasengan is stronger." Sasuke didn't respond. He gathered another lightning-infused Rasengan. Not to be outdone, Naruto summoned shadow clones and began forming his own Rasengan. Sasuke was a bit faster, but he didn't take the chance to strike. Instead, he waited patiently. Then they charged at each other. Sasuke could have thrown the lightning Rasengan, but if he did, he would lose control of it, and if it accidentally hurt Naruto, that would be bad. So like Naruto, he held the Rasengan in his hand and ran toward him. This way, even if Naruto was overwhelmed, Sasuke could redirect the Rasengan at any time. The two Rasengans collided, creating a stalemate. Though Naruto had more chakra, Sasuke's Rasengan was infused with lightning nature, making it more powerful. This balance caused the deadlock. Neither was willing to give in, and they continued to struggle. Watching them, Uchiha Kawa had a peculiar insight. As their chakras surged, he glimpsed a special fusion taking place. However, if this continued, it would end in mutual injury. So Uchiha Kawa appeared between them in an instant, forming a much larger Rasengan that effortlessly absorbed both of theirs. Alright, this match is a draw. After the battle, neither showed signs of fatigue. Naruto possessed an immense reserve of chakra, while Sasuke had not expended much chakra on that last technique. Thus, the duel could be considered a draw. Neither was satisfied with the outcome, as both believed they could have defeated the other. Uchiha Kawa patted both of them on the head and said with a smile, "Alright, today's ninjutsu duel ends here. Sasuke, you need to accelerate the condensation of your Thunderball Rasengan. As for Naruto, try compressing more chakra into the Rasengan. That will greatly increase its speed. Also, the rotation speed of the chakra inside the Rasengan is another area for improvement." Naruto, surprised that he too received guidance, was overjoyed. "Thank you, Kawa-sensei." Sasuke, displeased, retorted, "He's my teacher, Naruto." Naruto felt embarrassed and glanced timidly at Uchiha Kawa. Uchiha Kawa smiled gently. "It's alright, little Sasuke. You two are like brothers, your teacher is also his teacher." Naruto secretly rejoiced, but Sasuke blushed and pouted. Who would want to be brothers with that guy? Just then Jiraiya, having noticed Naruto's disappearance, found them. "Greetings, Lord Kawa," Jiraiya said, looking at Uchiha Kawa. Uchiha Kawa nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Jiraiya was about to take Naruto away when Uchiha Kawa... Perplexed, Jiraiya listened as Uchiha Kawa spoke. "Let the children continue training here for now. I have something to discuss with you. Follow me." Uchiha Kawa turned and left, but not before leaving a shadow clone to guard against any accidents. Jiraiya, seeing no cause for concern, followed him. They meandered through the village and finally stood atop the Hokage rock. Gazing down at the sweeping reforms transforming Konoha, Uchiha Kawa murmured, "Such a sight is truly beautiful, isn't it?" Jiraiya nodded in agreement, but then recalled some unpleasant memories. If only this could have happened sooner. Realizing his words were ill-chosen, Jiraiya was about to explain when Uchiha Kawa interrupted, "Indeed. If I had lived a little longer, perhaps you, Naruto and Minato and Kushina, could have had a perfect childhood." Jiraiya couldn't help but wonder, for someone as powerful as Lord Kawa, what kind of enemy could. Uchiha Kawa paused, his thoughts drifting with the wind. An immensely powerful enemy, one no less than the child of prophecy spoken of by the great Toad Sage. Jiraiya was stunned. What? Uchiha Kawa knows about the great Toad Sage's prophecy, and he seems to know who the child of prophecy is. He quickly asked, "Lord Kawa, who exactly is the child of prophecy?" Uchiha Kawa smiled mysteriously. "Doesn't the prophecy say that the child of prophecy needs your guidance?" The implication was clear. Jiraiya understood, but still had doubts. His current disciples included not only Naruto, but also Nagato and the others. Since the war ended, Jiraiya had never gone to see them, so he knew little about their condition. Seeing Jiraiya lost in thought, Uchiha Kawa said, "Enough, stop dwelling on the child of prophecy. Since it's a prophecy, that person will appear in the future. In my judgment, these 3 years will be the last peaceful time in the ninja world. So seize this chance. Whether to spend time with Naruto, or to confess your feelings to Tsunade, do it now. Hearing Tsunade's name, Jiraiya's face instantly flushed. He stammered, Lord Kawa, is it really possible for me? Uchiha Kawa gave a cryptic smile. How will you know if you never try? Then he vanished with a body flicker technique, leaving Jiraiya alone to ponder. Returning to the training ground, Uchiha Kawa found Sasuke and Naruto practicing the Rasengan together, occasionally exchanging insights. This warmed his heart. Seeing no urgent tasks, Uchiha Kawa began his own training. As for Black Zetsu, in his previous life Uchiha Kawa had considered him merely mediocre. But facing him directly, he understood the true difficulty. Ninjutsu was ineffective. Senjutsu Uchiha Kawa did not possess, and his Mangekyo's ocular powers, special as they were, lacked lethal force. Even sealing techniques failed against Black Zetsu. Worse, Uchiha Kawa could not activate Susanoo, a major weakness. Exploiting these, Black Zetsu repeatedly pierced Uchiha Kawa's heart. Though the left eye's ability allowed him to rewind 3 seconds, Uchiha Kawa could not harm Black Zetsu until his left eye went completely blind. Only Madara's timely arrival gave Uchiha Kawa a chance to pass on his final words. Black Zetsu, knowing Madara would be his prime target for brainwashing, dared not linger. Yet Uchiha Kawa perished before he could warn Madara about Black Zetsu. The fault lay mainly with Uchiha Kawa himself. Seeing Madara's sorrowful expression, Uchiha Kawa had joked, "Come on, don't cry. A wound like this would kill anyone else in 3 seconds, but I'm so strong I can last at least 30. That jest cost him the chance to tell Madara to watch out for Black Zetsu after he finished his final words. Reflecting on this, Uchiha Kawa suddenly realized something. He had been reborn for days, yet Black Zetsu had not come for him. As he suspected, Black Zetsu was terrified upon hearing of Uchiha Kawa's rebirth. The first time Black Zetsu laid eyes on Uchiha Kawa, he sensed an overwhelming power, especially in his right eye, which seemed to harbor an immensely potent force. But Black Zetsu could tell that power could only be used once. Black Zetsu admitted he had taken a gamble. Such immense power was beyond the reach of mortals, but to be safe, Black Zetsu forcibly split himself in two, ensuring he would still have a backup even if Uchiha Kawa managed to use it. Fortunately, Uchiha Kawa seemed unable to wield that power, so Black Zetsu succeeded in killing him. But now that he had returned from the Pure Land, Black Zetsu could not guarantee that Uchiha Kawa had not gained the ability to harness that force. After all, Uchiha Kawa's ancestor resided in the Pure Land and was known as a notorious giver of power-ups. Black Zetsu dared not gamble. He simply pondered how to manipulate Obito into testing Uchiha Kawa. Regarding Black Zetsu's power level in this story, since the protagonist is the strongest ninja from the start, the unrivaled of the ninja world, without any threat the story would have no continuation. Hence a growth opportunity is necessary, and Black Zetsu is the key. Black Zetsu's combat ability is roughly as follows. He is even more absurd than Obito's Kamui. Obito must become tangible when attacking, but Black Zetsu is always tangible, yet like a shadow-like entity. In short, you can see him, but cannot hit him, while he can effortlessly tear out your heart and lungs. However invincible as he may seem, he has a weakness. Based on that weakness, Uchiha Kawa will undergo specialized training, so the power system will not collapse. Rest assured, even though the original work already had power collapse. Uchiha, he sat cross-legged on the ground, pondering how to merge yin and yang releases. During his many years in the Pure Land, Uchiha, he was initially weak upon entering, but later under the guidance of the Sage of Six Paths, he acquired the method of using yin-yang release, though only in his soul state. Now resurrected, however, he found himself utterly unable to wield yin-yang release. In the Pure Land, Uchiha, he had once used this technique to slay countless Shinigami. He had also attempted to find Izuna, but the Pure Land was so vast that even after years of exhaustive travel, he could not traverse its entirety. Yet this resurrection was not without its gains. He successfully sensed the power concealed within his right eye, a formidable force, but one that could never be controlled by mere dojutsu. Moreover, he foresaw that using this power, even with his robust soul, would likely cause him to perish instantly, his soul scattering to the winds. Thus, mastering yin-yang release became an urgent priority. Uchiha, he first infused yang nature chakra into a great fireball. The fusion of these two natures proceeded smoothly, and adding earth nature would create the powerful lava release. However, he refrained from doing so, for introducing earth nature chakra before yang nature would severely slow the latter's circulation, let alone attempting to merge the inherently incompatible yin and yang nature chakras. As is well-known, techniques like the shadow imitation technique, expansion technique, and medical ninjutsu belong to yin and yang nature transformations. Though Uchiha, he mastered all of them, these techniques lacked lethal power, far from sufficient to eliminate Black Zetsu. Therefore, the real solution lay in integrating yin-yang release into offensive techniques. It is worth noting that even Naruto could only wield yin-yang release after the Sage of Six Paths personally bestowed the power upon him. In fact, Uchiha, his reverse reincarnation technique was also a form of yin-yang release, yet it possessed no offensive capability. After Resurrection Uchiha, he was able to instantly locate Black Zetsu's secret base thanks to a discovery made in his previous life. However, Black Zetsu detected him immediately, thus sparking the former's murderous intent. After infusing the Great Fireball with Yang Nature Chakra, Uchiha, he attempted to inject Yin Nature Chakra as well, but the moment he did, the fireball vanished. Uchiha, he experimented with all chakra natures, even Kekkei Genkai and Kekkei Tota, but all ended in failure. He could not help but sigh, what a cheat that. No need for research, just dream and it comes. If asked why Uchiha, he could use Kekkei Genkai and Kekkei Tota, one must first understand their principle. Kekkei Genkai usually inheritable only by those of the same bloodline, unlearnable by others, and impossible to copy, even with the Sharingan. Users of Kekkei Genkai possess special abilities highly valued by all major nations and hidden villages. The key point, however, lies in its principle: organ transformation or nature transformation through mixed chakra natures. Uchiha's mastery of chakra manipulation was second to none. As for organ transformation, a minor ninjutsu sufficed. Similar to Tsunade's in seal, though Uchiha's technique was more advanced, allowing him to alter organs at will to adapt to different Kekkei Genkai or Kekkei Tota. As for the corresponding organ shapes, Uchiha, he was no saint, and it was wartime. He could easily grab a couple of subjects for research. Just kidding, of course. He spent a long time scavenging corpses on the battlefield to collect all Kekkei Genkai and Kekkei Tota. Seeing his training end in failure, Uchiha, he had a backup plan. At worst, he could use Shizui's Susanoo for defense. If he could not kill Black Zetsu, neither could Black Zetsu kill him. As everyone knows, Shisui could activate Susanoo with a single eye. This is because his eyes possessed different abilities, thus requiring both eyes to manifest Susanoo. But Shisui was different. Both of his eyes wielded the same ability, Kodoame Tsukumi. That was why he could activate Susanoo with a single eye. Naturally, this now benefited Uchiha. Uchiha, he had considered resurrecting Shisui, but current conditions made a full resurrection impossible. Simply using the Mangekyo to perform Edo Tensei on Shisui would be too wasteful. Therefore, after weighing his options, Uchiha, he decided to temporarily use Shizui's Mangekyo. As for training Naruto and Sasuke to use yin-yang release combination techniques, by the time they learned it, they would be close to obtaining their own power-ups, so it was unnecessary. For now, Uchiha, he had only one path left: to study sage arts on his own. He had visited all three great sacred lands, but aside from Mount Myaboku, he could not even enter the other two. He suspected they feared he would attack them, given his fearsome reputation of fighting even his own allies. However, the sage arts of Mount Myaboku were not easy to master. Uchiha, he tried for a long time, but failed. Uchiha, he speculated that this local technique might reject foreign souls, otherwise with his talent mastering such a minor sage art would have been a breeze. Thus, despite the difficulty, Uchiha, he had no choice but to persevere, striving to learn yin-yang release before Black Zetsu found him. Time passed swiftly, and the sun wavered on the horizon, ready to set. The two children's stomachs growled with hunger. Uchiha, he had sat in meditation for a long time, without progress, growing slightly impatient, so he paused his training. Uchiha, he called out to the two children, "Come on, let's get ramen." "My treat." Naruto cheered with a "yeah," and jumped up. Uchiha, he patted both of their heads as usual. Uchiha's head patting was not without purpose, it was to apply sealing techniques. By now he had placed over 10,000 seals on Sasuke, completely suppressing Orochimaru's cursed seal. In fact, judging by the progress, the cursed seal should have been fully absorbed by Sasuke. Uchiha's seals were not harmful, but beneficial. After this, Sasuke would no longer be threatened by the cursed seal. The 10,000 seals would remain within his body permanently, and even if a more powerful sealing technique attempted to suppress them, they would gradually assimilate it, turning it into part of Sasuke's power. As for Naruto, it was just a casual gesture, but Uchiha, he kindly helped slightly suppress the Nine Tails. Just a little, Uchiha, he thought. Nine Tails who added so many seals. I'm almost crushed into a specimen. This idea had been conceived long ago during Izuna's time. Unfortunately, Izuna died even earlier than Uchiha, he passing away before this sealing technique was developed. This remained a regret in Uchiha's heart. If only he had developed this technique sooner, if only he could have stayed by Izuna's side, perhaps things would have turned out different. But there are no ifs. Seeing the two still chattering incessantly on the way to the ramen shop, Uchiha, he decided to teach each of them a ninjutsu, to reenact the Battle of the Valley of the End, hoping to foster a more harmonious relationship between them. As is well known, the collision of chakra can deepen the bonds between individuals. When chakra collides, one can perceive the other's thoughts, thereby strengthening their connection. Thus Uchiha, he stopped their quarrel, and spoke, "Since neither of you is willing to concede, let's do this. I'll teach each of you a ninjutsu. And in 10 days you'll have a ninjutsu duel to see who is truly stronger." Both of them were overjoyed at the proposal, as it seemed like the best solution. Naruto jumped up and exclaimed, "Sasuke, I will definitely defeat you." Sasuke retorted without backing down, "It's not certain who will win or lose, yet you dead last." Seeing them about to argue again, Uchiha, he sighed helplessly, grabbed the two little ones, and said, "All right, time to eat." He led them into Ichiraku Ramen. The owner of Ichiraku, delighted to see such a valued customer, suddenly remembered something and took out a camera from the counter. He said to Uchiha, "Come Ninja-sama, you broke our ramen shop's record last time. Let's take a photo to commemorate it." Uchiha grabbed the two little ones, one in each hand, and said, "Come on, give a peace sign." But Naruto and Sasuke turned their heads away, unwilling to look at each other. Uchiha placed his hands on their heads and forced them to look at the camera. With a click of the camera, that moment was forever frozen. Then Uchiha led the two little ones to sit at the counter waiting for the ramen to be served. As usual, his appetite was monstrous. Naruto's eyes nearly popped out, unable to believe how much Uchiha could eat. He only stopped after finishing all of Ikaraku's flour stock. As per routine, Uchiha took out a gold nugget and handed it to Ichiraku, saying, "Put it on the tab. Deduct from this when these two kids come in the future." Ichiraku glanced at Naruto beside him and smiled knowingly. Next, Uchiha sent Naruto home before taking Sasuke back. However, on the way home, Uchiha suddenly heard a scream. The voice sounded quite familiar, and it must have been a very painful experience for it to carry so far. Indeed, it was just as he thought. Jiraiya had pondered for a long time and finally decided to confess his feelings to Tsunade. After searching for a while, he found her at the... Despite Jiraiya's desperate explanations, even invoking Uchiha, his name Tsunade still punched him flying with a single blow. It must be said that Jiraiya's body was remarkably sturdy. Considering Tsunade's monstrous strength, even Uchiha would likely cough twice after taking such. After returning home, Uchiha tidied up the house, while Sasuke quietly trained in his room. Although ninjutsu training was important, chakra training was even more critical for Sasuke at this point. After all, Naruto's unreasonable chakra reserves were equivalent to 100 Kakashis. As for Sasuke, considering the number of times he could use the Chidori Kakashi, could use it 4 times a day, while Sasuke could only use it once. Roughly, Sasuke's chakra total was about a quarter of Kakashis. Despite such a huge gap, Uchiha was not worried. The sealing technique he had placed on Sasuke also served to store chakra. At this point, including the chakra sealed within Sasuke's total chakra barely amounted to 5 Kakashis, which should be enough to deal with Naruto. Time passed in a flash, and it was evening. Uchiha and Sasuke still slept in the same room. At first, Sasuke was too shy to hold his arm, but seeing that Uchiha didn't react, he grew bolder and directly linked his arm with Uchiha's. Uchiha always quietly gazed at the moonlight, as if he could see farther through it. At the crow of a rooster, he rose early, tucked Sasuke in, and went out to... Seeing the streets already crowded so early in the morning, Uchiha felt deeply gratified. The reason was simple: these were all ninjas working hard for the reconstruction of Konoha. A sharp-eyed ninja recognized Uchiha and shouted loudly, "First Hokage-sama! First Hokage-sama is here!" Uchiha sensed trouble. Although the common people didn't know, all ninjas were well aware that the current changes in Konoha were all thanks to the First Hokage. Without him, most ninjas would still be running missions, constantly facing life-threatening dangers. Unable to escape Uchiha, he spoke loudly, "Everyone, you've worked hard." The ninjas replied in unison, "We are not tired. If First Hokage-sama has worked." Uchiha gave an awkward smile. Yes, hard work. Despite his advanced age, he still disliked such scenes. So he used the body flicker technique, bought breakfast, and fled back home. Fortunately, Sasuke was still asleep. If a child woke up and didn't see their guardian, they would surely cry and fuss. Although the obedient Sasuke likely wouldn't do that, his little heart would certainly be saddened. Uchiha did not wake Sasuke, as yesterday's training had clearly exhausted him. Uchiha sat quietly beside him, circulating his fire-nature chakra in his hand. Since he only needed to keep the breakfast warm, no flames materialized. After a while, Sasuke reached out to grab something, but failed. He immediately jumped up, shouting, "Master! Master!" Uchiha said softly, "Little Sasuke, am here." Hearing the voice, Sasuke turned around and saw Uchiha. Feeling that his reaction was a bit over the top, Uchiha teased him, "That's quite strange." Sasuke asked in confusion, "What's strange?" Uchiha laughed heartily. "Our little Sasuke is actually kind of cute." Sasuke took a moment to process the comment, then his face turned even redder, like a ripe little apple. Uchiha handed him breakfast. "Eat up, and after you finish, go play for a while." Sasuke was puzzled. "Play? No training." Uchiha patted his head. "You're still a child. You need to balance work and rest. Proper play is good for your body." Sasuke no longer questioned, and quickly finished his breakfast. Uchiha advised him, "Don't rush. Eat slowly, or you'll choke." For some reason, every word Uchiha spoke made Sasuke feel warmth in his heart. Even Uchiha Itachi couldn't compare, as he always had endless tasks to attend to, always saying next time. In contrast, Uchiha spoke kindly, possessed unparalleled strength, and was always willing to accompany him. Even when he had matters to handle, he would leave a shadow clone to stay with him. Where could one find such a wonderful teacher? After breakfast, Uchiha took Suiju out. The two of them successively found the 12 little powerhouses of Konoha. Unfortunately, even though there was no pressure from mission assignments, each of the little powerhouses was still training hard under their teacher's guidance. precisely because there were no missions Ma and others had more free time to teach them. So Uchiha, he could only bring Zhuju to find Mingren. Upon seeing them, Mingren was extremely excited and jumped up asking, "Teacher, when are we going to learn ninjutsu?" Uchiha, he patted Mingren's head and said softly, "Don't rush in the morning. You and Zhuju go play for a while, then come find me at the training ground in the afternoon." Mingren, unlike Zhuju, set aside learning ninjutsu for the moment when he heard about playing. Although he told them to go play Uchiha, he still used the shadow clone technique to follow them. After all, Heiju, if he suddenly had the idea to capture Zhuju as a bargaining chip to threaten him, that wouldn't be good. After watching the two leave Uchiha, he strolled along the main street. Watching the ninjas working hard on the Konoha renovation project Uchiha, he felt gratified, but he deliberately avoided their line of sight. Suddenly a thin figure in an alley caught his attention. Uchiha, he cautiously approached, trying to make his tone as gentle as possible. "Little friend, what are you doing here? Are you hungry? Uncle will take you to eat, okay?" Upon hearing this, the child showed a terrified expression and quickly stepped back. "Lord Ninja, don't catch me. I'm just a refugee seeking shelter." Uchiha, he showed an expression of understanding and comforted. "Don't worry, I won't catch you. Besides, I'm not the Lord Ninja you speak of, him, just an ordinary person." To lower his guard, Uchiha, he slowly crouched down and edged closer. Seeing this, the child's resistance slightly decreased, but he still didn't want to approach Uchiha. Helpless Uchiha, he said, "Little friend, wait for me here. They'll go buy you some food." He walked out, glancing back, and soon returned with a large bag of steamed buns. Uchiha, he smiled and said, "I don't know what filling you like, so I bought a few of each. Eat without worry." With that, he carefully handed the buns to the child. The child also carefully took them, grabbed one, and wolfed it down, but seemed to choke. Seeing this, Uchiha, he handed over the milk he had prepared earlier. The child took it and gulped it down noisily. Uchiha, he also took the opportunity to step forward and gently pat his back to help him breathe. Only then did the child's wariness toward Uchiha he slightly decrease, tacitly accepting his proximity. After finishing the meal, the child had completely relaxed his guard. Uchiha, he took the opportunity to ask, "Child, where do you come from?" Although it was unclear how the child had managed to enter Konoha without being noticed, the child paused, showing a pained expression, and said, "I came from a small country. After experiencing war, I lost my relatives and had to beg all the way. I heard that Konoha is powerful, so I came here seeking help." Uchiha, he continued, "Then what kind of help do you want?" The child's expression turned serious. "I know this request is too much, but I want the ninjas of Konoha to avenge me." The child's eyes were filled with the fierce light of hatred, as if he wanted to devour his enemy. Seeing this, Uchiha, he slightly shook his head and patted the child's head. "Child, let me ask you, do you want revenge against a person or a country?" The child was puzzled, but still answered, "Of course against that country." Uchiha, he then said, "In that country, aren't there civilians besides ninjas?" The child remained puzzled. "There are civilians." Seeing that the child had fallen into his rhetoric, Uchiha, he continued, "Do the civilians have children? Do the ninjas have children? If you really take revenge, will those children become homeless too?" The child's expression showed inner conflict, as if he were struggling mentally. Uchiha, he felt that the battle was half won, so he seized the opportunity and patted the child's head. "Therefore you not only lack the power to take revenge, but also have no plan for revenge. You only have a raging anger. Acts of vengeance driven by anger cannot be called avengers. We usually call such people murderers." Uchiha, he then asked, "Would your mother want you to become a heinous murderer?" The child was completely stunned, asking himself inwardly, "Who am I? Where am I? I think I've really understood something, but I seem to be a murderer." Then the child's expression changed from confusion to seriousness, looking at Uchiha, he sternly, "What a formidable ninja. You almost tricked me too." Then the child's figure gradually faded and disappeared from the spot. This child was none other than Daitu. Under Heiju's instigation, Daitu had agreed to return to Konoha to test Uchiha, but he still maintained his own judgment. After all, when he was young, whether it was his grandmother or the adults and children in the clan, they all regarded Uchiha as an idol. Daitu was no exception. After this test, Daitu had seen Uchiha's character clearly. If he wouldn't affect the plan, Daitu would not make a move against him. Uchiha, he sensed Daida's aura completely disappear, and his expression returned to normal. This was also the reason why Uchiha had sent Zhuju and Mingren away. He had sensed Daida's aura earlier. No other reason. The activation of the Mangekyo leaves a special fluctuation of power. Even though Uchiha was not a sensory-type ninja, his perception of the Sharingan was absolutely stronger than a camel's perception of a water source. Under the premise of ensuring the safety of the two kids, Uchiha, he decided to face him alone. After all, it was still unknown whether Daitu came with malicious intent or other purposes. It wouldn't be good to just open up with a big move and kill him directly. Whether he could kill him was one thing, the most important thing was that Uchiha, he didn't intend to kill him. But one must guard against the intentions of others. Uchiha, he was cautious in every move, afraid that the other party might suddenly say something heart-wrenching. Although Daitu was heinous, his evil was not pure. Otherwise, with his abilities, there would be no threat in the ninja world. If he were truly determined to collect the tailed beast's Uchiha, he could only say that before his resurrection no one in the entire ninja world was a match for him. After all, even the legendary Yellow Flash perished under Daida's scheming. In short, this chance encounter today could be considered a form of psychological therapy. Seeing that there was still plenty of time Uchiha, he had no intention of idling away the hours. Instead, he made his way straight to Sarutobi Hiruzen's farm. There he found Sarutobi Hiruzen still engaged in the laborious task of clearing weeds with fire release. Uchiha, he clapped his hands in response. First, he performed an earth release technique to encircle the farm, preventing the fire from spreading to other areas. Then, pursing his lips, he exhaled a colossal dragon of flames. Yet infused with yang release, the dragon seemed to come alive, coiling through the farm and burning away the weeds in no time. Once the weeds were all reduced to ash, Uchiha, he dispelled his jutsu and approached Sarutobi Hiruzen. The latter, however, wore an expression of profound discomfort, as if he had swallowed a bitter gourd. Uchiha, he patted him on the shoulder. "What's wrong, little monkey? You don't seem too happy. Having trouble with the farming?" Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a moment, then spoke up. "Lord, you just burned down all our seedlings too." Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed at the pile of gray ashes. Uchiha, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into, but soon he concocted an excuse. "Actually, I came to tell you that you shouldn't use traditional farming methods. A ninja should farm like a ninja." With that, Uchiha, he performed a reverse flying thunder god summoning technique, and a book appeared in his hand, Konoha's farming plans and methods. Sarutobi Hiruzen accepted the book with great joy, yet a doubt lingered in his mind. What did farming methods have to do with the seedlings? Sarutobi Hiruzen had just lifted his head to ask Uchiha, when he realized the man was no longer before him. Helplessly, he pressed his hand to his forehead and sighed softly. "So it's true that the master said Lord he has a bit of a childish streak." The moment he handed over the book Uchiha, he had used Flying Thunder God to vanish. Seeing that the time was approaching noon, he found the two little ones and dispelled his The two little ones had clearly enjoyed themselves immensely. Even Sasuke was grinning from ear to ear. He calculated the time. Kakashi should have recovered enough. At the very least, he should have the energy to cook. If not, he could drink Kakashi's nutrient solution to tide him over. Kakashi so. Thus the three of them went to Kakashi's house. This time the knock was answered immediately. Kakashi opened the door in an instant. Strangely, he revealed both eyes. Apparently, Itachi's attack had enhanced his mental strength, allowing him to use the advanced abilities of the Sharingan. When Kakashi saw that it was Uchiha, he was visibly excited. "Lord, you're here." Uchiha, he walked in as if it were his own home, casually found a seat, and said, "I heard you're an excellent cook, so I brought your two disciples to freeload." Kakashi was not annoyed by Uchiha's casual attitude. After all, he needed a favor from him. He busied himself in the kitchen for a long time, eventually producing a lavish meal of 12 dishes and 1 soup. The group's eyes lit up at the sight of the bountiful table. All three began to eat ravenously. Uchiha, he couldn't stop praising. Kakashi, you might be a bit weak, but you're cooking. There's no denying it. I'd call you the best." Now both Kakashi and Might Guy would be called the best by Uchiha, though Might Guy would have to wait a bit longer. Kakashi patiently waited for them to finish eating, then swiftly cleared the dishes. Seeing Kakashi hesitant to speak, Uchiha, he called the two little ones over. "Alright, you two go take a nap. I have something to discuss with Kakashi. He'll come get you in the hour." Then Uchiha, he flashed a mischievous grin, but quickly suppressed it. "You two go sleep at Sasuke's place. It'll be easier to find you later." The two little ones didn't think much of it, and left immediately. Uchiha, he watched their retreating figures and muttered to himself, "Okay, the achievement of Naruto and Sasuke sharing a bed is complete." Haha. Seeing the delight in Uchiha, his expression, Kakashi spoke. "It seems Lord he is quite fond of these two disciples." Uchiha, he nodded. "And you, one is the last remaining clan member of your former close friend, and the other is the orphan of your most revered teacher." Kakashi's expression turned nostalgic. "Naturally, though, I feel I haven't fulfilled my duties as a teacher as I should have." Uchiha, he thought for a moment, then said, "Then let's start with Hatake Tsukumo." Kakashi's face twitched. This was a direct hit. Uchiha, he paid no mind to that, and instead handed Kakashi a pre-prepared dossier. It detailed Shimura Danzo's series of schemes against Hatake Tsukumo. The more Kakashi read, the more furious he became. He never imagined that everything had been manipulated by someone all along. Over the years, Kakashi's regret had never truly diminished. He had merely replaced it with other things. That was why he always seemed half dead. Kakashi's expression fluctuated between fury, deep regret, and then tears streaming down his face as he wept. However, he soon composed himself. After all, he was a mature adult, and he had his own ways of coping. Kakashi bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Lord, for telling me the truth." Uchiha, he gently helped him up, and said, "You're not young anymore. I think you don't need me to explain the principles. You should have understood the hints I gave earlier. However, bringing the dead back to life requires several conditions. First, you need their bodies, and second, most importantly, you must wait." Kakashi was puzzled. "Wait." "Yes, wait." I do have a method to resurrect the dead, but it's one I can only use myself. If anyone else tries, they will die instantly. However, within 5 years, I will definitely have a way to bring everyone back to the world of the living. But before that, you need to find their bodies. Kakashi nodded firmly upon hearing this. Uchiha, he merely gave him a calm glance, a look laden with deeper meaning, before turning and leaving. That glance from Uchiha, he was of course intended for Obito, to see what choice he would make, whether to stubbornly follow his own path, or to trust the Uchiha he had met only once and bring back Rin's body. Though the original story didn't mention it, it's safe to assume that Obito had hidden it well. Whether Obito could see it or not, Uchiha, he didn't know. But he had just placed a Jinjutsu on Kakashi's Sharingan, so when Obito activated his own Sharingan, he would know what Uchiha he had said. Then Uchiha, he made his way back home. Through the window, he saw the two little ones sleeping soundly. Uchiha, he silently fetched a camera and captured the moment. The click of the camera woke the two little ones, and they spotted Uchiha. Naruto jumped up in agitation. How dare you, Lord he? You took a candid shot. Sasuke, on the other hand, said nothing, merely turning away shyly. But then Naruto whispered to Uchiha, Lord he, give me a copy of that photo later. Uchiha, his face took on the same expression as the old lord and son Ryukon. However, Sasuke overheard Naruto's words and pointed at him, shouting, Naruto. Uchiha, he timely stopped the two little ones from their roughhousing and said, Alright, it's time to learn ninjutsu. The two little ones stopped at his words and followed Uchiha, he through a winding path to the training ground. Sasuke asked in confusion, Sensei, why didn't we come directly? Instead we took such a long detour. Why? That was naturally because he was afraid of being discovered by other ninjas. Uchiha, he still disliked the feeling of being surrounded by a crowd. However, Uchiha, he just smiled mysteriously, you'll know later. Why did Uchiha, he only reform Konoha in terms of system and production instead of choosing the tech tree? Was it because he didn't know how? That's right, he simply didn't know how. Because before Uchiha, he transmigrated to the Naruto world, he studied business, and then switched to psychology, eventually becoming an obscure psychotherapist. Like most psychologists, the more he knew, the more troubled he became. Uchiha, he suffered from severe depression, which was why he didn't sleep. To be precise, not only did he not sleep in the Naruto world, but even before transmigrating, he still didn't sleep. Even taking sleeping pills, he was in a half-dead state and couldn't fall asleep. Therefore, his cause of death was organ failure due to long-term sleep deprivation and a sudden burst of fury that led to sudden death. In short, Uchiha, he knew nothing about the tech tree. Then Uchiha, he said to Naruto, First, you little Naruto, I'm going to teach you wind release 10,000 eagles. This technique is supported by wind-natured chakra similar to Sasuke's lightning release Chidori. When performed, the entire technique is accompanied by a sound like 10,000 eagles flapping their wings simultaneously, which not only enhances the power of the technique, but also increases its speed, making it hard for enemies to escape. Then Uchiha, he formed several hand seals, and a wind blade similar to Chidori appeared in his hand. The wind blade wrapped around his hand, looking extremely sharp. He casually threw it, and the sound of 10,000 eagles flapping their wings rang out. At the same time, the lake bed hit by the 10,000 eagles instantly exploded, splitting open a huge gap. The two little ones stared in amazement. Uchiha, he turned to Naruto and said, Did you remember? In principle, holding this technique in hand would make it more powerful, but every ninjutsu has a certain recoil. Therefore, I suggest that unless you are absolutely sure of victory or the opponent's technique is a sustained attack, you can throw it out. With its speed, ordinary people absolutely cannot escape. As for why Uchiha, he had to form hand seals, it was mainly because although Uchiha, he could easily handle sealless techniques for others, it was no easy task. Moreover, the difficulty of 10,000 eagles was absolutely beyond comparison with Rasengan and Chidori. The skill required for chakra manipulation was more exquisite. After continuing to explain a few key points, Uchiha, he began to teach Sasuke. As for you, little Sasuke, your ninjutsu is that lightning ball Rasengan. As for the other thing, it's a sealing technique I left in your body. You can use the accumulated power within when necessary. Sasuke heard this and asked in confusion, What's sealing technique? Uchiha, he explained, It's a series of sealing techniques I applied to the curse mark on you, about tens of thousands of them. These sealing techniques together form a sort of technique that can absorb and store chakra. At critical moments, you can draw upon the chakra stored there. Moreover, with this technique, you will no longer fear any sealing technique. It's passive, so you don't need to worry about it. The key is that you need to perceive this seal through your own efforts and draw out the chakra within. The power inside will definitely surprise you. Sasuke understood and felt immense gratitude toward Uchiha. He never expected that his teacher would do so many good things for him without his knowledge. At the same time, Sasuke's dependence on Uchiha deepened. After finishing all this, Sasuke began to carefully sense the sealing technique within his body. Uchiha, he then turned to observe Naruto's training state, only to find that he always seemed to be just a bit short. Every time he was about to succeed, the 10,000 eagles suddenly disappeared, as if influenced by something. Uchiha, he suddenly understood. It was probably Naruto's talent was definitely not bad. As long as a technique didn't require very fine chakra control, he could learn it quickly. The main reason was the interference of the Nine-Tails chakra, making his chakra circulation quite difficult. It's easy to imagine how rare it was for Naruto to learn the Rasengan under the Nine-Tails interference. Of course, there were two other possibilities. One, the Nine-Tails was moved by Naruto's tenacious will. Two, the Nine-Tails saw the familiar Rasengan and recalled the fear of being dominated by the Minato couple. Of course, these were just guesses. After all, who knows the mind of its Sundara Nine-Tails? At this point, Uchiha, he decided it was time to communicate with the Nine-Tails. So he stopped Naruto and said to him, "Naruto, I have a way to help you deal with the Nine-Tails inside you. Are you willing?" Naruto was naturally overjoyed at this news, but soon showed a worried expression. "Teacher, will you kill him? He's been imprisoned for so many years, he's actually quite pitiful." Uchiha, he helplessly rubbed his forehead. Was this the legendary boundless love? But Uchiha, he didn't show any expression, only said gently, "Don't worry, you'll just try to persuade him, so he won't disturb your training anymore." Naruto sighed in relief and said with joy, "Great, great. Thank you, teacher." Then Uchiha, his pupils rotated and activated the Mangekyo. Naruto just looked at it and froze on the spot. Uchiha, he arrived at Naruto's inner world. The scene was all darkness, and as he walked, the sound of splashing water filled the air. Suddenly a sound of something slicing through the air came. A huge claw appeared before Uchiha. He casually grabbed it, and surprisingly he easily caught the claw. The owner of the claw tried to pull it back, but was firmly held by Uchiha. A furious voice came from ahead, "Who are you? Let me go." Uchiha, he cast a lighting technique, then gently released the claw, and said with a smile, "Kurama, long time no see. Don't you recognize me?" Kurama was stunned. "You Uchiha, aren't you dead?" "Am I dead too?" Uchiha, he still wore a faint smile. "You must be crazy. I've come back to life, and you're not dead." Kurama was shocked. "Can the dead come back to life? Didn't the old sage of six paths say the dead cannot be resurrected?" Uchiha, he gazed at Kurama with a profound look in his eyes. "It was precisely the six paths immortal who taught me the method of resurrection." This statement was no falsehood. It was under the guidance of the six paths immortal that Uchiha, he gained the power to vanquish the death god, and only by devouring the death god did he acquire sufficient soul energy to achieve resurrection. Upon hearing this, Kurama wore an expression of sudden realization. "And you still claim you are not the child of prophecy spoken of by the six paths immortal?" Uchiha, he responded with an explanation. "First, I do not jest. Second, I do not possess green eyes. My eyes are crimson." Kurama remained unconvinced. "Then how did you know our names? You called out our names before you died, so it couldn't have been the six paths immortal who told you." Uchiha, he pondered how to fabricate an excuse. Suddenly, a yellow chakra gradually manifested, and moments later a figure appeared within the sealed space. It was Bofeng Shuemen. After observing his surroundings, Bofeng Shuemen looked at Uchiha, and asked, "Who are you? Why are you here? And why do you resemble the first Hokage so much? Are you his descendant? This is no place for you." Uchiha, he explained, "I came to help Mingren resolve the issue of Kurama's chakra." Bofeng Shuemen was puzzled. "Has another war broken out? Does the village need Mingren's strength?" Uchiha, he slowly shook his head. "Not exactly. A formidable enemy will descend in the future. I am in a sense Mingren's half-teacher, and this action is merely a preparatory measure." Kurama, dissatisfied, interjected, "Hey kid, you are the first Hokage himself. Why bother with such courtesy? Just eliminate him directly." Shuemen thus came to know Uchiha's identity. He bowed and said, "Bofeng Shuemen pays his respects to the first Hokage. I was discourteous earlier." Uchiha's expression remained utterly unchanged as he addressed Shuemen. "It's fine. A father's concern for his child is only natural." Then Bofeng Shuemen sensed that his own chakra, which had manifested, was nearly depleted. He earnestly requested, "I implore the first Hokage to reinforce the seal on Mingren. My remaining chakra is about to vanish." Uchiha, he pondered for a moment, then said to Kurama, "Kurama, lend me some chakra." Kurama turned away with its Sundara air. "You're not the child of prophecy, so why should I lend it to you?" No. Uchiha, he looked at Kurama's Sundara demeanor and could only helplessly rub his forehead. However, dealing with a childlike being, albeit 1,000s of years old, was not difficult. He signaled Shuemen with a glance to remain silent and watch his approach. Uchiha, he stepped forward and gently stroked Kurama's fur. All right, I am the child of prophecy, okay? Great Lord Kurama, kind-hearted and immensely powerful, please lend me some chakra, will you?" Kurama felt a surge of delight at Uchiha's praise, but still maintained his tsundere attitude. "Who's kind-hearted? I can devour 100 people in one bite." Uchiha, he continued, "What's so great about eating people? When I have time, I'll take you for grilled meat. That flavor, absolutely delightful." Kurama caught the key word and asked incredulously, "You'll let me out?" Uchiha, he replied, "Of course. Why else do you think I came?" Kurama still harbored suspicion, but hesitantly raised his fist. Uchiha, he knowing he had succeeded, also extended his fist to bump Kurama's. Then Kurama's chakra surged toward Uchiha, he in an endless stream. Although it initially carried a sinister aura under Uchiha He's powerful spiritual suppression, it quickly transformed into pure chakra. Uchiha He then withdrew his fist and channeled the chakra into Shumen's fading chakra body. Kurama roared in fury, "Damn you! You never intended to release me. You even used my chakra to help that yellow-haired brat." Uchiha He patiently explained, "How could I deceive you?" He then placed his hand on the seal imprisoning Kurama. With a series of manipulations the seal gradually. Shuemin watched with deep concern, but upon seeing Uchiha He's reassuring glance he refrained from intervening. As the seal was completely undone a figure slowly materialized. It was Gyoshinai. Gyoshinai slowly opened her eyes. "Mingren, you're here." Yet before her was not Mingren, but Shuemin, Uchiha He, and Kurama. She looked puzzled and said to Uchiha Mingren, "When did you dye your hair? And why are your eyes red?" Kurama had just broken free from the seal, and before celebrating heard Gyoshinai's absurd remark. He burst into laughter. "Haha, that's hilarious. Gyoshinai, you clueless woman, mistaking someone older than yourself for your son. Haha." Shuemin quickly stepped forward and whispered, "Gyoshinai, this is the first Hokage. He came to help Mingren with Kurama's problem." Gyoshinai's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, but then her shame turned to anger. She used the adamantine sealing chains to bind Kurama tightly. Kurama, extremely uncomfortable, shouted at Uchiha He, "Kid, he saved me. They're murdering a fox. Murdering a fox." Uchiha He couldn't help but chuckle, but still said, "Gyoshinai, release Kurama." Gyoshinai was still furious, but dared not disobey Uchiha He, for he was infamous as a battle maniac who would even attack his own allies when enraged. Then Uchiha He infused the remaining Kurama chakra into Gyoshinai's body to sustain her chakra form. This way, without combat, it should last for 3 or 4 years. Uchiha He then said to the Shuemin couple, "From now on you can accompany Mingren's growth in this form. But remember, do not use this power for battle, or you will dissipate completely, and I won't be able to help you." The Shuemin couple bowed deeply and sincerely. However, Gyoshinai whispered to Shuemin, "This first Hokage isn't as hot-tempered as the rumors say. He seems quite kind. I think he's a good person." Not only Shuemin, but also Uchiha He was covered in speechless lines. However, Kurama couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha, Gyoshinai, I heard your whisper." Gyoshinai's face reddened again, but she glared at Kurama, who immediately stopped laughing. Then Uchiha He turned his gaze to Kurama. "Kurama, I have 2 options for you. 1, wait a few years, and I will grant you complete freedom. 2, I will use a sealing technique to bring a clone of you outside containing part of your power. Which do you choose?" Kurama asked, puzzled, "Why not take me out now?" Uchiha He explained, "I do not yet have the ability to resurrect people. If you leave, Mingren would die. We cannot trade lives." Kurama fell silent, daring not to say anything, for Mingren's parents were watching, and there was an ultimate raging tigress among them. Then Kurama reluctantly said, "Then the second option." Uchiha He nodded, placed his hand on Kurama's head, and performed the familiar head-patting sealing technique. With a series of flashes, a miniature Kurama appeared before everyone. The 2 Kuramas stared at each other in astonishment. The small one said to the large one, "Why is this lord so The large Kurama retained its own consciousness. They were now 2 bodies with 1 soul, yet unaffected by each other, and both could access the other's memories. Kurama couldn't help but marvel, how amazing. Gyoshinai couldn't resist picking up the mini Kurama, and exclaimed, "How adorable." The small Kurama's head was tousled by Gyoshinai, but he dared not resist, only impotently fuming. "What are you doing? This lord is no pet. This lord is no pet." After explaining everything, Uchiha He left the sealed space with the mini 9 tails. With Minato and Kushina's guidance, Naruto would grow stronger and live a happy. Then Uchiha He looked at the dazed Naruto and dispelled the Jinjutsu he had cast on him. "Alright, from now on you won't be affected by the 9 tails anymore." Naruto's face lit up with joy. Then he noticed the mini 9 tails in Uchiha He's hand and asked incredulously, "Could it be? This is the 9 tails." After receiving an affirmative answer, Naruto couldn't hold it in. "Huh, the 9 tails is so tiny and looks so weak." "Ha." The mini 9 tails bristled instantly. "You brat, who are you calling weak? I could crush you with a flick of my paw." To prevent the 2 enemies from squabbling, Uchiha He tossed the 9 tails back and said to Naruto, "Alright, continue training. Without the 9 tails influence you should." Then Uchiha He grabbed the mini 9 tails and watched the 2 kids train from the side. The mini 9 tails growling impatiently, "Hey, I'm so bored. When are we going to eat?" Uchiha He gently rubbed the mini 9 tails' head, coaxing it like a child. "Don't rush, we'll go when it's mealtime." The mini 9 tails pretended to resist, struggling a few times, but Uchiha He wasn't gripping it tightly. It could have jumped down easily. Clearly the 9 tails enjoyed Uchiha He's petting service. After a while, a small head popped out from the grass behind Uchiha He. The mini 9 tails alerted him. "Hey, there's a kid behind you." Uchiha He gently rubbed the mini 9 tails' head. "Okay, I know." Seeing that the person behind didn't approach Uchiha, he didn't greet him proactively. After a moment, the person gathered his courage and came before Uchiha He. It was Hyuganiji. Uchiha He looked at him curiously. Although he knew who it was, he didn't know the purpose of his visit. Still he smiled and said, "What's the matter? Little Niji, why aren't you training with your teacher? Did you come to play with little Sasuke and little Naruto? But not now. Let them go find you when they finish training." Niji shook his head hastily, his face flushed red, then bowed deeply, and said, "I heard from the clan head about your criticism of how Konoha once treated the Hyuga clan, and I know what you've done. So today I came to thank you." Uchiha, he felt somewhat embarrassed at that, for he had merely spoken to others had done the actual work. How could his few words have made a difference? That was why he never quite understood why those shinobi admired him so much. He thought it unnecessary. Uchiha, he stood up, helped Niji to his feet, and said earnestly, "I'm sorry about your father. Perhaps you're confused about your identity and what you should do. As someone who has been through it, my advice to you is seize the moment, follow your heart. Whether it's the caged bird or the branch family, it doesn't matter. What matters is how you choose to view it." Niji's eyes widened. He was just an ordinary branch family kid, yet the legendary strongest shinobi had noticed him and knew the details so well. It seemed the first Hokage wasn't as fierce and warlike as the rumors said. He was a good man. Seeing tears forming in Niji's eyes, Uchiha, he stepped forward and patted his head. "All right, you're not a little kid anymore. No crying. As an elder, I'll give you a gift." Then Uchiha, he used the head-patting seal technique to release Niji's caged bird. Niji suddenly felt freedom, his expression stirred, and he was at a loss for words. He could only bow deeply once more. Uchiha, he helped him up and advised, "From now on, keep your head up and never look down. The future can only be seen when you lift your head." Niji's gaze was firm as he nodded heavily. Uchiha, he smiled with satisfaction. "All right, go play. As for the caged bird, you can mention to Hayashi that I have a way to remove it, but don't say yours is already removed, or there will be trouble." Niji nodded and turned to leave. The mini Ninetales said to Uchiha, "He didn't expect you to be so considerate." Uchiha, he just smiled faintly. "It's not about being considerate. As an elder, it's my duty to take care of the younger ones." As the sky darkened, Uchiha, he called the two kids to stop. "All right, training ends here today. Continue tomorrow. Now it's chow time." Then the three went to Ichiraku Ramen. The owner, Otsutsuki, no Ichiraku, saw his regular customers and approached apologetically. "Sorry, Shinobizuma, you came too late today. I'm afraid I don't have enough noodles." Uchiha, he felt a bit flustered. "What? Otsutsuki Ichiraku actually apologized to a mere Uchiha like me?" Uchiha, he smiled and replied, "No problem. Just a little something today. I'm mainly here with the kids. 3 bowls of the usual for each of us." Ichiraku smiled and agreed, then asked his daughter to put up the closed sign at the door. Clearly Uchiha, he would be eating all the remaining stock. The 3 devoured the ramen in no time. Seeing that it wasn't too late, and that Konoha's night market was a highlight, Uchiha, he suggested taking the 2 kids for a stroll. The kids naturally agreed enthusiastically. They wandered around buying anything they fancied. Uchiha, he was a wealthy man paying for everything with gold, which made most vendors flustered. Each found joy in their own way. Naruto had never experienced such happiness as a child. He used to cause trouble just to get attention. Sasuke hadn't known joy since the night of the massacre, and the villagers avoided him. As for Uchiha, though he was with Naruto and Sasuke, his mind drifted to the distant past, the days when he lived with his disciples. It was in a way mutual healing. Suddenly, as they passed a tavern, a figure flew out the door unexpectedly. Naruto Sharpie ran forward and shouted, "Pervy Sage, how did you get thrown out? Who's bullying you?" Jiraiya slowly got up and saw Uchiha, but his expression was strange, melancholic with a hint of grievance. Uchiha, he thought, "What did I do? Why is Jiraiya looking at me like that?" But before he could speak, Jiraiya rushed over and clung to Uchiha's leg. "Lord, please teach me how to win a girl's heart." Then Zillai tearfully complained to Uchiha that he had been confessing to Gangso day and night for the past few days, but all he got was a severe beating. After speaking, Zillai pointed to the bruise on his eye. Uchiha, he looked at Zillai's face, which was bruised black and blue, and felt a slight stir of emotion. However, he then gently comforted him. "You should understand a girl's heart better than I do. After all, you are a great writer." Zillai, upon hearing this, realized that Uchiha, he probably knew about the Make-out Paradise he had written, and so he bowed his head in shame. But Uchiha, he changed the subject. "There is no formula for chasing after a girl. Simply put, if she likes you too, even a simple joke can win her heart. But if she has no feelings for you, even if you pluck the stars from the sky for her, it will be all in vain." Zillai suddenly understood. "So that means Gangso has no interest in me." Uchiha, he gave Zillai a rap on the head. "Idiot. If she had no interest in you, she would have clearly rejected you before you even confessed your feelings. If a girl neither likes you nor rejects you, it only means she's stringing you along. Of course, our little Gangso is not that kind of person." Zillai, now full of sincerity, asked, "Then what should I do to make her accept me?" Uchiha, he thought for a moment, and said, "One word: slow. Communicate slowly, open your heart, slowly confess slowly. Never be impatient. As long as your feelings are genuine, she will accept you." After hearing this, Zillai suddenly realized and bowed. "I have learned my lesson." Then Zillai asked, "And Lord, have you ever had a her?" "Which her?" Uchiha, he asked, full of confusion. Zilai explained, you know, a wife or a girlfriend. Uchiha's eyes gradually became distant, and he said slowly, Ashi. She left never to return. Zilai immediately apologized upon hearing this, but Uchiha, he just waved his hand to indicate it was fine. Then Uchiha, he took Suiju home. Before parting he told Mingren and Zilai, there will be a surprise tonight. Suiju however was curious, and asked, teacher that her of yours, is she dead? Uchiha's expression turned sorrowful. Yes, she died in my arms, her eyes glistening with tears. Suiju glistening with tears. Yes, her eyes were full of tears, looking so glistening. Even as she was dying she was still urging me to take care of myself. But, Suiju asked in confusion, but what? Uchiha he however patted Zuozu's head, and said, let's stop here on this topic. However Uchiha, he did not have that kind of feeling for her. This was because Uchiha he had just transmigrated not long ago. After his transmigration, he was exceptionally talented, and within just a few months he could fight the strongest in the clan without being at a disadvantage. At that time Uchiha he was in high spirits, so he brought along his younger brother and sister, as well as that self-proclaimed childhood friend Uchiha Ching. As for this Uchiha Ching, she was perhaps the childhood friend of his original body, but since Uchiha he had just transmigrated, he did not have deep feelings for her. Confident in his formidable abilities, Uchiha, he led his younger brother and sister along with Uchiha Ching to several minor ninja clans for a show of force. However, unexpectedly, these minor ninja clans had joined forces with other major clans to set an ambush. Despite Uchiha's extraordinary strength, he was unable to protect his younger brother and sister. In the end, it was only under Uchiha Ching's cover that Uchiha he barely managed to escape with his life. Uchiha he still remembered that day. The night was just right, and Uchiha Ching's pale face looked even whiter under the moonlight. The tears in her eyes sparkled like gems. Uchiha Ching looked at Uchiha, her eyes filled with reluctance. But what shocked Uchiha the most was what she said. I know that every time our clan members open their eyes their personalities change drastically. But your change makes me feel unfamiliar. However, whether it's the old you or the current you, your emotions are always low. Although you always show a smile, you have never truly slept, have you? I don't have much longer to live. I can only pray for you in my heart, hoping you can move on and forget me. Although it seems you have already forgotten me. At that moment Uchiha, he who had transmigrated, was seen through by someone for the first time. He thought he had disguised himself well enough, but clearly no matter how skilled the disguise it could not deceive the eyes of a lover. For some reason, at that moment he felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. Perhaps it was due to the original body. Perhaps. At this time the Ninetales stopped its mischief and asked with a slightly comforting tone, little he, you seem very sad. Uchiha he smiled slightly. Yes, but sometimes sadness is not necessarily a bad thing. After all, sadness is also an emotion, isn't it? The Ninetales said no more, but silently burrowed into Uchiha's arms as if trying to alleviate his grief in this way. Suiju also silently tightened his grip on Uchiha's hand. Having emotions means one is still alive. On the other side, after Mingren fell asleep, two beams of light appeared in the room. Seeing this, Zilai's eyes widened. Shuemin, Juxinai? Zilai's eyes were now filled with tears. Shuemin, being considerate, explained, it was the first Hokage who acted. He not only helped Mingren resolve the Ninetales issue, but also allowed us to exist in the form of chakra to accompany Mingren as he grows up. Zilai's expression turned excited upon hearing this, and he uttered several good in succession. His reverence for Uchiha, he grew even deeper. Thus Shuemin's home was filled with a warm atmosphere. Within the Rishiang clan compound, Ningxi quietly knocked on Rishiang Rize's door. Rishiang Rizu naturally knew who it was, so he said, Ningxi, come in. Ningxi walked in cautiously, looking around, as if checking for eavesdroppers. Rizu said with a stern face, speak, what is it? There is no one around. Only then did Ningxi tell him about what Uchiha he had said about being able to remove the caged bird. Rishiang Rizu pondered for a long time after hearing this, then spoke with an extremely serious expression, although he naturally had a stern face. You must never mention this to anyone else. This matter is of great significance and requires careful deliberation. Ningxi heard a hint of hope in Rize's words. It seemed that resolving the caged bird was a certainty, which also to some extent comforted the spirit of Rishiang Richa in the Pure Land. So Ningxi nodded. Only then did Rishiang Rizu force a smile. There was no helping it. His naturally stern face made it hard to smile. However, his tone was full of satisfaction. Good child, I think Richa would be proud of you. In the following days, Sasuke and Naruto adhered to their routine, spending mornings playing together and afternoons training. By the 9th day, they had finally mastered the ninjutsu taught to them by Uchiha. Uchiha he gazed at them with satisfaction, about to offer a small word of praise. Suddenly, a peculiar fluctuation caught his attention, a space-time disturbance. Having mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, his perception of space-time was exceptionally keen. Thus Uchiha he instructed the two to continue consolidating their skills, and then head to Ichiraku for a meal, without waiting for him before vanishing in an instant using the body flicker. He left in such haste that he didn't even bring the miniature Ninetales, let alone a shadow clone. The reason was simple. Besides the former guard of Minato Uchiha, he was likely the only one in Konoha capable of space-time ninjutsu. The only other possibility was Obito. Unsure of the intruder's intentions, Uchiha he raced at full speed toward the source of the space-time disturbance, determined to prevent the wrathful young man from causing any mischief. When he arrived, the sight before him astonished him. It was an older version of Sasuke, and a blonde-haired boy who bore a striking resemblance to Naruto. In his past life, Uchiha, he had not watched Boruto extensively. He merely knew the master and disciple had traveled from the future to prevent Momoshiki from stealing the Nine Tails, and little else. What bewildered Uchiha he was that despite his existence, such a scenario had still occurred in the future. Laden with doubts, he approached the two. Pretending to be calm, Sasuke pulled Boruto to leave, but Uchiha, he called out, "Hey, who are you? I've never seen you in Konoha before." Hearing this, Sasuke turned to explain we're a traveling circus passing through Konoha. He stopped mid-sentence, frozen, as if he had witnessed something unbelievable. But then he snapped out of it, activated his Ameno Jikara, and drew a kunai as he charged at Uchiha. Uchiha he dodged with a body flicker, utterly perplexed. Seeing his first strike fail, Sasuke prepared to continue, but Uchiha, he halted him. "What are you doing?" Sasuke's expression turned agitated. "Didn't you tell me to come find you with eyes like yours? What, afraid of someone stronger than you?" Uchiha he understood immediately. Sasuke had mistaken him for Itachi. It wasn't his fault. Uchiha he bore an uncanny resemblance to Uchiha Itachi, save for the absence of tear troughs and his spiky hair. Sasuke wasn't attacking out of hatred. According to the timeline, Itachi should now be in the Akatsuki. His sudden appearance in Konoha was likely to secretly observe him. Though Sasuke still missed his brother, knowing he had come to watch without meeting him ignited a stubborn anger. For once, Sasuke decided to act on impulse. Beat him up first, then erase his memory before leaving. Boruto interjected, "Sensei, didn't you say not to interact too much with people from this era? Why are you fighting as soon as you arrive?" Sasuke remained unperturbed. "It's fine. He's a threat. Even if I kill him, it won't matter." Uchiha he was flooded with questions. Why didn't Sasuke recognize him? How could this still happen in the future despite his existence? Seeing Sasuke attack again, Uchiha, he drew his own kunai and engaged. The two clashed fiercely. Boruto acted as a commentator. "Sensei, put some strength into it. He doesn't even flinch when you hit him, but one casual blow from him sends you staggering. Are you useless? Let me take over." Both Sasuke and Uchiha he felt a twinge of exasperation. How did Boruto become such a trash talker? Realizing he couldn't overpower Uchiha, he and Taijutsu Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals, spat out a great fireball, and retreated. Uchiha he merely sidestepped with a body flicker, evading the fireball with ease. Sasuke activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and declared Amaterasu. Jet black flames ignited without warning before Uchiha, he spreading rapidly. Recognizing the danger, he used the body flicker to evade. The Amaterasu pursued him relentlessly. It wasn't that the flames couldn't be summoned directly on him. The first strike was intentional, missing him. Subsequent attacks saw Sasuke no longer holding back, but Uchiha he's evasive speed was beyond the flames' reach. Indeed, Uchiha he's body flicker left after images, making it impossible for the Amaterasu to keep up. Meanwhile, Sasuke didn't idle. He drew his sword and swung it at Uchiha, he who praised the move and blocked with his kunai. It was a pity that if Uchiha he had more kunai, he could have instantly used the Flying Thunder God to subdue Sasuke with ease. Even if not, effortlessly suppressing him would have been feasible. Yet Uchiha he didn't grow complacent, knowing Sasuke was still holding back, not using his full power. Seeing that Uchiha he could effortlessly counter all his moves, Sasuke's competitive spirit ignited. He summoned Susanu's arms to seize him. Suddenly, two identical Susanoo arms intercepted Sasuke's, though Uchiha his Susanoo was green in color. Staring at the green Susanoo arms, Sasuke asked, "Who are you?" Uchiha he replied, "Uchiha, he the first Hokage." Only then did Sasuke realize his mistake. This man was not Itachi. He exclaimed incredulously, "How is that possible? Wasn't the first Hokage Senju?" Seeing Sasuke retract his Susanoo, Uchiha he did the same. This Susanoo was summoned using Shirsue's Mangekyo, which Uchiha he had swapped with his own right eye a few days ago. Since he couldn't use it anyway, he simply sealed it away. Uchiha he now understood clearly. This Sasuke was not from the future of this world, but likely from a parallel world where Uchiha he never existed. He shared his hypothesis with Sasuke, who listened in disbelief, but felt happy for the Sasuke of this world. Perhaps with such a powerful teacher he would have a better life. Sasuke then revealed the true purpose of their journey to Uchiha he. Uchiha he's expression turned serious. After a moment he said, "So you mean you don't know how to defeat him, yet you came to the past to stop him?" Sasuke nodded. Uchiha he was speechless, his face darkening. He thought to himself that perhaps he should incorporate some intelligence training into Sasuke's future lessons. The reason was simple: despite having fought, they had no intelligence and didn't even seek external help. They acted recklessly with nothing but passionate courage. A trait Uchiha he disliked, as it reminded him of the day he had arrogantly taken his younger siblings to show off in front of a small ninja clan only to be ambushed and nearly killed. Still, their fearless spirit was commendable, and there was little to criticize. From Sasuke's description Uchiha, he guessed that this Momoshiki's ability was likely similar to his own left Mangekyo, which could rewind his state to any point within the previous few seconds. Thus Uchiha he always attacked, instantly aiming for a one-hit kill. If he failed, he would use the Mangekyo to restore his state and try again. It seemed that this Momoshiki was not to be underestimated. For some reason Uchiha's words exuded a sense of reliability that compelled one to trust him instinctively. At that moment Sasuke listened to Uchiha's analysis like a pupil receiving a lesson. Then Uchiha he gently flicked Sasuke's forehead. "Hey, fell asleep." Sasuke snapped back to reality, gazing at Uchiha's face, feeling a hint of day. Seeing that it was getting late Uchiha, he spoke up, "Come on, let me take you for a meal." Sasuke hesitated. "Isn't that a bit too much? What if someone recognizes me?" Uchiha he waved his hand dismissively and pulled Sasuke close. "What's the big deal, eh? Anyway, you and I are not from the same world. Whatever happens in your world has nothing to do with what happens here. Besides, little Sasuke is still troubled by some confusion. If I hadn't shown up he might have defected just like you. So why not let you go and do some psychological counseling for him? That would be better." Sasuke finally nodded in agreement. So Uchiha, he held Sasuke with his left arm and lifted Boruto with his right. "Boruto, why am I being carried like—" Then Uchiha he instantly used the Flying Thunder God technique and arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. "Uchiha he what? Does anyone actually need hand seals for the Flying Thunder? Who doesn't have the habit of leaving a Flying Thunder God mark everywhere?" Seeing Naruto and Sasuke still eating Uchiha, he led the two inside. "Boss, the usual." Uchiha, he said to Ichiraku. Ichiraku beamed at the sight of his big spender. Sasuke looked at the two people beside Uchiha and asked in confusion, "Teacher, who are they?" Uchiha he gave a mysterious smile. "Don't worry about it now. Let's eat first then talk when we get home." Meanwhile little Kurama was eating ramen eagerly at the table, unable to use chopsticks, so he had to use his mouth. Boruto shouted in alarm, "Why is Dad's Kurama outside?" Sasuke quickly covered Boruto's mouth. Naruto was devouring his meal and naturally didn't hear clearly. Since it was late, and there were few customers in the shop, Kurama's appearance didn't cause a stir. Kurama sensed Sasuke's powerful aura bristled and leaped onto Uchiha. "Shao he's dangerous." Uchiha he smoothed Kurama's fur and gently stroked his head, comforting him. "It's okay, he's one of us." The commotion didn't last long and soon subsided, leaving only the sound of slurping noodles. After the meal Uchiha he gave a mysterious smile and said to Naruto, "This little guy is your fan. You're in charge of looking after him tonight." Naruto didn't think much of it, he just heard that he actually had a fan. He jumped 2 meters high and then patted his chest. "Don't worry teacher, he'll take good care of him." Perhaps because he had already seen his parents, Naruto was more cheerful than usual. Then Uchiha, he took the two Sasukes home. Little Sasuke asked curiously, "Teacher, who is he?" Uchiha he didn't answer. He simply turned his gaze to Sasuke. Sasuke removed his eye patch, revealing his full face. Little Sasuke stared at the face, feeling a strong sense of familiarity, then asked incredulously, "Could it be? He is your son?" Uchiha he was speechless and lightly tapped little Sasuke's head. "Where would I get a son? Even if I had one, he'd be halfway into the grave by now." Then Sasuke extended his hand and said, "Hello, Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. The future you, or more precisely the future you from another world." Little Sasuke turned to Uchiha he in disbelief, and after receiving a confirming nod, he was even more bewildered. "Me? Another me?" Uchiha he tactfully left the room, giving the two some privacy. That night Uchiha he didn't sleep with little Sasuke. Instead he went to the rooftop and silently gazed at the moon, lost in thought. The 10-day deadline had arrived and the day of the confrontation between Naruto and Sasuke came. However, Urashiki was about to strike, making it an unsuitable time for a duel. Thus the confrontation was temporarily called off, replaced by Sasuke teaching little Sasuke ninjutsu, while Naruto and Boruto practiced the Rasengan combination technique. No one knew what Sasuke had said to little Sasuke, but little Sasuke unexpectedly smiled that day, even finding Naruto's bone-chillingly cold jokes amusing. It seemed little Sasuke had become much more cheerful. Everyone was busy, leaving Uchiha with rare leisure, but there was still something to do. He retrieved a White Zetsu from the laboratory and approached Sasuke. "Come, let me treat you." Sasuke was about to refuse, but Uchiha he grabbed his arm and tore off his prosthetic limb. Then, without hesitation, he performed the reverse life technique. The White Zetsu on the ground turned into the purest life energy flowing into Sasuke's body. Meanwhile, Sasuke's left hand rapidly regenerated. After a moment, Uchiha he released Sasuke. "Try it out and see if it works. Honestly, you're a grown man now. Can't you take better care of yourself? If your arm is broken, you should have reattached it yourself." Sasuke was astounded by the even stronger aura he felt within himself. Uchiha's operation not only restored his left hand, but also through the pure life energy healed all of his hidden ailments. Even his chakra reserves had increased, and his dojutsu power had been enhanced. More astonishingly, Sasuke vaguely sensed a surge of stronger power within his Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan, as if they were on the verge of evolution. Sasuke couldn't believe it. What exactly did you do? Uchiha, he replied nonchalantly. Child, you cannot protect the ones you love with only one hand. Then Sasuke felt relieved, and more than that, deeply moved. He spoke slowly, thank you, teacher. Uchiha, he looked at Sasuke, and tears welled up in his eyes. Perhaps if Izuna were still alive, he would have looked just like this. Not wanting the two to see his loss of composure, Uchiha, he left a brief instruction to train well, and then used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear atop the Hokage rock. Uchiha, he was staring blankly at Konoha when he suddenly sensed someone behind him. The person had pale skin, long light blue hair tied in a high ponytail, no eyebrows, 2 dots on the forehead, 2 horn-like protrusions shaped like headbands, a white robe, a red glowing fish basket on his back, and a red glowing fishing rod in his hand. He was none other than Otsutsuki Urashiki. Although Uchiha, he had never watched the Boruto series, he could guess the man's identity. Seeing that Urashiki made no move, Uchiha, he simply watched him quietly. Urashiki took a few steps forward, stood beside Uchiha, he gazed at Konoha, and slowly spoke. What a beautiful sight. I can't bear to break this tranquility. Uchiha, he remained vigilant, observing every move Urashiki made. When he received no response, Urashiki continued. In my perception, you might be the strongest here, but then again, perhaps not. That mysterious power of yours. Even I know any Otsutsuki would find it difficult to deal with. Therefore, I've come here to sincerely request that you allow me to take Kurama away. In exchange, I will help you master that mysterious power. Upon hearing this, Uchiha, he drew a kunai, instantly used the Flying Thunder God technique, and appeared beside Urashiki, reaching out to touch him. However, Urashiki easily dodged. Uchiha, he was slightly stunned. This was the first time someone had evaded his combination of instantaneous Flying Thunder God and sealing technique. Urashiki's face showed a hint of regret. What a pity. That power of yours, if used properly, could absolutely overturn the entire world. Since you insist on being my enemy, I'll have to reluctantly defeat you, and then claim your power. Seeing that negotiation was futile, Pushur produced a crimson fishing rod, preparing to attack. Uchiha, he used the Flying Thunder God to return to his laboratory, where he grabbed a few kunai. No more than 100, all inscribed with the Flying Thunder God's technique. Uchiha, he returned to the scene, just as Pushur's crimson rod lashed out. He dodged with a body flicker, but Pushur's movement was even swifter, and the hook caught Uchiha in the chest. Pushur activated his technique only to find that Uchiha's chakra showed not the slightest fluctuation. As is known, the weakness of Pushur's fishing rod is that the hook cannot damage the target's physical body while draining their chakra. Those who have their chakra drained may faint if they cannot withstand it. Moreover, if the target bears a seal that locks away their chakra, the hook cannot drain it. Yet, even with the sealing technique, while the sealed chakra could not be taken, some of the remaining chakra could still be siphoned away. Now this situation could only mean that Uchiha's entire body was covered in sealing techniques. Seeing his attack ineffective, Pushur prepared to switch to but in an instant Uchiha, he hurled all the kunai at once. Over 100 blades shot toward Pushur with formidable momentum. Pushur, brimming with confidence, twisted casually to evade them all. Yet Uchiha, he had not intended to strike with those kunai. Instead, he transformed into a black flash, darting around Pushur, each movement accompanied by a light tap on his body. Uchiha, he knew that Pushur might possess the ability to rewind time, but every technique he had laid down was not meant to take effect immediately. Instead, they clung to Pushur like a toxin, and by the time he realized it, it would be too late. Pushur remained wary, his mind unsettled, watching his surroundings. But the Flying Thunder God was beyond swift. It all happened in a mere instant. Such a high-intensity use of the Flying Thunder God, even for Uchiha, he was slightly taxing. He expended roughly 0.1 of his chakra. Then Uchiha, he barely formed a single hand seal, and in an instant all of Pushur's senses and every cell were sealed. Only then did Uchiha, he reveal himself, gazing at the immobilized Pushur. He muttered inwardly, it doesn't seem as tough as they said. Yet for some reason blood began to stream from Pushur's eyes. Uchiha, he sensed something amiss and immediately checked his sealing technique. It remained intact, but he could not fathom how Pushur had broken free to act. After blood flowed from his eyes, a yellow Rinnegan opened on Pushur's forehead. Then a luminous portal appeared before him, and he stepped through, transforming into a monstrous bird-like creature. His face bore black stripes, and horn-like structures resembling bird wings grew from his head. His arms also morphed into enormous bird wings, and his hands and feet became avian claws. Both his eyes turned yellow, and then Pushur unleashed a powerful gust of wind, his body radiating malevolent chakra. Uchiha, he sensed the danger, and muttered, how can this thing even power up? Pushur spread his wings, summoned black rods in his hands, and charged at Uchiha. His speed was astonishing. Uchiha, he hastily activated Susanoo to defend himself. A green skeletal Susanoo stood upon the ground. Pushur remarked, this power doesn't belong to you, does it? Uchiha, he remained silent, pondering how to counter him. The body flicker was no match for his speed, and the black rods in his hands could easily damage Susanoo. Even Susanoo would not hold out long. Then Pushur launched a barrage of irregular purple light from his palms. Uchiha, he dodged, but seeing Susanoo on the verge of collapse, he deactivated. Though Uchiha, his body flicker was swift, Pushur was faster. In an instant, Uchiha, his body was riddled with gaping holes. Blood trickled from the corner of Uchiha, his mouth. He activated the Mangekyo in his left eye, and with a twist of his form, he returned to his prime, all wounds vanishing. Pushur's smile widened. That power! How tempting! Uchiha, he hesitated no longer. Mere evasion would not suffice. He clapped his hands together and hundreds of towering wooden figures rose from the ground, all charging toward Pushur. Pushur countered with Tenso Hasaimai no Gyaken, shattering the wooden figures with ease. But by then Uchiha, he had prepared his ultimate move. A supreme Rasengan infused with all 5 nature transformations and Yang release chakra. A sense of crisis surged within Pushur. Without hesitation, he released a 4-pointed star-shaped purple chakra from his palm, conjuring a giant black-purple oarfish. From its mouth, a colossal purplured chakra sphere shot forth, colliding with Uchiha, his supreme Rasengan. The sheer power of both techniques caused the entire Hokage rock to crumble under the residual shockwave. A massive explosion erupted. Uchiha, he had not been idle. He had already dispatched shadow clones to surround the area and withstand the blast's aftermath. The explosive force tore Uchiha, his body apart, leaving only half of it. Pushur too suffered considerable damage. Uchiha, he activated the Mangekyo in his left eye, but Pushur charged at him. The ability of his left eye was not without weakness. It could be interrupted before he fully recovered. In the past, no one had been faster than Uchiha, he making him invincible. But now Pushur's speed surpassed his, and it seemed Uchiha he would perish here. Suddenly a massive Susanoo arm snatched Uchiha away. The arrival was none other than Sasuke. Sasuke unleashed a fire-style Great Dragon Fire technique, sending a dragon of flame toward Pushur. Pushur sidestepped the fire dragon, then used Tenso Hasaimai no Gyaken, firing multiple streams of purple and red light from his right palm, striking Boruto and Naruto, who had attempted to ambush him. Sasuke, wielding the Kusanagi blade, tried to ambush Pushur from behind. Pushur evaded and Sasuke unleashed Amaterasu. Pushur dodged again, then coated the Kusanagi blade with Amaterasu's flames, and engaged Pushur in combat. Pushur parried with a black rod. After a brief exchange, Pushur discarded the rod, kicked Sasuke to the ground, grabbed his face, and slammed his head heavily into the earth. Uchiha, he rushed in to strike Pushur from behind. Pushur swiftly turned, caught Uchiha his fist with his hand, and conjured a purple Rasengan from his right palm, sending Uchiha he flying. Then Uchiha, he used the Flying Thunder God to teleport Sasuke, Naruto, and Boruto away. Pushur smirked mockingly. What's the matter? Out of tricks. Uchiha, he smiled faintly. Goodbye. He snapped his fingers, and Pushur's entire body began to radiate a dazzling array of multicolored lights. Pushur's face was filled with disbelief. When? Uchiha, he no longer concealed his scheme. The first time, and just now when you caught my fist, I subtly added 1,000 special sealing techniques. They're the same type as the explosion technique. You're the first to experience them. Consider yourself honored. Then under everyone's gaze, the multicolored light around Pushur intensified, culminating in a thunderous explosion. Uchiha, he did not rest. He continued to have his shadow clones shield the aftermath, ensuring the village remained unharmed. After the explosion, a staggering figure emerged from the smoke and dust. Uchiha Kawa was somewhat shocked he's still alive. He knew that the explosive sealing technique he had applied to Urashiki was an ultimate explosion of 5 elemental natures, plus yin-yang release. The principle of the explosion utilized the incompatible contradictory nature of yin and yang attributes, and the endless vitality of the 5 elements. Its power was directly proportional to the total chakra of the target. Without exaggeration, even the caster could not use a jutsu that combined all their chakra, but this technique could. Anyone struck by it would surely die except for Black Zetsu. That thing is just a parrot. Urashiki staggered toward them, his body incomplete, but still persisting. Uchiha Kawa thought, what should I do? Why do I look like a villain? Urashiki opened his mouth to speak, but a Rasengan infused with lightning flew from afar, shattering his body completely. It was the technique used by young Sasuke. Seeing the enemy finally defeated, Boruto and Naruto jumped up in celebration together. Sasuke remained expressionless. Uchiha Kawa looked at him and said, no matter what the future holds, seize the present. That's my only advice. Sasuke nodded, then took Boruto's hand and left. Uchiha Kawa surveyed the devastation, his already spiky hair becoming even more disheveled. Fortunately, before the battle, Uchiha Kawa had sent shadow clones to set up a sealing barrier around the area, layered multiple times. Except for someone like Sasuke who had a power-up. Though a bit outdated, it was still quite advanced for this time. No one else could know what happened here. Naruto and Sasuke stood together quietly, watching Uchiha Kawa, waiting for his arrangement. Uchiha Kawa asked what? Still want to fight? Unexpectedly both of them shook their heads. Perhaps this experience had helped them grow. Then Naruto said to Sasuke, the teacher is taking me out for training. Maybe next time we meet, it'll be years. Sasuke turned away, go if you want. Why tell? Naruto caught that Sundara tone in Sasuke's voice, so he stepped forward and hugged him. Sasuke didn't resist. Then Naruto said take care and left. Sasuke stared blankly in the direction Naruto had gone. Uchiha Kawa quickly used Earth Release to restore the Hokage rock, and then dispelled his shadow clone. What did the other you say? Uchiha Kawa asked. He said he envies having a teacher like you. Uchiha Kawa smiled a very happy smile. Suddenly Uchiha Kawa slapped his forehead. Where's the little nine tails? Meanwhile, because he had been chattering while young Sasuke was training, young Sasuke used the Rinnegan to cast a Genjutsu on the little nine tails, who was now sitting under a tree, giggling and muttering ramen. I want to eat ramen. So Uchiha Kawa sent Sasuke to find the little nine tails, or else it would be trouble if Obito passed by and discovered it. As Uchiha Kawa was carefully perfecting the Hokage rock, a mysterious chakra suddenly drilled into his body. Despite his efforts to block it with sealing techniques, the chakra escaped quickly and soon entered his left eye. Then a wild laugh echoed, ha ha ha, finally got it. This chakra belonged to the dead Urashiki, who had somehow entered Uchiha Kawa's left eye. Without hesitation, Uchiha Kawa activated his left eye's Mangekyo, twisting his form and refreshing his state. But shockingly, Urashiki remained in his left. Though it hadn't entered the pupil, it was simply there as if it had become a part of Uchiha Kawa. Before Urashiki could celebrate, Uchiha Kawa applied tens of thousands of sealing techniques to his left eye. Urashiki's voice grew faint, and finally inaudible, the last words barely heard. Uchiha Kawa. What have you done? Uchiha Kawa finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though he hadn't watched Boruto, he knew this thing was called a karma. Members of the Otsutsuki clan could copy themselves and digitize their data, then implant it into others. A black diamond-shaped mark would appear on the palm of the implanted person. This mark was the karma. In fact, the karma was the body data of the Otsutsuki themselves, allowing the implanted person to use its abilities. Uchiha Kawa checked his palm. No mark. It seemed his sealing technique was quite successful, ensuring Urashiki would never see the light of day again. That was why when he sensed the nine tails missing, Uchiha Kawa didn't go looking for it himself, but asked Sasuke to do so. This thing would be a problem for anyone else, but for him, a master of sealing techniques, it was doomed to never return. As for the karma on Boruto, Uchiha Kawa couldn't sense it and didn't know about it. He hadn't watched the show. He only knew of the karma from a fleeting video. With all troubles resolved and Urashiki's body completely obliterated, Uchiha Kawa used Earth Release to turn the ground as a precaution before leaving Uchiha Kawa easily found Sasuke holding the little nine tails since he had created it himself, finding it was simple. Uchiha Kawa took the nine tails, opened its eyelids, and cast the Genjutsu Release. Although the Rinnegan was powerful, Uchiha Kawa's soul was stronger, so he easily broke the illusion. When the nine tails woke up, it looked at Uchiha Kawa with tears in its eyes and cried, "Little Kawa, do you know how awful that person was? He tied me to a stump and ate ramen in front of me, just letting me watch. So cruel." Uchiha Kawa gently stroked the little nine tails' head and comforted it. There, don't cry. He'll take you to eat ramen. The nine tails immediately perked up. Really? I want to eat 3,695 bowls. Uchiha Kawa smiled helplessly. Really? The nine tails finally showed a happy smile. Why 3,695 bowls? Probably because in the illusion it had watched others eat exactly that many bowls. Sasuke watched Uchiha Kawa coaxing the little nine tails like a child, a smile spreading across his face. Then Uchiha Kawa took the two of them. Why two? Because the nine tails counted as one. Uchiha Kawa waved his hand grandly. Boss, I'm taking over the ramen shop today. Serve as much as we can eat. Tucci was delighted and went to the kitchen, instructing his daughter, go buy all the flour from every shop in the village. Today your father is going to work hard. 2.5 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, the entire Mai was transformed anew. After studying the general theory of economics written by Yuzebo, he and the Mai reconstruction outline that followed the Nara clan assisted the Hokage in completing the reconstruction of Mai. Now the entire Mai had completely broken away from the financial aid of the Hojigwa and achieved full self-sufficiency. It is worth mentioning that Tuanzang's livestock industry became a crucial financial source for Mai, with 70% of Mui's fiscal revenue coming from Tuanzang's livestock. Moreover, Mui's livestock products became the top tier in the entire ninja world. No ninja village or country had ever spoken ill of Mui's livestock products after tasting them. Hence Tuanzang was always showing off in front of Yuanfei Risen. Although farming was not as profitable as animal husbandry, Yuanfei Risen's agriculture was also well developed. By utilizing talent wisely, Mai successfully achieved semi-automated agriculture. As for why full automation was not realized, it was because the Shiwan had not yet returned. Mui's technological development remained stagnant. It is worth mentioning that Mui's model workers included Maite Kai and his disciples, as well as Kakashi. During the purely manual era, Meitei Kai and his disciples shone brightly, cultivating all the land of Mai with their superhuman strength, and also played a huge role in transporting waste and building materials during demolition work. Kakashi, on the other hand, revived the Chimu sword technique and used it for harvesting crops and slaughtering livestock. In the second year, Gangzhou abdicated and passed the Hokage position to Tuanzang, who had contributed the most to Mai. After showing off his Hokage hat in front of Yuanfei Risen for a few days, Tuanzang voluntarily resigned, reasoning that as the Minister of Livestock he could make greater contributions to Mai than as the Hokage. Subsequently, the position of Hokage was temporarily assumed by Yuzhibo, he who would step down when the next Hokage took office. It is worth mentioning that everyone even staged a grand drama to force Yuzhibo he to accept the position. Everyone threatened to retire unless Yuzhibo he took office. Yuzhibo he naturally saw through this, but since there was indeed no good candidate for Hokage, and he could immediately step down when Zillai returned later, he agreed to serve as Hokage, though only as an acting Hokage. In these 2.5 years, not only Mai, but also Zuozhu grew. Zuozhu learned all of Yuzhibo he's fire release techniques, and under his guidance successfully condensed the hand seal steps of the techniques. Although he still had not awakened the Mangekyo Yuzhibo, he had given him special training and applied a sealing technique on him that could help him resist Genjutsu. At the same time, Zuozhu learned to master the power within the sealing technique and could activate a special sealed form. In this form, most ninjutsu would have no effect on him, and his chakra was in a state of continuous recovery. Unless he used high-frequency consecutive large-scale attacks, he would basically never reach chakra depletion. During these 2.5 years, Yuzhibo he did not stand still either. He constantly trained in yin-yang release. Although without the help of any cheat, he developed a secret technique that would definitely give Heiju a hard time. Moreover, during this process, when bored Yuzhibo, he would release Pushi to play for a while. At first, Pushi would make small moves attempting to assimilate Yuzhibo he's body, but as soon as Yuzhibo he's left, I slightly recovered, Pushi's efforts were in vain. So Pushi eventually gave up, utterly disheartened. For an old monster like Pushi, attacking from aspects like faith would be absolutely impenetrable, so Yuzhibo he planned to cater to his interests. Initially just a guess, one day Yuzhibo he unsealed him and went fishing by the river. Seeing that Yuzhibo he hadn't caught any fish for a long time, Pushi grew anxious. Yuzhibo he naturally sensed his emotion and thought to himself, finally hooked. So Yuzhibo he allowed him to assimilate his arm and then engaged in a fishing competition with him. Upon hearing this, Pushi gladly agreed, and then the two fished, each using one hand. Naturally, Pushi was catching fish one after another, but Yuzhibo he's fishing rod remained completely still. Finally unable to bear it, Pushi taught him how to fish step. Later, with his help, Yuzhibo he caught his first fish. It was impossible to describe how happy Pushi was at that moment. His seal almost cracked from laughing. No fisherman can resist the joy of teaching someone to fish and then watching them catch a fish. Then Yuzhibo he discussed with Pushi that he would no longer seal Pushi, but Pushi must not make any more sneaky moves. Whenever Pushi gave up the idea of eating the chakra fruit, Yuzhibo he would find a way to set him free. Why did Yuzhibo he use this series of methods on Pushi? The reason was that in daily probing Yuzhibo he discovered that Pushi was not a bloodthirsty person, and moreover, he was quite a loyal and affectionate person. From a certain angle, he was a good person. For such a person, only a little manipulation was needed to reverse his personality. As for how to reverse it, what Yuzhibo he didn't tell Pushi was that he was constantly using Zishui's Mangekyo to subtly influence Pushi. In the end, Pushi would have no malice towards the entire ninja world, and would even develop a sense of belonging. This is called assimilation. As for why Zillai took Mingren on a journey, to put it nicely, it was a family trip. A trip for a family of 4. No, a family of 5, since there was also the Jiuwei inside Mingren's belly. Now time was almost up. The Jiuwei chakra that Yuzhibo he had borrowed last time to sustain Shuemin and his wife should be nearly exhausted, and Zillai and his disciple should be returning soon. At this moment, Yuzhibo he was sitting idly in the Hokage's office. In the main seat, Zuozhu was diligently handling official business. As for why it was Zuozhu, first of all, let's rule out the possibility that Yuzhibo he was lazy. It was absolutely because Yuzhibo he wanted to train Zuozhu. Suddenly the sound of the door crashing open came, and the visitor turned out to be Mingren. Flustered Mingren rushed into the Hokage's office and looked around frantically. Fortunately, he spotted Yuzhibo he in time, otherwise there was no doubt that Mingren would have exploded on the spot. Seeing this, Yuzhibo he poured him a glass of water. What happened? Take your time. After quickly drinking the water, Mingren said urgently, Teacher, he saved Zillai, no, save my parents. On the way back, Zillai and I were attacked by the Shao organization. To cover our retreat, my parents used up their last chakra and then disappeared. Pervert Sage sent me back and then went out on his own, telling me to come to you for help. Hearing this, Yuzhibo he dared not delay and immediately used his Mangekyo to enter Mingren's inner world. After carefully sensing Yuzhibo, he had no choice but to exit Mingren's inner space. Seeing Yuzhibo he shake his head, Mingren asked urgently, Teacher, he is there no way. Yuzhibo he nodded but still comforted him, Don't worry, there will be other opportunities later. Hearing this, Mingren calmed down a bit, but then said urgently, by the way. Pervy Sage, he said he was going to investigate the Shao organization. Yuzhibo, he muttered to himself. 1 second, the timing doesn't match. How could Zillai appear with intelligence at this time? Hasn't something happened to Shine Village yet? Yuzhibo, he was deep in thought, when suddenly Kakashi jumped in from the window, holding a letter from Shine Village. Yuzhibo, he looked at Mingren and asked, what did the person who attacked you look like? Mingren thought for a moment, and said, he wore a black coat embroidered with red clouds and a bamboo hat with wind chimes. But his face was completely black without any features. Yuzhibo, he understood, and couldn't help grinding his teeth. It's that damn Heiju again. The reason Yuzhibo, he had not ventured out these years was to guard against Heiju. Now his secret weapon was ready, it was time to let Heiju have a taste. So Yuzhibo, he ordered Kakashi's squad and Mai Kai's squad go to Shine Village for support. Before that, summon Gangsho to act as the Hokage. He'll go personally to see the Shao organization. Everyone trembled upon hearing that Yuzhibo, he would personally take action. The legendary strongest ninja, the teacher of the god of Shinobi, was finally going to make. Then everyone dispersed. Before Zuoju left Yuzhibo, he instructed, it's time. Bring you back. Hearing this, Zuozu's expression turned excited, full of. Afterwards, Yuzhibo, he left my village. Before leaving, he hid the mini Ninetales in the laboratory and prepared a bunch of snacks for it to keep it from getting bored. Although Yuzhibo, he had a map in his mind, traveling still took a long time. By the time Yuzhibo, he arrived at the place where Zillai was fighting Pain's 6 paths, Zillai's arm had already been destroyed. Seeing that Pain was about to crush Zillai's throat, Yuzhibo, he threw a kunai and used Flying Thunder God to appear beside Pain, then sent him flying with a single raising. Yuzhibo, he then brought Zillai to a safe place and used simple medical ninjutsu to stabilize his injuries. Catching his breath, Zillai said urgently, Lord, he quickly take the intelligence back to my Pain is. Yuzhibo, he stopped Zillai and said slowly, little Zillai, have you forgotten? I am the strongest ninja. Don't worry, a mere Pain is easily handled. A person should never encounter someone too brilliant, or else they will be remembered for a lifetime. Zillai admitted that Yuzhibo, he was the most reliable person he had ever met, and the one who brought the most sense of security. If forced to choose between Gangsho and Yuzhibo, Zillai could only tearfully say sorry to Gangsho. Yuzhibo, he placed Zillai in a safe place, then faced Pain's 6 paths alone. Pain's heavenly path looked at Yuzhibo, and asked in confusion, you? No, you are not you. Could it be? You are the legendary strongest ninja, Yuzhibo. Yuzhibo, he did not exchange pleasantries, and at the same time, he noticed the subtle movements of the other 5 paths. Yuzhibo, he threw several kunai using Flying Thunder God to teleport continuously, and in an instant sealed the other 5 paths of Pain. As for the heavenly path, Yuzhibo, he knew his ability was special. Even with his speed, he might not be able to successfully seal it at close range. Thus Yuzhibo, he sealed the other 5 paths in an instant. The heavenly path looked at Yuzhibo, and praised, as expected of the strongest ninja. However, if this is all you've got, then you will stay here today. Hearing this, Yuzhibo, he couldn't help but complain to Zillai, your disciple shows neither respect for his teacher nor respect for the way. Zillai could only smile bitterly. This disciple was indeed a bit rebellious, but in the world of ninja, it seemed like a tradition for disciples to fight their teachers. Putting aside those thoughts, Yuzhibo, he pondered in his mind how to deal with the heavenly path. The first choice was definitely Sage Art, but Yuzhibo, he did not know Sage Art. Even if his techniques could not harm Yuzhibo, he also found it difficult. The only way to deal with him now was to exploit the 5-second cooldown of his Shinluo Tianjung. Yuzhibo, he hesitated no longer and spat out a fireball to However, the heavenly path did not fall for it and simply dodged. Yuzhibo, he smiled wryly, then created shadow clones surrounding Pain from all directions, planning a concentrated 5-element ninjutsu attack. However, Pain did not give him that chance. A single Wanxiang Tianin eliminated Yuzhibo, his shadow clones. But one of them did not disappear and flew toward the heavenly path with the pole. The heavenly path thought this might be the real body. So he grabbed a black rod and prepared to deliver a fatal blow to the heart. Surprisingly, the heavenly path's black rod easily pierced through Yuzhibo. Everything seemed so unreal. The heavenly path was about to remark that the strongest ninja was nothing special when Yuzhibo's body began to emit multicolored light. Then with a blinding flash, Yuzhibo, he exploded on the spot. The heavenly path was quick and swift. He quickly used Shinluo Tianjung to repel the explosion damage. Although he was fast, the explosion was equally fast, directly blowing off his right hand. However, it was not over yet. A kunai suddenly appeared behind the heavenly path. With a distortion of space, Yuzhibo, he appeared again, directly landing a Rasengan on the top of the heavenly path's head, and also casually applied a sealing technique. Just as the battle situation seemed completely reversed, Yuzhibo, he suddenly retreated using body flicker. A pitch-black hand suddenly appeared from the spot where Yuzhibo, he had been standing. Your reaction is as fast as ever. The newcomer was Heiju. Seeing that it was not yet the time for a decisive battle and reinforcements were arriving from afar Yuzhibo, he used body flicker to grab Zillai and run. But he did not forget to leave a threatening remark. Hey Ju, next time we meet, I will definitely give you a surprise. Previously the shadow clones Yuzhibo he used were not all ordinary shadow clones. One of them was a wood-style clone meant to make the Heavenly Path mistakenly believe it was the real body. Yuzhibo his wood-style clone had been imbued with a powerful 5-element explosion sealing technique. When it approached the Heavenly Path Yuzhibo, he activated the technique. Moreover, after the Heavenly Path used Shinluo Tianjing Yuzhibo, he used Flying Thunder God to attack from behind and sealed him with a Rasengan at lightning speed. This entire sequence flowed like water, a pure demonstration of combat awareness and information asymmetry. After all, back then Zhu Jian defeated Yuzhibo Ban by exploiting the same information gap. Yuzhibo Ban believed Zhu Jian would never actually stab him. Uchiha he did not return to Konoha with Jiraiya, but instead placed Jiraiya in a relatively safe location. According to the plot development, by this time Gaara might Uchiha he was anxious to find Sasori in time and persuade him, as the immense plan ahead would be difficult to execute without Sasori. Coincidentally, at this moment Black Zetsu had already made an appearance. From his reaction, it was clear that he was very wary of Uchiha. Uchiha he was confident that if Black Zetsu attacked him again, he would ensure that Black Zetsu would not return. Thus Uchiha he instructed Jiraiya to return and take over as Hokage, then he set off toward the location of Gaara as per his memory. Although he had the Flying Thunder God technique and powerful sealing jutsu Uchiha, he still could not arrive instantly. This made him sigh. I should really go learn the flying ninjutsu from a Wagakure. It's all that damned Black Zetsu's fault. At this moment Sakura was engaged in a fierce battle with Sasori, while Chiyo was continuously providing tactical guidance. Sasori was not using his full strength, but was constantly holding back. Finally, at a critical moment, just as Sasori was about to drown himself with his own water techniques, Uchiha he arrived. Just as the parent puppets were about to kill Sasori, Uchiha he threw a kunai with the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared right in front of them, knocking the parent puppets away in a flash. Sasori looked puzzled and asked, "Who are you?" Uchiha he smiled and replied, "I'm glad I'm not too late. The genius designer who has abandoned the souls and bodies of humans to transform himself into a puppet." Hello. Sasori, taken aback by his politeness, could not immediately discern his position. However, Sakura shouted from behind, "Lord, he hurry and kill him. He is a member of the Akatsuki organization." Upon hearing this, Sasori was shocked and exclaimed, "Could it be? You are the legendary strongest ninja Uchiha." Uchiha he nodded, but Sasori looked incredulous and said, "But weren't you dead?" Although Uchiha he had been resurrected for 2.5 years, and the Akatsuki had conducted research on him, Sasori was so focused on his puppet research that he paid no attention to outside matters. After all, who would believe that someone dead for many years could suddenly come back to life? Sasori's expression shifted from confusion to ecstasy. "So if I used the legendary ninja to create puppets, wouldn't that be exquisite? The most perfect art?" Uchiha he rolled his eyes in response and casually used a head pat sealing technique. No, it was a regeneration core sealing technique. Sasori immediately stopped smiling, shocked, and asked, "What have you done?" Uchiha he maintained a gentle smile and said, "Just a simple sealing technique. Now, even if you want to die, you can't." Sasori was puzzled. "Why don't you kill me?" Uchiha he replied earnestly, "Because your eternal art is truly beautiful." Sasori found it hard to believe and still could not accept it, asking, "Why? Why do you think my art is beautiful? You are the first person to say that." Uchiha he pondered for a moment and then said, "Art is something that can be preserved and passed down for a long time. True eternal beauty is art." Sasori felt as if his words had been stolen but had no evidence, so he could only regard it as a case of meeting too late. Thus Sasori revealed an expression of regret for not having met earlier. As for why, Uchiha he said that it was certainly not to start off by asking Sasori to help him create puppets. However, Uchiha he greatly admired Sasori's puppet techniques. After all, Sasori could transform the deceased into chakracore puppets, being the only puppeteer capable of creating human puppets while retaining the deceased chakra, thus preserving all their ninjutsu and bloodline limits. This was the greatest advantage of human puppets. The reason Uchiha he needed Sasori stemmed from Minato's couple. Since Sasori's puppet technique could create human puppets that preserved all the ninjutsu and bloodline limits of the deceased, and Minato's couple could consciously preserve chakra through sealing techniques, combining the two would yield a version of the Edo Tensei technique without side effects. Why is it said that Edo Tensei has side effects? Here is a brief introduction to the side effects of Edo Tensei. Those resurrected through Edo Tensei possess unlimited chakra, but it consumes the life force, soul, and chakra of the sacrifice. Once the life force, soul, and chakra of the sacrifice are depleted, Edo Tensei will consume the soul of the deceased themselves. Once the soul is exhausted, that person will truly be lost forever. Therefore, if the two can be combined, it could truly create eternal art. Uchiha he possesses the most powerful sealing techniques, making it easy to create a regenerating chakra seal, thus resolving the issue of chakra dissipating. Sasori perfectly solved the container issue. Initially, Uchiha he thought of White Zetsu as a traditional container, but from a certain perspective White Zetsu could also be considered a non-renewable resource. After all, each White Zetsu was once a living person, so while useful, it could not meet long-term needs. In summary, Sasori's puppet technique is comparatively perfect, ensuring both the laborer's working ability and quality assurance. Indeed, the laborers used for resurrection would naturally be members of the Konoha production team. Although Sasori appreciated Uchiha's praise, he was not someone who could easily change himself. After all, the belief he had pursued for many years could not just. Seeing Sakura and Chiyo still looking on anxiously Uchiha, he turned and instructed, "You two go rescue Gaara, leave Sasori to me." Chiyo was still somewhat uneasy. Sakura, noticing this, reassured her, "Don't worry, Lady Chiyo. Our lord, he is not the murderous maniac as rumored. He is actually very gentle." Uchiha he couldn't help but feel a black line forming on his forehead at Sakura's whispering. "When did I become a murderous maniac again?" Uchiha he silently complained. However, Chiyo and Sakura did not linger, as Gaara was the main target of this mission. Thus only Sasori and Uchiha he remained. Uchiha he looked at Sasori, contemplated for a moment, and decided to show his sincerity through action. He summoned 2 White Zetsu using the reverse flying thunder god technique, and then used Edo Tensei to resurrect Sasori's parents. Though Sasori was excited, he still did not understand why. "Are you trying to make me submit through my parents?" Uchiha he patiently explained, "I do not intend to make you abandon your beliefs. Oh, I just want to show you what true eternal art looks like." Sasori had an expression as if saying, "Let me see your performance." Uchiha he thought to himself that this might lead to something, then he used his Sharingan to control Sasori's parents and injected all their chakra into his sealing techniques. Even though Uchiha's sealing techniques were extraordinary, it still took him a long time to develop this technique. Additionally, casting this technique consumed a great deal of chakra, as he had to adjust for the unique chakra attributes of the subjects. If the subjects had bloodline limits, it would be even more complicated. Fortunately, Sasori's parents were relatively simple, so he completed the task easily. He then placed the 2 sealing techniques into the puppets of his father and mother, after which he released Edo Tensei. Thus, the bewildered Sasori's parents opened their eyes twice and finally saw their son. Sia stood dumbfounded, sensing the changes in the puppet. The self-recovering chakra, the consciousness preserved by that very chakra. It's almost as if I've been reborn, isn't it? Yuzhibo he stepped forward, speaking as he began to undo the seal on Sia. Perfect puppetry and a special sealing technique. Together they form the ultimate eternal art. Sia, let's join forces and create more eternal art together. Yuzhibo he extended his hand to Sia after speaking. Sia looked at the offered hand, then turned to glance at his parents and finally nodded. At that moment he seemed to abandon something, but then a new hope ignited within him. Yet Sia still asked cautiously, "I have done many terrible things in the past. Won't you come to despise me because of that?" Yuzhibo's face still bore a warm smile. "If we must cling to the past, why not just live in it?" Yuzhibo he did not answer directly, but Sia understood his intentions. Then Yuzhibo he used the reverse flying thunder god to summon a Baiju, and with the reverse reincarnation technique restored Sia's body, based on his rebirth core. He explained, "A complete body will help you develop even more perfect art." Sia naturally understood the deeper meaning behind Yuzhibo's words, and he felt a surge of gratitude in his heart. After all this, Sia was tightly embraced by his parents, weeping like a child as he poured out his years of longing for them. Yuzhibo he stood quietly aside, but he was also calculating the time. Finally, after a long session of weeping, Sia left his parents' embrace and turned his gaze back to Yuzhibo he. "What do we do next?" Yuzhibo he said, "I have a few improvements to suggest for your puppets. Your puppets can perfectly retain all the ninjutsu and bloodline limits of the original person. That is their greatest strength. However, it also fixes their ceiling. Eternity does not mean being immutable. So I hope you can return to Shine Village and devote yourself to researching even more perfect puppets, ones that can truly grow like a ninja's body." Sia was incredulous. "You're not going to keep me by your side. Aren't you afraid I'll go back to the Shao organization?" Yuzhibo he cast his gaze towards Sia's parents. "Everyone besides their dreams has a reason to live. I have already helped you find that reason again. You will not become my appendage, you will always be yourself. I only need your skills. Your freedom does not interest me." Although Yuzhibo he did not explicitly tell him to cherish his parents, Sia understood the implication and his gratitude deepened. Seeing Sia's tearful eyes, Yuzhibo he sensed that a classic scene of boundless gratitude was about to unfold. Realizing the danger, he thought, "I already spoke so subtly, but I still can't avoid this." So he simply said, "I'm leaving," and vanished in an instant. Sia and his parents gazed at the spot where Yuzhibo he had disappeared and could not help but sigh, "What a good person." Yuzhibo he had been constantly calculating the time for ever since what AI Luo's ordeal. The entire ninja world had been in turmoil. To prevent those events, he naturally had to be meticulous with his schedule. He traveled frantically calculating the time, and finally arrived just before Qiandai was about to sacrifice herself to revive What Ai Luo. He saw Mingren still tugging at Qiandai saying, "Wait a little longer. Once teacher he comes he will definitely have a solution." Qiandai's face was filled with anxiety. "Hurry, let me go. If we don't save him now he will really die." The others around didn't know whether to pull them apart or not unsure of what to do. "All right Mingren, let her go." Everyone turned at the familiar voice. The newcomer was Yuzhibo He. He did not dare to delay, for although he had calculated the time if he arrived too late, and What Ai Luo had reached the Pure Land it would be far more difficult. Yuzhibo He stepped forward, placed his hand on What Ai Luo's chest, and sensed faintly there was still a tiny spark of life. Without hesitation Yuzhibo He used the reverse flying thunder god to summon a Baiju, then struck it with his palm, and employed the reverse reincarnation technique to restore What Ai Luo's vitality. In truth, the principle behind Yuzhibo He's reverse reincarnation technique was largely the same as Qiandai's reincarnation technique. The only difference was that Yuzhibo He's technique transferred another person's life force into the recipient, causing no side effects to himself. After receiving treatment, What Ai Luo gradually woke up. After everyone explained the situation, he came before Yuzhibo He and bowed deeply. "Thank you for your help, senior. Last time you helped me seal show He and I never had the chance to express my gratitude. Now I have troubled you again. I am truly sorry." Yuzhibo He waved his hand. Usually when it came to the gratitude part he would have already fled, but he stayed this time because he still had unfinished business with Xia. So Yuzhibo He said, "Actually if you want to thank me there is an opportunity right now." What Ai Luo's eyes lit up. "Please speak, senior. If it is within my power, I will do my utmost." Yuzhibo He glanced at Qiandai, then looked at What Ai Luo, and said slowly, "I want you to take Xia back. Can you do that?" Kyo's face was full of disbelief upon hearing this. "What? Sasori isn't dead. No, I mean after all the evil things he has done how could he be forgiven?" Uchiha He however ignored Kyo's loss of composure and simply stared quietly at Gaara. He knew that no matter how loudly Chiyo shouted, deep down she still cared about Sasori. After all, he was her own grandson. Gaara pondered for a moment and said, "Although it might be difficult to get everyone in the village to accept him, I can manage it." Uchiha He smiled with relief upon hearing this. "Very well then, I'll thank you on his behalf." Then Uchiha He looked at the Konoha reinforcements nearby. As expected, Sasuke was not among them. It seemed he had gone to carry out the mission assigned to him. Calculating the time, he figured that by now Sasuke should have encountered Deidara. After instructing everyone to send Gaara back to the village and have them return to Konoha, Uchiha He used the body flicker technique and left on his own. Uchiha He followed his memory to the place where Deidara and Sasuke were fighting. By the time he arrived, Sasuke had already engaged Deidara in battle. Although Sasuke at this time did not have the curse mark form, he possessed an even more powerful sealing form along with all fire release techniques and extremely strong lightning release. Therefore, even without the snake Sasuke's Susanoo Uchiha, he was not worried that Sasuke would be blown up by Deidara. Compared to Sasuke, Deidara might have a stronger battle instinct. Therefore, Uchiha He intended to use this opportunity to temper Sasuke. Although Uchiha He could defeat Itachi, it was not certain for Sasuke. Deidara used explosive clay to create a giant flying dragon, mounted it, and spat out explosive clay to attack. Seeing this, Sasuke used Chidori to increase his movement speed and evade. Indeed, without teacher Shubi, Chidori could only serve as a speed-boosting tool. Seeing that Sasuke easily dodged his attacks, and that his small homemade bombs couldn't harm him at all, Deidara was very decisive. He directly used C3, mixing in his highest grade chakra, and made explosive clay into a doll shape, then airdropped it. The doll-shaped explosive clay would then enlarge and accelerate its descent. Uchiha He was startled upon seeing this. Oh my god, why is he using his ultimate move right away? However, the careful Deidara did not forget to remind Tobi to dodge, and Sasuke had already activated his sealing form before the reminder. The sealing form not only helped Sasuke recover chakra, but also possessed extremely high defensive power. Apart from cheat-like powers like those of Chao Gu, almost all attacks were impenetrable. Unfortunately, after using it once, it required a long time to recharge. Seeing that Deidara still had chakra to continue unleashing ultimate moves after using C3, Uchiha He knew it was time to make his entrance. So Uchiha He directly threw a lightning ball Rasengan into the air, causing it to explode instantly. Deidara's giant dragon turned to nothing in the lightning. However, Uchiha He did not attack with a one-hit kill intention, so Deidara easily dodged it. However, the residual power of the lightning ball Rasengan still struck him, forcing Deidara to land in a disheveled state. Then Uchiha He landed silent. Deidara spotted him immediately and asked in confusion, "Itachi?" "No." Before he could finish, Uchiha He used his Mangekyo to control him. Although Uchiha He had already cut off his spiky hair, now appearing as a crew-cut version of a healthy Itachi without tear troughs, and since Itachi usually looked older, even if Uchiha He had a standard middle-aged appearance, Deidara would still mistake him. Tobi, who had been hiding nearby, quickly jumped from the tree and glided through the air, dropping bombs as he went. Uchiha He found this amusing. This might be one of Obito's rare moments of joy. Uchiha, he ignored him casually, threw a few kunai to knock the bombs away, and then said, I know your true identity, young one. You'd better leave for now. Oh, I have no time to deal with you. Upon hearing this, Toby still wanted to clown around, but suddenly seemed to remember something. He stopped his goofy antics, and his tone abruptly changed. As expected of the strongest ninja. Next, the gift for Konoha. You'd better be ready to receive it. Before Uchiha, he could ask, Toby used Kamui to leave the place. At the same time, Deidara blinked and found himself still in the same place. He pinched his body and felt a bit of pain. Thankfully, it wasn't an illusion. Deidara couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Ever since he was controlled by Itachi last time, Deidara had been training frantically. Finally, after 2.5 years of practice, he could now resist the Mangekyo's. Deidara saw Toby's drastic change in behavior. Although he was very puzzled, he was still being controlled by this person and couldn't move. So Deidara shouted, Hey you there, the strongest ninja, huh? Do you dare to let me go and fight me? Uchiha, he smiled slightly and muttered to himself, blonde hair, blue eyes, naturally cheerful. Isn't this the legendary child of prophecy? Deidara was confused by his words and kept shouting for an unknown fight. Uchiha, he maintained his smile and spoke to him in a paternal tone. Deidara, I know you prefer the art of a single instant over Sasori. You believe that explosion is art. So let's have a contest of explosions. If your explosion is more powerful than mine, I'll let you go. How about it? Deidara's expression became extremely excited upon hearing this, and he shouted, Great, great. I'll show you what true art is. Seeing his excitement, Uchiha, he thought to himself, finally fell for it. Then he used 6 shadow clones, a fire release clone, a water release clone, a wind release clone, a lightning release clone, an earth release clone, and a wood release clone. Uchiha, he planted explosion sealing formulas into each of the 5 clones, each clone receiving the formula corresponding to its element. Then the 5 clones surrounded the wood release clone, which used wood release to summon thousands of giant wooden figures. During the summoning, when the chakra was insufficient, Uchiha, he kindly stepped forward to help it recover chakra. In the end, the wood release clone was surrounded by 300 layers of wooden figures inside and 300 layers outside. At Uchiha, his command, the 5 clones simultaneously activated the explosion ceiling. 5 pi daxing lit up at the same time. Fire daxing, wind daxing, lightning daxing, earth daxing, and water daxing, filling Deidara's eyes with sparkling stars. As for how these elements exploded, the answer is sealing technique. No explanation. Go learn the diamond seal, and then come ask. Deidara's eyes were full of little stars, and he couldn't help but murmur, This is true art. Uchiha, his mouth curled up. It seemed half of his goal was achieved. As the smoke from the explosion gradually cleared, those thousands of wooden figures were all destroyed, and even the central wood release clone could not escape. Deidara stared blankly at the explosion, entranced, and couldn't help but ask, What is the name of this technique? Uchiha, he seeing his reaction, knew that he had completely taken the bait. He casually dispelled the negative effects brought by the shadow clone, then spoke, This technique is called the 5 elements pi daxing. Deidara kept murmuring the name, pi daxing, to himself as if the word were destined to be his. As for why Uchiha, he casually dispelled the negative effects. First, his soul was extremely powerful, so such pain was nothing to him. Second, the Mangekyo in his left eye could restore his own state, and the consumption of dojutsu was very minimal. Unless it was a fatal wound, recovering chakra, and such was a piece of cake. Seeing that the fish had taken the bait, Uchiha, he asked, Want to learn? They'll teach you. Deidara's eyes sparkled with stars again. Clearly he was tempted. However, Deidara was also very confident in his own art. Apart from the lightning release weakness discovered today, he believed no one could surpass him in other aspects. Even if all the techniques he had used were weaker than this, C0 was definitely stronger. So Deidara looked firm and gazed at Uchiha, he saying, I still have one move. If this move of mine is not stronger than yours, it'll be at your command from now on. Uchiha, he thought to himself, this Deidara is really a cunning brat. However, this time Uchiha, he was in the stratosphere. Then Uchiha, he said, then it's a deal. After that, Uchiha, he once again used a wood release clone. This time he didn't summon too many wooden golems, just 100 or so. Although he knew Deidara's self-destruction was strong, its power was limited. Deidara had no complaints about seeing only 100 wooden golems, because although his own self-destruction was powerful, he didn't know exactly how strong. Moreover, judging from the explosion techniques already used, even his C4 couldn't compare to a single hair of Uchiha, his pi daxing. Then Deidara used the mouth on his left chest to eat the explosive clay, condensed all his chakra into a black sphere, mixed it directly into the chakra through the meridian system of his heart, and then his body gradually turned black until it disappeared with the chakra condensing into a black sphere. With a loud roar from Deidara, this is my ultimate art. The sphere then burst and emitted light, forming a spreading cataclysmic explosion, and everything within the blast radius was directly sublimated. A giant pi daxing rose up beside the group of wooden golems. Although its power was immense, only about 80 of the wooden golems were blown away. Then the white light dissipated. Deidara actually reappeared in the same spot. Looking at the still-standing wooden golems, Deidara was finally convinced. But he was extremely puzzled. Why? Why am I still alive? A sly smile appeared on Uchiha's face. Don't forget our promise, oh. Then the Mangekyo and Uchiha's eyes spun, and Deidara was brought out of the illusionary space. Deidara's face was full of disappointment. So it was just but the chakra circulation of that technique must be feasible. That is the ultimate art. Deidara's gaze then became fervent again. Before Uchiha, he could speak, Deidara immediately bowed on the spot. Please accept me as your disciple, master. Uchiha, he gently helped him up. Alright. Now let me explain why Uchiha, he wanted to take in Deidara. Deidara was a standard blonde-haired blue-eyed boy, only one halo away from being a protagonist. That was just one point. More importantly, he had talent that rivaled the protagonists, as could be seen from how he escaped unscathed from Team Guy's attack, even with both hands severed. Secondly, he was very motivated. Unlike Itachi, who would make excuses of wind or rain whenever asked to capture a tailed beast, Deidara actually did the job when given a task, emphasizing efficiency. This was one thing Uchiha he appreciated about him. Also, he had a heart that cherished his comrades, as could be seen from his tolerance and protection of Tobi. In summary, except for lacking a halo, Deidara would definitely be. Deidara looked at Uchiha he excitedly and asked, Master, what are we going to do next? Uchiha he smiled mysteriously. Become the Tsuchikage. Then Uchiha, he told Deidara about his plans. After hearing them, Deidara was full of enthusiasm. The plan was as follows. Uchiha, he would use a wood release clone to teach Deidara ninjutsu. After Deidara mastered it, he would return to Awagakure, directly admit his mistake, and then seek Inoki's forgiveness. If everything went smoothly, he would learn all of Inoki's ninjutsu, and eventually become Tsuchikage. If not, Deidara could only return to Konoha and see if there was a chance to become Hokage in the future. However, before that, Uchiha he used the reverse flying thunder god to summon a White Zetsu, and used the reverse rebirth technique to restore Deidara's body. Deidara had suffered minor injuries from encountering Kakashi earlier, as well as injuries from previous battles, all of which were healed by Uchiha he at this moment. Then Uchiha he placed his hand on Deidara's hand, and initially laid the foundation of sealing techniques. With the subsequent help of the wood release clone, Deidara should be able to master the same sealing form as Sasuke. As for why Uchiha he was confident that Deidara could obtain Inoki's forgiveness, there were several reasons. First, when Deidara returned to the village and found Inoki, his first words would be an apology. If not accepted, Deidara could reveal that he was Uchiha's disciple. Thus, out of reverence for Uchiha, even if Inoki would not forgive Deidara, he would not kill him. Then under this relationship, Deidara would express his strong desire to become Tsuchikage. If Inoki would not train him, because of that, Deidara could slightly reveal that Uchiha he thought highly of him, retreating in order to advance. At this point, Inoki would definitely be unwilling to let Deidara go, but he couldn't kill him either, so he could only train him. Uchiha he was confident that this set of tactics would definitely work, and indeed it was so. Of course, all of this would happen in the future. Calculating the time, it was about right. So Uchiha he casually applied several long-lasting sealing techniques to his wood release clone, and then let him take Deidara and leave. Prior to this, Uchiha he had let Sasuke go find Sasuke. According to this progress at this time, he might be finding the way or already fighting. So Uchiha he did not delay any longer and ran towards Sasuke. As for why he didn't directly use the flying thunder god mark left on Sasuke to go there, it was mainly to guard against Black Zetsu, that sly old fox. Although Uchiha he had a special move to deal with him, if he rushed over hastily, his certainty of victory would diminish by a few degrees. The reality was just as Uchiha he had thought. Sasuke was currently confronting Itachi with Obito and Black Zetsu hiding in the shadows. Who says there's no audience in the world? Everywhere is Black Zetsu. Everywhere is Black Zetsu. On the other side, Sasuke was confronting Itachi, his face serious. Itachi, give it up. I know all your intentions. The teacher said he would forgive you. Hearing this, Itachi's expression stiffened for a moment, but then he quickly regained his calm demeanor and shouted sternly, "What do you know? I do not intend to kill you. I only regard you as the last glimmer of hope." Sasuke retorted, "The teacher anticipated you would say that. He said you're just a stubborn duck." Teacher, every word revolves around the teacher. Why don't you just become the teacher's son?" Sasuke pondered for a moment, murmuring, "I see that's not entirely unfeasible." Itachi's expression darkened, feeling somewhat conflicted about how to respond. However, Sasuke had no intention of wasting more words with Itachi. He shouted, "Since you're so stubborn, I'll have to knock you out and take you back." Itachi scoffed at this, saying, "Is that so? Let me see your current strength." Without hesitation, Sasuke quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a fireball technique. Itachi, seeing this, also used a fireball to counter. At the moment the fireballs collided, Itachi sensed something was amiss. He immediately activated Amaterasu, but was surprised to find even Amaterasu seemed to be subtly suppressed by Sasuke's fireball. Seeing this, Itachi swiftly dodged. Sasuke's fireball easily shattered both Itachi's fireball and Amaterasu. However, it didn't end there. Sasuke's fireball exploded upon hitting the ground, the resulting shockwave flattening the surroundings. In disbelief, Itachi asked, "This isn't just a fireball, what kind of ninjutsu is this?" Sasuke, hearing this, raised his hands and pressed down, saying, "It's simple, just practice more." After saying this, Sasuke made a contemptuous expression and added, "The teacher taught me to say this." Itachi's face darkened further upon hearing this, but then he seemed to relax, slightly exhaling deeply. He said, "In that case, I will not hold back any longer." Sasuke thought to himself as expected. According to the teacher, Itachi never intended to kill him, he only wanted to help him grow through this method. Otherwise, Itachi wouldn't have reminded him before making a move. Then Itachi directly initiated Amaterasu while Sasuke wasn't idle, either using Shunshin to aid his instantaneous movement. This made it difficult for Itachi to even catch a glimpse of Sasuke's afterimage. Sasuke casually formed a Rasengan and threw it out, the classic lightning release Rasengan. However, he felt a bit anxious inside, although the teacher said that no matter how badly Itachi was beaten, as long as he had a breath left, he could be saved. He can't possibly be unable to withstand such a simple ninjutsu, right? Sasuke couldn't help but doubt. Feeling the immense pressure from the lightning release Rasengan, Itachi activated Susanoo. Under Susanoo's defense, although the impact of the lightning release Rasengan didn't have much effect, the resulting electric shock from the explosion still caused some damage to Itachi. Sasuke couldn't help but advise, "Itachi, give it up, you can't defeat me." At this moment, Itachi felt a hint of warmth, but still maintained his rationality, thinking it seems that the first Hokage not only possesses great strength, but also terrifying teaching ability. Then Uchiha Itachi no longer hesitated, and directly activated the second stage of Susanoo, throwing several large shuriken towards Sasuke. Sasuke, seeing this, didn't dare to underestimate it, and immediately activated his sealing form enveloped in strange patterns. His chakra surged instantly, and then Sasuke executed a technique similar to what Uchiha Obito had taught Naruto, the Great Eagle. The technique was also called Great Eagle, but was a higher-level version of the lightning release Rasengan, with a gigantic Rasengan swirling in the air, filled with countless lightning chakra, spiraling rapidly, producing a sound akin to 1,000 eagles crying. The user could manipulate its flight direction through chakra control. The massive Great Eagle Rasengan flew towards the large shuriken thrown by Itachi's Susanoo. The collision between the two generated tremendous force, causing even Black Zetsu, who was watching from the shadows, to flinch and retreat. Sasuke's move was indeed powerful, easily shattering the shuriken. Seeing this, Itachi could no longer afford to hold back. If he did, he would truly meet his end. Thus, he activated the third stage of Susanoo and swung the massive Totsuka blade. Fortunately, Itachi's strike barely cancelled out Sasuke's Great Eagle Rasengan. However, after using this technique, Itachi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, kneeling on the ground as his Susanoo became half-formed and slowly began to dissipate. After this strike, Sasuke remained full of energy, instantly appearing in front of Itachi, reaching out his hand. "Itachi, give it up." Itachi looked at the hand Sasuke extended, deeply moved, but still did not grasp Sasuke's hand. Instead, he smiled and said, "It seems you truly have a good team." Sasuke was confused by this and asked, "At this point, do you still want to fight?" Itachi, struggling to stand, shook his head. "I'm sorry, Sasuke, I have my reason." Seeing this, Sasuke no longer tried to dissuade him and took a step back, casually throwing a non-elemental Rasengan. Itachi, having just finished forming hand seals, suddenly spat out blood, and the Rasengan struck Itachi's chest. Itachi was sent flying 5 meters away, but he still staggered to his feet, slowly walking towards Sasuke with great difficulty. Seeing this, Sasuke felt a bit anxious, overwhelmed with uncertainty. At this moment, he didn't know what to do. According to the teacher, he only needed to defeat Itachi and bring him back, but now Itachi was fighting him with all his might. After thinking for a while, Sasuke shook his head. "Since you want to fight until death, then I will grant you that." This was the best solution Sasuke could think of. Although he knew the truth, Itachi had done wrong, and that was undeniable. He could not escape the consequences. Returning to Konoha would surely lead to punishment. Perhaps Itachi preferred to die rather than live with regret, and that was how Sasuke thought, so he planned to send him off. Sasuke's right hand crackled with electricity as he unleashed the classic Chidori, walking towards Itachi. "This is your last chance. If you are willing to give up, I can take you back." Though Itachi's eyes were filled with reluctance, he still did not give up, continuing to walk towards Sasuke, lost in thought. Sasuke, seeing this, no longer hesitated and rushed forward. At this critical moment, a hand suddenly grasped Sasuke's right hand. Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief as Uchiha Obito had arrived, otherwise he would have been in a difficult position. Uchiha Obito looked at Itachi with a complex expression. Itachi was very thoughtful, and compared to Uchiha Obito, he was no less remarkable. Thus, persuading Itachi seemed like a fool's errand. Uchiha, he looked at Itachi with a heart full of doubt, but at this moment Itachi seemed uneasy, as if he had finally found relief. Under the astonished gazes of the two, Itachi plucked out his own eyes and threw them to Sasuke, then said with difficulty, "Be careful." Itachi's hand was still pointing at Uchiha. Uchiha, thinking there was an ambush behind him, quickly turned around, but found nothing. But then Itachi's movement shocked Uchiha. It was the four-symbol seal. Itachi's blood burst out from his entire body, forming a seal, while expanding into a sphere, sealing everything around it. Since they were very close and Sasuke was also nearby, Uchiha, using the speed of a man who had been single for 40 years, quickly collected a bit of Itachi's blood, and then violently threw Sasuke out. After doing all this, Uchiha, used body flicker to dodge, but was still torn apart by the four symbols seal, losing half of his body. Uchiha, was not panicked at the sight. Instead, he glanced at the blood of Itachi in his hand, then activated the Mangekyo in his left eye. At a speed visible to the naked eye, his missing half of his body regenerated. Just as Uchiha, was about to say something to Sasuke, a black hand suddenly reached out so fast that Uchiha, could not react in time. With a spray of blood, Uchiha's left eye was directly ripped out. And because of the loss of his left eye, his jutsu was only half completed. His left hand had not fully regenerated, and was now gushing blood profusely. Seeing this, Uchiha, wanted to grab Sasuke and flee, but suddenly a jet black hand pierced through his chest. With his last strength, he said to Sasuke, "Run." As Uchiha's heart was ripped out, a cage then rose around him, trapping the owner of the black hand, and Uchiha inside. Then Uchiha's body emitted a colorful radiance. With his last ounce of strength, he turned his head, and gave Black Zetsu a sly smile. "This is the great gift I prepared for you." As the light grew increasingly dazzling Uchiha, he exploded on the spot. The explosion was so powerful that it directly blasted the area into a bottomless. Sasuke was frozen in place. Just as he was about to be killed by the explosion, a figure suddenly appeared. It was the masked man who directly pulled Sasuke into the Kamui dimension, thereby sparing Sasuke. The explosion jutsu used by Uchiha, was exactly the Yin-Yang 5 elements explosion jutsu exclusive for Black Zetsu that he had meticulously developed over the past 2.5 years. Although without external help, Uchiha, could not develop a Yin-Yang release attack jutsu, but by combining it with explosion sealing jutsu, he could gather Yin-Nature chakra and Yang-Nature chakra into the sealing formula. When the explosion occurred, the Yin and Yang fused, producing an even more violent explosion. Thus Uchiha, successfully killed Black Zetsu. However, after Obito took Sasuke away from here, another jet black figure emerged from the underground, saying with lingering fear, "Good thing I was cautious. I split off a clone many years ago, or else you would have succeeded." The speaker was none other than Black Zetsu. Going back to earlier times, when Black Zetsu first saw Uchiha, his heart was filled with fear because he sensed a great threat from Uchiha's right eye. So he thought of ways to eliminate him. After much deliberation, Black Zetsu decided to split himself in two, sending one half to probe the situation. Although this would cause irreversible damage to Black Zetsu, for the sake of Mother, everything was worth it. To Black Zetsu's surprise, when his clone found Uchiha, Uchiha, he's right, I no longer possessed that threatening power. Although he didn't know why Black Zetsu didn't want to miss this opportunity, so he repeatedly ripped out Uchiha's heart, and finally succeeded in killing him. As for just now, it was the same. First, Black Zetsu attacked by taking his left eye, then sent the other half to kill him, just in case. As expected, Black Zetsu guessed correctly. Uchiha, had not come out for so long to seek revenge, because he was researching a powerful method to kill him. Although he had permanently lost the other half of himself, Black Zetsu's joy at this moment outweighed his pain. As for Sasuke, the moment he watched Uchiha die, he awakened his Mangekyo. Sasuke was now looking warily at the masked man before him. "Who are you? Where is this?" Although Sasuke knew exactly who this person was, he had to play dumb to go along with the act. The masked man said in a deep tone, "I know everything about Itachi and the details of the night of the clan's massacre." Upon hearing this, Sasuke looked disdainful, as if no one else knows. The masked man was momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say. Then Sasuke started telling him about the changes in Konoha over the years, and the repentance of the culprit Danzo, and his contributions to the village. The masked man was stunned. Sasuke had no time to argue with him, and asked impatiently, "Where is this? Let me out quickly, I still have to take revenge." The masked man immediately adjusted his surprised expression, and continued in a deep tone, "Revenge. Even if you get your revenge, can the dead return? I have a plan, and once it is realized, everything you want, your parents, Itachi, your teacher, your clan, can all come back. Are you interested?" Sasuke pretended to be incredulous. "Really? Who are you? Why should I believe you?" The masked man thought to himself that there was a chance, then said, "I am Uchiha." After saying this, the masked man raised his head, expecting Sasuke to be shocked. But unexpectedly, Sasuke's surprised expression instantly vanished, turning into a look of indifference. "Uchiha Madara. I thought it was someone important. Just a disciple of my teacher." The masked man momentarily didn't know what to say, but he was afraid that if Sasuke asked about Uchiha Madara, he wouldn't know what happened between Uchiha Madara and Uchiha back then, and then everything would be exposed. Fortunately, Sasuke didn't dig deeper. Instead, he asked, "All right, no matter who you are with this plan, we will definitely succeed. What do we do next?" The masked man felt that Sasuke got into his role so quickly that it seemed a bit unreal, but judging by his tone it seemed he intended to join the operation. So the masked man stopped overthinking and said to Sasuke, "First transplant Itachi's eyes, then go capture the 8 tails. Now the only tailed beasts left are the 8 tails and the 9 tails." Sasuke was confused. Why do I need to transplant Itachi's eyes? With my abilities, I don't even need the Mangekyo, okay? The masked man was momentarily at a loss for words, but what Sasuke said seemed reasonable, so he couldn't refute it. However, Sasuke didn't plan to let him off, and continued to ask, "Why the 8 tails? Wouldn't it be better for me to capture the 9 tails? Naruto just returned to the village. With my skills I can definitely catch it easily." The masked man looked at Sasuke with a face full of black lines, thinking, why is this Sasuke so arrogant? He's not like Itachi at all. Then the masked man stopped explaining. He just led Sasuke out of the Kimui dimension, said, "Catch whoever you want," and hurried away. After the masked man had completely left, Sasuke's expression suddenly changed. There was no longer that arrogant look. He narrowed his eyes as if deep in thought. After much deliberation, Sasuke remained uneasy. Though everything had unfolded according to Uchiha Kawa's plan, witnessing his mentor's death before his eyes, someone with whom he had shared every moment, struck him deeply, causing him to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan on the spot. Hesitating no longer, Sasuke activated the reverse flying thunder god technique that Uchiha Kawa had implanted within him. With a sharp sound, he vanished from where Sasuke appeared in Uchiha Kawa's private laboratory deep within Konoha. Seeing his teacher seated on the ground regulating his breath, he hurried over. "Sensei, what happened to you?" Before departing, Uchiha Kawa had used the imitated person technique on 2 White Zetsu, transforming them into his own likeness and pouring all his chakra into their bodies. Because he possessed the left Mangekyo, both White Zetsu clones wielded his full power. To better deceive Black Zetsu, he even distributed his left eye's visual prowess between the 2 clones, leaving his own eyes nearly blind. The operation against Black Zetsu had proceeded smoothly, though Itachi's reaction had surprised Uchiha Kawa slightly. Nevertheless, Black Zetsu was ultimately eliminated, but another of Uchiha Kawa's clones had been sent to deal with the immortal duo. Somehow Haiden had acquired Uchiha Kawa's blood. The moment the clone appeared, the bickering pair fell silent. Haiden instantly activated his curse technique. The clone remained unaffected, but Uchiha Kawa's original body suffered. In that instant, he felt the connection with the clone severed completely, a development he could never have anticipated. Who in the Shinobi world could have the power to defeat him in the blink of an eye? Clearly the Akatsuki organization must have some extraordinary ally behind them. The relationship between Uchiha Kawa and his 2 clones was akin to a master console and secondary consoles. The main body could choose to project his consciousness onto either clone, but he could not observe both situations simultaneously. However, both clones possessed his full combat awareness and the instructions given before departure. This situation troubled Uchiha Kawa. It seemed that aside from Black Zetsu, there were other strange and dangerous entities in this Shinobi world. After being attacked by Haiden, Uchiha Kawa hastily used his remaining visual power to heal himself. But Haiden repeatedly desecrated the body, forcing Uchiha Kawa to continuously employ the reverse rebirth technique. Perhaps Haiden's curse had its drawbacks. After enduring over 300 piercing pains, it finally ceased. This was why Uchiha Kawa was now so weakened. Despite the reverse rebirth techniques, healing the mental energy expended was irreplaceable. Uchiha Kawa gazed at Sasuke's scarlet eyes and gently touched his head. "So you've awakened those eyes too. It must have been painful." Sasuke felt a warmth in his heart. "As long as I know you're safe, sensei." Then he handed Uchiha Kawa Itachi's eyes. Uchiha Kawa took them and pondered. Uchiha Kawa was uncertain whether he could awaken the Rinnegan without the eternal Mangekyo. If Sasuke couldn't unlock that power later, it would be a serious problem. So Uchiha Kawa gave the choice to Sasuke. "These eyes can grant you power even greater than mine. The decision is yours now. Whatever you choose, I will not." Sasuke lowered his head and thought, "Power greater than my teachers. But then would Itachi never return?" Sensing Sasuke's hesitation, Uchiha Kawa continued, "Don't worry. Before that clone exploded, I used the Flying Thunder God to send Itachi's blood back. So there's still a chance to save him. And even if the blood isn't enough, Obito surely has a backup." Despite appearing to be at a disadvantage earlier, everything had been within Uchiha Kawa's expectations. With his Flying Thunder God and instantaneous body techniques, that level of sealing jutsu could never have harmed him. That unexpected incident had simply been an opportunity to see what Black Zetsu would do next, so he pretended to be unable to dodge and get injured. By now Black Zetsu was probably holding that White Zetsu eye and quietly breaking down. No, he couldn't break down anymore. Black Zetsu was dead. However, Uchiha Kawa had no idea that Black Zetsu was now kneeling respectfully before a masked man offering the eye. This masked man exuded an aura far more sinister than Black Zetsu's. The masked man cast a single glance and said indifferently, "Useless. Look at what you're holding." Black Zetsu examined his palm. The Mangekyo Sharingan had turned into an ordinary White Zetsu eye. He was stunned and great panic surged within him. Black Zetsu was about to volunteer again, but the masked man stopped him. With your clumsy schemes you cannot harm him. Wait a while. There is a plan that requires you as the core. That will be your last chance at redemption. Hearing this, Black Zetsu's dark face seemed to show gratitude. Thank you, my lord, for sparing my life. Then to Black Zetsu's shock, the masked man waved his hand, and several White Zetsu dragged out a body. The body was none other than Uchiha Kawa's. Though it was a White Zetsu's physical form, it contained Uchiha Kawa's genuine power, and its dual Mangekyo were fully functional. Meanwhile, with Uchiha Kawa's help, Sasuke successfully transplanted Itachi's eyes. How do you feel? Uchiha Kawa asked. Sasuke blinked and said, nothing special. It's just average. Uchiha Kawa nodded in agreement, but felt a pang of bitterness. To restore his lost visual power, he had to painstakingly administer Hashirama brand eye drops. Though effective, the recovery was excruciatingly slow. It would take at least 10 days, or half a month. Sasuke then asked, do I still need to go to the Land of Lightning? Uchiha Kawa thought for a moment. Yes, they've already been informed. Just go through the motions, and pretend to be defeated. Sasuke nodded. Uchiha Kawa then led him out of the lab, saying he had a surprise. They reappeared at Sasuke's doorstep. Several people were anxiously waiting there. When they saw Uchiha Kawa, they breathed a sigh of relief. Uchiha Kawa, familiar as ever, introduced them to Sasuke. This is Karen, a member of the Uzumaki clan. She possesses immense chakra and excellent sensory abilities. The injured can restore their chakra and heal wounds by biting her skin. She was formerly a subordinate of Orochimaru. Then he pulled over Yugo. This is Yugo. He can understand animal language and has a split personality. His unique, sage-like transformation is the source of Orochimaru's cursed seal. He can change his body and absorb or supplement others' flesh. Uchiha Kawa pointed into the distance. And there's one more person skilled in both medical ninjutsu and combat. Sasuke turned his head in disbelief. Sakura. Sakura, running over from afar, blushed when she saw Sasuke looking at her. As for Suigetsu Hozuki, he was determined to revive the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Uchiha Kawa naturally couldn't force him to join. The other two had been treated psychologically by Uchiha Kawa when they were young. Shortly after his resurrection, he had taught during the day and rescued Karen and Yugo at night. With that, Team Hibi was assembled. Little Sasuke, these are your new teammates. Make sure to keep them safe. Sasuke's gaze turned resolute. Don't worry, Sensei. I will never let my teammates get hurt. Karen looked at Sasuke's handsome profile, and pink hearts appeared in her eyes. So cool. Sakura, with her female intuition, sensed Karen's improper gaze, and silently thought, oh no. Regarding how Yugo and Karen came to Konoha, Uchiha, he sent out his clone, while also going to Orochimaru's base. Orochimaru had been researching painstakingly for 2.5 years with no progress, and could not even recover the souls of his hands. Upon seeing Uchiha he arrive, Orochimaru's thoughts of giving up deepened further. After all, the answer he had been pursuing for so long had been placed clearly before him by Uchiha. Therefore, without much trouble, Uchiha he brought Orochimaru back to Konoha. As for the other children, surprisingly, perhaps due to the psychological education Uchiha he had given them before, apart from Kimimaro, the other members of the Sound Five actually wanted to stay in the Sound Village. As for Yugo and Karen, they had been saved by Uchiha when they were young, so now that Uchiha appeared, they were naturally very willing to follow him away. As for why Kimimaro was still alive, it was because Uchiha had casually treated him back then, which also served as a warning to Orochimaru. After all, a disease that Orochimaru could not cure could be healed casually by Uchiha. This already spoke volumes. Sasuke and his group got slightly acquainted and were about to set off, but Uchiha stepped forward and said, leaving through the main gate is easy to be discovered. Come, let me send you on your way. So they held hands, and Uchiha used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport them near the Land of Lightning. Then Uchiha quickly returned to Konoha. Why quickly? Because he sensed Kisame's presence, indicating that the Akatsuki was already preparing to move against the Eight Tails. Indeed, shortly after Uchiha left, the masked man along with Kisame encountered Sasuke and his group. The masked man asked suspiciously, who are these people? Sasuke explained, my teammates. How can we capture a tailed beast without helpers? The masked man remained skeptical upon hearing this, but Sasuke showed an arrogant expression. What? Are you worried that with my strength I can't handle the Eight Tails? The masked man looked at Sasuke's expression with a bit of helplessness, but couldn't vent his frustration, so he changed the subject by referring to his eyes. You actually transplanted Itachi's eyes. Sasuke glared at him and retorted, do I need your meddling in what I do? This is my trophy, and I'll do as I please. The masked man didn't want to argue with Sasuke any further, so he instructed Kisame to support Sasuke outside the Hidden Cloud Village, and then left. Sasuke glanced at Kisame, saw that he had no intention of speaking, and then led his team toward the Hidden Cloud Village on his own. Once Sasuke and his group were out of Kisame's sight, Sasuke shed his nonchalant attitude and said to his teammates, this time our mission is mainly to pretend to fight the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, then find an opportunity to lose so we can escape. Don't get too caught up in the fight. They nodded obediently. Coincidentally, they happened to encounter Killer Bee, who was strolling alone in the large square. Sasuke subtly signaled with his eyes, and seeing Killer Bee blink back, he couldn't help but sigh in relief. He turned to his teammates and said, "This is Killer Bee. Let's all attack together, and then pretend we can't defeat him." Everyone nodded. Sasuke was the first to instantly dash forward, drawing the Kusanagi sword his teacher had given him before departure. Without using Chidori to accelerate, he charged straight ahead. The others followed behind while Killer Bee let out strange cries, shouting excitedly and rapping, leaving Sasuke a bit confused. Just as Sasuke thought he might hurt him and shifted the sword's tip, unexpectedly Killer Bee reacted faster and directly dodged onto Sasuke's sword. The scene immediately fell into embarrassment. But then Killer Bee's strange cry broke the awkwardness. "Woo, this sword stings a bit, oh yeah." Seeing this, Sasuke's forehead bristled with black lines as he pulled out the sword, stepped back, and then continued swinging the sword at Killer Bee. At this moment, the others also caught up. Sakura and Karen attacked from left and right, while Yugo blocked his retreat. Sasuke thrust the sword straight at Killer. Although this scene looked impossible to dodge, without perfect intangibility Uchiha, he had already warned them to fight as seriously as possible, because the masked man might be secretly watching nearby. Sasuke thought to himself, Killer Bee should have a way to dodge this, right? Killer Bee, on the other hand, thought these people wouldn't really try to kill me, would they? One thought the other could dodge, the other thought the other wouldn't really stab. And so all 4 attacks were taken by Killer Bee. As for how he took them with bruises and welts. Killer Bee looked at the sword stuck in his stomach, his face slightly changing, his expression twisted, as if asking Sasuke why he really stabbed him. Sasuke was also a bit embarrassed, not knowing what to do. But then Killer Bee realized that perhaps someone was watching from the shadows, so Sasuke couldn't hold back too much. Thus Killer Bee immediately gathered tailed beast chakra around himself, enveloping his body, then spun at high speed to force them back. The two sides faced off for a moment. Sasuke's eyebrows twitched repeatedly, and Killer Bee also communicated with Sasuke, using his eyebrows. In the end, they reached a consensus: they might as well treat it as a real duel. So Sasuke signaled the others to step back, then sheathed the Kusanagi sword. Lightning flickered on both his hands, and his body accelerated with Chidori, turning him into a flash of lightning. Killer Bee, seeing this, did not underestimate him at all. He gathered chakra on his arm, briefly charged, and then charged at Sasuke. The two were about to collide. Killer Bee, seeing the momentum of Sasuke's charge, involuntarily strengthened the chakra on his arm. However, unexpectedly, just as they were about to clash, Sasuke leaped up, quickly adjusted his posture, and was about to strike Killer Bee's back with an overhead Rasengan. Killer Bee's reaction was also extraordinary, especially since he still had tailed beast chakra on him. So he didn't dodge, he stopped his momentum, kicked off with his right foot, and raised his fist to smash into Sasuke's Rasengan. The collision kicked up a huge cloud of dust. After this strike, the two did not stop fighting. Instead, they engaged in high-intensity taijutsu combat. Although Killer Bee was large in stature, Sasuke's physique was also formidable, and they exchanged blows evenly. Surprisingly, even though Killer Bee looked incredibly bulky, his movements were as agile as a small wild boar, leaping and bounding. Without using Chidori to accelerate, Sasuke could fight him to a draw. Seeing that both were so powerful, they decided to stop holding back. Killer Bee drew the 4 swords from his back and launched an attack on Sasuke. Sasuke saw that close combat was not to his advantage, so he instantly used body flicker to dodge, casually tossing out a lightning ball Rasengan. Killer Bee, unable to dodge in time, was hit and stumbled. Killer Bee, seeing that Sasuke had no intention of engaging in close combat, fully transformed into the 8 Tails. Sasuke was dumbfounded, thinking, aren't we just playing around? Why go all out? Is it fun to go all out? Although he was complaining inwardly, Sasuke's movements did not pause. He abruptly activated his sealed form, condensing a massive 10,000 Eagle Rasengan above his head. At the same time, the already enraged Killer Bee fired a tailed beast ball without hesitation. Sasuke directed the 10,000 Eagle Rasengan toward the tailed beast ball, while simultaneously activating lightning release to accelerate his body, quickly evacuating with his teammates. Soon a huge explosion sounded behind them, and the entire square was blown into a deep crater. However, Sasuke's 10,000 Eagle Rasengan seemed to have too much force. After destroying the tailed beast ball, it flew straight toward the 8 Tails. Killer Bee, unable to dodge in time, was directly hit in the head. Of course, it was the 8 Tails' head that exploded, not Killer Bee's, but the injured Killer Bee couldn't help feeling dizzy. Killer Bee couldn't help but exclaim, "Bro, are you trying to kill me?" Before Killer Bee could catch his breath, a figure suddenly appeared and knocked him out with a single blow. The newcomer even casually used the Sharingan to seize control of the 8. By the time Sasuke and his team escaped from the hidden cloud village, they found that the masked man was already waiting there with Killer Bee and Kisame on his shoulders. Sasuke was puzzled at first, but then realized that his teacher was right. The masked man was truly sinister. He must have ambushed Killer Bee while he was still recovering from the... Sasuke naturally didn't know that his own attack had given the masked man the opportunity. If he had known, he could only offer a faint apology. Meanwhile, after a brief recovery, Uchiha, he quietly left the hidden leaf village tracking the trail of the immortal duo. By the time Uchiha he found them, the Jinchuriki were already gone. It seemed they had successfully captured the other tailed beasts. However, Uchiha he had no intention of letting them off. He racked his brain to figure out how these two losers had managed to kill him in an instant. Although it was only a clone, its strength was definitely among the top in the entire ninja world except for the cheaters. Despite Uchiha's caution, he was still discovered by Kaku. Truly, this was the ninja who had once thrown a kunai at Hashirama from 800 miles away and still managed to intimidate him. But Uchiha he didn't intend to give them a chance. Since he was already exposed, he decided not to continue lying in ambush. He hurled tens of thousands of flying Thunder God kunai. Why tens of thousands? Naturally, it was a combination of a bit of summoning jutsu and shadow clones. Who said shadow clones could only be used on people? Shuriken could, and so could kunai. Here Uchiha, he spoke up for the kunai. The two were stunned speechless as they watched tens of thousands of kunai rain down from the sky, momentarily at a loss for what to do. This was normal. Just like an ordinary person walking along and suddenly having tens of thousands of dog droppings fall from the sky. Why dog droppings? Because the kunai couldn't kill these two, they could only stick to them like dog droppings. However, the next scene truly terrified them. A dark shadow flashed rapidly among the kunai. No joke, the immortal duo now felt as if they were in pitch black night with nothing but shadows before their eyes. Before they could react, Uchiha, he decapitated them both in an instant. To prevent Kakuzu from causing trouble, he also cast 1,000 layers of sealing jutsu. Kakuzu, bro, no need to be this cautious. Only after both had lost their combat ability did Uchiha, he reveal himself. He walked toward Haiden, glaring at him with his enormous Sharingan to read his memories. In Haiden's memories, a masked man suddenly appeared and in an instant packed away Uchiha's clone. Yes, packed it away, as easily as tossing a bag of trash. This scene shocked Uchiha, but as he delved deeper into Haiden's memories, he found that the memories of the masked man had been erased by some means. Uchiha, he was very familiar with this technique. It was a sealing jutsu, one he himself knew. However, this sealing jutsu directly erased the memory traces. It seemed the masked man was no less meticulous than Uchiha. This time Uchiha, he had lost a step. His opponent had successfully collected the tailed beasts and kidnapped his clone, while he had only managed to kill Black Zetsu, and still didn't even know the other's identity. As for why he didn't know, it was because the mask the masked man wore had never appeared before, so Obito could be ruled out. And this mask was not unfamiliar to Uchiha. It was the death mask. But who in their right mind would wear a death mask? Uchiha, he searched Kakuzu's memories again, and found that he knew even less than Haiden. His memories hadn't even been tampered with. Looking at them horizontally and vertically, there was only one word: money. Seeing this, Uchiha's irritation toward the two completely dissipated. They were just a couple of poor wage slaves. Uchiha, he then developed a desire to recruit them. This Kakuzu was truly a talent. His mind was filled with nothing but money, and ninja work was merely a side hustle for him. So through Jinjutsu, Uchiha, he imparted his entire business plan to Kakuzu, who listened with great interest. At the height of enthusiasm, Kakuzu even proactively offered improvements. To be honest, by this point Uchiha, he no longer insisted on bringing Kakuzu back to the Hidden Leaf. With his talent from today onward, no matter which faction he belonged to, he would surely bring about a massive transformation to the entire ninja world's commerce. After finishing Uchiha, he released his control over Kakuzu, allowing him to recover. Once he was fully healed, Uchiha, he asked, "Kakuzu, I sincerely invite you to develop commerce in the Hidden Leaf. Please agree." Kakuzu's expression showed some temptation, but he tentatively asked, "If I refuse, will you kill me?" Uchiha, he shook his head. Kakuzu continued, "Can the fact that I once attempted to assassinate the second Hokage Hashirama, Senju, be forgiven?" Uchiha, he couldn't help but crack a smile at this, but he suppressed his laughter and said, "Don't worry, no one cares. If you want, I can even pull Hashirama out of the Pure Land and let you beat him up." Kakuzu's eyes lit up like a wildcat in heat, and he bowed deeply. "Beating up Hashirama or not doesn't matter. I mainly want to help the Hidden Leaf develop its economy. Please accept me, First Hokage." Uchiha, he helped Kakuzu up, and basking in the joy of acquiring a talent, finally let out the laughter he had been holding back. Gaining Kakuzu is like gaining a Wulong and a Fengchu. Kakuzu thought Uchiha, he was overjoyed by his joining, and his excitement grew even more. Then both turned their gazes to Haiden, who was stealthily trying to pick up his own head. Uchiha, he was not so polite with him. "Die or join the Hidden Leaf." Haiden, using his headless body, pointed a finger at the chin of his head lying nearby, as if to say, "Me, yeah." Uchiha, he nodded. Haiden seemed to be thinking, while Uchiha, he also pondered how to deal with Haiden, finding it quite a dilemma. Haiden was unlike others. He was a pure killer who took pleasure in murder, even a devout cultist. What if bringing him back to the Hidden Leaf corrupted the children? Seeing Uchiha's hesitation, Kakuzu didn't waste time. He stepped forward and picked up Haiden's head. "If you trust me, my lord, let me handle Haiden. He'll make sure he contributes his maximum value." Uchiha he was curious about his plan. Kakuzu didn't beat around the bush. He's always chanting about his Jashin anyway. His deity must welcome all life without discrimination. So using his special technique we can sell live livestock and slaughter them on demand. Remote slaughter of livestock will no longer be a dream. This way we can extend the shelf life of meat and create a unique product. After all, livestock can be found everywhere, but the ability to slaughter them remotely at will, that's one of a kind. Uchiha he couldn't help but make a face like the Taishang Laojun and Monkey King laughing together. You little rascal, that's evil. Kakuzu scratched his head sheepishly, but then asked, My lord, when can I beat up Hashirama? Kakuzu's hidden thoughts made Uchiha he chuckle. He hadn't expected that old fellow to still hold a grudge after all this time. Uchiha he had no choice but to say, don't worry, it's almost time. Kakuzu couldn't help but flash a sly grin, his mind wandering through some lewd fantasy. Shortly after Uchiha, he led the immortal duo back to Konoha, heading straight for the Hokage's office. The office door was ajar, allowing Uchiha he to witness a delightful scene. There sat Tsunade impatiently dealing with paperwork, while Jiraiya hovered beside her with a cup of water fawning over her. Uchiha he walked in with the immortal duo, and couldn't resist teasing, Oh, still flirting with each other, you lovebirds. Tsunade, upon seeing Uchiha he and hearing his tease, instantly blushed. Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly, but while doing so he gave Uchiha he a thumbs up. Without wasting any time, Uchiha he introduced the immortal duo, and then appointed Kakuzu as the chief financial officer of Konoha, granting him authority over the village's finances and commerce that even surpassed the Hokage's. This made Kakuzu feel Uchiha he's deep trust in him, and his admiration for the man grew even stronger. Though Tsunade and Jiraiya didn't understand why Uchiha he valued Kakuzu so highly, the first Hokage's instructions had always been remarkably wise, so they accepted it without further thought. Meanwhile, Sasuke was in a dilemma. The masked man seemed to have other matters and left Killer Bee with Kisame before departing. Sasuke and his group were following Kakuzu on their way back to the Akatsuki headquarters. Sasuke kept pondering whether to take action and rescue Killer Bee. At that moment, Killer Bee, who had been unconscious for a while, slowly regained consciousness. As soon as he woke, he realized his predicament and began exchanging silent communication with Sasuke through eyebrow movements. After a brief exchange, Sasuke decided to act discreetly and save Killer Bee. Without further hesitation, he called out to Kisame. Kisame turned his head at the call, and the moment he did, he was met with a pair of crimson eyes. Sasuke marveled at his own success, uttering a genuine remark, It seems this Mangekyo is quite useful. Killer Bee then freed himself from Kisame's grasp. Seeing that Kisame had lost his resistance, he complained to Sasuke. Yo, you Uchiha brat from Konoha, weren't we just playing around? You blew my tailed beast form's head off with one attack. Sasuke scratched his head apologetically. Sorry, I thought the tailed beast ball would be stronger. Killer Bee then launched into an endless rap of complaints, and everyone closed their ears to the noise. After he vented, the group began to think of a countermeasure, but Sasuke was already confident, having clearly devised a plan. Sasuke's Jinjutsu on Kisame created a scenario where Killer Bee suddenly woke up, and for some reason Samehada betrayed Kisame, becoming Killer Bee's weapon. In the illusion, Killer Bee displayed great prowess, striking Sasuke away in a single blow before he could react. Fortunately, Kisame ran fast enough to avoid capture. To enhance the realism, Sasuke even had Killer Bee whip Kisame with Samehada. At first, Samehada resisted when taken by Killer Bee, but it soon sensed that this person's chakra was even more enticing and ceased its resistance. Thus, under the control of the Jinjutsu, Kisame fled wildly until he woke up. Though the illusion was extremely realistic, Kisame couldn't understand why he had been running or why Samehada had betrayed him. Afterward, the group pretended to be captured by Killer Bee and were taken back to Kumogakure. Soon a notice was issued by Kumogakure. Uchiha, Sasuke, and other Akatsuki members having tried to capture a tailed beast were apprehended by Killer Bee and would be executed in 10 days. At the same time, on the day of execution, Kumogakure would convene a 5 Kage summit. This news shook the entire shinobi world. Uchiha Sasuke, rumored to be the disciple of that man, the notorious bloodthirsty and war-hungry Uchiha he, and now Kumogakure, had provoked him so directly. No one knew what would happen, perhaps the fourth great ninja war. But those who had lived long enough argued that Uchiha he had once single-handedly conquered the world without a rival. Perhaps not even a war would break out, the Raikage's head might simply be hung at Konoha's gate. Of course, such speculations came only from the uninformed. Insiders like Uchiha he knew perfectly well that it was all an act designed to lure out the Akatsuki. As for why it was in Kumogakure, first the village housed the 8 Tails, second the Raikage believed his village was the strongest in the shinobi world, and third Uchiha he simply went along thinking, since you claim to be the strongest, you can bear the brunt of this attack. Of course, Uchiha he wouldn't reveal these little schemes lest they suddenly change their minds. Meanwhile, after Naruto was ambushed by Black Zetsu, he felt his strength was insufficient. Under Jiraiya's guidance, he went to Mount Mayaboku to train and as for why the rumors painted Uchiha he as bloodthirsty and warlike, it stemmed from the early days of Konoha's founding. After the death of Izuna Uchiha, his already fragile mental state completely collapsed. The reason for his fragility had been explained earlier. He had come to the shinobi world due to chronic depression and sudden excitement leading to death. It was a common affliction among psychologists. The more one knew, the more helpless one felt. Izuna's passing nearly drove Uchiha he to tear off Senju Tobarama's head several times. At that time, not only to vent his inner gloom, but also for the future of the shinobi world Uchiha, he left Konoha alone, embarking on a journey to capture tailed beasts and eliminate Black Zetsu. During his journey Uchiha he encountered all sorts of people, some evil, some warlike, some simply twisted. At first he held back, but later when he saw a child die at the hands of a group of thugs, because of his restraint he decided to stop holding back and unleashed all his pent-up anger. The few tailed beasts he had already captured suddenly froze in fear when Uchiha his demeanor changed drastically, cowering like kittens in a corner. Afterward Uchiha he paraded through the shinobi world with several tailed beasts in tow, beating anyone who displeased him. For some reason he had become extremely combative. As for the rumors of his bloodthirstiness, who knew which bastard spread them? Uchiha he had only killed those who deserved death. Truly rumors could ruin a man. However, Uchiha he hadn't forgotten the other main purpose of his departure, to track down Black Zetsu. That cunning old bastard was truly insidious, always lurking in the shadows, spying on Uchiha. But for some reason, after Uchiha he's transformation, Black Zetsu never dared to show his face again. Black Zetsu thought, back then I felt that if I showed myself I would be instantly killed. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki also caught wind of this news. The masked man had just hurried back to Yuin village when he heard it, and he fell silent just as he was about to Instead, Pain looked sternly at the masked man and asked, when did you bring in these members? The masked man's expression was hidden behind his mask, but inwardly, he cursed Sasuke countless times. Sasuke had boasted arrogantly captured the Eight Tails. Jinchuriki himself knocked him unconscious and ordered him to be brought back, only to be defeated and captured instead. The masked man felt as disgusted as if he had eaten feces. But now he had to come up with an excuse to fool Pain. If it weren't for avoiding revealing his identity, why would the masked man have let Sasuke and the others transport? Realizing that the situation had spiraled out of control, the masked man shed his former pathetic demeanor and spoke gravely. These individuals were recruited to replace the deceased Itachi. Sasuke, who now possesses the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, has combat prowess surpassing even Itachi's. Moreover, his hatred for Konoha will surely aid us in collecting the tailed beasts. The Deva Path of Pain, however, remained unimpressed and retorted, are you certain? He truly hates Konoha. His teacher is the legendary strongest ninja, who even I struggled against in our battle. The masked man felt a pang of unease at these words, recalling that Sasuke had had several opportunities to kill Killer Bee. His conviction began to waver. But then he thought of the Uchiha clan's annihilation. Surely Sasuke must hate Konoha, mustn't he? As the masked man was deep in thought, the Deva Path had no intention of lingering further. He summoned the remaining Akatsuki members and announced, I have just received word that Kakazu and Haiden have been captured by Uchiha. With our ranks severely depleted, to prevent further escalation, I have decided to launch an assault on Konoha immediately and seize the Nine Tails. The masked man's expression shifted drastically. This again deviated from his plan. However, having lost Pain's trust, he knew any further advice would be ignored. So he volunteered, I can help you infiltrate Konoha without alerting anyone. The Deva Path showed interest and replied, very well. This is your last chance. If you fail, I must first make you taste pain. The Deva Path stared at the masked man with his Rinnegan, while the latter, feeling no trepidation, was already plotting his next move. Meanwhile, Uchiha he was pondering how to effectively counter the Deva Path's wide area attack. After fruitless deliberation, he decided to first restore the visual power of his left eye. Days passed, and for some reason Pain did not immediately attack Konoha. He reasoned that since the Raikage would convene the 5 Kage Summit in 10 days, Konoha's top combatants would inevitably head to the Land of Lightning, presenting a perfect opportunity to capture the Nine Tails. On the 9th day, Jiraiya, as the representative of the Hokage, led a contingent to the Land of Lightning. Meanwhile, Naruto was still studying Sage Mode on Mount Maya. Without the interference of the Nine Tails, and under the guidance of Minato Namikaze, over the past few years Naruto's progress in learning Sage Mode was remarkably swift. He could soon activate Sage Mode, and his current training was solely to accelerate the activation speed. As for Uchiha, he was still miserably sitting in the lab applying Hashirama's eye drops. Although his eyes had recovered considerably, the fact that they were not at full strength made him uneasy. After all, that mysterious figure had instantly killed his clone. Even Uchiha he himself in a similar situation might not be able to handle him. But as the saying goes, fear comes when it is least wanted. The Akatsuki watched Jiraiya's group depart, and then sprang into action. The masked man led all the Pains into Konoha without triggering the seal. However, the sudden appearance of such immense chakra in Konoha instantly startled the mini Nine Tails beside Uchiha. But the mini Ninetales was no longer mini. Under the seal Uchiha he had lifted it had grown larger day by day, and over the years as its chakra increased, it had become as tall as a small mountain. Only the vastness of Uchiha-hi's lab could accommodate it. The Ninetales hastily nudged Uchiha-hi. But before it could speak, the Deva Path of Pain unleashed a massive wide-area attack. A colossal almighty push descended directly upon Uchiha-hi's head. Aside from complete intangibility Uchiha, he could think of no other way to defend. Nonetheless, he carefully absorbed the Ninetales into his body and activated his Mangekyo ready to regenerate at any moment. As Uchiha, he had anticipated his body was obliterated by the almighty push, but his eyes immediately materialized out of thin air, and the rest of his body slowly regenerated. However, an unforeseen event occurred. A pair of pitch-black hands suddenly appeared before Uchiha, he plucking out his right eye on the spot. Uchiha, he could hardly believe it. It was Black Zetsu. Hadn't my clone already killed Black Zetsu? Why has he reappeared? But why did he only take my right eye, and not my crucial left eye? All of this formed a massive enigma, leaving Uchiha baffled. Uchiha, he quickly regenerated his body. Since his right eye had been gouged out, he reattached Shizui's Sharingan. He had already removed that eye earlier to prepare for the Impure World Reincarnation of Shisui, but now he had no choice. The Deva Path of Pain was no easy opponent, so he had to temporarily borrow Shizui's power. Uchiha, he activated Susanoo to push away the rubble above his head. Above Pain was pontificating. Having just used his wide-area attack, he was trying to buy time with rhetoric. I want to carry a bag of rice to the first floor. I want to carry a bag of rice to the second floor. I gave too many bags of rice. I washed a bag of rice. Since he lacked the ability to use ninjutsu at the moment, the final line, Shinra Tensei, was not uttered. Uchiha, he did not allow the other pains to roam freely and harm the survivors. Although the Deva Path's almighty push had a vast range, the newly rebuilt Konoha was immense. His attack had only leveled 1/5 of the village, leaving many survivors elsewhere. Uchiha, he swiftly threw out Flying Thunder God Kunai, then instantly used Shadow Clone and Summoning Technique, conjuring a dense, terrifying rain of kunai. He then transformed into a black shadow darting among the kunai. In an instant, he sealed the other pains and conveniently packed them away. As for the Deva Path of Pain, both the masked man and Konan stood by his side, making the situation rather tricky for Uchiha. Though the enemy before him appeared formidable, who was Uchiha? He had never been one to fear. Uchiha, he immediately conjured 3 shadow clones. For others, shadow clones might be a debuff, but for Uchiha, thanks to the rapid recovery ability of his left eye, 3 shadow clones were precisely enough. One for each of the 3 enemies, he could handle them all. As for why he didn't use more, he still had a modicum of pride as a senior. After all the other pains had already been packed away, leaving only these 3, who posed no further threat to the village. Although Uchiha, he had never fought Konan or the masked man before, he had long since devised methods to counter them. Against Konan, he would use fire release. He couldn't believe any paper could withstand fire. As for the masked man, if Minato Namikaze could handle him, Uchiha, he certainly could as well. But the Tendo Pain seemed unwilling to fight. He asked, I have a question for you. If your answer satisfies me, I will withdraw from Konoha. Uchiha, he was momentarily puzzled by what he was up to, but decided to go along with it. After all, he didn't really want to kill these people either. They were all pitiable souls. Go ahead, Uchiha, he said flatly. Uchiha, he is the teacher of the legendary ninja Hashirama Senju, and Madara. Uchiha, you bear the title of the strongest. At this point, Tendo cast a glance at the masked man, the one who called himself Madara Uchiha. It is said that besides these 2, you had a most cherished disciple named Uchiha Izuna, who was accidentally killed by Tobarama Senju during the founding of Konoha. Furthermore, it is said that your brother's parents, and even a crucial female ninja, all perished at the hands of the Senju clan. Uchiha, his face gradually darkened. So, what are you trying to say? Tendo unhurried continued. Then my question is, how did you manage to forget this hatred and pain to work alongside your enemies to uphold this false peace? And even now, when the entire Uchiha clan has been slaughtered, you still choose to protect Konoha. Uchiha, his expression soured, clearly struck at a sore point. But then, as if deflated, he spoke slowly. I was originally an ordinary person, so ordinary that I would be forgotten at a street corner. It wasn't until my clan members and Izuna appeared that I felt something special. I cherished the feeling of being cared for and revered by others, and it bred a kind of arrogance. I thought I could take on the heavens, the earth, the world. So I led my younger siblings and her into an obvious trap. Confident in my abilities, I believed I could handle it easily. But I, who had never lost that time. I could only retreat under the cover of a girl. From then on, I began almost mad training. Coincidentally, the most important person in my life appeared. The then clan leader of the Uchiha, Taijima Uchiha. His care for me made me feel both grateful and awed, but his teachings skyrocketed my strength like a rocket. But that wasn't all. Only when I became the teacher of Madara and Izuna did I truly understand what responsibility and duty meant. I also real. As for your question, why I forgot hatred and pain, I have never chosen to forget. Personal pain and hatred are unimportant to me. By personal I mean for myself. If Madara had shown any desire for revenge, I would have torn off Tobirama's head without hesitation. But if only I am the one suffering, I usually bear it silently, not venting or crying like a child. Tendo Pain found this hard to believe. Could such a person really exist? Someone who completely disregards their own feelings as long as others are fine. Of course they exist. This is similar to a typical people-pleasing personality. Such people often feel lonely, but try to escape loneliness. To escape, they ignore their own emotions and blindly cater to others, as if making others happy is their own happiness. After saying all this, Uchiha, he did not feel any better. Instead, the awakening of buried memories brought him waves of pain. As for Tendo, he wore a look of triumph. I have no interest in your pain. Feel true pain. Shinra Tensei. It seemed the previous scene was just to gather power. Uchiha, he suppressed his emotions and ordered his 3 shadow clones to advance with him. Having already used the Flying Thunder God Rain technique earlier, it was temporarily unavailable. Uchiha, he had to resort to Body Flicker to dodge. Though Shinra Tensei was powerful, Uchiha, his speed was more than enough to escape it. Seeing this, Konan prepared to attack Uchiha, he with explosive tags, but was blocked by the fire release from Uchiha, his shadow clone. Neither side held back in this exchange. Uchiha, his fire release was immensely powerful, while Konan's explosive tags were equally numerous. But this clash made Uchiha, he realize his mistake. Fire could burn paper and it could also burn explosive tags, but burning explosive tags amplified the explosion's power, so powerful that even the masked man and Tendo Pain were caught in the blast. Uchiha, his shadow clones were forcibly dispelled by this attack. Distracted by Pain and the masked man Uchiha, he was caught off guard and sent tumbling. Uchiha, he had just used his left Mangekyo to recover when in that instant Tendo Pain pulled him in with Bansho Tenon. Though his left eye was useful, it had a major drawback. Recovery was fast, but if an opponent attacked during the recovery Uchiha, he was done for. Moreover, during recovery, he couldn't use ninjutsu. In the past, he had been invincible because almost no one could match his reaction speed. But now Tendo Pain, a half-cheater, was somewhat countering him. Tendo Pain originally intended only to capture him, but the masked man suddenly struck, drawing a blade and stabbing it into Uchiha's heart. The previous wound wasn't fatal, but now it was. The 9 tails inside Uchiha, he was frantic. It had first felt Uchiha's fluctuating emotions, then watched helplessly as he was ambushed. Even though the fox's face was red with desperation, it could do nothing. Uchiha's sealing techniques were no joke. If he didn't actively release the 9 tails, even if he died, the fox would be forever trapped in his corpse. Uchiha, he watched the world recede, a hint of relief in his eyes. Tendo Pain and Konan stared at the masked man in disbelief. What have you done? Tendo roared. Konan, however, sensed something amiss. Who exactly are you? The masked man did not speak, but approached Uchiha's corpse at an incredible speed, then placed his hand on Uchiha's abdomen. Then he turned his head to look into the distance, and said, "My suggestion is run for it now while you still can." Tendo Pain was puzzled while the masked man quickly turned into a blob of shadow and vanished underground. Why a blob? Because it truly was a blob, and both Tendo and Konan saw it. The masked man was not Obito, but the mysterious masked man who had instantly killed Uchiha's clone. Earlier when he led Pain into the village, he did not use Kami. As Tendo Pain was gazing at Uchiha's corpse with sorrow, a powerful aura caught his attention. He turned and saw Naruto burning with rage. But this Naruto seemed different. If Uchiha he were alive, he would have exclaimed, "Golden Naruto." Naruto roared, "What did you do to teacher he?" Seeing Naruto's hostile approach and that he was his target, Tendo launched a Shinra Tensei at Naruto. However, to Tendo's utter shock, Naruto was unaffected by the Shinra Tensei, his speed not diminished in the slightest. Tendo couldn't help but exclaim, "WTF. Cheater." While moving at high speed, Naruto extended multiple 9 tails chakra arms. Some grabbed Pain and slammed him to the ground, while others swiftly scooped up Uchiha. Then seeing Konan about to launch a sneak attack, Naruto carried Uchiha and moved at lightning speed until he reached a safe location. Naruto examined Uchiha's condition and found that he was indeed completely dead. Rage burned within him, but he remembered the teachings of his teachers and parents: never act rashly out of anger. So he created a shadow clone and sped toward Pain and Konan. As for why Naruto suddenly returned to Konoha, it was because of Gamamaru. He sensed that Konoha had suffered a major blow and that perhaps the most important person to the fate of the entire ninja world had met with misfortune. So he notified Naruto and used reverse summoning to send him back. As for the 9 tails chakra mode, although Naruto did not embrace his dark side at the waterfall of truth this time under Uchiha's influence and his parents' teachings, Naruto no longer craved others' attention as in the original story. Instead, he became more positive. As for the 9 tails Uchiha, he had secretly told Naruto the names of the 9-tailed beasts before he left the village, and also greeted the 9 tails again, asking him to cooperate with Naruto. Though the 9 tails was still reluctant, he did not refuse. Regarding the mini Ninetales beside Uchiha, he had gradually grown into an independent entity over the years with no further connection to the Ninetales inside Naruto. Next came the much-anticipated moment of Takenijutsu and Style Showdown. Although Naruto had activated the Ninetales chakra mode, and no longer feared Tendo's Shinra Tensei, Tendo had more than just that move. Encountering the Chibaku Tensei for the first time, Naruto suffered a great loss. Just as Konan was about to focus fire to take Naruto down, a figure suddenly appeared. It was the Princess Hinata. The battle with its occasional shifts in art style continued, eventually ending in Tendo's defeat. However, Naruto did not kill Konan. Through Takenijutsu, both Nagato and Konan were persuaded by Naruto. In the end, Nagato decided to have Konan bring Naruto to him. As in the original story, Nagato ultimately chose to sacrifice himself to revive those who had died in Konoha. Though tears welled in Naruto's eyes, he did not. Finally, Naruto joyfully returned to where he had placed Uchiha's body, only to find that he still looked like a corpse. However, seeing the gradually appearing bystanders with bewildered expressions, he knew that Nagato's technique must have succeeded. Yet he couldn't understand why he had not been revived. No time to grieve. He had to pass this news to others. So he summoned a small toad and had it deliver the message to Jiraiya. Now he might be the only high-level combatant left in the village, so he could only wait quietly. Meanwhile, Sasuke, who was on vacation in the prison, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. The sealing technique connected to Uchiha, within his body, had instantly lost its effect. Sensing something was wrong, he dropped the act and swiftly left the Cloud Village, racing back to Konoha. At that moment, Jiraiya received Naruto's message. The news of Uchiha's death was a devastating blow to everyone, leaving them at a loss for a moment. But Jiraiya did not panic. Instead, he stepped forward and said, "Since Lord he trusted us enough to hold the 5 Kage summit, he must have had confidence in our strength. Let us not disappoint him. This summit must be held, and it will be held. Let those scheming villains see that we shinobi are not to be trifled with." Miraculously, the crowd's morale was restored by Jiraiya's encouragement. Tsunade's gaze toward Jiraiya also held a different light. Indeed, without Uchiha, they had never feared any challenge. Now that Uchiha had paved the way for them, why should they be afraid? Meanwhile, on the other side, the masked man, Obito, had just woken up. For some reason, Obito had suddenly collapsed before Pain's departure. When he woke up, both his mask and clothes were gone, leaving him utterly astonished. He couldn't imagine who in the current ninja world could have knocked him unconscious without a sound. But that didn't matter. The second phase of the plan was about to begin. By now, presumably, only the 8 Tails and 9 Tails remained unsecured. He would then initiate the 4th Great Ninja War, and in the chaos, he could gather all the tailed beasts. Just as he was still pondering, a hand suddenly emerged from the ground, tossing a small ball. Obito used his intangibility to dodge, then cautiously stared at the spot where the hand had appeared, but found no further movement. Obito turned to look at the small ball. Unbelievably, inside the ball was a 9 Tails struggling with a considerable amount of chakra, more than the 7-tailed beasts he had already collected. Obito was even more puzzled, but he didn't think too much about it. A pie had fallen from the sky. No, 9 Tails had fallen from the ground, and he had picked it up, so it was his. So now only the 8 Tails remained. The owner of that hand was naturally the mysterious masked man who had previously impersonated Obito. As for why he gave the 9 Tails to Obito, the reason was still unknown. That small ball was likely one of his mysterious abilities. As for the 9 Tails, it was naturally the one that had been sealed inside Uchiha earlier. The mysterious masked man had approached Uchiha's corpse only to take the 9 Tails away. Now with Uchiha's death, the situation of the entire ninja world had become even more perplexing. Meanwhile, the mysterious masked man from before suddenly appeared in the secret base of Heiju. Soon after, Heiju's head emerged, his dark face forcing an obsequious expression. Heiju offered Uchiha's right eye. The mysterious masked man took it. "This time you've redeemed yourself. Go on. The real war is about to begin." Heiju nodded at these words, then sank back into the earth. After Heiju left, the mysterious masked man took out the clone of Uchiha he had obtained earlier. His form flickered and he merged directly with the clone. Then he placed Uchiha's right eye into his own socket. The moment it was inserted, an immensely powerful energy burst forth. Finally. Heiju, who had not yet gone far, felt a shudder of fear from the overwhelming power of the mysterious masked man. Meanwhile, on another front, Uchiha had not been resurrected through Nagato's sacrifice because he had never truly died. He was currently in the consciousness space facing Pooh. "Are you sure you want to do this? Once you do this, you will never have a chance to regain your freedom." Pooh smiled faintly. "I really like that line of yours. My pain is insignificant. Compared to my crude goal, it seems you have more important things to do. It is my honor to be your stepping stone." Uchiha's expression grew complicated. Initially, he had only intended to trick Pooh, conversing with him and loosening the seal. But now Pooh had become his only hope for resurrection. Overwhelmed by this complex emotion, Uchiha remained silent for a long time before finally saying, "Thank you." Pooh smiled again. "I'm the one who should thank you. But from now on when you go fishing you can't be so bad at it, okay? Then with a flash of light Uchiha's body rapidly restored itself, even showing a few traces of the Otsutsuki symbol. Finally a Rinnegan identical to Pusher's appeared on Uchiha's forehead, but it closed again after a moment. As life surged back Uchiha, he even burst forth with an even more formidable aura. The surge in energy seemed to originate not from Pusher, but from his left eye. Without his right eye Uchiha he had become even more powerful. Naruto who was nearby was overjoyed to see Uchiha, he suddenly resurrected. Just moments ago he had already picked out a burial spot for Uchiha. Meanwhile Sasuke had also returned to Konoha and saw Uchiha, he standing with Naruto. Without a word Sasuke threw himself into Uchiha's arms. Uchiha he gently patted Sasuke's head comforting him like a child. You're a big kid now, no crying, okay? Even more astonishing was the arrival of a blonde-haired blue-eyed man riding a bird to Konoha. Naruto moved to attack him, but Uchiha he stopped him. The newcomer was Deidara. While training hard Deidara had noticed that Uchiha's wood clone had suddenly turned into a piece of wood. Startled, he sped toward Konoha. Over the past few days Deidara had been deeply captivated by Uchiha's personal charisma, reaching a point of inseparable attachment. However Deidara did not throw himself into Uchiha's arms like Sasuke had he only gazed at him with deep concern. So Uchiha he recounted everything that had just happened. Everyone gnashed their teeth in hatred toward the masked man of the evil path. Uchiha he calculated the time, and sensed that the nine tails within him had vanished. He muttered a silent alarm realizing the great battle was imminent. He instructed the three to head to the land of lightning to assist the main force while he prepared some things himself. After the others left Uchiha, he did not linger. He used the flying thunder god technique and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was before Orochimaru who was obediently holding the death god mask waiting for him. This was Uchiha's second base. To prevent pain from launching a surprise attack he had developed this base 3 kilometers beneath Konoha. All the White Zetsu were hidden here surrounded by even more powerful sealing techniques. Without exaggeration, even 90-tailed beast bombs fired simultaneously could not penetrate this place. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha with eager eyes. Uchiha he wasted no time immediately forming hand seals and activating the dead demon consuming seal. The same old actor the death god appeared. At first the death god couldn't see who had summoned him and bared its teeth. But when Uchiha he glanced over it immediately behaved. Uchiha he gestured for the death god to cut open its own belly. The death god dared not disobey and promptly disemboweled itself. As for why Uchiha, he didn't cut his own belly. Please, what was Uchiha's status? Did he need to do such menial work? As the death god's belly opened, a stream of souls emerged from within. Uchiha he quickly performed the Impure World Reincarnation, successfully reincarnating each soul. Orochimaru's arms were also restored. After finishing Uchiha, he noticed the death god still standing obediently behind him. His expression turned displeased. What? Not leaving? Waiting for me to see you off? The death god was so anxious it almost spoke. But Orochimaru, ever considerate, reminded him, Lord, you haven't released the technique yet. Uchiha he looked even more displeased at the death god. Bro, seriously. If the technique wasn't released, why didn't you say so? Did you grow a mouth just to eat crap instead of talking? As a death god, learning to communicate with clients is very important, okay? The death god felt deeply wronged, but after Uchiha he released the technique, it scurried away. However, Uchiha, he did not know that long afterward a very wise death god would appear in the Pure Land. It could speak various languages, excelled at dealing with people, and even became the second-in-command of the Pure Land. All of this stemmed from Uchiha's scolding today. Death god, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't look down on a death god who hasn't read much. Meanwhile, 3 people who had opened their eyes stared at Uchiha, he in disbelief. The 3 were Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, and Minato Namikaze. Hashirama, ever concerned about the younger generation, asked Minato how he had died. Minato said it was to seal the 9 tails. Hashirama pondered for a moment, unable to understand why sealing the 9 tails would cost a life. Tobirama Sharpie immediately spotted Uchiha, but he dared not look up, so he tugged at Hashirama's sleeve. Hashirama, carefree as ever, was about to lecture the younger generation when he saw Uchiha, and instantly turned into a child. He trotted over. How are you still alive? Both Uchiha and Tobirama, even Orochimaru, had long black lines on their foreheads. Only the innocent Minato looked confused. Huh, the First Hokage. How is the First Hokage resurrected? Uchiha he didn't intend to answer that question. Instead he spoke seriously. Now the ninja world is about to face its greatest enemy. And this enemy is extremely powerful. Even I am not entirely confident of defeating him. That's why I've awakened you in this form, hoping you can once again contribute to the ninja world. Hashirama still wore that goofy expression. What? Even Master can't handle him. Then what's the point of me fighting? Uchiha he gave him a sharp knock on the head, smashing it open. Tobirama and Minato were shocked, staring in disbelief. But then Hashirama's head grew back at a visible speed, though he still wore that silly look. Uchiha, he was perplexed. Why did Hashirama seem so foolish? And he showed no guilt over killing Madara. Logically, seeing his teacher should have made him feel remorse for that matter. So Uchiha, he asked, Hashirama, didn't you kill Madara? Hashirama scratched his head, looking confused. Why would I kill him? On the contrary, after you passed away, master, he left Konoha not long after without even saying goodbye. Uchiha, he grew even more perplexed. What had happened? Madara was not betrayed by Hashirama. Then why did the Moon's Eye plan still exist? Who was that mysterious masked man? All the mysteries tangled together, gradually blurring Uchiha, his vision of this world. With endless doubts, Uchiha, he turned his gaze to Senju Tobirama. At that moment, Senju Tobirama was staring at his own toes with a grave expression, as if lost in profound thought. Seeing this, Uchiha, he seethed with anger and demanded, didn't I instruct you to succeed me as Hokage? Why are you neither the third Hokage, nor did you— Senju Tobirama stammered in response, Teacher I am not a match for Madara, nor did I dare to stop him. As for the Hokage position, I think I am unworthy. After all, the more suitable successor is Uchiha. Uchiha, he was instantly speechless, struck by the very sore point he had tried to avoid. Though Tobirama was overflowing with remorse, Uchiha, he had no intention of letting him off easily. Let's do this. I know you've always harbored a grudge over the deaths of your younger brothers. But my own brother Madara's brother also perished at the hands of the Senju clan. I cannot ask you to let go of your hatred because I haven't let go either. So hey, race, what I propose. I will use Izuna's abilities to duel you. Since you are already dead, dying again won't matter. If you can defeat me, I will forgive you. Even if you lose, it's fine. You'll realize just how arrogant you have been. Hashirama tried to dissuade him upon hearing this, but this time Tobirama did not rely on his elder brother. He stepped forward and declared, all right. Thus Uchiha, he led Tobirama to the place ravaged by pain. The refugees had already been evacuated and no construction workers had arrived, yet making it the perfect arena for their duel. Senju Tobirama bowed deeply, then unceremoniously threw a flying thunder god kunai. Uchiha, he smirked. Tobirama, you still only know this one trick. True to his word, Uchiha, he produced a blade from somewhere, effortlessly deflecting the kunai, and then unleashed a massive great fireball. Tobirama countered with a water style, but his water jutsu was utterly unable to withstand the fireball, which pierced through it with ease. Seeing this, Tobirama no longer held back. He tossed several flying thunder god kunai, and charged forward with a short blade at incredible speed. Uchiha, he did not use any ninjutsu. He merely parried with his sword. Tobirama's movements were lightning fast, yet every action of Uchiha, he seemed precalculated. He blocked the kunai the instant Tobirama struck. As he fought, he remarked, you know, Izuna's swordsmanship was even stronger than mine. Tobirama could not agree with that. If Izuna was stronger than Uchiha, how could he have been killed by him? It was baffling. Moreover, Tobirama himself was no slouch with a blade. Realizing the flying thunder god could not overwhelm his opponent, Tobirama decided to engage in a pure swordsmanship duel with Uchiha. What puzzled Tobirama was that although his own sword technique was exquisite, Uchiha, he seemed to have him completely figured out, easily countering every attack. Tobirama then used water style to create a watery surface, sliding across it rapidly. He once again threw flying thunder god kunai, aiming to execute the flying thunder god slash that had defeated Izuna. Uchiha, he flashed a sinister smile. Tobirama sensed impending danger, but it was too late to retreat. He had no choice but to press on. Uchiha, he simply placed his hand on the water surface and instantly unleashed a lightning-style jutsu, immobilizing Tobirama's Impure World Reincarnation body. In the same moment, he flashed forward and pressed a blade to Tobirama's neck. Familiar. This blade belonged to Izuna. Izuna could only sigh, I have lost. Seeing that Tobirama was still unconvinced, Uchiha, he gestured for him to step back and watch a demonstration. After ensuring no one was watching Uchiha, he casually spat out another great fireball. Who says a great fireball cannot kill? The ground, already leveled by pain, was gouged into an abyss so deep that its bottom was invisible. The sight made Tobirama's jaw drop. See, I didn't lie to you. I used Izuna's level of techniques against you. Hearing this, Tobirama was finally convinced. There was no need for Uchiha to lie. It seemed that Izuna had indeed possessed the means to effortlessly subdue him, but had chosen not to deliver a killing blow. At that moment, Tobirama felt true remorse. I was wrong. Seeing Tobirama hang his head, Uchiha, he stepped forward and patted his head. It's all right. If you truly feel guilty, you can let Izuna beat you up when he is resurrected. Tobirama's face was filled with disbelief. You? Don't hate me. Uchiha, he looked up at the sky and spoke calmly. Whether it's you or Izuna, in my eyes, you are all still children who haven't grown up. Tobirama was utterly overwhelmed by his magnanimity. Even though he had accidentally killed his most beloved disciple, he had not punished him, but instead entrusted him with great responsibility, even bestowing the Hokage title upon him before his death. Such a breadth of mind was truly admirable. Tobirama felt deep guilt for the words he often uttered, The Uchiha are all evil. He could not help but curse himself. I deserve to die. Seeing that his lesson for Tobirama had been effective Uchiha, he wasted no more time. He returned to the laboratory and retrieved Itachi's blood, the blood that had splattered on Sasuke's clothes during their earlier battle. However, when Uchiha he performed the Impure World Reincarnation, the White Zetsu lying on the ground showed no movement. He then understood. This must be the work of the Dream Master. Here the Dream Master finally makes his appearance. The Dream Master was Kabuto. That year Uchiha, he had conducted psychological counseling at Orochimaru's base. Kabuto, sensing that Orochimaru would be influenced, decided to leave. In the days that followed, he noticed Orochimaru gradually changing, so he quietly departed, eventually reaching the Ryuchi cave by chance. Without Orochimaru's legacy, Kabuto spent a full 2.5 years mastering Sage Mode. After mastering it, Kabuto found the Masked Man, and the two hit it off immediately. Kabuto was responsible for the Impure World Reincarnation to create an army, while the Masked Man used his intangible invincibility to declare war on the Hidden Cloud Village. This was why Uchiha he failed to reincarnate Itachi. To be fair, the Masked Man and Kabuto worked astonishingly fast. Nagato had not been dead long. His body was still warm when they had already reincarnated him. At that moment, the duo of the sick and the weak were supporting each other as they walked toward the land of lightning. Then Uchiha he found Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, and asked, the ninja world is about to face an unprecedented, immensely powerful enemy. Do you two want to lend a hand? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo exchanged glances, confirming each other's intentions. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo and said, though I lost to you in contributions to Konoha's finances, I will never lose when it comes to protecting the village. Seeing their enthusiasm, Uchiha, he was delighted. Since that's the case, I'll give you a cheat ability. He assembled the first echelon, No and Shursui as well. Uchiha he used the Impure World Reincarnation to bring forth Shursui. Shursui was immensely excited to see Uchiha he. For the Uchiha clan Uchiha, he was the greatest idol, even surpassing the Hokage. Perceiving Shizui's adoring demeanor, Uchiha, he was filled with doubt. Upon hearing that he was the idol of the entire Uchiha clan, his confusion deepened. He asked, if I am the spiritual pillar of the Uchiha, why would the clan still contemplate rebellion? Shursui pondered for a moment, then replied, your status as the Uchiha idol is both a boon and a bane. The boon is that the Uchiha clan suffers no unfair treatment. The bane is that some clan members become overly proud, arrogantly believing that the Hokage position should belong to the Uchiha. Their discontent grew especially after Minato Namikaze was named the 4th Hokage, eventually reaching an irreparable point. I hope that under Itachi's guidance they will improve. After all, Itachi is truly exceptional. Uchiha he said flatly. The Uchiha clan was annihilated and Itachi was the executioner. Shursui felt a bit awkward and quickly added, I always thought Itachi seemed a bit foolish. Uchiha he found this both amusing and exasperating. Was this the Shursui he remembered? He then summoned the group, instructing them to wait on the outskirts of the Hidden Cloud Village, where the Impure World Reincarnation Army would surely strike. As for the enhancements for Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi Uchiha, he first used the reverse reincarnation technique to restore their youth, then applied the head touch sealing technique to grant them a temporary chakra boost, similar to Sasuke's, though there's only ensured rapid chakra recovery. The group hastened toward the Hidden Cloud Village. As for Uchiha, he went to the graves of Izuna, his younger siblings, and Uchiha Kyo. He stood before the graves for a long time, eventually deciding to exhume their bodies. After this battle, Uchiha he would undertake a monumental task. As the graves were opened, Uchiha he was filled with shock. Every grave was empty. Even Uchiha Kyo's body was missing. Astonished Uchiha he wondered who could be so depraved as to steal corpses from the Warring States period. Suppressing his confusion, Uchiha he went to the laboratory for final preparations. Meanwhile, on the 10th day, the Kage of each village had summoned all their forces. As for Konoha, since the Hokage had already brought all combatants, the village was guarded solely by Uchiha he. Sufficient indeed. With the plan altered, preparations for the final battle began. Killer Bee had already been secretly relocated. Just as the Kage were discussing fervently of figures, the figure wore a white mask and a deep blue robe, carrying the Uchiha war fan on his back. His left eye was a Rinnegan, his right a Sharingan. Even his stance radiated an overwhelming aura of power. The masked man stood on the table laughing heartily, then launched into a lengthy speech, too long to listen to. In summary, it meant the 4th Great Ninja War. The Kage were not idle spectators. The Raikage, enraged by the man's arrogance, charged forward with a lightning-straight punch. Though the attack appeared devastating to everyone's astonishment, the Raikage passed straight through the masked man's body, as if he were intangible. And enjoy your final moments. With that, the masked man slammed his hands on the ground, summoning the demonic statue of the outer path. The colossal statue instantly burst through the entire building. The others retreated swiftly, but the Raikage did not. Seeing his own administrative building destroyed, he erupted in fury, charging forward with curses only to be driven back by the demonic statue's attack. The Konoha contingent, however, remained relatively calm. Before departing Uchiha, he had briefed them on the masked man's abilities. Though his intangibility was eerie, it lasted only 5 minutes, and he had to be tangible to attack. They only needed to exploit his attack openings and prevent his escape. Meanwhile, outside, the Hidden Cloud Village ninja from various villages encountered the Impure World Reincarnation army. Truly a master of dreams, the battlefield was filled with reunion scenes. However, a few formidable opponents emerged, such as the Third Hokage and the Second Hokage. The ninja facing the Third Hokage found themselves helpless. His attacks were devastating, and his body was equally indestructible. As for the Second Hokage, he deliberately held back during his battle with Inoki, allowing Inoki to succeed and seal him. Why wasn't the Fourth Kazekage Raza present? Because upon his appearance he encountered the Konoha support squad. Shursui immobilized him with a body flicker genjutsu, and Orochimaru instantly sealed him with a single technique. Somewhat difficult to assess, still Orochimaru's doing. Without inheriting Orochimaru's legacy, Kabuto's Impure World Reincarnation was quite crude. Apart from the main combatants, his control over minor pawns was weak, leading to a one-sided battlefield. The group soon encountered the arrogant Third Hokage in the center of the battlefield. Hashirama stepped forward, clapped his hands, and a massive wooden golem descended from the sky. The Third Hokage looked up, startled. What? Hashirama Senju. Before the Third Hokage could recover from his shock, Hashirama leaped forth with a thunderous crash, landing a powerful punch on the Hokage's chin. With a resounding crack, the Hokage's head exploded. This sight stunned every ninja on the battlefield. Another Impure World Reincarnation, but this one was the god of Shinobi, Hashirama Senju. Instantly, a wave of flight impulse swept through them. Sensing their fear, Hashirama scratched his head and announced loudly, "Don't be afraid. I'm sent by the First Hokage Uchiha, he to help everyone." Hearing this, the ninja sighed in relief. As for why Hashirama's fighting style was so peculiar, it was all thanks to Uchiha's training. Under his guidance, would release was no longer Hashirama's primary attack. It became a decoy to startle opponents, followed by a one-shot with monstrous strength, the essence of Uchiha's teachings. Of course, if any fool underestimated his would release, they would meet the same fate as the Third Hokage. Behind Hashirama, the Third Hokage quickly regenerated his head, then charged forward, with Hell Stab, one finger thrust aimed directly at Hashirama's back. This so-called supreme spear that could pierce all things hurtled toward Hashirama's back with infinite might. Just as the crowd watched in awe, Senju Hashirama clapped his hands together, and a would-release armor instantly enveloped his entire body. He then turned through a punch, executing the move in one fluid motion. The two collided, and the Third Hokage's arm was reduced to dust. Senju Hashirama casually used would-release to restrain him, sealing core, "It's time to work." The stunned onlookers finally snapped back to reality. Was this the legendary god of Shinobi? Then how powerful must be the one hailed as the teacher of the god of Shinobi, the strongest ninja, Uchiha Kawa. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 5 Kage and the main forces of Konoha had driven the masked man into hiding, striking him down the moment he showed his face. But then a single figure turned the tide, Uchiha Madara. It turned out that Kabuto, seeing the masked man being thoroughly beaten, had summoned Madara, who had been clearing out small fry on the outskirts of the battlefield. This was the true king of Aura. Uchiha Madara's arrival stunned everyone. Though they had no intel on him, none retreated. They remained calm and composed. Facing the combined assault, Madara laughed wildly, handling the situation with ease, not even using ninjutsu. Clearly, under Uchiha Kawa's tutelage, this Madara was a plus version compared to the original. Soon the battlefield was exhausted while Madara looked disdainfully at the masked man. "You're not cutting it, are you, Obito?" Kakashi, who had been drained, suddenly perked up. "What? Obito? You're Obito. Is Lin's body with you? Give it back to me." Obito knew he could no longer hide his identity. He removed his mask, revealing a scarred face. Despite his powerful regeneration, the wounds on his face never. Kakashi grew even more agitated upon seeing the face. He forced himself to stand, though his body, once weak, had been strengthened with Uchiha Kawa's help, but the intense battle had left him utterly exhausted. At the same time, the Konoha support squad arrived. Senju Hashirama saw Uchiha Madara and couldn't help shouting, "Madara." Madara resisted the urge to shout back and said, "Now is not the time for reminiscing. If you want to talk, defeat me first." Then the battle once again tipped in Konoha's favor. Obito was in even greater trouble. The new support squad included not only Naruto, the cheat code user, but also an upgraded Deidara and the Flying Thunder God duo. Obito was killed the moment he showed his face, sustaining severe injuries, though his regeneration quickly healed him. All he could do now was hope that Kisame would return quickly with the 8 tails, or he felt he would really kick the bucket. The water above his head was no longer rain, but genuine. Meanwhile, as Killer Bee was about to finish off Kisame, a black figure suddenly appeared. It was the mysterious masked man who did not attack, but simply watched him. Killer Bee retreated hastily, and the Might Guy squad assigned to protect him also sized up the newcomer warily. The mysterious masked man helped Kisame up. "You can go. Your mission is complete." From now on you are free. Kisame finally breathed a sigh of relief as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. Killer Bee and the others could only watch helplessly as Kisame left, because the mysterious masked man gave them the feeling that if they made a move they would be killed. The mysterious masked man spoke. I only want the 8 tails, not anyone's life. Might Guy, despite his lingering fear, stepped forward. With me here no one will die today. The mysterious masked man couldn't help but comment, what a hot-blooded youth. Then Might Guy opened the 7th gate of the 8 gates, and unleashed a daytime tiger. The mysterious masked man made no move, simply watching the daytime tiger fly toward him. He waved his hand lightly, and by some unknown means the daytime tiger vanished into thin air. Might Guy was startled, but did not give up. He charged at the masked man at high speed. The mysterious masked man did not use ninjutsu, but waited for him to close in, and engaged in taijutsu combat. Surprisingly, he held his own against Might Guy in hand-to-hand. The members of Guy's squad naturally knew about Might Guy's taijutsu skills, and Killer Bee had also witnessed them during his fight with Kisame. That this mysterious masked man could match Might Guy purely with taijutsu was astonishing, especially when Guy had opened the 7th gate. Might Guy grew anxious as he couldn't gain the upper hand. Although he could exchange blows evenly, it was obvious that the other party still had other techniques in use. Meanwhile, while the 7th gate wasn't too taxing on him, it wasn't a long-term solution. Might Guy's ability to sustain the 7th gate for long periods was thanks to Uchiha Kawa, who had regularly performed physical checkups on him and his students over the years, even teaching them his improved version of the 8 gates. Seeing that Might Guy was about to overheat, the masked man decided not to continue the fight. He casually used a strange ninjutsu that returned Guy to his normal state, forcibly closing the 8 gates. Then he knocked Guy unconscious with a body flicker and threw him back. I said I only want the 8 tails, not anyone's life. Please don't test my patience. Killer Bee wavered. Even he himself had no chance against Might Guy, yet this person had easily subdued him. For the sake of the young ones behind him, Killer Bee considered giving up. But then the 3 young members of Guy's squad stepped forward. We will never abandon anyone's life, just to survive. The masked man rubbed his forehead. I said I won't take anyone's life. The 3 didn't believe him and charged at the masked man. He barely moved and subdued them, then turned his gaze to Killer Bee. Killer Bee thought for a moment, then lowered his head like a deflated balloon. Come on. I hope you'll keep your word and not harm them. The masked man couldn't help but remark, I said I won't take anyone's life. Then he stepped forward, placed his hand on Killer Bee's stomach, and after a roar from the 8 tails, a small orb containing the 8 tails appeared in his hand. The masked man held up the orb and shook it in front of Killer Bee. See, I said I wouldn't take anyone's life. Besides, him just borrowing the 8 tails. He'll return. Within the Leaf Village's support squad, Hashirama alone was enough to deal with Uchiha Madara. The reunion of these 2 old friends naturally led to endless conversations, and as they fought they gradually strayed from the battlefield. The remaining eyes fixed on Obito with malicious intent, ready to unleash a series of fatal blows the moment he showed any sign of emerging. At this moment Obito cried out to heaven and earth, but neither answered. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into, and make it his grave. He faced not only physical attacks, but also Kakashi's reproach, Minato Namikaze's interrogation, and Naruto's verbal barrage. Obito wanted to flee, but the Gedo Statue was still there. If he ran, what if it got sealed and taken away? The most heartbreaking part was that he couldn't even win a verbal duel against Naruto. At this moment he longed for a miracle in his life to appear once more and help him through this crisis. In many crises and challenges, Obito would suddenly faint at times of hesitation. When he awoke, he would find himself naked, but the things he had intended to do were already done, such as taking control of the Mist Village, the Uchiha clan massacre, and even the previous invasion of the Leaf by Pain. Having experienced these strange occurrences so many times, Obito initially thought he had developed a second personality doing things for him. It wasn't until the massacre night that the person who helped him seemed to forget to return his eyes. As he sat on the ground bewildered, a black hand suddenly appeared and threw his eyes back like trash. It was then he realized there must be a mysterious figure behind him helping him. Though he didn't know the figure's purpose, everything done was beneficial to him, so he stopped worrying. But now his desire to faint reached its peak, because his intangibility was about to enter cooldown. If no solution came, he would have no choice but to flee with the Gedos. Just as his intangibility entered cooldown, the group of eager onlookers noticed this. Fire release, water release, lightning release, wind release. A variety of ninjutsu flew toward him. Suddenly a black hand appeared. Light of hope radiated from Obito's eyes. The one who arrived was none other than the mysterious masked man. With a casual wave of his hand, all the ninjutsu vanished, as if they had never existed. Obito, have you forgotten that you still have a Rinnegan? The masked man couldn't help but tease. Obito's expression turned awkward. He had indeed forgotten. Seeing his teacher and the other ninjas, he had been too focused on nervously dodging and had forgotten. Obito was about to step forward to salvage his dignity, but was stopped by the masked man. Stop. You handle the other matter first. They'll hold them off here. The masked man casually tossed the sphere containing the 8 tails to Obito, who took it carefully, his face full of gratitude. "Thank you. Over the years you've helped me so much. I don't know how to thank you." The masked man grew impatient at these words and kicked Obito to the side of the Gedo statue. "Stop your nonsense. Get to work." The kick was heavy and Obito could barely catch his breath for a moment. Nevertheless, like a dutiful worker, he quickly began the process of merging the tailed beasts. The crowd eyed the masked man, warily refraining from rash action. From the fact that he appeared out of thin air and casually nullified all their ninjutsu with a single gesture, it was clear that this person was extremely powerful. Coupled with his imposing stance, which radiated overwhelming strength, they knew he was not someone to be trifled with. Sasuke quickly formulated a plan. Turning to Tobirama Senju and Minato Namikaze, he said, "You two will be the assault team. You're responsible for sending the attackers over and bringing them back." Then he turned to Naruto. "We'll be the main attackers. Remember to use your strongest technique." To the others he added, "The rest of you provide support from the sidelines and act according to the situation." With that, Sasuke charged forward, first his body crackling with electric light. Facing an extremely powerful enemy, Sasuke did not dare to be overconfident. He immediately activated sealing mode, covering his entire body with lightning release chakra. This was an advanced application of Chidori. By enveloping the whole body in lightning release chakra, he achieved a state that simulated Chidori, allowing his movement speed to match that of the technique. Like a bolt of lightning, Sasuke's figure reached the masked man in an instant. He swung his sword, aiming to cut off the opponent's head with a single stroke. Simultaneously, Naruto, with Minato's help, appeared behind the masked man and unleashed a super wind release myriad eagle raisin shuriken. Suddenly, a figure all too familiar flashed into view. It quickly activated a complete body Susanoo, blocking both attacks. Although Naruto's super wind release myriad eagle raisin shuriken was immensely powerful, it was not enough to breach the Susanoo, leaving the person inside unharmed. Sasuke froze for a moment at the sight of the figure inside, then activated his own complete body Susanoo. The Susanoo swung its two swords at the opponent's Susanoo. Susanoo clashed against Susanoo, and neither was damaged. Seeing this, Sasuke used Amaterasu to engulf the opponent's Susanoo, then swiftly retreated to stand before the group. Sasuke's face was grim as he stared at the opponent. The one who had arrived was none other than Itachi Uchiha, accompanied by a gaunt Nagato. Itachi Uchiha easily dispelled the Amaterasu with the Yata mirror, then deactivated his Susanoo. Shizui's anger flared at the sight of Itachi Uchiha. He immediately activated his Susanoo, and not content with that, began using the body flicker technique while in Susanoo form. A massive green flash of light darted around rapidly. Itachi Uchiha kept desperately signaling with his eyes, but Shisui paid no heed. "Can an Edo Tensei body even get sore eyes? Blink your damn eyes. Watch me smash you." Shisui flickered forward and punched Itachi square on the top of his head. However, to everyone's astonishment, the punch was easily blocked by the masked man behind Itachi. The masked man's tiny figure created a stark contrast with the massive Susanoo. He spoke. "I didn't reincarnate you with Edo Tensei to watch you put on a show. I gave you a chance, and you didn't take it. Now you must accept your fate. Go defeat Sasuke, pierce his heart. This is my final order to you. After that, we are quits." Itachi Uchiha's expression was pained, but as an Edo Tensei body, he was not under his own control. He had to follow the masked man's instructions. Sasuke and his group heard the masked man's words clearly. Sasuke spoke up. "His target is me. You all deal with the others. He'll lure him away." With that, Sasuke ran toward a sparsely populated area. Shisui followed close behind. In a small grove far from the battlefield, Sasuke and Shisui came to a halt, turning to face Itachi Uchiha. Seeing this, Itachi immediately unleashed a great fireball along with Amaterasu, while Sasuke countered with the same technique. The two attacks collided, with Sasuke's assault proving superior as he surged toward Itachi. Realizing the danger, Itachi instantly activated his complete Susanoo to effortlessly dissipate the attack. While Sasuke was contemplating his next move, Shisui activated his Susanoo and charged forward. In an instant, Shizui's reputation was justified as the green flash left Itachi disoriented, causing his Susanoo to stagger. Sasuke, witnessing this, also activated his Susanoo and charged alongside Shisui, launching a combined attack against Itachi. Before long, a crack appeared in Itachi. Realizing he could no longer rely solely on defense, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu, enveloping himself in flames, prompting Sasuke and Shisui to instantaneously evade. Immediately after, Itachi fired his Yasaka Magatama towards the two, but their rapid movements allowed them to easily dodge the attack. However, Itachi's relentless onslaught trapped them in a predicament, forcing them to evade continuously. Simultaneously, Itachi manipulated his Susanoo to unleash Yasaka Magatama, while also activating Amaterasu to seal off their escape routes. Sasuke, sensing the dire situation, silently cursed, and while dodging, unleashed the Great Fire Dragon technique into the sky, causing a massive storm. Then Sasuke cast a lightning release technique. Itachi easily deflected it with his Susanoo, but soon the sky roared with thunder. A colossal lightning bolt took the shape of a Kirin and descended with immense might. To prevent Itachi from nullifying his ninjutsu, Sasuke used Amaterasu to encircle Itachi. The Kirin with its earth-shattering force struck fiercely against Itachi's Susanoo, creating a massive breach. Meanwhile, Sasuke, having gathered the multi-shadow clone Rasengan, charged through the gap and obliterated Itachi in a single strike. Moments later, Itachi restored his impure body, but Shisui had long been waiting, and with a single use of Kodo Amatsukami, he subdued him. Sasuke approached Itachi, ready to question him about his intentions. However, as Itachi's consciousness faded, he suddenly opened his eyes again, his gaze now entirely different from before. Shisui sensed something was amiss and activated Kodo Amatsukami again, but this time it had no effect. Itachi Uchiha smiled wickedly. I knew this kid wouldn't be so easily subdued. Fortunately, I had a backup plan. With that, Itachi Uchiha erupted with overwhelming power, sending Shisui flying before swiftly dashing forward at an imperceptible speed, piercing through Sasuke's chest with his hand. After completing this, Itachi Uchiha closed his eyes again, and when he reopened them, he was back to the previous Itachi. Itachi gazed at the scene before him, his eyes widening as he quickly pulled Sasuke into his embrace. Sasuke was coughing up blood, and while he did, he weakly asked why. Shisui, seeing this, was consumed by rage and instantly lunged forward, punching Itachi. Coincidentally, after completing his final preparations, Uchiha Kawaki found Du despite the arduous process. Ultimately, he located him primarily because Du was hiding deep underground 30,000 meters below where Sasuke had just battled. Upon seeing Uchiha Kawaki, Do's expression changed drastically, leaving him at a loss for what to do. Though Du had become stronger after practicing sage arts, he was also more acutely aware of the gap between himself and Uchiha Kawaki. The astonishing chakra of the tailed beasts did not frighten him, but Kawaki's mere presence made his scales stand on end. Not hair, but scales, for he had transcended into a dragon. Uchiha Kawaki chuckled at Do's trembling demeanor. If you're so afraid, then why do this? Du, suppressing his fear, replied, to find my purpose of existence and my true self. Hearing this, Uchiha Kawaki couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Naive. Then Uchiha Kawaki lifted a hand, and Du, seeing this, immediately expanded, releasing a glowing red dragon from his mouth. The red dragon spun around a black orb, then dove into the orb, causing an explosion that emitted blinding light and a deafening sound. Meanwhile, taking advantage of this moment, Du simultaneously launched multiple techniques. Yet Uchiha Kawaki merely stood calmly at the center of the ninjutsu barrage, with each attack landing on him, binding him tightly. As the smoke cleared, Do's heart sank. Not only was Uchiha Kawaki unharmed, but he simply waved his hand and neutralized all the techniques. Uchiha Kawaki did not nullify the ninjutsu like the masked man before him, but instead he countered each technique with his own ninjutsu. None of the ninjutsu required hand seals. Uchiha Kawaki maintained a gentle smile. Why resort to violence? Did I ever say I would fight you? At that moment, Du did not even dare to move, fearing that even breathing too quickly would lead to his demise at the hands of his opponent. It wasn't that Du was too strong, but through his perception, he realized that Uchiha Kawaki's ninjutsu was all formless. Moreover, each technique was instantaneous and emanated from various parts of his body. Only those who have practiced ninjutsu can truly understand how difficult this is. It is akin to walking on water, achieved by attaching chakra to the feet. However, Uchiha Kawaki's techniques were even more miraculous. He would circulate his chakra to the corresponding body part, and then transform it into ninjutsu at the moment of release. This required a level of chakra control that no technique today could rival. A slight mistake could lead to self-detonation, and considering that Uchiha Kawaki was simultaneously using multiple techniques, was genuinely terrifying. Then Uchiha Kawaki placed his hand on the ground to perform a summoning technique. As a coffin rose, a figure emerged from it, causing Do's eyes to widen. It was none other than the headmaster. Yet Du did not dare to face the headmaster. The headmaster had already been informed of the truth by Uchiha Kawaki, and she spoke to Du. I already know the truth. Come back. The First Hokage will give you a chance. Du muttered to himself. Do I really still have a chance? Uchiha Kawaki sharply replied, if a person doesn't believe they have a chance, no one will give them one. Suddenly, the signal of Sasuke's lost vitality reached Uchiha. He and Sasuke's presence was nearby. So Uchiha, he left a command to quickly release the Edo Tensei and departed. Filled with anxiety, Uchiha, he could not fathom how anyone could have defeated Sasuke so swiftly. Soon he emerged on the surface and saw Sasuke held in Shizui's arms with Uchiha Itachi standing beside him, explaining incessantly. Uchiha, he wasted no time. He rushed forward and used the reverse flying thunder god technique to summon a discarded White Zetsu. As the reverse reincarnation jutsu activated swiftly, the White Zetsu transformed into life energy and surged towards Sasuke's body. But to Uchiha, his astonishment, Sasuke's body was now resisting the influx of this energy, a phenomenon unprecedented before. Thus Uchiha, he summoned countless White Zetsu again, converting them all into life energy. Seeing a small portion enter Sasuke's body, he murmured in relief, "There's hope," and intensified the output. At that moment a figure emerged from within Sasuke's body. It was the Sage of Six Paths. "Uchiha," he stared at him puzzled. "What are you doing? Preventing me from saving him." Uchiha, he was about to act, but the Sage of Six Paths hastily interjected, "No, wait. I am imparting a secret art to Sasuke. Do not revive him yet, or the transmission will fail." Hearing this, Uchiha, he lowered his blade, realizing it was a hidden power-up. Understanding the situation, he ceased the reverse reincarnation jutsu, and turned his gaze to Uchiha Itachi. "Explain yourself. Why did you choose to assist Konoha in annihilating the Uchiha clan when the clan held the advantage?" Uchiha Itachi's expression twisted in pain, then he spoke. "It was because of a certain individual's appearance. But I cannot name that person, not even hint at them. He placed a seal within me, though any attempt to reveal his identity would cause me to explode. It was his presence that created a new crisis for Konoha at the time. Even with all my strength, I could not oppose him. Eventually he implanted the seal, but for some reason he insisted that I cooperate with Konoha to wipe out the Uchiha clan, even providing the script. The battle with Sasuke last time was also carried out under his direction. Strangely, he ordered me to deliberately lose to Sasuke. And this time he commanded me to pierce Sasuke's heart. I managed a small act of defiance, allowing Sasuke to strike me, but I do not know how he directly manipulated my body to accomplish the deed." Uchiha, he understood everything after hearing this. He turned and left, leaving only a sentence: "Wait here until Sasuke awakens." As for why Uchiha, he did not worry about Itachi being controlled again by the mysterious figure. It was because from the figure's actions his goal was never to kill Sasuke, but to make him stronger. As for the motive, it remained unfathomable for now. Meanwhile, on the other battlefield, Uchiha Madara realized his body was about to dissipate mid-battle. He quickly formed hand seals, released the control of the Edo Tensei, disconnected from Kabuto's network, and connected to his own 5G. Since Nagato was also under Kabuto's control, he was about to dissipate as well. But just before his dissolution, the masked man suddenly hijacked his body. A reverse almighty push propelled Nagato directly toward Naruto. Caught off guard, Naruto was impaled by Nagato's hand. Then Nagato crumbled into fragments. Now on the entire battlefield, only Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, and the mysterious masked man remained as more and more shinobi were converging toward the center of the battlefield. The masked man signaled Uchiha Madara to act. Madara casually tossed a wooden giant at Hashirama Senju, then retreated from Hashirama's attack range. He slammed his hands on the ground, summoning an endless horde of White Zetsu. These White Zetsu were crafted by the masked man, each one robust and inscribed with seals far superior to the fodder White Zetsu seen before. Seeing the masked man's formidable support, Obito accelerated the absorption of the tailed beasts, soon transforming into a sphere. Uchiha Madara then deployed would release clones across the battlefield, each manifesting a Susanoo. With Madara's aid, the White Zetsu army drove the allied shinobi forces into a retreat. The 5 Kage were already exhausted and unable to fight, leaving only the Konoha support squad with some strength. Despite Tobirama Senju and Minato Namikaze's flying Thunder God Kunai, flying relentlessly, they could not halt the tide of defeat. Meanwhile, Hashirama Senju was besieged by multiple Uchiha Madara clones. Even in life, Madara could defeat Hashirama. Now with infinite chakra and no cooldown, he was unstoppable. If one wondered why Madara was so formidable, the credit went to Uchiha. Though Madara did not inherit Uchiha's powerful sealing arts, he had learned most of Uchiha's proficiency in taijutsu and ninjutsu. While unable to unleash jutsu instantly from any body part like Uchiha, Madara could execute zero-range ninjutsu with just his hands without any issue. The masked man was maintaining a sealing barrier to protect Obito, preventing any intruders from disrupting the process. While sustaining the barrier, he also fended off Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura. Though the two had been strengthened by Uchiha, restoring their peak power, and even surpassing it, their attacks were negligible against the masked man, who was immune to ninjutsu. However, the staff transformed from Hiruzen's summon, Enma, the Monkey King, piqued his interest. Just as the masked man was about to deliver a casual blow that would break Enma, Uchiha, he arrived in the distance. Realizing he could not reach in time, he threw his sword with all his might. The masked man did not sense Uchiha's attack at first. Suddenly a dark object struck his mask. The masked man grabbed the object and roared, "Who threw a hilt?" Uchiha was puzzled, then looked down to see the blade that had detached from the hilt due to the excessive force. Uchiha discreetly buried the blade with earth release. But the masked man noticed this small gesture and bellowed, "So you're the one who threw the hilt?" Uchiha did not reply. Instead, he swept his gaze across the battlefield. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo had already retreated. The fighting elsewhere was grim, with casualties mounting every moment. Uchiha watched the intense battle scene with a heavy heart. Both the ninjas and the White Zetsu were extremely important to him. Fortunately, only elite forces from Konoha had arrived. As for why ninjas were so crucial to him, after all, the newly emerging Konoha required an endless supply of labor, and each ninja was quite vital for production. It is no exaggeration to say that ninjas are the only standard for measuring assets in the new era. No. Uchiha, he shook his head. When did I become so materialistic? The world belongs to the people. Assets are merely the foundation for the people's path to happiness. After shaking off these unrealistic thoughts, Uchiha, he instantly appeared beside Madara, planting all his clay for the sealing technique and advising him to use this clay together with the sealing technique he had given him. After all, every White Zetsu could save a life. Then Uchiha, he transformed into a fierce wolf, weaving through the battlefield, leaving no White Zetsu behind. At this point, it must be mentioned that Uchiha's current attire consisted of a bare upper body showcasing his solid chest and a set of 10 abdominal muscles. He wore pitch-black gauntlets on his hands while his lower half was clad in standard Uchiha shorts. As for the purpose of this outfit, first, it was not to show off muscles. The bare torso allowed for better observation of his physical condition. After all, ninjas are also human, and in the heat of battle one might not even notice their own injuries. Secondly, although Uchiha's left eye could restore his body, it couldn't create clothing out of thin air. Since clothing is consumable, it would wear out during battle, so Uchiha, he simply chose not to wear it. Theoretically, pants were unnecessary, but in principle shorts were essential. Just in case, Uchiha, he even wore a pair of iron underwear, made from the same material as his gauntlets. As for the gauntlets, they were crafted from special metals. Despite their small size, they weighed an astonishing 100 tons. Their primary purpose was to prevent excessive force from killing enemies, while also providing protection against weapons. Feeling that his speed was too slow, Uchiha, he created countless would-release clones to act independently, instantly turning the tide of battle in a small part of the battle. However, relying solely on his own strength was not enough to turn the entire tide of battle. Some clones were blocked by Uchiha Madara's clones, causing Uchiha's steps to come to a halt. Noticing the unchanged casualty rate, Uchiha's mind raced. Suddenly a thought exploded in his head. If everyone is so weak, why not let the power bank? Thus Uchiha, he instantly appeared beside Naruto, who was now devoid of breath, while Sakura and Karen were desperately trying to revive him. Uchiha, he pushed the two aside and placed his hand on Naruto's abdomen. Sakura, filled with concern, asked, "Lord, how is Naruto?" Uchiha, he easily used the reverse life technique with his other hand to restore Naruto's wounds, then said, "Don't worry, he's fine. He just needs to sleep for a while." Then Uchiha, he awakened the nine tails within Naruto, saying, "Kurama, lend me some chakra." The nine tails turned its head away and snorted coldly, "You only call me Kurama when you need chakra, but when you don't need me, I'm just the nine tails fox, right?" Uchiha, he patiently replied, "Who called you the nine tails fox? Tell me, and I'll help you teach them a lesson." Hearing this, the nine tails' expression softened a bit, and he said seriously, "I can sense that the portion of chakra you separated earlier has been completely absorbed into the 10 tails. You need to be careful moving forward." Uchiha, he nodded, and then extended his fist. The nine tails, seeing this, also extended its fist to bump fists with Uchiha. Uchiha, he then traversed the battlefield, sharing the nine tails chakra. Meanwhile, Naruto, still asleep, shimmered with light, resembling a router. The Ninja Alliance, having received this boost, finally had the strength to fight back against the White Zetsu. However, it was shocking to discover that these White Zetsu exploded. Clearly someone had tampered with them, and Uchiha, he inexplicably found this method of explosion somewhat familiar. After pondering for 2.5 seconds, Uchiha, he decided to capture the leader first, and began searching for Uchiha Madara. Since this was a would-release clone, and Uchiha, he had no sage techniques, he could only eliminate them one by one. After all, Uchiha Madara had been taught by Uchiha himself, so dealing with him was not as easy. During the battle, Uchiha Madara always tried to speak, but he was repeatedly sealed away by Uchiha. At this moment, Uchiha, he could not care less. It didn't matter if he was my disciple. If he obstructed my collection of White Zetsu, he was opposing me, and anyone opposing me had to be captured and punished. Thinking of this, Uchiha, he couldn't help but shiver. Oh, I'm truly evil. Uchiha, he couldn't help but mock himself. Seeing Uchiha, he rampaging on the battlefield, Uchiha Madara felt it was time to stop hiding. He quickly approached Uchiha, he using Black Zetsu's ability to burrow underground. Then Uchiha Madara reached out from the ground with the hand of Susanoo, attempting to seize Uchiha. Uchiha, upon seeing this, quickly jumped up and unleashed a super invincible ultimate fire dragon technique, directly obliterating Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. "Long time no see, you've learned some unfamiliar techniques." Madara, Uchiha, he taunted. If this move hadn't been airborne or jumping, it would have been a guaranteed grab. Even a powerhouse couldn't withstand it. Madara slowly revealed himself from underground and said, "Those are all techniques taught by you, master." Uchiha, he snorted coldly, "I certainly didn't teach you those sinister methods." Madara's expression changed as if he were pondering something. He then stopped speaking and directly clapped his hands. Would release advent of the world of trees. Seeing this, Uchiha, he understood and thought to himself that this kid was clearly trying to lure him into using fire-release ninjutsu against wood release, and then he would counterattack with the flames. Although he saw through Uchiha Madara's intentions, Uchiha, he still decided to play along. He puffed his cheeks and launched what appeared to be an unremarkable great fireball towards the wood release. Though this fire release seemed ordinary the moment it touched the wood release, Uchiha Madara, who had just moved forward, was immediately engulfed in flames. This was no ordinary great fireball. It was the great fireball from the author's book. The moment the great fireball made contact with the wood release, it exploded rapidly, engulfing the entire area of wood release in an instant. All the trees vanished, and even the ground was blasted into a large pit, reducing Uchiha Madara to nothing but ashes. From a distance, Deidara exclaimed in admiration, "This is true art." Although Uchiha, he did not possess the Rinnegan, he was thoroughly familiar with its functions. Actually, he did have the Rinnegan obtained from Pushi's sacrifice, but for some reason, he could not activate it, let alone use it. However, he had his own methods for dealing with the Rinnegan. He always believed that energy could not be created or destroyed, and any energy conversion would consume a certain medium. As for the Rinnegan, although he did not know what exactly it consumed Uchiha, he firmly believed that even the Rinnegan would have side effects when absorbing such a powerful jutsu as the one he had released. Moreover, his jutsu concealed a little surprise. The one that had turned to ashes earlier was not Uchiha Madara's real body, but a wood-release clone. Uchiha, he noticed this, so after launching that attack, he did not let down his guard, and instead became even more cautious watching his surroundings. After all, the Rinnegan was extremely mysterious. If he capsized in a ditch, he would be finished. "Uchiha," he shouted, "didn't your master teach you such a dark style of, come out and fight me?" However, Uchiha Madara did not show himself because of Uchiha's taunts. He just silently observed from the shadows. At this moment, Black Zetsu, who was attached to Madara, asked, "Aren't you going?" Uchiha Madara looked displeased. "Aren't you the incarnation of my will? Don't you know how strong your teacher is?" Black Zetsu was speechless. "Where is Uchiha? He's strong. Didn't he easily get his heart ripped out?" This was just Black Zetsu's inner thought, not spoken aloud. If Madara found out that he was the one who had killed Uchiha, it would be disastrous. Having endured for tens of thousands of years, he could wait a little longer. So Black Zetsu said flatteringly, yes, you're absolutely right." Madara, however, was not satisfied, and questioned, "Aren't you the incarnation of my will? How can you be so weak?" Black Zetsu was racking his brains thinking of how to fool him, but then heard Uchiha Madara rationalize, "That's right. Since you can be extracted, maybe you are the part of my heart that is weak. Otherwise it wouldn't be like this." Black Zetsu could not stop nodding. "You are right." Uchiha, he seeing that Uchiha Madara refused to show himself, turned his gaze to the masked man. At this moment, thanks to the appearance of the Nine-Tails power bank, the situation on the battlefield improved. The Flying Thunder God duo turned their kunai and attacked the Although the two were extremely fast, the masked man's reaction speed seemed even faster. He blocked all attacks with just one hand. Uchiha, he had a sudden idea and transformed himself into a kunai using the transformation technique, then was thrown by Minato. The masked man continued to block the duo's attacks as before, when suddenly a powerful strike appeared behind him. It was Uchiha, he fist raised, delivering a punch with the force of 10,000 tons. Although the masked man reacted in time and blocked with his free hand, he was still sent flying by Uchiha. As the masked man was knocked away, the Ten-Tails finally revealed itself to everyone. At this moment, Obito was desperately trying to absorb the Ten-Tails into his body. However, the Ten-Tails was so huge and Obito so small, the absorption was too slow. Seeing this, the Flying Thunder God duo immediately used the technique to stop Obito, but were intercepted by the arriving Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara stood there in his full Susanoo, calmly watching the two. Tobirama suddenly felt a bit uneasy and involuntarily took 2 steps back. Minato said nothing, only pondering countermeasures. Meanwhile, Uchiha, he was deeply shocked. It was because of the masked man's exclamation of Wokeo before just saying Wokeo would not have shocked Uchiha, but the masked man said it in his native language, which instantly stunned him. Seeing the masked man stand up as if nothing had happened, Uchiha, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Could I have a fellow countryman?" he tentatively said. "Just because you—" The masked man blurted out, "Little chicken, showing your black feet." Uchiha, he was even more delighted, but then recalled what this guy had done and became furious. Uchiha, he could not help but ask, "Dude, haven't you watched Naruto? How can you be so cold-blooded?" The masked man snorted, "So what if I have? Just because others are unhappy, does that mean I have to sacrifice my own happiness to make them happy?" Uchiha, he could not believe there was someone in the world who did not like Naruto. "But what good does it do you not to do this? Is there a system that forces you to do these things?" The masked man shook his head no. Then his answer made Uchiha, he even angrier. The masked man dusted off his clothes, then laughed uproariously, "Haha, if you want a reason, I want to fight the strongest person in the world. That is my happiness. For this happiness I have endured for years, just for today for it." With that, the masked man pointed at Obito, who had now successfully merged with the Ten-Tails and entered the 6 Paths Sage mode. Uchiha, he retorted, causing others to lose their families for the thrill of battle. "What kind of pervert is that? I really dislike you." The masked man sneered, "I dislike you too. Acting like a boy." Those who understood had already retreated far away. Uchiha, he had never killed anyone proactively. When he said he hated someone with extreme seriousness, you guessed it. You were in a life-or-death situation. Seeing Uchiha cracking his knuckles, the masked man had an expression of disbelief. Though hidden behind the mask Uchiha, he could not see it. You want to kill me? Can you kill me? Have you forgotten that I can easily one-shot you? Uchiha's gaze was firm. People often say you don't have to fight an enemy, you can't possibly win. But I've always believed that there is no such thing as an unwinnable battle. As long as you have hope, you will surely win. The masked man could not help retorting, running out of words. Quoting Ultraman Tiga. How childish. Childish. Everyone can become light. That sentence is not a joke. Then Uchiha removed his right glove and coated it with chakra. Instantly the entire glove was enveloped in colorful light. Indeed, Uchiha infused it with the 5 elemental chakras and yang release, following the standard of the ultimate explosive sealing technique, the same one he used to kill Black Zetsu earlier. The masked man remained contemptuous. I'm starting to regret leaving you my left eye. That means I'll have to kill you several more times. The masked man added. Then Uchiha used the body flicker technique combined with the flying thunder god's momentum to throw this ultimate bomb with all his might. The ultimate bomb traced a multicolored arc in the sky, looking like a beautiful rainbow. The masked man showed no sign of panic as the incoming ultimate bomb hurtled toward him. Instead, he raised his voice, ensuring Uchiha could hear him clearly. Do you think this move is unavoidable unless you use perfect intangibility? Uchiha sensed something amiss at those words, his gaze fixed intently on the masked man. The masked man simply stood still, then stepped back with his right leg, assumed a bow stance, and threw a punch that collided fiercely with the ultimate bomb. The expected explosion never came. In the instant the bomb made contact with the masked man, he had completely annihilated the chakra within it. Now the ultimate bomb was merely a lump of iron, albeit one carrying boundless momentum. Yet even as a lump of iron, it weighed 100,000 tons, and its momentum driven by inertia was incalculably immense. But the masked man received it as casually as if he were catching a falling chicken. The moment the 100,000-ton gauntlet struck the ground, the entire battlefield shook with the impact. The onlookers who had been watching from the sidelines were utterly stunned. With this clash, the masked man's mask finally gave way, crumbling into fine powder. Strangely, his clothes, made of some unknown material, remained completely intact. As the mask vanished, a familiar face was revealed. The masked man was none other than Uchiha himself. Uchiha stared at him with a grave expression. Clearly, this mysterious figure had not only taken away his clone, but also had refined and assimilated it for it. After quickly explaining the situation to the others on the battlefield, Uchiha faced the mysterious figure with even greater caution. The mysterious figure simply stood there watching Uchiha without moving. Seeing that Uchiha made no move, he couldn't help but prompt, "Don't you want to see what's happening?" Uchiha dismissed it, but then a black sphere pierced through his abdomen, making him realize the gravity of the situation. The black sphere was a truth-seeking ball. Uchiha carefully retreated while keeping his eyes on the mysterious figure. The battlefield had now turned into a one-sided affair. Even though Hashirama, Tobirama, Minato, and Hiruzen Sarutobi were exceptionally powerful, they were no match for Obito, who had already activated the 6 Paths Sage mode. The mysterious figure kindly reminded him, "Better stop the bleeding, or you'll bleed out and die soon." Though Uchiha didn't understand why he was being warned, he remained vigilant, healing himself while keeping an eye on the opponent. After spinning his Mangekyo for a long time, Uchiha realized that his wound showed no sign of healing. It then dawned on him that injuries inflicted by a truth-seeking ball were supposedly impossible to repair. Although the area struck by the truth-seeking ball could not be restored, the surrounding undamaged tissue could still be healed. So Uchiha used medical ninjutsu to close the wound's perimeter, finally stopping the bleeding. Looking back at the battlefield, Uchiha saw that Obito had been easily defeated when Minato unleashed his full power. Although Obito wasn't killed, he was thoroughly. Obito's defeat could be attributed to several factors. First, Kakashi's frontal verbal assault distracted him. Second, Hashirama's relentless firepower covered the area. And finally, the combined lethal strike from Tobirama and Minato's flying thunder god technique left Obito too afraid to show his face. Obito screamed internally, "Why is it always me who gets hurt?" The mysterious figure observed for a long time, then shook his head, turned away from the main battlefield, and sat down quietly on the sidelines, as if utterly disappointed in Obito. Obito, with his keen sensory abilities, naturally noticed this. Unwilling to accept defeat, he directly summoned the divine tree and used it to relentlessly attack the ninjas present. Strangely enough, with his reckless assault, the tide of battle began to show signs of turning. By then, Naruto had already awakened. Although he hadn't unlocked a cheat mode because Uchiha had saved him too promptly, he had still entered the perfect Jinchuriki form. While granting Sasuke his power-up, the Sage of 6 Paths had worried that Uchiha might intercept Naruto, so he rushed toward Naruto frantically. But the moment he laid eyes on Naruto, Uchiha had already healed him completely. The Sage of 6 Paths lamented, "Can anyone understand my pain? I can't even give away a power-up." Type 6 to receive the Sage of Six Paths exclusive chi. With the perfect Jinchuriki mode activated, Naruto fought, as if divinely blessed. Coordinating with Minato and Tobirama, he once again sent Obito fleeing in panic. Some might wonder why Obito seemed so weak. First, this Naruto was an enhanced version, not only possessing perfect Sage Art, but also enjoying the unconditional support of Kurama. With Sage Art constantly active and a generous Kurama, losing was nearly impossible. Madara meanwhile was shaking his head off to the side. Of course, he wasn't standing on the surface, but hiding underground since the ever-watchful Uchiha, he was still at the edge of the battlefield. Although Uchiha, he kept his attention fixed on the mysterious figure contemplating countermeasures. Madara didn't dare take the risk. If he emerged, he might be captured and sealed away by Uchiha, the moment he showed his face. Finally, with Naruto's Talk Ninjutsu and the combined efforts of everyone, Naruto successfully extracted all the tailed beasts. At that moment, Kakashi, who had been idle for a while, rushed forward with a kunai aiming directly at Obito. Minato flashed forward and stopped Kakashi. Ultimately, under the combined Talk Ninjutsu of Minato and Naruto, Obito finally admitted his mistakes. And then he was successfully possessed by Black Zetsu, leading to Madara's resurrection. How exactly that happened I don't know. I only know that Madara from underground had nearly screamed his throat hoarse, "Black Zetsu, hurry, now, possess Obito and resurrect me." Black Zetsu was caught in a dilemma. On one side was the vessel for his mother's revival, on the other was the mysterious figure who could easily erase him. Before this operation, the mysterious figure had repeatedly warned him not to kill anyone casually. But now if he possessed Obito to resurrect Madara and Obito died in the process, what then? After much deliberation with Madara's voice nearly gone, Black Zetsu finally made his move, seizing control of Obito at the very last moment. In that instant, he even glanced at the mysterious figure, and only when he saw no reaction did he dare to proceed. The mysterious figure thought to himself, "Look how scared Black Zetsu is. I just casually said that because I didn't want him to kill off the key pawn." Indeed, the mysterious figure's sole purpose was to fight the strongest. The Obito in Six Paths Sage mode had already disappointed him. Next was Madara in Six Paths mode. The mysterious figure was well aware of his own combat strength. Thus, someone like Obito, who could be judged at a glance as not worth his effort, never warranted his intervention. That was why he hadn't fought Obito earlier. As for Madara, the mysterious figure naturally intended to contribute to his emergence in Six Paths mode. He then soared into the air, flew to the gathering place of the tailed beasts, and cast a large-scale sealing technique, trapping them all inside a single sphere. Before anyone could react, the mysterious figure vanished without a trace. After the sensory ninja's investigation, it was discovered that Uchiha, Obito, and the mysterious man were underground. Tsunade, without hesitation, unleashed her monstrous strength to directly pierce through the ground. Seeing this, the mysterious man was about to take action, but was stopped by Uchiha Obito, who said, "You should occasionally see the strength of the younger generation." After speaking, Uchiha Obito skillfully activated the Rinnegan passed to him by Kuro, leaping hundreds of stories high in a single bound. The others rushed forward to attack, but were knocked down by an unknown force. Uchiha Obito looked indifferently at the crowd, who appeared to be facing a great threat. At this moment, Guy finally arrived. Uchiha Obito then created shadow clones, and with blinding speed pierced through Senju Hashirama's chest, absorbing his Sage Chakra. Everyone was taken aback. Was Uchiha Obito this powerful? Why did he leave Konoha in the past? Uchiha Kakashi noticed that the mysterious man showed no signs of action and joined the battle. As the battle progressed, Uchiha Kakashi discovered that the Yin chakra within him was only diminishing, causing him unease. Without Yin release, how could he confront this ultimate enemy? However, this unease did not last long. After all, Uchiha Kakashi had never mastered Yin release. Although he couldn't use the ultimate sealing explosion, he still had many other techniques. At this moment, Uchiha Obito targeted Naruto, seemingly wanting to take the Nine Tails from within him. Seeing this, everyone quickly adjusted their strategy. However, Uchiha Obito was not something Obito could compare to. Moreover, this Uchiha Obito had become even stronger after being taught by Uchiha Kakashi. Uchiha Obito could easily handle all of their attacks. Even when he didn't use the Rinnegan to absorb ninjutsu, he could still effortlessly counter with fire release. It is worth mentioning that Uchiha Obito's fire release, like Uchiha Kakashi's, was immensely powerful, often functioning like a map cannon with a casual release. Although everyone was connected to the Nine Tails chakra, the Nine Tails' final form still reached its limit, and the chakra on everyone's bodies gradually weakened until it completely dissipated. Seeing this, Uchiha Kakashi no longer held back. Initially, he was dealing with Obito while keeping an eye on the mysterious man, but the mysterious man had not made a move for a long time, seemingly watching the show. Uchiha Kakashi then stopped defending, activating the modified 8 Gates ultimate sealing form and 5 elemental chakra armor, applying all possible buffs. Feeling that it was not secure enough, Uchiha Kakashi signaled Jugo to give him a buff, and finally the ultimate invincible cosmic dragon Uchiha Kakashi appeared with an imposing aura that nearly knocked everyone down. Seeing this, Uchiha Obito also felt a great threat and accelerated his assault towards Naruto. Although Uchiha Obito was fast, Uchiha Kakashi was even faster, and coupled with the incredibly swift Minato Namikaze, they almost arrived in front of Naruto at the same time. In an unexpected turn of events, Uchiha Obito did not attack Naruto, but instead used the Rinnegan to control Minato Namikaze, then reached out and pulled out the After doing this, Uchiha Obito quickly retreated, then turned his gaze towards the mysterious man below. The mysterious man couldn't help but give a thumbs up, saying, "As expected of you, playing the East to attack the West so skillfully. Now let me show you my master's skills." Then the mysterious man unexpectedly activated various buffs, just like Uchiha Kakashi. However, unlike him, the ultimate technique he used was the In release armor. Thus, two almost identical individuals fought against each other. Uchiha Kakashi initially used ninjutsu to probe, but was criticized by the mysterious man, who said, "What a waste to leak energy. Indeed, any form of energy will experience a certain loss once it leaves its source, so the best way to release it is to do so at close range to maximize energy." In other words, it's not that ninjutsu ends with taijutsu, but rather that the culmination of ninjutsu is to integrate ninjutsu and taijutsu. Uchiha Kakashi, hearing this, no longer hesitated. "Since you insist, I will not hold back anymore." Then Uchiha Kakashi removed his left glove and casually tossed it aside, only to inadvertently hit Uchiha Obito on the head, resulting in a scream. Uchiha Kakashi involuntarily shrank his head at the sound. It sounded painful. Then Uchiha Kakashi and the mysterious man began to exchange blows. Though they were fighting each other, the residual force of their attacks made everyone wary. Meanwhile, the enhanced Uchiha Obito also soared from the ground. At this moment, Uchiha Obito's long hair turned white, dressed in the white robe of the Sage of Six Paths, with 9 truth-seeking balls floating around him. His arms and legs turned black, and he held the Six Paths staff, looking imposing. Uchiha Obito looked at the shocked expressions of everyone and couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, feel the pain, you ants. The heavenly path. How come someone is stealing my lines?" Everyone already understood that Obito, possessing the Rinnegan and Six Paths mode, was immune to ninjutsu, so they did not rush to act. However, Uchiha Obito did not wait for them to think. He simultaneously unleashed the God's Earth Explosion Star and summoned a meteor shower. "Ninjas, shall we go watch the meteor shower together?" Although they knew the weakness of the Earth Explosion Star, no one could stop it, because this time the core of the Earth Explosion Star was surrounded by truth-seeking balls. As for how everyone knew it, was because Naruto rushed up with a loud shout and struck it with a Rasengan, which was then rebounded by the resulting explosion. In an instant, the entire battlefield was filled with despair, yet no one gave up. Although there were numerous meteors, everyone had means of resistance. The 5 Kages displayed their skills, shattering the meteors one by one. As for the Earth Explosion Star, it would depend on everyone's luck. Seeing that the casualties were heavy, Uchiha Kakashi unleashed a fire-release Great Fire Dragon imbued with Jugo's curse, marked directly shattering the Earth Explosion Star. However, in the process of executing this strike, he was inadvertently pierced in the side by the mysterious man. Fortunately, the mysterious man's attack could be restored, and Uchiha Kakashi did not use his left eye for restoration, but simply applied basic medical ninjutsu to his wound. The mysterious man, seeing this, was puzzled, saying, "Why don't you use your left eye? Are you seeking deaths?" Uchiha Kakashi calmly replied, "My left eye has its own." Although the mysterious man and Uchiha Kakashi had the same configuration, the mysterious man's In release armor was unexpectedly stronger than Uchiha Kakashi's Jugo buff, causing Uchiha Kakashi to momentarily fall into a disadvantage. The mysterious man seemed not to take Uchiha Kakashi seriously, continuing to attack, while inexplicably spouting strange words. Yin and Yang are inherently incompatible. When together, they merely erode each other. However, when separated, both become the greatest forces in the world. Uchiha Kakashi was perplexed by his words. What puzzled Uchiha Kakashi was not only his words, but also the aura within him. Although the mysterious man was using his clone, that mysterious aura within the clone made Uchiha Kakashi feel inexplicably familiar. Meanwhile, a wave of heat surged from another part of the battlefield, and the mysterious man immediately became interested, unleashing Black Chakra, and with immense power punched Uchiha Kakashi into the ground. On the other side of the battlefield, though Madara was formidable, he was caught off guard by Obito and Kakashi's kiting tactics. As for Naruto, just as he fainted and was about to be struck by meteor fragments, Hinata stood in front of him. At the same time, Neji of Guy's squad noticed this and positioned himself behind Hinata. However, this Neji was not the original doomed Neji, but one who had long broken free from the caged bird seal. The caged bird, when would it take flight? Neji gave his answer with the rotation. The caged bird could indeed fly, but it chose to stand firm for the sake of what it was determined to protect. Though in recent years, under the efforts of Hayashi Hyuga and Neji, the rift between the branch and main families had gradually dissolved, and the notion of the branch protecting the main family was no more, Neji had gradually found his own ninja way to protect those he cherished in his heart. Hinata, as his sister, even if not by blood, was the one Neji vowed to protect. Any force that sought to harm her was unforgivable. This was precisely why Neji stepped forward without hesitation at that moment. Meanwhile, after being bounced to the ground, Naruto immediately fell into a coma. Of course, this was the work of the Sage of Six Paths. If he didn't unleash his power now, there would be no chance later. Even with only one Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara still inflicted heavy casualties on the allied shinobi forces. At this time, Might Guy also arrived at the main base. After learning the situation, Might Guy's gaze turned resolute. The blue beast of Konoha is no more. It seems it's time to become the red beast. Kakashi's eyes widened upon hearing this. He wanted to stop him, but then realized that perhaps at this moment they truly had to rely on Might Guy. So he opened his mouth, but no words came out. Open. 8 gates formation. With Might Guy's roar, red steam erupted from his entire body. Unlike the original story, under Uchiha River's care over the past few years, opening the 8 gates was no longer as painful for Might Guy, and thanks to Uchiha River's discreet influence, his bones were exceptionally sturdy. Uchiha Madara felt the power emanating from Might Guy and grew excited. Come on, let me witness your strength. Might Guy said, nothing, his body radiating blood-red steam as he ran through the air toward Madara. Madara immediately attacked with truth-seeking balls, but the attacks were neutralized by the Kimui duo and Minato. Thus Might Guy successfully landed a kick on Uchiha Madara, and each powerful stomp forced Madara to spit out a mouthful of blood. Might Guy's strikes were as swift as lightning, freezing even space itself. Yet despite unleashing an enhanced version of the Evening Elephant, kicking Madara a full 108 times, he failed to kill him. Though Might Guy was an ultimate enhanced version, Madara was now in Six Paths mode, having gathered all tailed beasts, including the Nine Tails, which was absent in the original story. Naturally, his strength was greatly amplified. However, the next move was extraordinary. Seeing Madara slowly rise, Might Guy, though shocked, was prepared. Might Guy assumed a diving posture, and his ultra-high-speed movement shaped the red steam into a dragon, unleashing a power so immense it distorted space. Uchiha Madara shouted in excitement, such chakra. I acknowledge you. Among all those I've fought in taijutsu, none surpass you. I, Madara, name you the strongest. With Might Guy's roar, Might Guy, the colossal dragon head charged straight toward Uchiha Madara's head with overwhelming force. At this critical moment, a figure arrived and kicked Uchiha Madara away. The newcomer was the mysterious man. Get out of the way. Let me try that kick. Uchiha Madara was slightly surprised, but obediently stepped back a little. The mysterious man pulled his right foot back slightly, then twisted his waist and threw a punch in one fluid motion. The mysterious man's fist met Might Guy's foot with a violent impact, and his entire arm was shattered into pieces from the kick. Yet it was not over. Under Uchiha River's deliberate guidance, Might Guy quickly adjusted his posture mid-motion and launched a deliberate punch that obliterated the mysterious man's head. Indeed, Uchiha River's teaching was always aim for the head, and if you fail to kill, make sure to finish the job. One might ask, with a Might Guy who knows to aim for the head and finish the job, who could survive as Might Guy? After delivering that blow, Might Guy felt a slight weakness, but did not collapse. Of course, this was also thanks to Uchiha River, who often sacrificed White Zetsu when bored, transferring their life force to Might Guy. That was why Uchiha River's eyes lit up at the sight of White Zetsu earlier. He had nearly exhausted his own supply. Uchiha River, can you withstand this kick fueled by 2.5 years of White Zetsu power? Uchiha Madara stared at the fallen mysterious man in disbelief. Dead. Just like that. In Madara's eyes, the mysterious man was an incredibly powerful being, and after learning his identity, Madara had held him in even greater awe. Meanwhile, in a pit elsewhere, Uchiha River stared blankly at the sky. Through the fusion of chakra during his fight with the mysterious man, Uchiha River had sensed the man's aura and finally gained a clear understanding of his identity. Going back to the founding of Konoha, Uchiha River wandered the shinobi world with boundless sorrow, attacking everyone he met, his heart filled with darkness. Gradually, the Yin chakra in his right eye multiplied. It grew so abundant that it once drove him to the brink of losing control, turning him into a madman obsessed with battle. This was the origin of his reputation as a battle maniac and murderer. For the shinobi world of that time, Uchiha River was a name that struck terror into all. Fortunately, by a stroke of fate, Uchiha River arrived at the waterfall of truth and successfully confronted his dark side. It was then that he regained clarity. Looking at his dark side and recalling his actions during that period, Uchiha River couldn't help but resent himself. Thus, he used a powerful sealing technique to forcibly seal away that dark side and left the place. However, what Uchiha River didn't know was that this dark side contained not only his negative will, but also, due to the peculiarity of his eyes, possessed all his abilities and an extremely potent Yin chakra. Fearing Uchiha River's own Mangekyo and skills, the dark side chose to lie dormant. Fortunately, it didn't wait long. Soon after, Black Zetsu killed Uchiha River, who had lost his dark side, and the dark side took the opportunity to break free. What Black Zetsu had feared earlier was precisely the Yin attribute within Uchiha River, the bane of Black Zetsu. But since Uchiha River chose to seal it away, he gave Black Zetsu the opening it needed. The dark side inherited all of Uchiha River's negative emotions. Though it bore no hatred for the world, it was filled with an insatiable lust for battle. It traveled across the Shinobi world using Uchiha River's memories of the Otsutsuki to root out the Otsutsuki hidden in the ninja world. Although it easily subdued them, it lacked a physical body and could never truly experience the joy of combat. Therefore, knowing the plot's development, the dark side orchestrated everything. It not only threw the reformed Konoha back into chaos, but also lured away Uchiha Madara. As for how it lured Madara, the dark side simply revealed itself and told Madara what it was. Just then, Madara, having been deceived by Black Zetsu, was more driven by hatred than reason, so he followed the dark side and secretly went into hiding. And so they remained hidden for many years. Uchiha Madara saw his teacher killed by Might Guy and was instantly engulfed in rage, unleashing an enormous truth-seeking ball. Even as a duo, they were unable to handle this truth-seeking ball. As for Minato, he would likely be reduced to dust upon contact. Some may wonder, where is Tobirama? Tobirama and his brother Hashirama Senju were turned into pincushions by Uchiha Madara in the earlier battle, their bodies pierced with black rods. At this critical moment, a spirited young man suddenly performed a flying kick. Although he did not knock the enormous truth-seeking ball away, he managed to halt its advance. This person was Naruto, who had just activated his powers. The form he took upon appearing was a new mode activated after obtaining all the tailed beasts and a portion of Sage of Six Paths chakra. It was similar to the previous Kurama mode, but his combat power was on an entirely different level. In this mode, he could wield various mystical powers, such as Six Paths Sage Technique Yin-Yang Release, and Tailed Beast Power, and he retained all abilities from both Sage mode and Kurama mode, effortlessly controlling the chakra of other tailed beasts to unleash diverse techniques. At this moment, Uchiha Obito was still embedded deep underground. Reflecting on his invincible life, he ultimately fell victim to the schemes of Kaguya. After struggling to be reborn, he found himself manipulated by a dark hand. Although he did not explicitly express his regret over wanting to rewrite the shinobi world, everything he did was aimed at transforming that regret. However, now that he understood that the unchanged shinobi world was a result of his actions, Uchiha Obito felt immense regret. Though his dark side was responsible for controlling everything, it was all connected to him. Uchiha Obito was engulfed in endless self-blame, and it was evident that after gaining his clone, his dark side had become even more powerful. In a daze, Uchiha Obito seemed to glimpse a face he could never forget. That person had comforted him in his final moments. What a kind child he was. Teacher. The newcomer extended a hand towards Uchiha Obito. Unable to help himself, Uchiha Obito reached out, murmuring, "Izuna, is that you? Have you come to fetch your teacher?" Of course, Uchiha Obito had not passed away. The one who had arrived was Uchiha Sasuke, now fully powered up. Seeing his teacher's sorrowful expression, Sasuke was instantly filled with rage, shouting, "Who bullied my teacher?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito felt a warmth in his heart. Yes, the past could not be changed, but the present could still be firmly grasped. No matter how powerful the opponent was, one should not give up hope. After all, this shinobi world is not lacking in hope. At the same time, Uchiha Obito radiated golden light, the long-dormant yang chakra awakening. In that moment, Uchiha Obito understood everything. The dark side represented Yin chakra, while his right eye symbolized destruction associated with death. His left eye, however, represented creation associated. The two sides were fundamentally incompatible. Together, they would only create conflict. This was also why the dark side did not take his left eye. Together, they would merely form an ordinary pair of Sharingan, but when separated, they held immense power capable of altering everything. Understanding everything, Uchiha Obito emanated increasingly rich golden light, and the wound on his abdomen from the truth-seeking ball rapidly healed. Uchiha Obito released Sasuke's hand and pointed to the battlefield, saying, "Go seize this battle." Upon seeing the light of hope return to Uchiha Obito's eyes, Sasuke felt at ease and nodded, charging towards Uchiha Madara. Once childhood friends, they transformed into lightning, swiftly attacking Uchiha Madara, while Might Guy stood by, prepared to strike at any moment. Although Uchiha Madara's Sharingan abilities were mysterious, Sasuke was indeed able to see through his tricks, momentarily catching him off guard and capturing him. Might Guy was already prepared, launching a Night Guy directly at Madara's head. Black Zetsu watched anxiously, nearly popping his eyes out. At this critical juncture, the dark side, previously reduced to shreds by Might Guy, transformed into a shadow and charged forward. The speed was so astonishing that no one noticed. Sasuke attempted to use his heavenly hand power to redirect it, but found it utterly ineffective. Thus, Might Guy's foot struck the dark side's head, instantly flattening it into a two-dimensional plane. Meanwhile, the hidden Black Zetsu moved, deciding it was time to abandon Madara since he could no longer hold on. Black Zetsu decisively dug out Uchiha Madara's heart and fled without a trace of hesitation. After all, the two powerful fighters were still watching. Uchiha Madara looked in disbelief at the wound on his chest, his mind filled with questions. But soon he had no doubts, as Kaguya was completely freed. Seeing this, Naruto and Sasuke quickly retreated. This enemy was terrifyingly powerful just based on chakra alone. Black Zetsu, witnessing this, finally emerged from the ground, unable to suppress his laughter, saying, "Haha, it's worth all my efforts and sacrifices over the years." After speaking, Black Zetsu merged with Kaguya. After receiving Black Zetsu's memories, Kaguya wasted no time shooting out countless bones from her palm. Seeing this, Sasuke immediately activated his complete body Susanoo, but Kaguya's bone attack was incredibly powerful, shattering his defense in an instant. Seeing this, Sasuke quickly used Heavenly Hand power to transfer himself and Naruto. The Kamui duo also swiftly covered for the others to retreat. However, Kaguya did not cease her attack, directly launching the God Tree's birth as the branches of the divine tree swirled like giant serpents, ensnaring the ninjas, who failed to escape. Seeing this, Sasuke immediately utilized the Earth Explosion Stars in an attempt to eliminate Kaguya, but she easily deflected it. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, confirming each other's intentions, and once again Sasuke used Heavenly Hand power to teleport them beside Kaguya, attacking from both the left and the right. Upon seeing the two for the first time, Kaguya was momentarily taken aback, allowing them to strike her. Naruto and Sasuke felt a spark of hope and were about to continue their assault when Kaguya launched her rabbit hair needle towards them, forcing them to retreat. Kaguya did not stop, but instead she unleashed the 80 Gods vacuum attack, pursuing the two. Since they had just used Heavenly Hand power, it was still on cooldown, leaving them with no escape. At this critical moment, Uchiha Obito felt a powerful Super Fire Dragon technique push Kaguya back. This Super Fire Dragon technique contained potent Yang Chakra that even Kaguya had to momentarily evade. It wasn't just that Yang Chakra was powerful. Combined with Uchiha Obito's left eye, the life-giving force was enough to revert all beings to their origins. Kaguya sensed something was off and chose not to take the hit, instead opting to escape using the Yellow Springs. Naruto and Sasuke turned around, their faces beaming with surprise, and cried out almost in unison, "Teacher!" Uchiha, he smiled faintly. "Alright, now it's time to test the fruits of your training over these past years." With Uchiha, he joining the battle, their struggle became much easier. His chakra was formidable, and his ninjutsu seemed endless for a time, forcing Kaguya to stay hidden and unable to show herself. Kaguya quickly devised a strategy and used Amanaka to shift the battlefield to the lava space. Suddenly, everyone began falling toward the molten rock. In that critical moment, Naruto learned to fly, extending his Nine-Tails chakra arms to grab hold of Sasuke and Uchiha, he couldn't help but grumble. "I forgot again to go steal the flying technique from the hidden stone village." However, one wave after another, Kaguya suddenly appeared behind Naruto. Although Uchiha, he sensed her presence through his acute spatial awareness, he couldn't match her speed. Kaguya reached out and seized Naruto, and then Black Zetsu split into two, attaching itself to both Naruto and Sasuke. "Uchiha," he asked, "what about me? What about me?" Black Zetsu was at a loss for words. "Who would dare to possess you? Your countless sealing techniques are a death sentence on contact, oblivion on touch. The fact that I could even stab your heart was purely because I was quick, otherwise with my meager abilities I would have been killed 10,000 times already." Of course this was just a joke. For Black Zetsu, unless it was the destructive power of Uchiha, his dark side, or the Yin-Yang release seal, there was almost no way to see. Black Zetsu was special, but Kaguya was not. Uchiha, he spoke to provoke Kaguya into touching him, giving him a chance to deal a heavy blow. Kaguya knew what Black Zetsu was thinking, so she ordered Black Zetsu to drag Uchiha, he to another space, the ice space. Uchiha, he was instantly frozen into an old popsicle. Yet Kaguya did not continue her assault, because the energy within Uchiha, he was too strange. It resembled chakra, but felt different. To avoid any mishap, she left Uchiha he there and ignored him. At this moment the two youngsters seemed nearly drained, but it was all an act. Not only was Naruto unaffected by the Yin-Yang release, but Sasuke was also pretending, for deep within him lay the ultimate sealing technique planted by Uchiha. They exchanged a glance, then broke free from their restraints simultaneously, their hands forming Rasengan as they hurled it toward Kaguya. Their hands drew together, and the Rasengan gradually merged. Naruto's contained the six-path sage art and the power of Yin-Yang release, while Sasuke's held the power of blaze release Amaterasu, and Uchiha, he's sealing energy. Although it was their first time executing this technique together, they moved with uncanny synergy. Thanks both to their inexplicable chemistry and to the fact that Uchiha, he had taught them the same method for the 10,000 Eagle Rasengan. This powerful strike slammed directly into Kaguya's face, distorting her entire expression. She was forced to flee using Yamatsu Hirasaka. But unexpectedly she ran into the Kamui duo. Kakashi blocked her with his Hataki sword technique, while Obito unleashed a fire release. Although Kaguya could absorb ninjutsu, her attention was entirely focused on the combined attack from Naruto and Sasuke, so the duo landed their hit. Seeing their attack was effective, Naruto and Sasuke charged forward immediately, one on each side, preparing to use their sealing techniques. In that critical moment, Kagaya with difficulty used Amenominaka to transform the space into one of supergravity. Unable to bear the pressure of the group, Kagaya had half her face blown off, and it was slow to regenerate, proving that the combined attack from Naruto and Sasuke had truly harmed her. Meanwhile, because Kagaya was injured Uchiha, he took the opportunity to break free from the ice. But everywhere he looked was a vast expanse of snow and ice, and for a moment, he didn't know what to do. As the group met to discuss their next move, Kagaya ceased her assault and retreated to a distance to heal. After all, that blow had nearly cost her life. It was the closest she had ever come to death. After a quick discussion, the Kimui duo were tasked with finding Uchiha He and lying in ambush. When Naruto's shadow clone dispelled, they would bring Uchiha He to deliver a fatal strike, while Naruto and Sasuke would lure Kagaya to the designated location. Acting on the plan, Naruto and Sasuke once again gathered their combined technique and charged at Kagaya. But Kagaya was no fool. If she couldn't win, could she at least run? Previously, Kagaya had been caught off guard by that attack, but now prepared, she unleashed all her power into a single expanding truth-seeking ball. The expanding truth-seeking ball held the power to return the world to nothingness, easily absorbing their combined technique. The two turned and fled without hesitation, with Kagaya riding the expanding truth-seeking ball in hot pursuit. Sasuke felt a pang of anxiety. Can teacher really handle this attack? To be honest, Sasuke had no confidence, but at this point he could only trust that his teacher's luck would hold. Know that his teacher's strength was formidable. Uchiha He, thanks a lot. Soon the two arrived at the predetermined spot. As Naruto formed a hand seal, his shadow clone on the other side dispersed. Uchiha He had already condensed his ultimate attack, a special sealing Rasengan imbued with an amount of yang-released chakra beyond measure. The Kamui duo each grabbed one of Uchiha He's shoulders and silently appeared above Kagaya. The attack was launched almost instantly. Sasuke used his heavenly hand power to teleport himself and Naruto away, while the Kamui duo swiftly retreated with Uchiha He. A massive explosion erupted within the field. Even the indestructible supergravity space was torn open, revealing a glimpse of another world. However, when the group reappeared, they were astonished to find that Kagaya had used the expanding truth-seeking ball to block the attack. Though she had blocked it, the truth-seeking ball, said to be capable of destroying everything, was now shattered and incomplete. Uchiha He's mind raced. That attack, though powerful, had consumed most of her chakra and required a long charge time. It was beyond ordinary ninjutsu. In short, Uchiha He could not launch such an attack again in a short time. Uchiha He's mind spun, rapidly searching for a countermeasure against Kagaya. Suddenly a spark of inspiration burst forth. Uchiha He turned his head and saw Naruto already grinning at him mischievously. They understood each other without words. The plan was already set. It is well known that when a creative mind flashes with inspiration, it does not necessarily produce a true spark. However, the moment two such minds converge, the spark undergoes a qualitative transformation, much like the present connection between Naruto and Uchiha River. Having confirmed the intent, Uchiha River acted immediately, deploying multiple shadow clones to encircle Kagaya. To counter any sudden devastating moves from River, Kagaya activated her Byakugan, remaining vigilant. Uchiha River in turn sent his shadow clones charging forward intermittently, each bearing a gleaming radiant Rasengan in hand. Infused with a specific technique, the Rasengan shone like a miniature sun, dazzling the eye. Yet for Kagaya this was but a trifle. She casually flicked her all-killing ash bones, annihilating the shadow clones effortlessly. Seeing how easily she countered his assault, Kagaya could not resist taunting, a paltry trick. It seems you have exhausted your bag of tricks. Uchiha River said nothing in response, but continued to send his shadow clones charging ahead. Just then Naruto exchanged a meaningful glance with Sasuke, who instantly understood and used a Mino Jikara to teleport Naruto into the center of the encirclement. Kagaya dismissed the move with a sneer, scoffing. Do you truly believe that adding one more person will make a difference? How childish. Naruto, however, was already forming hand signs, rapidly shouting, reverse harem technique. Because Kagaya had her Byakugan wide open, she saw the entirety of Naruto's technique, and for a moment she was utterly stunned. The group saw that the plan was working and took swift action. Naruto and Sasuke flanked left and right, while Uchiha River sealed off Kagaya's escape route. A brilliant flash of light later, Kagaya was successfully sealed. Poor Black Zetsu, upon witnessing the reverse harem technique diverting Kagaya's attention, turned pale as death. Despite his frantic cries, it was all in vain. Thus Black Zetsu was sealed alongside Kagaya. Thanks to a special addition by Uchiha River, this seal could never be undone by anyone. With Kagaya successfully sealed, all her techniques dissipated, and the group returned to the original battlefield. However, when they returned in high spirits, they were met with a shocking sight. All the shinobi lay helpless on the ground, clearly having endured a devastating assault. At that moment, Might Guy's right leg, completely shattered, was still charging desperately toward the enemy. The enemy was none other than the earlier dark side, but now it was far more powerful, its body swelling incessantly. This expansion was not due to any ninjutsu, rather it was caused by the immense energy it contained. Uchiha River instantly discerned the source of its energy, first an inexhaustible supply of in-release chakra, second the destructive power contained in its right eye's Mangekyo, and lastly, and most crucially, the negative energy drawn from Zero Tails. This included not only the present moment, but also the despair energy generated by the powerful enemies on the battlefield, all of which had been absorbed by Zero Tails. As the dark side expanded, the sky over the entire shinobi world was gradually engulfed by darkness. Not the darkness of night, but pure malevolent energy. Seeing this, Uchiha River immediately rushed forward, pulling Might Guy back and swiftly healing him with the reverse life technique. Upon treating him, River discovered that all of Guy's bones were shattered and his life force was hanging by a thread. Once Guy had caught his breath, he revealed that after the group had left, the dark side had turned into a black sphere attacking everyone indiscriminately. Guy had used Night Guy repeatedly to stop it, but it seemed indestructible. Each time he kicked it apart, it would reform and grow even stronger. Uchiha River quickly began formulating a strategy. The dark side, now aware of his presence, bellowed arrogantly, "He who among you can face me as an equal? Tremble and fear, you insects." Uchiha River found himself speechless. Was this dark side suffering from some sort of adolescent delusion? But this was not the time for snark. His ultimate technique was ready to be unleashed once more, so he instructed Naruto and Sasuke to engage in guerrilla warfare, while the Kamui duo would be responsible for transporting him directly in front of the enemy. With the plan set, everyone moved into action. Naruto and Sasuke unleashed their most powerful techniques, knowing through their unique perception that this foe was terrifyingly strong. Even Kaguya paled in comparison. Thus they held nothing back, striking with their ultimate moves. Together they executed their combination technique, the ultimate Rasengan, which twisted the very space around it and slammed into the dark side with overwhelming force. But after the smoke cleared, countless tentacles emerged, proving that the attack had done no damage. Naruto and Sasuke then used every move they had to evade. During the evasion, Naruto attempted to strike the tentacles with a wind-release Rasen Shuriken, only to find them unbreakable. Not because they were physically indestructible, but because they seemed to lack physical substance, entirely being mere energy constructs. At that moment, Uchiha River had finished charging his ultimate technique. The Kamui duo teleported him directly in front of the dark side, and he hurled the ultimate cosmic super Rasengan, infused with the 5 elemental chakras yang release and countless explosive sealing techniques, straight into the enemy's face. The Kamui duo then retreated with River, his eyes fixed intently on the attack's effect. Ultimately, he realized that the 5 elemental chakras and the sealing techniques were ineffective. They could not even touch the dark side. Only yang release chakra managed to inflict any damage. With that revelation, Uchiha River wasted no time. He clapped his hands, channeling Jugo's curse mark, and successfully executed the sage art. Would release true, several thousand hands flower tree world, would golem, would release tree world, would release, would coffin, eternal burial, and would dragon technique, binding the enormous sphere of the dark side tightly. Indeed, even Hashirama Sunja's supreme techniques could only serve as a means to restrain him, not to inflict any real damage. By now, Uchiha River's own chakra was nearly depleted, so he reached out toward Naruto's stomach. "Kurama, lend me some chakra." Thus, to Naruto's astonishment, his signature chakra cloak transferred onto Uchiha River. Feeling the seemingly inexhaustible Nine Tails chakra, River's confidence soared. He then looked at the two youngsters and asked, "Do you remember the first technique I taught you?" Both nodded, and River placed his hands on their shoulders. "Come, let us show him the ultimate combination technique of master and disciples." Sasuke then activated his sealed form, converging all his chakra, while Naruto donned his Nine Tails chakra cloak once more. Sasuke's hand crackled with lightning, which spun rapidly to form a massive, thunderous Rasengan. Naruto, on the other hand, manifested a blade of wind reminiscent of Chidori wrapped around his hand, gleaming with sharpness. At Uchiha River's signal, the two brought their technique-infused hands together. River then infused his yang release chakra into the fusion, merging the two incompatible techniques into one. In an instant, the technique transformed into a high-speed spinning blade, flashing with lightning and accompanied by the sound of slicing wind. This was the ultimate combined technique of Naruto and Sasuke, the Spiral Eagle Sunlight Greatsword. Then, at Uchiha River's direction, the two hurled the Spiral Eagle Sunlight Greatsword forward. It tore through everything in its path with overwhelming force, shredding the dark tentacles that emerged from the dark side, accompanied by a dazzling golden glow. This strike carried the hopes of everyone charging towards the massive dark sphere that had transformed into a manifestation of darkness. In an instant, the great sword pierced into the black sphere, and soon the entire sphere began to crack like the ultimate art of Daidara, emitting blinding golden light from the fissures. Before the eyes of the crowd, the black sphere transformed into a ball of light, resembling a bright little sun. However, things were not so easily resolved. Not only was the law of no injury from smoke applicable in the Ultraman world, but it also held true in the ninja realm. As the dust gradually settled, a massive creature measuring 200 meters in length and 130 meters in height abruptly appeared before everyone. The creature's appearance was characterized by a gigantic spiral shell covered in countless black holes, with its eyes located beneath its mouth, emitting a sound reminiscent of an elephant, and featuring numerous tentacles and giant claws emerging from its shell. Why can't I upload images? Damn it. Others might not know what this thing is, but Uchiha he is all too familiar with it. This was indeed the greatest villain, the evil god Gitanjiro that he had encountered in his childhood. The dark side was now exceedingly arrogant, seemingly very pleased with its current form. Do you have any more tricks left now? This is the ultimate big boss. Uchiha he felt a bit speechless, aren't we friends? How old are you? This is so childish. The dark side upon hearing this became extremely excited. Childish. You call me childish. I come from you, I am you, and I owe the creation of this form and Naruto and Sasuke seeing this struggled to muster their already depleted bodies and attempted to confront it, but were stopped by Uchiha. Uchiha he smiled slightly. Sometimes, I need to let my disciples witness the strength of their teacher. Then Uchiha he gradually walked towards the evil god Gitanjiro formed by the dark side emanating golden light as he moved with each step, making his figure appear more colossal. This golden light was the yang attribute chakra within Uchiha he along with the creative power of life contained in his left eye. The dark side sensed danger and swung its tentacles in an attempt to capture Uchiha. This powerful strike was suddenly caught by a giant hand of light, and what appeared before everyone was a composite version of Giga Ultraman with a body characterized by red, purple, and white tones. The dark side was initially shocked, but then burst into laughter. Really? You aren't even half my height, what can you do? Uchiha he observed the disparity in size, and replied, sorry for calling you childish earlier, it has always been me who is childish. Thus I will now defeat you using my childish strength. With that Uchiha he began to charge towards the dark side, unleashing a series of powerful punches aimed at the enemy's face and abdomen, exploiting its weaknesses. This was one of Degas' basic skills which often inflicted considerable damage to foes. However, the evil god Gitanjiro's form defied conventional judgment, and after completing this series of attacks Uchiha, he felt intense pain in his fists. Taking advantage of the moment Uchiha, he leaped backward, crossing his wrists in front of him, then spreading them apart to gather energy, before forming an L-shaped attack, firing the Zai Peli Ao light beam towards the dark side. Despite the tremendous power of this move, it only sparked against the creature's exterior. The evil god Gitanjiro transformed from the dark side was not merely superficial, it possessed genuine strength. At the same time, after Uchiha he unleashed this attack, the evil god Gitanjiro suddenly extended its pincers from behind him to clamp down. With that strike Uchiha, he felt as though his waist was about to snap, let alone resist. Yet driven by his indomitable will, he used Degas' composite knife hand to strike at the pincers. However, the dark side was not idle, extending several tentacles to ensnare Uchiha, he with one tentacle wrapping around his neck. In that fleeting moment Uchiha, he felt his chakra rapidly depleting. It seemed the evil god Gitanjiro transformed from the dark side also had the ability to absorb energy. Let's summarize the sources and basis of their abilities. In Giga, the evil god Gitanjiro could become immensely powerful due to the darkness and despair within the hearts of humans. Here the dark side inherently possessed destructive capabilities coupled with the ability to absorb despair, thus enabling it to perform all the feats Gitanjiro could. In contrast, Uchiha's transformation into Giga was different. This body was created by Uchiha, he utilizing the creative ability of his left eye. Its primary composition consisted of 5 elemental chakra and yang attribute chakra along with creative energy. Unlike Giga, he could not enhance his strength through people's hopes. Although the laser he emitted appeared similar to Degas, it was fundamentally composed of yang attribute energy waves. At this moment, due to the vast disparity in strength Uchiha, he was being thoroughly suppressed, and he soon realized that aside from his yang attribute chakra, he had no other chakra left. Simultaneously, to withstand the destructive energy emitted by the dark side, the yang attribute and creative energy within him were gradually diminished. At this moment, it was indeed a moment of despair. The dark side spoke, if you choose to surrender, I can let you go. Seeing Uchiha he remained unresponsive, the dark side continued, you persist in your illusory beliefs, striving to protect things that are fundamentally unimportant. This is utterly meaningless, a family will only make you weak. For the world, destruction is the only truth, and only through destruction can one truly exist. So give up. Uchiha he upon hearing this struggled to rise, and replied, you say that family is my weakness. You are mistaken, it is precisely because there are things worth protecting that we can continue to fight. No one knows what is truly right. We will be confused and troubled, but despite this we still choose to walk the path we believe in. In the end, destruction is not eternal, and life is not eternal. The only eternal thing is love. With the last words spoken, Uchiha, he once more exploded with power directly, using the Ultraman high-heat explosion to grasp the pincers while infusing them with energy, causing his whole body to turn red-hot. Seeing this, the dark side could not help but chuckle. You don't know your limits. Then a beam carrying boundless destructive power shot towards Uchiha, he piercing his heart before he had a chance to explode. As his heart was pierced, Uchiha, he felt the force of life continuously slipping away, while simultaneously Daigo's massive body began to dissipate. A wave of despair spread throughout the area, plunging everyone into hopelessness. The dialogues above are inspired by Ultraman Orb, Ultraman Gedo, and Ultraman Zero. The scenes of the past flashed before Uchiha's eyes like a kaleidoscope. Many years before the founding of Konoha, Uchiha, he had descended upon the ninja world. Upon opening his eyes, Uchiha, he found himself lying on the ground. Supporting his weak body, he managed to rise and took in his surroundings. Before Uchiha, he lay 2 spirit tablets, and in an instant the memories of the original owner flooded into his mind like a tide. In a mere moment, he grasped the situation. The original owner had just endured a fierce battle alongside his parents, who sacrificed themselves to cover his escape. Overwhelmed by immense shock, the original owner awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, but the prolonged high-intensity warfare caused his heart to stop beating, leading to his sudden death in the memorial hall. Uchiha's previous life had ended similarly due to prolonged insomnia, coupled with a moment of intense excitement. Having quickly understood the situation, Uchiha's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, and countless thoughts arose within him. He must prevent the Nine Tails chaos and avert the many regrets of the ninja world. But when he turned to look at his younger siblings behind him, reality crashed down upon him like a bucket of cold water. Not only did he lack any knowledge of ninjutsu, but even understanding what his siblings said was a challenge. Soon visitors arrived at the memorial hall. The current Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Tiandao. Tiando's expression was exceptionally sorrowful. In his memories, Uchiha Tiandao and Uchiha's father had been close friends, bonded by deep affection. Uchiha Tiandao stood before the spirit tablets of Uchiha's parents for a long time, then turned to look at Uchiha. He stepped forward, patted Uchiha on the shoulder, and spoke a string of words that Uchiha could not understand. Though he could not comprehend the words Uchiha, he could still sense his emotions, and thus put on a corresponding expression. Uchiha Tiandao, seeing this, suspected nothing, assuming the child was too grief-stricken to speak. Although Uchiha had inherited the original owner's memories, language was not something one could master simply through memory. What he didn't know, he still didn't know. Thus his understanding of the original owner's memories was only partial, relying on facial expressions to deduce relationships between people. In truth, Uchiha's talent had always been a mystery. If one called him a genius, he spent a full 2 years learning the language of the ninja world. If one called him slow, his progress in learning ninjutsu had once astonished Uchiha Tiandao. When the original owner's parents were alive, his ninjutsu training was naturally guided by his father. But now orphaned, he had nothing left except a vast inheritance and a group of younger siblings. To care for his siblings, Uchiha, he even taught himself to cook. Yet the results were far from satisfactory. His siblings, do you know what made a group of 80-year-olds quickly? It was of course Uchiha's indescribable culinary skills. Though the food looked delicious the moment it entered their mouths, the most painful experience in the world. In short, Uchiha, he not only failed to care for his siblings, but had to rely on them to avoid starvation. Fortunately, the original owner's childhood friend Uchiha Chin was kind and sensible, often coming to their home to help cook. Regarding Uchiha Chin, he only knew that the original owner harbored deep feelings for her. Every time they met, his heart raced uncontrollably. It wasn't particularly special. His heart was always beating. But Uchiha, he could still sense the original owner's emotions. Even though the original owner was dead, whenever Uchiha saw Uchiha Chin, a strange excitement stirred within him, which he tentatively called heartthrob. 2.5 years after his transmigration, Uchiha, he mastered the language of the ninja world and barely absorbed all the memories and abilities of the original owner. To his surprise, in the original owner's memories, he had already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet now, for some reason, Uchiha, he could not activate it no matter how he tried. On the other hand, the original owner's ninjutsu delighted him. He discovered that this body possessed a rare 5-element constitution, meaning it had all 5 chakras. To learn more ninjutsu, Uchiha, he had no choice but to seek out Uchiha Tiandao, who seemed to have the closest bond with the original owner's family. Uchiha Tiandao was pleasantly surprised to see Uchiha approaching. After all, during these 2.5 years, Uchiha, he had behaved like a complete fool. Not only could he not utter a coherent sentence, but he often pointed at various things and asked others like an idiot. Uchiha Tiandao, seeing this, assumed he had finally emerged from the shadow of his parents' death. With eyes full of relief, he said, "Shao, seeing you finally come out of it fills me with great comfort." Uchiha, he smiled bitterly and nodded, but inwardly, he couldn't help but complain, "Come out of it. I've finally learned this chaotic ninja world language." Then Uchiha, he stated his purpose. Uchiha Tiandao immediately thumped his chest and declared, "Very well. From today onward you are my sole disciple Uchiha Tyandos. Uchiha, I just wanted to borrow some ninjutsu scrolls and study at home. But seeing Uchiha Tyandos' brimming confidence Uchiha, he couldn't bear to refuse. So he bowed on the spot, and said greetings master. Uchiha Tyandos chuckled, and helped him up. We are uncle and nephew, there's no need for such formalities. You know I often mentioned to your father that I wanted to take you as my disciple, but he always refused outright, not giving me a chance. Who would have thought that now you've become my As he said this Uchiha Tyandos' expression grew slightly distant. He shook his head then pulled Uchiha into an affectionate embrace like a father and son. Come your uncle Tyandos will take you to learn ninjutsu. The two then walked toward the lake, a familiar spot that had often served as the Uchiha's training ground for fire style. At that time the lake lay at the border between the Senju and Uchiha. However, in the recent skirmishes the Uchiha clan had gained the upper hand, so the lake was currently under Uchiha control. Along the way Uchiha Tyandos walked, and asked about how he had been these past few years. Uchiha he answered truthfully. Upon learning of Uchiha Qing's care for their family Uchiha Tyandos immediately broke into a knowing smile. Have you ever thought about marrying Xiao Qing? I've heard about Xiao Qing. She's been alone since childhood, and is quite sensible. If you're shy I'll help you propose. He'll handle it easily, no problem at all. Uchiha's expression changed instantly. Although Uchiha Qing had been a great help to their family over the past 2.5 years, his feelings toward her were mostly gratitude. Perhaps there was also romantic affection, but he attributed it to the residual influence of the original owner's memories. So he said, Master, I have no plans to marry for now. I intend to wait until there is complete peace before considering such matters. Uchiha Tyandos' brow furrowed for a moment, then relaxed. Peace. Peace is good. With peace there will be no more war. Afterward Uchiha Taijima inquired about Uchiha Kawa's progress in ninjutsu training. Unable to provide a concise answer, Kawa simply stated that he had forgotten to practice over the past 2 years, and thus had forgotten everything. Uchiha Taijima did not suspect anything. Indeed, after 2.5 years Kawa's chakra had decreased rather than increased, a fact Taijima had noticed. Taijima then decided to teach him a basic technique, the infamous fire release Great Fireball, which was a rite of passage for every Uchiha. Uchiha Taijima instructed Kawa to watch closely. Kawa promptly activated his Sharingan, revealing 3 tomo, and used it to record Taijima's hand seals and technique execution. Anyone who thinks they can learn ninjutsu without the Sharingan is simply wasting a divine gift. The Sharingan acts like a camera, not only recording the release process, but also allowing one to simulate it repeatedly in the mind. How to simulate? Simple. Cast a genjutsu on oneself. After completing the hand seals, Uchiha Taijima expelled the alto familiar Great Fireball. By then Uchiha Kawa had already recorded everything. Taijima asked him to try. Without hesitation Kawa performed the same seals, and expelled a fireball identical to Taijima's, though slightly smaller in size. Uchiha Taijima nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. The execution was smooth and without hesitation. However, your chakra control still needs some refinement. Uchiha Kawa was puzzled. Although he hadn't trained in ninjutsu before, he had learned to walk on water through memory, so he thought his chakra control should be decent. He said, please enlighten me, master. Uchiha Taijima stroked his beard and spoke. You should have noticed not just the technique's release, but also the chakra flow within my body. Your execution is flawless, even more perfect than mine in some respects. But your chakra usage is lacking. This isn't about gathering chakra. It's about the instant you convert chakra into the technique. You waste too much chakra, and the resulting Great Fireball is merely for show. The most important aspect is the temperature inside the fireball. Yours has an even temperature distribution, so uniform that it doesn't feel like a fireball at all. Do you understand? A ninjutsu's power is never judged by its appearance. On the contrary, the smaller the technique, and the more chakra condensed within it, the more powerful it is. In my understanding, and this is just my personal view, the ultimate form of ninjutsu is to release it directly through the body, eliminating the process of hand seals entirely, thereby maximizing chakra efficiency. Uchiha Kawa fell into thought. Maximizing energy efficiency, huh? Seeing Kawa lost in contemplation, Uchiha Taijima patted his head gently and said warmly, all right, mastering ninjutsu takes time. As for chakra control, practice makes perfect. Let's move on to other techniques. Uchiha Kawa looked up again, staring at Taijima with earnest eyes. Taijima hesitated no longer and began releasing one technique after another. After demonstrating roughly several hundred fire release techniques, he finally stopped. By then he was somewhat drained, having used about a third of his chakra. Uchiha Kawa asked in confusion, Master, why did you stop? Then Uchiha Taijima's next words would lead to a lifetime of doubt and shadow. With a solemn expression he said, Child, remember, too many cooks spoil the broth. Once you've mastered these techniques, you'll be able to handle over 80% of ninjas. Uchiha Kawa replied seriously, Master, I've already learned them. Uchiha Taijima choked on his words, nearly swallowing his saliva. After catching his breath, he feigned displeasure and said, I don't believe you, boy. Boasting is not a good habit. Seeing his disbelief, Kawa stepped forward and consecutively released every fire release technique Taijima had just performed. Some of the simpler ones he even executed with a single hand seal. After finishing, Kawa looked at Taijima earnestly. Master, how was it? Is there anything that needs improvement? Uchiha Taijima stood there dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? Why did I say that? But he maintained a calm expression, cleared his throat twice, and said, Not bad. But compared to my younger days, it's still far off. And the chakra issue remains. Though much better than before, there's still room for improvement. Inside, Uchiha Taijima's mind was churning like a stormy sea. If the fast learning could be attributed to prior study, the improvement in chakra control was undeniable. The first technique Kawa performed had been clumsy, but each subsequent one showed remarkable progress. A progression that could not be faked. Soon, however, Uchiha Taijima felt smug. It looks like I'm truly an excellent teacher. Just a few pointers, and my student improves rapidly. Uchiha Taijima quickly snapped back to reality. A desire to uncover the truth stirred within him. Were these techniques truly learned quickly, or had Kawa already known them? So Taijima began releasing techniques again without hesitation. This time it wasn't just basic fire release. He used many high-level fire release techniques, even interspersing some lightning release techniques. Ones that even Kawa's parents had never practiced. Uchiha Taijima became obsessed releasing techniques non-stop, while Uchiha Kawa happily learned them all. Finally, after exhausting almost all his chakra, Taijima stumbled and nearly fell. Kawa rushed to support him. Are you alright, master? Uchiha Taijima didn't want to lose face, so he forced himself to stand upright. Alright, now it's your turn to perform. Though still worried about Taijima's condition, Kawa did not disobey. He began releasing techniques one by one. With each technique Kawa performed, Taijima's heart skipped a beat. Despite the shock, deep down joy outweighed astonishment. Kawa's talent meant not only that his father's legacy would continue, but also that the Uchiha clan had a chance to rise even higher, perhaps even to pave the way toward true peace. His excitement grew and Taijima lost track of how many techniques Kawa had released. Meanwhile, Kawa was guessing inwardly. What's going on? Why hasn't he stopped me? Is this another test? But my chakra is almost depleted. Indeed, Kawa had interpreted all of Taijima's previous actions as tests. After all, Taijima was the clan leader, and despite his past friendship with Kawa's father, times had changed. No one could know what truly lay in Taijima's heart. Uchiha Taijima, I don't know either. I was just counting. By this point, Kawa had released every technique Taijima had demonstrated. Finally, Uchiha Taijima snapped out of his daze. Even he had been nearly drained after releasing so many techniques. What about Kawa? As Taijima suspected, after releasing all the techniques, Kawa collapsed from chakra exhaustion. Uchiha Taijima quickly caught him. Looking at his peaceful, sleeping face, Taijima felt a pang of relief. Truly a chip off the old block. In the end, he was carried home on Uchiha Taijima's back. Upon seeing him unconscious, his younger siblings, mistaking Taijima for the cause, brandished kitchen knives and pots as they charged at him. Fortunately, Uchiha Kyo was also present and immediately recognized Uchiha Taijima, so she stopped his younger siblings. Though stopped by Uchiha Kyo, the four little ones still glared at Uchiha Taijima with fierce eyes. Helplessly, Taijima offered a wry smile, handed he over to Kyo, and turned to leave. Uchiha Kyo checked his condition and breathed a sigh of relief. He was merely exhausted. Then she tucked him in under the blanket and went back to continue cooking. After an unknown span of time, he slowly regained consciousness. When he woke, he found his four younger siblings staring at him from the bedside, their adorable big eyes blinking. A warmth surged in Uchiha's heart. He slowly sat up, still feeling somewhat weak, but at least some vitality had returned. As he was lost in thought, Uchiha Kyo entered carrying a meal. The sight of her made him recall Taijima's teasing words from earlier that day, and he instantly blushed. He took the bowl, uttered a word of thanks, and then focused on eating. He adhered to the principle of silence during meals, so only after finishing did he recount his day's experiences to his siblings. His second brother, impulsive by nature, lit up upon hearing about the many ninjutsu techniques. Brother, now that you've learned ninjutsu, can you avenge our parents? The other siblings also turned their sparkling eyes toward Uchiha, he full of eager anticipation. He was at a loss for words, but fortunately Uchiha Kyo came to his rescue. Ninjutsu cannot be mastered overnight. But your brother is extraordinary. He will surely learn it well and avenge our parents. He shot Kyo a grateful look. Then with joint efforts they coaxed the smaller children to sleep. Afterwards the two of them sat under the eaves gazing at the moon. Uchiha Kyo remarked, the current truce is about to expire. When it does, war will break out again. He sighed softly. Perhaps the original owner's aversion to war had rubbed off on him. Indeed, peace is about to end. Suddenly Uchiha Kyo turned to him, her expression earnest. Rest assured, even if you go to the battlefield, I will take good care of your younger siblings. He held her gaze for a long moment before finally uttering a word of thanks. Uchiha Kyo did not receive the answer she hoped for, but she showed no disappointment. She simply said, get some rest early, and left. After Kyo left Uchiha, he remained seated at the door, silently watching the moon. From his past life to this one, perhaps this fainting spell was the only good sleep he had ever had. Reacquainting himself with the long-lost sensation of slumber, he also began to form a preliminary goal for the sake of his siblings and the original owner to end this accursed war. He sat there through the entire night. As dawn broke, he bought breakfast from other clan members, placed it on the table, and left home. Uchiha's objective was clear before the war began. He would learn as many ninjutsu techniques as possible to become stronger. This was not only to ensure his own survival, but also to play a greater role in the conflict. Early in the morning, he arrived at Uchiha Taijima's residence. Despite the early hour, Taijima showed no irritation. Instead, he spoke apologetically. "On my poor memory, I intended to bring these ninjutsu scrolls to your house. But since you're here, it's just as well. Take these and study them well." With that, Taijima gestured to a large pile of scrolls in the courtyard. At first glance, he thought someone had made a mess and used that many sheets for wiping. Uchiha Taijima continued, "These scrolls contain all the ninjutsu we've collected over the years, covering every chakra nature. Some of them I can't even perform myself. But given your talent, study them as you see fit. If you can't learn one, don't come to me, because I can't either." Hearing this, Uchiha, he felt he must have done something wrong and looked apologetic. Taijima quickly explained, "You are still my only disciple. But with war approaching, I must prepare as the clan leader, so I won't have time to teach you. Also, I don't have chakra of all natures, so some of these techniques are truly beyond me." Uchiha Taijima had initially intended to appear profound, but considering his own mediocre talent compared to his, he decided to simply be honest. "Uchiha Taijima, I prefer to tell the truth." And so he carried a stack of scrolls as tall as a small mountain back home. His younger siblings, intrigued by the sight, surrounded the scrolls, making sounds that he couldn't quite understand. He was puzzled. I've studied for 2.5 years. Why can't I still understand them?" It wasn't that he couldn't understand, only human toddlers could decipher the language of other human toddlers. Then Uchiha, he began his arduous study. Seeing him so focused, his younger siblings did not disturb him. It must be noted that the oldest of these siblings was only 8 and the youngest merely 5. Their maturity was heartbreaking. Time flowed like a stream, uneventful, yet something he genuinely enjoyed. The process of learning ninjutsu seemed to flip a switch inside Uchiha, as if he had returned to the days of wrestling with math and physics in high school. The more he studied, the more energized he became. "Learning makes me happy." Loudly. In the following days, he remained immersed in studying ninjutsu until the very last day when Uchiha Taijima visited. Seeing his disheveled nest-like hair startled him, but he quickly recognized him as Uchiha. Uchiha Taijima cleared his throat and said, "Originally, as a martyr's family member, you would be exempt from military service for the next 10 years. But those meddlesome elders somehow learned that you are my only disciple, and now they demand you go to the battlefield. I came to ask you, do you want to go? If not, I'll turn them down flat." Uchiha, he thought for a moment, then replied firmly, "I am willing." Uchiha Taijima's face broke into a satisfied smile. Truly his child. Prepare well, the first clash is in 2 days. During their conversation, Uchiha Kyo stood not far behind, he tightly gripping the hem of her clothes, lost in thought. After 2.5 days of training Uchiha, he followed the main force to the battlefield with a tense heart. Although the original owner's memories included killing for Uchiha, this was his first time, and on a large battlefield at that. Uchiha Taijima seemed to see Uchiha's nervousness, so he reached out and patted his head as if telling him not to be tense. Though still very nervous, the desire for peace in his heart quickly overcame that tension. Soon after the clan leaders finished their verbal sparring, the war began. In numbers, the Senju clan far surpassed the Uchiha clan, not only because the Senju were prolific in childbirth, but also because they would incorporate smaller clans into their ranks. The Uchiha, proud of their strength, naturally disdained such practices. And indeed it was so. Although every Senju was like a wild bull with vast chakra and formidable physique, the Uchiha's Sharingan and fire release cared not for bodily strength. With just a glare of the eyes, they could put you to sleep on the spot. Thus, the Senju strategy against the Uchiha was always to form groups of several. When they saw someone caught in a genjutsu, they would promptly stab them in the kidney. This strategy was quite successful, but it also indirectly led to the Senju clan's dwindling population. According to unofficial history, Senju Butsuma, the father of Hashirama, returned to the battlefield after fathering his own father. He was then caught in a powerful genjutsu by Uchiha Taijima, and his own clansmen stabbed him in the kidney 14 times before he snapped out of it. This is also why Butsuma's later children were not particularly outstanding. However, on this battlefield interwoven with genjutsu and fire release, there was one Uchiha who walked an unconventional path. He formed an earth release seal with one hand, released a wind release with the other, and spat out a fire release from his mouth, directly triggering an elemental reaction. Even though the Senju generally had vast chakra, they could not withstand such concentrated damage and had their health bars emptied on the spot. This person was none other than Uchiha. However, at this moment, he was not feeling well. Thanks to the Uchiha's powerful observation ability, he saw every detail of those burned to death in their final moments. In an instant his stomach churned violently. Fortunately, this technique was so powerful that it cleared a large open space in an instant. This also caught Uchiha Taijima's attention to the sneaks creeping toward Uchiha's back. With a single fire release, Taijima killed the attackers, then warned Uchiha, "He kid, watch your back." Hearing this, Uchiha, he snapped back to reality. Though still feeling nauseous, he knew this was a battlefield. One misstep, and he would be done for. So Uchiha, he endured the discomfort, turned himself into a human cannon, and wildly fired off attacks. Though his ninjutsu was powerful, because he was shooting blindly with his eyes closed, he didn't hit many people. On the contrary, the Senju clan, witnessing such madness, were filled with dread. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan's morale soared, and they chased the Senju clan, cutting them down all the way. It ended with the Uchiha clan's victory. Unlike his clansman Uchiha, he did not cheer or feel excited about the victory. Instead, he was more composed. As a qualified psychologist, the basic method of self-deception quickly helped him overcome the discomfort of killing. But unlike the previous discomfort, the reason Uchiha, he was now dazed, was the true meaning of peace. War stops, and starts again, repeating endlessly without cease. So what is the significance of its existence? Is it because people simply love fighting? The answer is no. No one likes war. War means death, means widows and orphans left alone in empty houses, means 18 years of toil going up in flames. With endless doubts, Uchiha, he was surrounded by the crowd. Clearly, he was the greatest contributor to this war, and he did not disgrace the title of the clan leaders. Uchiha Taijima looked at Uchiha, he with a face full of satisfaction, but he also noticed the strange expression on his face. So he dismissed the other clansmen and took Uchiha, he for a stroll on the battlefield. Knowing that he had something on his mind, Uchiha Taijima took the initiative to ask, "What's wrong?" "Thinking of your father." Uchiha, he shook his head. Thinking that as the clan leader Uchiha Taijima might know more, he asked, "Master, I want to know, what is the meaning of war? Is it for peace?" Originally, Uchiha, he expected either an affirmative or negative answer, but Uchiha Taijima's answer surprised him. War is for peace, but not entirely. The wars in our time are partly due to clan feuds, partly for resource plunder and status symbols. However, I believe that one day true peace will arrive and people will understand each other and be filled with love for one another. What surprised Uchiha, he was not his viewpoint, but that as an Uchiha he actually yearned for peace and mutual understanding. That was truly remarkable. After all, even the gentle-natured Itachi in the end did not choose to understand his clan, but instead slaughtered them. Uchiha Taijima's magnanimity was truly extraordinary. In truth, Uchiha, he had never been confused from the beginning. He knew what peace was, and he knew the meaning of war. He was simply pondering what to do next. Recalling the plot of Naruto and being far away in the Warring States period, no matter how he planned, it would be beyond his reach. So for now, the only thing he could do, the war would not end with this single victory. On the contrary, the Uchiha clan then faced an even more fierce counterattack from the Senju clan. However, in this battle, neither the Senju clan leader nor Uchiha Taijima showed any intention of fighting. Though puzzled, Uchiha, he still rampaged across the battlefield. As the battle grew fiercer, his combat skills became increasingly formidable. By then, he no longer used area effect attacks. They consumed chakra and were hard to hit targets. So Uchiha, he switched his fighting style to precision strikes. Using his ultra-fast reflexes and ninjutsu-enhanced speed to close in on enemies, he then delivered an unexpected blow, a simple lightning release. He didn't seek to pierce through them, but to stop their hearts. As the battle progressed, Uchiha, he grew more and more inventive, directly using a technique called lightning release floral binding, which could stop the hearts of many people simultaneously on the spot. If you ask what the principle of this technique is, you know what a defibrillator is, right? Its principle is the opposite. It only requires a specific voltage to cause cardiac arrest in the opponent. Uchiha, he who had vowed not to use area effect attacks, could only say at this moment, "Area effect, it's so tempting." Just as Yuzhibo, he thought the situation was settled, the ninjas of the Chinsho clan suddenly hurled numerous kunai without warning. Yuzhibo, he naturally being the one specially targeted, saw countless kunai flying toward him. Seeing this, Yuzhibo, he used a jutsu to intercept them. However, the moment his fire release touched the kunai, they instantly exploded. Oh no. It turned out to be special kunai with explosive talismans attached. Although not a point-blank explosion, Yuzhibo, he was still blown away by the residual force of the blast. In an instant, the entire battlefield underwent a dramatic reversal. Countless Yuzhibo clan members were blown away by the explosive kunai, causing heavy casualties. Yuzhibo Tiandao, though shocked, remained calm and immediately gave the order to retreat. Of course, the Yuzhibo clan had contingencies. Those who were killed had naturally used Izanagi early to save their lives, while those who survived saw the retreat order and quickly grabbed their comrades and fled back. Seeing this, the Chinsho clan continued to throw kunai in pursuit. However, the Yuzhibo clan, having learned from experience, were not so careless. Although there were still casualties, the number was much smaller. In a dazed Yuzhibo, he felt himself being grabbed and carried away at a run. He struggled to open his eyes and saw that the person wore the attire of the Yuzhibo clan, so he completely relaxed and fainted. And thus the second clash between the two clans ended with the retreat of the Yuzhibo clan. Although the second battle showed some weakness, overall the Yuzhibo clan still achieved victory, gaining a slight advantage both in terms of casualty ratio and territory. Meanwhile, the Chinsho clan also suffered heavy losses from these two wars and could not organize an attack in the short term. Therefore, both sides wisely chose a temporary truce. On the other side, in the Yuzhibo clan's main camp, Yuzhibo, he finally woke up after a long time. Yuzhibo, he shook his head and found that his mind was like a paste making a sound with each shake. It seemed the explosion had done a number on him, but fortunately his limbs were still intact. Seeing Yuzhibo, he awake the clan member who had been guarding him immediately summoned the clan leader. Yuzhibo Tiandao smiled broadly. Good, you did well this time. You wiped out their main force directly. I reckon they won't dare to attack again for a while. Yuzhibo, he was puzzled. Then why not seize the opportunity to take them out completely? Yuzhibo Tiandao laughed heartily. Child, you still have much to learn. You should have noticed that in these two clashes not only I, but also the opposing clan leader never made a move, always staying in the rear. That's because we have both been holding back our ultimate trump cards. If we rashly attack too deep, the enemy will use their ultimate power. Although we also have our ultimate powers, such a confrontation would inevitably lead to mutual destruction, eventually causing the extinction of both clans. Therefore, without a sure method of victory, we will not launch a full-scale assault. Yuzhibo, he only half understood and still asked doubtfully. Even with me added, is it still not enough? Yuzhibo Tiandao slowly shook his head. It's not that simple. Even if you learn all the jutsu and become the strongest, you will still stumble when facing their sealing techniques. Soon Yuzhibo, he raised his head again, his eyes firm. Teacher, I also want to learn sealing techniques. Yuzhibo Tiandao was taken aback. This seemed like a perspective he had never considered. In the past, some had tried to learn sealing techniques, but how difficult the cultivation of sealing techniques was. Even the Chinsho clan sealing team came from the Xuanhua clan. However, seeing the determined look in Yuzhibo, his eyes, Yuzhibo Tiandao couldn't bear to refuse, so he said, Alright, I'll think of a way to get you a few sealing techniques to learn. After saying that, Yuzhibo Tiandao instructed Yuzhibo, he to rest well, and left the hard fight. Yuzhibo, he unwilling to waste a single moment, immediately began thinking of ways to counter their explosive kunai. Although he didn't know the internal structure of the explosive kunai Yuzhibo, he still figured that obviously the explosion was triggered by impact. Since kunai are made mostly of metal, for flight speed, metal would definitely be affected by lightning release. At that moment, Yuzhibo, he had a bold idea: magnet release. If he mastered this technique, he could definitely counter most of the current metal-based killing moves. Although magnet release is composed of wind and earth chakra, both of which Yuzhibo, he possessed, using magnet release required not only these two chakra natures, but also a special constitution. Clearly Yuzhibo, he did not have such a constitution at present. Thus magnet release was shelved. However, as a time traveler, being stumped by a mere explosive kunai would be a disgrace to all time travelers. Soon, relying on his memory, Yuzhibo, he easily developed the Chidori. He developed Chidori not for offense, but to increase his movement speed. With lightning fast speed, he could approach the enemy in an instant, then use lightning release bamboo branch connection technique to detonate all the explosive kunai, and then use earth release to evade. This tactic was simply perfect. Although it sounds simple, it is actually not difficult at all. Although it seems simple, all of this requires the user to have extremely precise control over jutsu and the battlefield. It demands both high reaction speed and great courage. It's like being asked to detonate a nuclear bomb guarded by countless Gatling guns. You not only need to dodge the Gatling fire, but also find a way to avoid the nuclear explosion. Of course, all of this could be easily solved with a simple Flying Thunder God technique. However, learning the Flying Thunder God first requires knowledge of sealing techniques and an awareness of space-time. Yuzhibo, he currently could not meet either condition. Afterward, Yuzhibo, he began endless training, improving his reaction speed while practicing jutsu. Yuzhibo Tiandao naturally noticed this. He also noticed that although the boy learned jutsu quickly, his body flicker technique was abysmally poor. Previously on the battlefield, he could move so fast only by relying on brute force and recklessness. Finally, after being severely struck by Yuzhibo, his talent, Yuzhibo Tiandao found an opportunity to regain the upper hand. Hey kid. Yuzhibo, he turned and saw it was Yuzhibo Tiandao, so he immediately bowed. Hello teacher. This time Yuzhibo Tiandao did not stop him, secretly pleased in his heart. Genius, so what if he's a genius? I am still the teacher of a genius. Although inwardly delighted, his face showed no expression, and he said very calmly, Shao He, your body flicker technique is really... Hearing this, Yuzhibo, he immediately performed the body flicker again, then looked up and down to see where the problem was. Seeing this, Yuzhibo Tiandao stopped pretending to be profound and directly pointed out his problem. Look at where you landed. Yuzhibo, he then noticed the huge footprints he had left. What's wrong? Our size 42 feet, that big. That was just a thought. Yuzhibo he quickly realized the problem. The footprints were too deep, indicating that his body flicker wasted a lot of chakra. But this was a matter of technique. Every ninja's technique differs, leading to different body flicker forms. Generally, the body flicker is not taught, not because it's kept secret, but because each person's habits and chakra reserves are different. Even with the same method of release, the result would vary. Yuzhibo he quickly thought of a solution: Shizui's body flicker technique. For him, who had the Sharingan, it was not difficult to practice. While he was lost in thought, Yuzhibo Tiandao said, "I do have a secret technique here. It depends on whether you want to learn." Yuzhibo he became interested and quickly said, "I want to learn." Although Yuzhibo he knew the principle of Shizui's body flicker, actually practicing it was definitely not an easy task. To deal with the war that could break out at any moment, Yuzhibo he needed a ready-made body flicker technique. Seeing Yuzhibo he's reaction, Yuzhibo Tiandao was secretly pleased, then said to him, "Then watch carefully. With your comprehension, one look should be enough." Then to show off, Yuzhibo Tiandao put his hands behind his back, and without moving his legs, his entire figure flashed and appeared 50 meters away. Yuzhibo his eyes widened in shock. Although he was amazed with the Sharingan's dynamic vision, he captured every movement of Yuzhibo Tiandao. It was precisely because he saw every movement that he was shocked, for in his eyes not a single part of Yuzhibo Tiandao's body had moved. Seeing Yuzhibo he dumbfounded. Yuzhibo Tiandao was satisfied. After flickering back, he asked, "So, have you learned it?" Yuzhibo he could only shake his head helplessly. Yuzhibo Tiandao wore an expression of just as expected, then leaned close to Yuzhibo he's ear and explained the principle of this body flicker technique. After hearing this, Yuzhibo he felt as if he had found a treasure and was extremely delighted. In wartime, everything was tense. Even the cats raised by the Uchiha clan kept their fangs bared, ready to fend off any enemy. Uchiha he was not the only one frantically training. The other clan members were also preparing for war. Fortunately, Uchiha he was quite gifted. Just past midnight, a battle report arrived. The Senju clan had launched another attack. The Uchiha clan was already prepared. Under the leadership of the clan head, they headed to the front line. Uchiha he took the lead, charging ahead with the body flicker technique he had just mastered. If asked why he was so fast, he would simply say body flicker is as natural as drinking water. The moment the two sides met, without even exchanging words, they clashed into battle once more. This time, however, the Senju shinobi seemed cautious, retreating as they fought. Although the Uchiha were not reckless, they could not fathom which cunning advisor had guided the Senju, who taunted them while retreating. "Hey, you with the red eyes, remember your brother died by my hand. Come and hit me. You the one with uneven eyes, see my head. If you've got the guts, come take it off." Though wartime education was lacking, the Uchiha could not bear insults to their kin. They charged recklessly, throwing caution to the wind. Uchiha he sensed danger. He had already used Chidori and body flicker to briefly ascend and survey the rear with his Sharingan. There a large squad of Senju clan members stood ready, holding a multitude of explosive tags attached to kunai. Without hesitation, Uchiha he grabbed a nearby clan member's blade, activated Chidori and body flicker, and dashed forward, leaving only a brief apology. "Sorry, I'll return your sword later." The clan member thought, "Dude, you took my sword. How am I supposed to fight?" Of course this was just a joke. The warrior remained fierce even without a blade. Uchiha he moved like lightning, his figure darting through the crowd like a phantom. The Senju were startled. Those near Uchiha he attempted to strike him, but he swiftly decapitated them with one slash. By then he had shed any lingering mercy. On the battlefield it was kill or be killed. That was his unwavering principle. Under the Senju's astonished gaze, Uchiha he plunged straight into the heart of their territory, where the explosive team lay in ambush. Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha he unleashed a lightning release spiderweb connection, precisely detonating every explosive kunai. This was his improved technique. The previous bamboo branch connection had a major flaw: it could only attack targets along a single line, making it more suitable for breakthroughs and escapes. The spiderweb connection, however, was perfect for this situation. Uchiha he waved his hand and used earth release to burrow 3,000 meters underground. A massive explosion thundered, wiping out the entire Senju explosive team. The blast was so powerful that it even affected the Senju clan head and frontline fighters deeper in the area. Uchiha he was smug, thinking that should have blown up those bastards. But his joy lasted only 2 seconds. A colossal force struck from above, sending him abruptly back to the surface. Literally, someone smashed a 3,000-meter crater where Uchiha he had been. Before he could recover from his shock, the figure charged at him, and for a moment he was dazed. Just as the enemy was about to punch Uchiha he's head off, another figure arrived, eyes glowing red. The first attacker backed off, staring warily at the newcomer. The one who smashed the ground was Senju Butsuma, the current Senju clan head. The one who arrived afterward was Uchiha Taijima. Enemies meeting face to face. Their eyes burned with hostility, though the Uchiha's red eyes were due to their Sharingan. Senju Butsuma sneered, well, Taijima, where did you find such a talent?" Uchiha Taijima boasted, "He's my newly accepted personal disciple, a genius among geniuses." "What a little loss got you angry?" Senju Butsuma's anger flared. A little lost. That explosion wiped out half my clan. Uchiha Taijima concealed his delight. So what? Should I give you a medal? You brought those strange gadgets upon yourself. Need I say where they came from? Do you trust them so blindly? Senju Butsuma could not miss the provocation in his tone. However, it was better to suspect than to be caught off guard. Though the Senju and Uzumaki clans had intermarried for generations, this incident warranted investigation. But now was not the time, for the Uchiha main force had surrounded them, and most Senju were either captured or slain. Seeing reinforcements had arrived, Uchiha Taijima breathed a sigh of relief. His demeanor shifted, and he looked down on Senju Butsuma. Little Butsuma, what do you plan to do now? Fight to the death or surrender on the spot? Of course, Uchiha Taijima's offer of surrender was merely a jest. First, Butsuma was like a wild beast. Even if he surrendered, only Taijima himself could control him. Bringing him to the clan compound would be like leading a wolf into a flock of sheep. His words were simply meant to make Butsuma ponder compensation and sue for peace. Taijima had considered killing him, but besides Butsuma, there were still a group of Senju, standing tall, each one formidable. Even if the entire Senju clan had fallen, these men remained upright and unbowed. Uchiha, he thought, when I'm strong enough, they'll have them stand guard for me. Every one of these warriors was highly skilled, rivaling even Senju Butsuma. They were the soon just last line of defense. Even if Butsuma died now, they could still escape and inherit the clan leadership. Not to mention their strength. Without exaggeration, even if every Uchiha present, excluding the elders, attacked at once, they could at most exhaust them to death, but not defeat. Senju Butsuma stared at Uchiha, he for a long time, his gaze burning. Finally, he lowered his proud head. This time I lost, to that brat. State your turn. Uchiha Taijima put down his 3-meter-long blade with a grin. I thought the Senju were all tough nuts. I've barely used this blade, and now I have to sheath it again. When I get back, I'll hang it on the wall as a souvenir. Though his face was all smiles, his tone carried a murderous intent so heavy that Senju Butsuma remained on guard, ready to fight to the death. Uchiha, he standing behind his master, felt the world brighten. Master is so majestic. After the verbal sparring, Uchiha Taijima laid out the terms for a 20-year truce. The Senju would cede 5 mu of land and provide 5.0 tons of grain and 3.0 tons of metal to the Uchiha. Senju Butsuma's face turned red. You want my life? Even if you sold me, you wouldn't get that much. Uchiha Taijima raised a hand to calm him, but his other hand was already on the hilt of his blade. Negotiations, my friend. I name a price, you haggle. Why be so impatient? We're old pals. When have I ever wanted your life? In the end, they reached an agreement. The Senju would cede 1 mu of land supply, 5 tons of grain annually, and substitute the metal with 30 million taels of silver. Before leaving, Uchiha Taijima teased, Butsuma, I heard your wife is about to give birth. Mine is too. How about we arrange a betrothal between our children? Senju Butsuma snorted coldly, gave Uchiha he one last glare, and left in frustration. Uchiha, he thought, well, if they weren't both boys, it might actually. After the war, there came the good news of the birth of the clan leader's eldest son. For Yuzhibo Tiandao, this was twofold good news. First, the Yuzhibo clan had finally welcomed a long period of peace, and second, he himself had finally produced an heir. Yuzhibo, he as the sole disciple of Tiandao, was naturally invited to attend the ceremony. When Yuzhibo Tiandao handed Ban to him, Yuzhibo, he inexplicably felt a hint of anticipation. The arrival of Ban heralded the true peace that was to come, yet simultaneously a grand conspiracy spanning generations would unfold. For some reason, Yuzhibo, he did not enjoy being surrounded by many people. Even though he was the greatest hero of this war, he still disliked it. Perhaps he was simply not fond of crowds by nature. After enduring a long torment, Yuzhibo, he finally returned home. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by the joyful expressions of his younger siblings. Brother, we heard you killed many enemies. Mom and Dad's revenge is finally avenged. Brother, how are you so strong? Will I be like you in the future? Behind his younger siblings, Yuzhibo Qing was watching him with a worried expression. Seeing him return, she stepped forward and looked him over, checking for injuries. Having lived 2 lives, Yuzhibo, he felt genuine care from others for the first time, and his heart was deeply moved. 1,000 words condensed into one. Then Yuzhibo, he patted each of his younger siblings on the head before entering his own room. Though his face remained expressionless, a storm raged within his heart. An emotion that had long been absent arose once more from the depths of his soul. In that moment, he seemed to find the meaning of his existence. However, Yuzhibo, he still felt a trace of anxiety toward this seemingly illusory world. What if this is all just a dream? What if none of this exists at all? But Yuzhibo, he was never one to indulge in self-consuming thoughts. Since there was no answer, he chose not to dwell on it. The most important thing was to live well in the present. Yuzhibo, he also knew that perhaps Heiju was always lurking in the shadows. What he should do now was to cultivate diligently and gain the strength to face everything. Even if all of this were just a dream, he did not want to leave with regrets. Thus time flashed by, and 5 years passed in Yuzhibo's arduous cultivation. During these 5 years he improved the blink secret technique passed down by Yuzhibo Tiandao, transforming it from a one-time burst into a sustainable ability. He also simplified the hand seals for various ninjutsu. Additionally, his chakra had surged dramatically. He didn't know why, perhaps it was a second growth spurt. Although he still had no opportunity to learn sealing techniques he confidently believed that with his current strength defeating the entire shinobi world would be no difficulty. Just then several minor clans surrounding the Yuzhibo were conspiring together. The forward intelligence team immediately discovered the situation and reported it to Yuzhibo. Seeing that his wife was about to give birth again, Yuzhibo Tiandao certainly couldn't leave. So he summoned Yuzhibo. Yuzhibo Tiandao looked at him with a gratified expression and said, "You little rascal, your strength has surged. Even I can hardly see through you now." Yuzhibo scratched his head. "Not at all, it's all thanks to your excellent teaching, master." Yuzhibo's words only made Yuzhibo Tiandao feel bitter. In these years, aside from some collected ninjutsu scrolls, he as a teacher had not even visited once. It wasn't that he was too busy, rather Yuzhibo Tiandao worried that if he went to see him the latter would ask about ninjutsu, and he couldn't very well admit that he himself did. What troubled him most was that even the sealing techniques that Yuzhibo had repeatedly requested Yuzhibo Tiandao could not obtain. The reason was simple: the Xuanhua clan were all sealing masters. Even if one could capture them, they would occasionally spring a self-destruction or mutual asset-destruction sealing technique. Shaking his head, Yuzhibo Tiandao cast these thoughts aside. "Alright, I called you here today to give you a mission. Several minor clans have gathered nearby, and we don't know what they are plotting. Does that mean we're going to kill them?" Yuzhibo asked excitedly before Yuzhibo Tiandao could finish. Yuzhibo Tiandao shook his head helplessly. "You little rascal, why are you so warlike? You only need to take a few people and show off your strength so they don't think the Yuzhibo clan is incapable of fighting. Of course, if necessary, you may punish them a bit." Yuzhibo nodded, a hint of regret in his tone. "Alright, I will complete the mission." After saying that, Yuzhibo Tiandao gave a few instructions and let him leave. Meanwhile, Ban, who had been eavesdropping from a hiding spot, was already gleaming with excitement. He thought to himself, "This person is quite interesting." Yuzhibo hurried home in great haste. His younger siblings were no longer little children, they were 13-year-old youngsters now. During these years, it wasn't only Yuzhibo who had progressed, his younger siblings had also improved. To ensure they could protect themselves in the future, Yuzhibo taught. Surprisingly, their talent was also quite good. Although they couldn't learn instantly like Yuzhibo, once the key points were explained, they could basically imitate and replicate the technique. His younger siblings naturally learned that Yuzhibo had just been summoned by the clan leader, so they asked curiously, "Brother, did you get a mission? Take us with you." Yuzhibo's first reaction was to refuse. After all, one of the reasons he fought was to keep children, especially his own younger siblings, from being affected by. But then he thought about his own strength. Now, even facing the entire Chinsho clan, he could handle them with ease. To broaden his younger siblings' horizons, Yuzhibo agreed to their request. However, Yuzhibo Qing was worried and offered to join them, and Yuzhibo also agreed. Thus the whole family set off in a whirlwind. His younger siblings, like little generals, walked with their heads held high behind Yuzhibo, looking utterly adorable. The actions of these minor clans were far from subtle, they were blatant. Yuzhibo took a bold approach and went directly to the clan grounds. With a single wind-release flat-cut head removal technique, he sliced off the roofs of the entire compound. Since the architectural style was still very simple at that time, this attack did not kill any innocent civilians. Yuzhibo only left a harsh threat before departing. The threat was as follows: Yuzhibo was here. Then Yuzhibo repeated the same method. People from every clan were furious, but dared not speak, not even daring to lift their eyes to look at him. After all, anyone would be scared of a reedy madman, especially when those red eyes were the Xylinian. They thought everything would end so simply. However, as they were preparing to return, they unexpectedly encountered another group of people. This group was precisely the one that had been caught causing trouble before. Uchiha was slightly surprised. Hadn't they received news that their home was attacked? How dare they still block his path? With doubt, Uchiha asked, "Before we start, does anyone want to leave?" The group all wore fierce expressions as if they bore a deep grudge against Uchiha. He thought to himself that he hadn't left the house in 5 years. How could he have provoked anyone? Could it be the inherently evil Senju clan? Uchiha couldn't help but wonder. But seeing no one move, he hesitated no longer and unleashed a great fireball on the spot. The opponents, enraged that he dared to strike first, launched a barrage of jutsu, like an overwhelming tide. Uchiha showed no panic. He casually erected a shield for his younger siblings and swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing the super fire release Great Fire Dragon. A colossal fire dragon instantly incinerated half the forest, charging at the opponent's jutsu with boundless might. The collision swallowed their techniques in an instant, and the dragon scattered them all. Scattered? No. Damn shadow clones. Those bastards from the Uzumaki clan. Uchiha cursed and was about to turn and flee with his siblings, but it was too late. Countless sealing techniques rushed toward him, including the familiar adamant MIA-tailed beast. Why are they doing this to me? Uchiha, he roared while sprinting toward his younger brother and sister. Though his speed was extreme, the sneaky bastards unleashed sealing techniques like a map-wide bombardment, and one blow sent Uchiha flying. Uchiha, he spat out blood, but this was no time to mind his injuries. He scrambled and crawled, continuing to race toward his siblings. Meanwhile, his brother and sister were struggling desperately against the endless sealing techniques. Though they were not weak, even Uchiha, he found these seals hard to handle. How could they cope easily? Within 2 exchanges, they were completely bound by the sealing techniques. Uchiha, he rushed toward them like a madman. The worst part wasn't the seals themselves. It was that the caster had never shown their face. Uchiha, he burning with boundless fury, yet with no outlet, could only guard against the seals while charging toward his siblings. However, the moment Uchiha, he drew near, Uchiha Ching's eyes turned resolute. She used all her strength to knock him away. Fortunately, she was strong enough that she hadn't been wrapped up like the others. Before Uchiha, he could wonder why she did that. The spot where his siblings had been erupted in a violent blaze. Countless powerful explosive tags. Uchiha, he tried to use a jutsu to stop the explosion, but the blast hurled him away. The explosion lasted a full 30 minutes. Uchiha, he lay dazed on the ground, not unconscious, but unable to accept the reality. He let the residual blasts toss his body back and forth. Suddenly, a familiar aura appeared beside him. Someone scooped him up and sped toward the clan compound. The Uzumaki clan members, with their heightened perception, noticed this and gave chase. Uchiha, he opened his eyes and saw it was Uchiha Ching. One of her eyes had gone completely blind. She must have used his Anaji. A pang of inexplicable pain struck Uchiha. Uchiha Ching, showing aside, she never had before, comforted him. Don't worry, Xiaohe. They'll take you home. In this world, aside from Uchiha Taijima on the battlefield earlier, Uchiha Ching gave him the strongest sense of safety. The Uzumaki clan members chased fiercely behind. Uchiha Ching moved swiftly, dodging with Uchiha in her arms. He wondered inwardly how the seemingly frail Uchiha Ching possessed such strength. They ran until nightfall before finally escaping. Seeing the clan compound drawing near, Uchiha Ching broke into a smile, then collapsed like a broken kite, sending Uchiha crashing heavily to the ground. But Uchiha, he paid no heed to his own injuries. He crawled painfully toward Uchiha Ching. In fact, half of his body had been blown off in the earlier explosion, and he had survived this long only by sheer will. He forced himself to crawl to her side. The night was serene, and Uchiha Ching's pale face appeared even whiter under the moonlight. Tears sparkled like gems in her eyes. She looked at Uchiha with deep reluctance, and said with difficulty, I know that every time our clan awakens their eyes, their personalities change drastically. But your change made me feel estranged. Yet whether it was the old you or the current you, your emotions were always heavy. Though you always wore a smile, you never truly slept, did you? I don't have much time left. I can only pray in my heart that you'll find your way out. Forget me, though it seems you've already forgotten me. Uchiha's heart ached as if torn. Tears seemed to fall from his eyes. But they were not tears. They were the Mangekyo that had long existed but never awakened. Everyone says the Uchiha clan's awakening requires sufficient hatred. But without love, how can there be hate? It is precisely because love runs deep that hatred burns thorough. Love is for others, hatred is for one's own powerlessness. As the Mangekyo spun unconsciously, Uchiha's body was restored in an instant, as if he had never been injured. Yet the blood tears at the corners of his eyes proved the wounds had existed. Uchiha, he opened his mouth to roar, to wail, but found his throat could make no sound. Helpless, he gently lifted Uchiha Ching and walked step by step toward home. In a voice that could not be heard, he murmured, We're going home. We're going home. Uchiha, he remembered once asking her why she took such care of them. Uchiha Ching smiled faintly and said, Maybe I got my brain soaked in the rain one day. He vaguely recalled that when the original him was young, he had gone out to play in the rain and saw Uchiha Ching, who had lost her parents, and asked, It's raining so hard. Aren't you going home? Uchiha Ching, with tears like pearls, sobbed, I don't have a mom or dad. I don't have a home. Little Uchiha, he had never seen such a scene. He racked his brain to cheer her up, but couldn't think of anything. So he put his hands on his hips and said firmly, Then I'll tell my parents I want to marry you. Mom said that when you marry a girl, you give her a home. That way you'll have both parents and a home. Uchiha Ching lifted her little head, her tears instantly stopping, and asked timidly, Really? Uchiha, he extended his pinky finger. Come on, pinky, swear. Whoever lies is a dog. In the last moment of her life, Uchiha Ching had one sentence left. You broke your promise, you dog. In the previous moment, Uchiha, he had already thought about how to express his gratitude to Uchiha Ching after returning, but unexpectedly in the next moment, they were whirled. The unpredictable nature of life always brings sudden surprises. Reflecting on the overwhelming confidence he had before setting out Uchiha, he felt deep regret. At this moment, not only was Uchiha's body undergoing a transformation, but his eyes were also spinning rapidly, as if brewing a powerful force. Why, if only I had insisted on going alone. If only I were a bit stronger. In this moment, Uchiha, he seemed to have lost himself. His eyes were shrouded in red light, and the last fragment of his rationality was completely lost. Uchiha he took one last look at Uchiha Ching's corpse, then his body shot out like an arrow. Soon he arrived at the place where he had been ambushed, and all he saw was the desolation left in the wake of the explosion. As for his younger siblings, they had long been reduced to nothing but ashes. However, at this moment Uchiha, he was like a wild beast driven solely by the instinct to kill. Thus Uchiha he arrived at the territory of the small clan he had visited earlier. The gatekeeper, a small thug, cautiously approached his hand resting on the knife at his. Seeing this, Uchiha he did not dodge, but walked straight in. The thug immediately drew his knife, and swung it, landing a blow on Uchiha he's shoulder. Uchiha he slightly tilted his head, glanced at the blade, then turned his gaze back to the person before him. Ha ha ha. This sound was not just Uchiha he's mockery, it was also due to the blood that had lodged in his throat. The thug was startled by Uchiha he's reaction, but quickly regained his composure, and hastily withdrew. To everyone's astonishment, the knife wound on Uchiha he's shoulder healed rapidly, leaving no scar behind. Seeing this, the thug unleashed a fire technique barrage, but Uchiha he did not evade, allowing the fire attacks to hit him. When the flames dissipated, the thug was shocked to see that Uchiha he was still perfectly fine, leading him to feel an overwhelming sense of disbelief, wondering if he had encountered a ghost. Then Uchiha he instantly dashed forward and kicked the thug over, following his example, launching a barrage of super fire techniques toward the clan's territory. The massive fireball obliterated the entire clan territory as if it were a meteor. The strangers who had previously held some enmity instantly turned into a The thug watching this shocking scene was rendered speechless, and after a long time he stuttered, "What kind of monster are you?" With the sound of blood lodged in his throat, Uchiha he said slowly, "Put yourself in others' shoes. You destroyed everything I had, so I will destroy everything you have to make you put yourself in others' shoes." In the end, this person was not killed by Uchiha he, but instead went insane from excessive fear. Uchiha he did not stop his steps, but continued toward other small clans he had visited earlier. However, upon arriving at the second small clan's territory, Uchiha he could no longer hold back, shouting, "Damn it, put yourself in others' shoes. If I'm not happy, then you all die." With that, Uchiha he leaped into the air, and at the same time the hand signs in his hand were already completed. The great fireball won't kill anyone. Oh, what does it matter to me if it's a super great fireball? When he reached the highest point, Uchiha he gathered all his chakra into this super great fireball. This great fireball possessed greater power than a meteor, causing no pain, instantly turning a radius of 3,000 miles into a massive crater. With his chakra exhausted, Uchiha his eyes returned to normal as he fell heavily toward the ground. After an indeterminate amount of time, rain fell upon Uchiha he's face, like a sword, finally rousing him from his stupor. In truth, he had woken up long ago. At the moment his chakra was depleted, Uchiha he's eyes had regained clarity. However, he soon realized what he had done. After being astonished by his actions, he was even more shocked to find that he felt detached from what he had just done. This was the most terrifying realization, and he also sensed the unusual nature of his eyes. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Uchiha he activated his left eye's Sharingan, instantly restoring his entire state, but the subsequent impact caused him severe. This time Uchiha he did not deliberately attempt to heal, but instead pondered what he was doing and why he had lost control in the first place. To be honest, even though he had feelings for the original's younger siblings, those feelings were not enough to drive Uchiha he to lose control. If it were him, he would have chosen to investigate thoroughly and find the true culprit to take revenge rather than attacking indiscriminately as he had before. He had always been a rational person, both in life and on the battlefield. After all, if he weren't rational, he would have long since taken his own life in his previous life. However, no matter how hard he thought, he could not comprehend what had happened to him. From a god's perspective, Uchiha he had not learned sealing techniques and was unaware of the special presence within him. At this moment, two mysterious powers existed within him, one represented by his left eye, the power of life creation, and the other represented by his right eye, the power of death destruction. Meanwhile, the power manifested by these two eyes was the immense yin-yang chakra within him. Speaking of which, everyone should understand that all the actions starting from the loss of control were the work of the so-called dark side. As for what nature the dark side possesses, it is still a facet of Uchiha he, not a result of the original host, or some bizarre phenomenon. It can be understood as a dual personality or the relationship between Galaxy and Lucille. However, to Uchiha he's delight, after this incident his chakra surged dramatically. He did not have a specific concept of how much, but it should be a tremendous amount, enough for him to launch over 10,000 map bombs. Of course, these were not the Super Series ninjutsu from before, just the ordinary kind of map bombs. Most notably, his surging yin-yang chakra was actually 100 times more than the combined total of other elemental chakras. After much contemplation, Uchiha he decided to seek revenge against the Uzumaki clan. It was evident that those people earlier were from the Uzumaki clan, as only they could use such powerful sealing techniques. Moreover, only the upper echelons of the Uzumaki clan could perform sealing techniques of that magnitude. As it turned out, Uchiha's guess was correct that the cause was indeed a careless remark made by Uchiha Tanaka 5 years ago. Although the speaker was unintentional, the listener took it to heart. After returning, Senju had indeed carefully inspected the explosive tags sent by the Uzumaki clan and discovered some problems. Thus, the Senju clan reduced their collaboration with the Uzumaki clan. Seeing this situation, the Uzumaki clan mistakenly believed their betrayal had been discovered and had even prepared to overthrow the Senju clan themselves. However, considering their own strength, they calmed down and investigated the cause of the matter, eventually discovering that it was the work of a mere child. Therefore, they made extensive preparations intending to kill Uchiha and present his head to the Senju clan as a show of loyalty. To be honest, with their capabilities at that time, they could easily take down any ninja clan except for the Uchiha. However, for some reason Uchiha chose to act like a dog instead of a human, which was perplexing. Imagine if the Uzumaki clan went to war, they would have explosive kunai at the front of 4 symbols, sealing Suicide Squad at the back, and countless adamantine seals in the sky blocking your escape routes. Facing the strongest, they could directly exchange 1 for 1 with a Reaper Death Seal. I can only say that except for the Great Susanoo, they were practically invincible. As for why I didn't mention the Great Wood Golem, well, they have been intermarrying for generations, isn't that enough? Meanwhile, within the core of the Uchiha clan territory, chaos had erupted. Uchiha Taijima frowned deeply as he read the border intelligence report. At that moment, a radical clan member exclaimed, "Clan leader, it must be those inherently evil Senju. Let us wipe them out once and for all." The others echoed in agreement. The Uchiha had already discovered the corpse of Uchiha and the site of the earlier minor clan uprising. But when they went to investigate the minor clan's territory, they found nothing but a massive crater. Everything else had vanished. Clan leader, they must have done all this, and then killed everyone to cover their tracks. Do not wait any longer. What if Uchiha is still alive? That remark ignited Uchiha Taijima's resolve. Indeed, what if he was still alive? Without further hesitation, he rose to his feet and commanded, "Bring me my 3-meter blade. I will personally slay the Senju." The clan members cheered, their battle spirit ignited. Meanwhile, Taijima said to the elder beside him, "Also bring Wu Ming. This battle may be the decisive one." The elder, not daring to delay, vanished instantly with a body flicker. Thus, the Uchiha clan marched in full force toward the Senju. Leaving only basic defenses and a few remnants, the Uchiha held nothing back. This time the goal was either to bring back Uchiha or to annihilate the Senju. The Senju were naturally alarmed by the commotion, but only a few knew of the Uzumaki clan's involvement. Even the Senju clan leader Senju Butsuma was unaware. Senju Butsuma scanned his subordinates and demanded sternly, "Can someone tell me what is happening?" Yet no one spoke. The hall was dead silent. Senju Butsuma stomped the ground so hard that the entire hall shattered. Some weaker members were sent flying by the shockwave. Since no one knows the reason, we have no choice but to fight. If the Uchiha dare to declare all-out war on us, we will not indulge them. The initially bewildered clansmen were stirred by Butsuma's words. "Then let us fight," they roared in unison. Once everyone was ready, Senju Butsuma instructed his deputy, "Summon the 12 great protectors. This Uchiha assault seems far from a minor skirmish, likely the decisive battle. And once you leave, do not return to the battlefield. Take Hashirama and the clan's children away." Perhaps. Senju Butsuma did not finish his sentence, but the deputy understood his intent. Without any delay, he acted immediately. Soon the two forces met at the border. Uchiha Taijima raised his 3-meter blade and demanded, "Butsuma, you brat. Return Uchiha's life to me." Senju Butsuma was baffled. "Uchiha? Who was Uchiha?" He turned to his clansmen and asked, "Who is Uchiha?" Someone reminded him 5 years ago he single-handedly shattered the entire Senju defense line. Senju Butsuma finally recalled, but the memory made his teeth grind. Yet the thought that the Uchiha's reason for war was Uchiha, whom he had done nothing to, infuriated him. He roared, "What Uchiha? I have done nothing." Uchiha Taijima sneered, "You are a fine clan leader indeed. Your lack of action does not mean your subordinates are innocent. Look at this." Taijima hurled an explosive kunai, stained with Uchiha's blood. Senju Butsuma picked it up, still puzzled. "And with this you conclude my people killed him? Do my people even have the ability to kill him?" Uchiha Taijima was now beyond furious. "Damn you. If my man were not dead, would I go to such lengths? Fine. Since you insist, let you taste the blade of the Uchiha clan." Senju Butsuma wanted to retort, but Taijima's voice drowned him out. "Fall back. Release Wu Ming." This was also Wu Ming's first public appearance. The Senju were bewildered as the Uchiha retreated, and a young girl stepped forward. Someone mocked, "A little Uchiha so desperate that you send a girl to the front. Are you trying to bore us to death?" Soon the speaker was indeed bored, burned to death by Amaterasu engulfing his face. With each step, Wu Ming's form grew larger. Not her body, but the Susanoo she wielded. The Senju clansmen were stunned beyond words. But Senju Butsuma forced himself to stay calm and bellowed, "Where are my 12 great protectors?" From the rear of the crowd, 12 towering figures slowly emerged. They hailed from various clans, each leading a summoning beast, and all wielding immensely powerful sealing techniques. These were Senju Butsuma's ultimate trump card. With them, he was nearly invincible in the shinobi world. But unfortunately, they faced an even more formidable opponent in Wu Ming. She controlled the Susanoo, cutting down a large number of enemies with a single sweep. The 12 Great Protectors circled, observing the situation, clearly preparing a deadly tactic. The Uchiha clan did not advance for Wu Ming's attacks, spared no one friend or foe. To avoid unnecessary casualties, they stayed back. Wu Ming gazed indifferently at the ants before her, each strike felling a multitude. Unfortunately, it was daytime, so she could not unleash her ultimate technique. The Senju grew wiser and scattered to avoid her indiscriminate area effect attacks. The 12 Great Protectors were no pushovers either. They had been maneuvering across the battlefield to encircle her and prepare a sealing technique. Now that the seal was ready, they activated it without hesitation. Countless mystical runes surged toward Wu Ming, binding her tightly. Yet the seal was not complete. Blood trickled from her eyes as she activated Amaterasu again, instantly reducing one protector to ash. Fortunately, once the sealing process began, it could not be stopped. The remaining protectors ignored their own safety and intensified the seal. No matter how powerful Wu Ming was, she could not break free from this suicidal sealing technique. Amaterasu could burn her enemies, but it was useless against invisible runes. In the end, by the time Wu Ming had barely managed to incinerate the last protector, the seal was complete. She was bound by layer upon layer of sealing, thousands inside and out. Why did no Uchiha come to her aid? First, to them Wu Ming was merely a disposable weapon. Second, had they not seen her indiscriminate attacks? Even a minor lackey from some clan who rushed to support was casually burned to death by her. Under such circumstances, who would dare approach? Seeing Wu Ming sealed, the warriors of the Uzibo clan could no longer wait. At Uzibo Tiando's signal, they raised their large cleavers and charged forward. At this moment, Uzibo Tiandao also took the lead, charging at the very front of the formation. Chinsho Fujian, seeing this, knew there was no escape, so he too picked up his weapon and led his clan to fight back. Uzibo Tiandao swung his large cleaver, each strike felling an enemy. With the dynamic vision of his Sharingan, he could easily dodge others' attacks. Whether ninjutsu or taijutsu, all were neutralized by him. Shinsho Fujian, seeing this, picked up his great iron hammer and with a strike of monstrous strength shattered the ground where Uzibo Tiandao stood. Although this blow accidentally injured many allies, it also caused Uzibo Tiandao to lose his balance. Countless weapons and ninjutsu then surged toward Uzibo Tiandao. At this critical moment, a huge blue figure descended. It was actually Uzibo Tiando's doing. As the clan leader of the Uzibo, he had naturally already awakened the Mangekyo. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, those ninjutsu and weapons struck the Susanoo and simply fizzled out. Shinsho Fujian immediately ordered the warriors to retreat from Uzibo Tiandao, while he himself shouldered his great iron hammer and charged forward. Shinsho Fujian, as a clan leader, was naturally no pushover. He rapidly moved his hands, forming numerous hand seals. Water-style Great Waterfall. Normally, when an ordinary person uses this technique, it can only produce a violent torrent tens of meters high, resembling a large waterfall. But the Chinsho clan, especially the clan leader, naturally have no shortage of chakra. The scale of this technique was unprecedented, reaching hundreds of meters. Uzibo Tiandao dared not slacken. He formed hand seals and used fire-style dragon flame song technique, spouting from his mouth 4 giant dragons that attacked from above, below, left, and right, colliding with the massive waterfall. The collision instantly produced a burst of steam, causing Uzibo Tiandao to lose sight of his target. Meanwhile, Shinsho Fujian, with his powerful sensory perception and explosive speed, arrived behind the Susanoo in an instant. He raised his hammer high and struck the Susanoo fiercely with a monstrous strength blow. At that moment, Uzibo Tiandao also sensed the presence behind him. However, Shinsho Fujian's water technique was equally powerful, so he could only choose to use the Susanoo to forcibly withstand the blow. The hammer struck the Susanoo, but unlike Tuanzang's kunai, it did not shatter. Instead, it directly cracked open the Susanoo. Seeing this, Shinsho Fujian sensed an opportunity and rapidly swung his great iron hammer, pounding the Susanoo like a metronome. Uzibo Tiandao silently cursed, his Mangekyo spinning rapidly. He used his dojutsu physical enhancement and in an instant vaporized the water-style Great Waterfall technique. Then he manipulated the Susanoo's arm to grab directly at Shinsho Fujian. Shinsho Fujian was naturally no lamb to be slaughtered. He moved again and appeared atop the Susanoo, then struck it like a blacksmith hammering iron. Annoying. Knock, knock, knock. All you know is knocking. Are you a blacksmith? Uzibo Tiandao couldn't help but curse angrily. But Shinsho Fujian remained unmoved and continued as he pleased, evading the Susanoo's grabs while striking it, thoroughly enjoying himself. However, Uzibo Tiandao had already devised a countermeasure. He took advantage of the moment when Shinsho Fujian was about to strike again, deactivated the Susanoo, and used the ultimate body flicker technique, a move that could only be triggered once. He instantly appeared before Chinsho Fujian and cast a Jinjutsu, freezing him on the spot. Prolonged use of the Susanoo had caused his eyesight to deteriorate, and he now felt somewhat unsteady. Nevertheless, he forced himself to place his blade against Chinsho Fujian's neck and roared, "Fujian boy has been captured. Surrender now or never." The warriors of the Chinsho clan only glanced at him, and then continued fighting, as if Chinsho Fujian's life or death didn't matter at all. Just as Yuzhibo Tiandao was puzzled, a sudden sound of something cutting through the air came from behind. Yuzhibo Tiandao immediately raised his Susanoo shield, but the assailant was not targeting Yuzhibo Tiandao. With a twist of his body, he whisked away Chinsho Fujian. When the other landed on the ground, Yuzhibo Tiandao finally saw his appearance. He was a full 3 meters tall, a giant compared to everyone else on the battlefield. Even more unusual were his pupils and the corners of his eyes. He had inhuman pupils and eyeshadow. At the same time, the other gave him a very dangerous feeling. Yuzhibo Tiandao refrained from acting rashly for the moment, quietly observing the situation. After all, the Yuzhibo currently held the advantage on the battlefield, and the opponent's high-level combat power should be temporarily incapacitated. However, things did not end so simply. The giant directly raised his blade and stabbed it through Chinsho Fujian's kidney. But because it was a Jinjutsu cast by the Mangekyo, Chinsho Fujian, though his face showed pain, showed no signs of waking. The giant, however, was very decisive. He pulled out the blade on the spot and stabbed through Fujian's other kidney. Watching this, Yuzhibo Tiandao felt the pain himself and couldn't help touching his own kidneys. At that moment, Chinsho Fujian finally awakened from the Jinjutsu, then looked at his waist with great heartache, feeling as if the entire sky were collapsing. But this was not the time to worry about kidneys. He asked, "How is it? Where are the reinforcements from the Xuanhua clan?" The giant's expression was calm as he said slowly, "All the combat forces of the Xuanhua clan have been completely destroyed by a single person. That person has been chasing me all the way to the battlefield." Chinsho Fujian, come on, such a huge event, and you speak so calmly. And being chased all the way here. Is that something to be proud of? Why don't you even bluff? Chinsho Fujian suppressed his anger. With your strength, you can't even contend with that person. The giant shook his head. Chinsho Fujian felt a bit relieved at that, and was about to ask how they matched up when the giant spoke again, his expression still very calm. "It's not that I can't contend, it's that he can one-shot me." Chinsho Fujian felt like spitting blood upon hearing this, but the giant continued, "What I mean is that the opponent's technique is extremely powerful, able to annihilate me in one blow. However, if I dodge with all my might, I should be able to evade it, and then deliver a fatal blow." Chinsho Fujian, can't you say everything at once next time? The situation was grim. All the combat power of the Chinsho clan was here, and there was no news from the other minor clans. Even the Xuanhua clan, with whom they had intermarried for generations, had lost their combat ability. It seemed they could only risk everything on a single throw. So Chinsho Fujian shouted loudly, "Open the gates. Release the dogs. No, release the ultimate weapon." The others who knew the truth were stunned by his words. Had it already come to that final step? All the Chinsho clan members hearing this knew they might have no hope of returning alive. So they closed their eyes and swung their weapons recklessly, throwing all kinds of ninjutsu, as if they cost nothing. Closing their eyes was to prevent Jinjutsu, and recklessly throwing ninjutsu was because the Chinsho clan was naturally endowed with abundant chakra. To avoid the situation of dying with chakra left and used, they adopted this tactic. Meanwhile, Yuzhibo, he had also arrived at the battlefield. He had earlier used his new ability to eliminate all combatants of the Xuanhua clan. Then by chance he spotted the 3-meter turtle giant. His special pupils and eyeshadow. Yuzhibo, he recognized them at a glance. Sage art. Sage art was extremely important to Yuzhibo. One could say that with this stuff, he could handle over 90% of enemies. So with an attitude of friendly communication, Yuzhibo, he called for the other to stop. Unexpectedly, the other fled like a stray dog, as if he had seen a ghost. Although puzzled by his reaction, Yuzhibo, he still followed slowly, thinking, maybe he's just in a hurry to go home and take a dump. That's quite reasonable, isn't it? The giant, you ask why I'm afraid. If you had seen with your own eyes a man gouging out the hearts of the life force, strong Xuanhua warriors one by one, moving like a ghost, and on top of that his recovery speed from injuries was even faster than the Chinsho clan. He could even have his head blown off and recover the next second. Wouldn't you be afraid? Among the astonished gazes of the crowd, the ultimate weapon of the Senju clan also emerged from the throng. A gaunt child, but his eyes were extraordinary, possessing a pair of reincarnation eyes. Although they did not know what this thing was, the human instinct to perceive danger was innate, and this child clearly looked formidable. As for the origin of this child, one must mention Heiju. This old schemer, seeing the extraordinary combat power of the Uchiha clan, thought to balance the strength between the two sides. Should the Uchiha arise, there would be a rebellious kid causing trouble later. So when no one was paying attention, he directly plugged his treasured reincarnation eye into the eye socket of a child. This was the origin of the child. Just as the crowd's awe had not yet settled, Uchiha Taijima sensed an Uchiha presence behind him and asked without turning his head, "Did you find it?" The arrival was none other than Uchiha He. Uchiha He looked puzzled. Find what? Uchiha Taijima turned around with a look of irritation. Of course, my beloved disciple. Oh, my good disciple, are you alright? Uchiha He scratched his head puzzled. Why would anything happen to me? For a moment Uchiha Taijima felt embarrassed, not knowing what to do. Uchiha Taijima thought, should we continue fighting or not? If we continue, the people have been found. If we stop, everyone is already heated up in battle. However, the child with the reincarnation, I did not hesitate, and directly unleashed a divine punishment that sent the Uchiha clan sprawling. Uchiha He was horrified. First immortal techniques, now the reincarnation. If Heiju is not behind this, I'll eat my own words. Uchiha He quickly said to Taijima, Master, lead the clan to retreat. These eyes are beyond our ability to handle. Uchiha Taijima, however, was unconcerned. He took a step forward only to find that the path beneath his feet had been destroyed by that person. Thus he retracted his arrogant attitude. Alright, well, retreat now. Then Uchiha Taijima shouted, Warriors of the Uchiha, he is found. We retreat. Thus the group retreated in a grand manner. The Senju clan, though enraged, made no move. Instead, they cast their gazes at the child with the reincarnation eye at the center of the crowd. However, as if the reincarnation eye had drained him too much, the child simply fell asleep, standing up, so no one proposed pursuing them. Only Senju Butsuma gnashed his teeth in hatred and instructed his subordinates, we must investigate this matter thoroughly. I want to see which bastard set us up. Although Uchiha He had shown no issues on the battlefield, it was only after he bid farewell to Taijima and returned home alone sitting on his bed that the emotional backlash. Looking at the empty house, he felt an intense discomfort, as if it were devoid of life. He sat there for many days until one day the arrival of a child broke the silence. A little rascal stealthily poked his head in to look at the room. Uchiha He immediately noticed his presence, but said nothing. This person was none other than the young Ban. Uchiha Ban, seeing Uchiha He at home, mustered his courage and entered. After a careful observation, he walked up to Uchiha He and said, Brother He, father wants you to come over. He said there's a surprise. Uchiha He nodded to indicate he understood, but his face remained expressionless. Uchiha Ban, seeing this, was not annoyed and simply wandered around the room on his own. Uchiha He sensed that he still had something to say, so he took the initiative to speak. Ban, just say what you want to say. Uchiha Ban hesitated for a moment before making up his mind to ask, Brother He, if it were you, would you have the confidence to completely end the war? I mean the kind that solves it once and for all so it never happens again. Uchiha He felt a pang of alarm and quickly asked, did a pitch-black thing tell you this? Uchiha Ban was puzzled. What pitch-black thing? Uchiha He breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Heiju had not yet made a move on Ban. That made sense. For now Ban was just an ordinary Uchiha, too weak to even bind a tailed beast probably beneath Heiju's notice. Thinking this, wouldn't he himself be in danger? He was only 28 years old and had already awakened the Mangekyo. No, 28 was already considered long-lived for people in the Warring States period. After thinking it over, to prevent Uchiha Ban from falling into a life of slack Uchiha, he said, peace is not achieved overnight. On the contrary, the path to peace requires a long journey. Moreover, even if one person becomes supremely powerful, it is impossible to bring peace to the world in an instant. True peace requires the unremitting efforts of several generations, or even a dozen generations. Ban listened with partial understanding, nodding thoughtfully, but then he raised his head with great determination. Can you take me as your disciple? I heard from my father that you are the strongest in the clan. I believe that under your guidance I will surely have the power to protect all our clansmen. Uchiha He slowly shook his head. I'm sorry, I don't have any plans to take on disciples for now. Seeing Uchiha Ban droop his head, Uchiha He stood up and stepped forward to pat his head. However, I can teach you some skills. But you are still too young now. Let's talk about it in a few years. Ban's eyes once again shimmered with hope. Then the two walked together to Taijima's residence. As soon as Uchiha He stepped inside, he heard the cry of a baby. It seemed Quan Nai. The other clansmen in the residence, seeing Uchiha He arrive, all guided him. Little Quan Nai was unlike Ban. Ban, that kid, was arrogant from birth and would cry loudly whenever anyone held him. Quan Nai was also crying, but he did not struggle. However, the moment Uchiha He appeared, he stretched out his hands toward Uchiha He. Everyone was pleasantly surprised by this. Uchiha Taijima then handed Quan Nai to Uchiha He. Uchiha He carefully took little Quan Nai, afraid of dropping him. Magically, the moment Quan Nai was in Uchiha He's arms, he stopped crying and instead stretched out his little hands, giggling. Uchiha He felt a sense of healing for some reason. Is this life, Foi? Uchiha Taijima seized the moment. Why don't you give the child a name? I plan for you to be the teacher of these two children from now on. Uchiha He found it hard to refuse, and for the sake of the story's completeness, he tentatively said, how about calling him Quan Nai? Uchiha Quan Nai. Little Quan Nai seemed to know that was the name given to him, and his smile grew even goofier. Uchiha He looked at Quan Nai's adorable little face and silently resolved to prevent the regrets of the original story from happening. Time flies like a fleeting steed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Uchiha He had turned 38 and Ban had reached 15. Over these 10 years Uchiha, he lived a monotonous life, waking up and going straight to Taijima's house to see Chuanai. Somehow every time he saw Chuanai Uchiha, he felt a sense of healing, and the pain of losing his younger siblings would ease a little. Over these 10 years Uchiha, he had fully grasped the ability of his left eye, called the creation of life. By activating this dojutsu, he could restore his own state instantly, healing any injury, no matter how severe. The only drawback was that the process could not be interrupted. As for his right eye, although he knew it contained immense power Uchiha, he could also sense that using it would instantly kill him. For the sake of his own safety, he had never attempted to use it. It is worth mentioning that over these years Uchiha he had learned, from various sources, mastering countless ninjutsu, and all sealing techniques, and even dabbling in Kekkai Genkai. Ninjutsu and sealing techniques could be easily acquired through a simple genjutsu, but Kekkai Genkai were far more troublesome. First he had to use his Sharingan to observe the chakra flow of a bloodline ninja while they performed their techniques. Then he needed to dissect the corpse of the bloodline ninja to understand the unique internal structure of their body. Finally, through a series of minor bodily transformations, he could alter his own body structure to master that bloodline talent. It was indeed quite laborious. Over these 10 years the Senju and Uchiha had tacitly avoided war, not only because of the previously established truce, but also because the Senju had been truly defeated in the last war. Countless minor ninja clans had broken away from them, seeking to ally with the Uchiha. Initially Uchiha Taijima resolutely refused, but eventually persuaded by Uchiha, he agreed. As for why the Uchiha did not wipe out the Senju entirely, although the Uchiha were warlike, they did not favor genocide. The Uchiha clan was not inherently evil. On the contrary, they were quite kind-hearted. At this point Taijima, though not yet on his deathbed, had suffered a severe decline in combat strength. He was already considering having Uchiha take over the clan leadership, but Uchiha he had never accepted. Today was the day when Ban and Chuanai, the two brothers, would formally become disciples. Ban had brought Chuanai early to the prearranged lakeside, waiting quietly for Uchiha. Uchiha he disliked waiting and also disliked making others wait, so he had arrived early at the lakeside, but he waited in hiding. Ban stood upright like a little adult, while Chuanai, seeing that the teacher still hadn't arrived after a long time, gradually lost patience and plopped down on the ground. Seeing this, Ban reminded Chuanai, stop playing. If the teacher sees you like this, he might be unhappy. Chuanai pouted and said, "We'll just play for a little while. When he comes, he'll stand up immediately. Won't that be fine?" Ban could only sigh helplessly and rub his forehead. At that moment Uchiha he had already arrived behind Chuanai. Ban was about to bow, but Uchiha he stopped him and gestured for him to remain silent. Uchiha he remained silent, quietly crouched down and said softly, "You should build this part thicker, otherwise the house will collapse when it gets taller." Chuanai suddenly realized, no wonder my houses always collapsed before. So that's the reason. Thank you. Chuanai quickly improved his mud house and turned to thank the person, but before the word thank could leave his lips he swallowed it back. "And master, when did you arrive?" Uchiha he slowly stood up, scratched his head, and said thoughtfully, "Probably around the time you first sat down on the ground." Kwanai's face turned pale at this, but he still had a trick up his sleeve. He directly clung to Uchiha and said, "Master, you're so mean. You came without saying a word, forcing me to sit on the ground and play with mud. First of all, I must clarify that I absolutely did not play with mud because I like it." Uchiha he couldn't help but laugh at Kwanai's attempt to argue, and he reached out to pat his head. "All right, Chuanai, I don't blame you." Chuanai immediately jumped up in joy. "I knew you were the best master. Unlike my brother who nags me all day and won't even let me play with mud." Ban couldn't help but roll his eyes at this. Subsequently Uchiha he began teaching the two young ones. Since Chuanai was still young, Uchiha he did not teach him ninjutsu, but instead instructed him in various theoretical knowledge. Surprisingly, Chuanai was extremely interested in theory and listened with great enthusiasm. Ban, on the other hand, was an all-round scholar. He had already self-studied the theory, and he learned ninjutsu without uttering a word. Although he was not as fast as Uchiha he had been in his early days, he still made rapid progress. In the following years Uchiha he accompanied the two young ones in their training. During this period there was also the incident where Ban encountered Zhu Jian by chance, and Chuanai was left forgotten in the small forest. Until Ban came of age, the Senju clan could no longer hold back and led a large army to attack the Uchiha clan. However, at this moment Uchiha he was detained by another matter, the source of all evil, that detestable Heiju. Although he hadn't seen clearly, the evil aura was unmistakably Heiju. So Uchiha he pursued him relentlessly. Although Heiju didn't know why the other was chasing him, seeing his fierce demeanor made him unable to resist running away. If a reporter were to interview him, it would surely go like this: "Reporter, may I ask why you are running?" The reporter moved the microphone up, down, left, and right, but could never find Heiju's mouth. "Heiju. Then let me ask you, if someone were running at you with a 3-meter-long cleaver, would you run or not?" "Reporter, why would I run?" Puzzled face Heiju. Heiju thought, indeed, why am I running? Wasn't I supposed to come and deceive him? Heiju thought to himself. Then he actually stopped and emerged from the ground. Seeing this Uchiha, he did not hesitate, and swung his sword in a horizontal slash, but it didn't harm Heiju in the slightest. Uchiha, he refused to believe it, and immediately unleashed a barrage of colorful ninjutsu, but they all passed through Heiju's body, without causing any. Uchiha, he furrowed his brows tightly. If I don't believe this. So he reached out to press down on Heiju's head. No, rather he pressed down in the air above his head, because Heiju had no physical form. To be precise, if Heiju didn't want to be touched, he would lack a physical body. Uchiha, he felt something was off about this, so he said, "Hey, materialize yourself, so I can touch your head." Somehow Heiju, as if possessed by a ghost, actually materialized his body. Uchiha, he felt much more reassured touching the solid head, and immediately unleashed 10,000 sealing techniques, at once intending to give him a quick end. Instantly the entire forest was engulfed in light, but after the light faded, the scene before him was still Heiju completely unharmed. Uchiha, he for some reason though not injured, felt a bit frustrated. So he asked, "Do you have any weaknesses?" Heiju thought for a moment, but just as he was about to speak, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. Why should I tell him my weakness? And why am I just standing here letting him hit me? Uchiha, he was in a quandary when he suddenly let out a strange, eerie laugh. Haha, I've got something nice here. Want to give it a try? Black Zetsu, for reasons unknown, heard Uchiha his words as if they were the devil's whispers, utterly defenseless, and inexplicably nodded. But he soon sensed something amiss. Uchiha, he was rolling a spherical pellet in his hands composed of yin-yang release chakra spinning in the pattern of the taiji. Uchiha, he smirked, saying, "Haha, I developed this thing just for you. Though I could never use it properly, the explosive power of its failure should be enough to give you a thrill, don't you think, dear Black Zetsu?" Black Zetsu's heart nearly burst at Uchiha's sinister expression, and he hurriedly tried to flee. But the explosive force of a failed yin-yang release was not something a mere Black Zetsu could escape. In a flash of light and darkness intertwined Uchiha, his entire upper body was blown away. Though Black Zetsu fled quickly, half his body was still It took Black Zetsu a while to recover. Staring at Uchiha's corpse, he couldn't help but curse. Damn it, what kind of lunatic. I just came to bluff you, and you go nuclear right away. Uchiha, he was indeed cunning, but now he found himself in the underworld, no the Pure Land. Uchiha, he looked around warily on guard against Black Zetsu's presence, yet darkness enveloped him on all sides. After an unknown stretch of time, Uchiha, he suddenly jolted awake. Am I dead? Is this the Pure Land? Yes, child, this is the Pure Land, but you are not dead yet. Uchiha, he was startled by the eerie voice. Holy crap, a ghost. He ran without looking back, but after a long while he found himself still in the same spot. Then he realized, he was also a ghost in the Pure Land. Why be afraid of ghosts? So he turned around, closed his eyes, and charged with fists raised. To avoid running off course, he squinted a peek. That glance nearly scared him out of his wits. Before him stood a figure with a pair of unique horns, coffee-colored hair, and a pure white long coat. On his chest were 6 black Magatama patterns, and on his back a striking red spiral symbol followed by a Ninimagatama grid in 3 rows of 3. In the darkness, the 6-path sage looked more terrifying than any ghost. Uchiha, he was about to bolt when the sage's words stopped him. Hila, don't run. I'm not a ghost. Uchiha, he was dumbfounded. Aren't transmigrators supposed to be undetected? How does this old fogey know my name? The 6-path sage seemed to read his mind. Normally a transmigrator's arrival is accompanied by what you call a cheat, but you have none. Uchiha, his head was filled with question marks. How does he know about transmigrators? And the word cheat. Isn't he a cheat producer? The 6-path sage explained patiently. I've learned this way of speaking from your own memories. If you like, you can call me old man. Uchiha, he gave a wry smile. Seems your learning ability isn't great. Then he asked, alright old 6-path sage, what's my situation now? The 6-path sage replied, in your words, your current state is like a final flicker of life. Am I really dead? No, it's just a similar phenomenon. Because you used a failed yin-yang release that blew off your entire head, your special ocular jutsu can't operate on its own. But I believe you'll return to the living world in time. Uchiha, he understood, but his confusion deepened. Why had the 6-path sage come to him? Was he going to grant him a cheat or expel him as an outsider like in other novels? The sage's mind-reading ability was formidable. Before Uchiha's doubts could finish, he continued, first, I have no cheat available for you now. Second, you are not an outsider. I suspect your existence is due to the original owner being erased by time's rules, and you coincidentally intersected at that singularity. The probability is 0, science cannot explain it. Perhaps in your words, you are the destined one arriving through fate. Uchiha, what are you talking about? I don't understand. The 6-path sage said, no more turning away. We'll use the remaining time to reunite with your family. I look forward to our next meeting. Uchiha, he hurriedly tried to follow, but the sage vanished instantly. He shouted, hey old man, give me a cheat before you go. Rinnegan yin-yang release anything. I'm not picky. Only after guessing that the sage meant him no harm did Uchiha, he dare make such a request. Otherwise, if this world's cheap producer discovered he was an outsider, he'd be lucky not to be killed. The Six Paths sage ignored Uchiha's words. Even though he could read his memories, it was only the superficial layer, thanks to the special eyes containing rules that even the sage could only admire. Old man, that's a nice title. It must be used to praise the elderly for being hale and hearty, still daring to climb peaks, murmured the Six Paths sage to himself. After the sage left, darkness once again surrounded Uchiha. Wait, didn't he say reunion? Where are the people? Suddenly something bumped into his waist. From the force, he judged it was a person. He turned around. Indeed, with another person present, his vision was no longer pitch black. The person before him was his youngest brother. Brother, Dad said you came too, so I'm here to fetch you. Uchiha, he gently lifted him, tears welling in his eyes. Let's go. Lead the way. Though his brother's body was light, Uchiha, he held him like a precious treasure. After all, he had lost him once before. His brother studied him as he guided the way. Brother, how come you're so old? Your hair's turned white. Speaking of white hair, it was because of Uchiha's reckless behavior over the past decade. After understanding his left eye's ability, he went wild. Any injury head heal with his eye, any jutsu training, if his chakra dipped, even slightly head restore it with a single use. Luckily, the ability consumed not eye power, but his life force, otherwise his eyes would have gone blind. What then? Uchiha, he never considered what would happen if he lost his life. Six Paths sage, what else? Just come down to have tea with me. This white hair should be the white of youth. Uchiha, he had never paid attention to his hair, spending his days teaching students and endlessly studying. He touched his hair and found it still prickly, quite prickly indeed. It should be fine. Hearing this, his younger brother couldn't help but feel speechless. At that moment, the two arrived at the gathering place of the spirits of the Uchiha clan, where Red Eyes, his brother, brought Uchiha to their family, and along the way Uchiha, he saw some familiar faces. Of course, it was the other party who recognized Uchiha, not the other way around. Everyone look over here. This is the genius of the Uchiha clan who appeared recently, single-handedly defeating the Senju clan to the point of incapacitation. Not incapacitation, I heard even that freak in the realm of Buddha lost his kidneys. What? A genius has emerged from the Uchiha, and even dominated the ninja world. Seeing the rumors escalating, Uchiha, he quickly grabbed his brother and ran, fearing he might be surrounded if he delayed. Seeing familiar faces again, Uchiha, he couldn't help but shed tears. Brother, sister, I am sorry for you. I wish I could be less arrogant. His siblings were quite generous. Even the oldest brother stepped forward to say, nonsense. We asked you to take us, you gave us a chance to broaden our horizons. You are the best brother. At this moment, Uchiha's parents looked at him with comforting expressions more filled with sorrow than joy. Child, going through all this must have been very difficult for you. Upon hearing this, Uchiha, he couldn't hold back any longer, snuggling into their embrace like a child, even though he appeared older than both of them now. In truth, from the very beginning, Uchiha, he believed that the feelings in his heart were due to the original owner's influence. It wasn't until he met the Sage of Six Paths that he realized the original owner had long been gone without even a remnant of their soul left. While the residual chakra might have some impact, it was ultimately a small part. The majority was his own emotions. Speaking of which, one must mention Uchiha's past life, where he was a 20-something office worker student who faced a crisis of unemployment shortly after entering society. Lying at home playing video games, he was lucky enough not to have died. Naturally, his mental state was quite difficult to express. The social anxiety accumulated since childhood only became clear after he switched from business studies to psychology, realizing it stemmed from a mental disorder. He was a typical people pleaser. The hallmark of a people-pleasing personality is an excessive concern for others' feelings, fearing others' displeasure. To satisfy others, even when faced with things he dislikes, he would rather compromise and sacrifice his own time and money. And Uchiha, he having lacked love since childhood, continued this way into adulthood. Even when he got a girlfriend, he was sentenced to lifelong solitude due to her betrayal. Isn't there a lyric that goes like this? I was sentenced to lifelong solitude by love, but this was just a minor setback, a smile would suffice. But he couldn't get past it, simply couldn't, which exacerbated his mental illness. Over time, even after long-term medication, he could no longer fall into deep sleep at best. Arriving in this new world marked a fresh start for him. Although he held on never revealing his emotions to those who cared for him, the pain in his heart was known only to him. Moreover, the care from his siblings and Uchiha made him feel as if he had been born anew. At that moment, Uchiha, he looked up and saw the person he longed for, Uchiha. Uchiha was still as gentle and charming as before. Shall he have you been? His parents, sensing the moment, moved to the side, handing each of his siblings a mock watermelon. Mom, I don't eat dirt, the youngest sister said. Their mother immediately covered her mouth with dirt, saying, be good, child. It doesn't matter whether you eat or not, just keep your mouth shut. Seeing this, the other siblings also wisely closed their mouths. After a long gaze between the two, Uchiha, he replied, I have taken good care of myself, and I have been sleeping well. Uchiha slowly walked over and gently stroked his hair, saying, liars must swallow 1,000 needles. This was the second person besides Taijima who Uchiha, he did not mind being touched on the head. Usually regardless of who touched his head, he would respond angrily. He remembered once when Izuna in a playful mood accidentally touched his head while placing a crown made of mud on it. Uchiha he instinctively grabbed him and threw him into the sky, preparing to use a fiery jutsu to deal with him. Fortunately, he came to his senses in time and saved Izuna who had cried for a long time. At this moment Uchiha, he completely recognized his own emotions, but feeling his form gradually fading he realized he was about to return to the living world. Therefore he said to Uchiha Qing, "Shao Qing, wait for me, I will bring you home." After saying this Uchiha his figure completely vanished. His younger siblings seeing this thought they saw a ghost shouting, "Mama ghost! There's a ghost!" However Uchiha his mother gave each of them a smack saying, "Fools, you are all ghosts yourselves." Returning to the living world Uchiha, he found himself still intact, his body perfectly fine. Strange, why didn't Kurizetsu take my eyes? If he had taken my eyes, wouldn't that have been the end of the story? Kurizetsu, who understands my family? Everything was blown to pieces with fragments still swirling with yin-yang chakra and a mysterious power. Would I dare to collect the corpses? Uchiha he shook his head, deciding not to think about it. He had always adhered to this principle. Otherwise, if he fixated on a single problem, why wouldn't he explore the mysteries of the universe? Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the ground. Strange. Where are they setting off firecrackers? On the other side, the Uchiha were engaged in a fierce battle with the Senju, shrouded in darkness. Alright, just kidding. This battle was completely one-sided. Despite being only 15, Madara had learned nearly all the improved ninjutsu from Uchiha, he with even the Nozial ninjutsu appearing in abundance, causing the enemy to flee in panic. As for dealing with the explosive kunai of the Senju clan Uchiha, he had long been prepared. Over the years, in order to find a way to resist such underworld weapons Uchiha, he had searched the entire ninja world, but found no suitable metals to forge armor. One cannot blame him. How would a fool who switched from business studies to psychology know about metal smelting? He couldn't rely on what he wasn't good at, but Uchiha, he learned sealing techniques. One could only say that the so-called sealing master of the Uzumaki clan had developed sealing techniques to less than 1/10th of their potential. Through Uchiha he's research, a sealing shield that could absorb explosive damage was born. However, that wasn't the end. Uchiha he had also begun to develop a sealing enhancement technique suitable for the human body, but for now it could only temporarily maintain a ninja's chakra supply, and only for an instant. Thanks to Uchiha he's early preparations, this war was nearly one-sided. Even Senju Hashirama, who had previously encountered Uchiha Madara, could only barely evade Madara's relentless assault. The sustaining sealing technique on Uchiha Madara was specially crafted by Uchiha he. First, it required the subject's will to be strong, otherwise the seal would fail and result in self-detonation. Secondly, the casting of this seal was quite demanding, requiring Uchiha he to go without food and water for 7 days to complete it. At this point, a sharp-eyed classmate might ask, where did that kid with the Rinnegan go? Actually, after his first use of the almighty push, he had been drained dry, and now he was just like an ordinary person. However, the battle situation did not continue to be one-sided until Senju Buddha placed the Rinnegan in his eye socket. At that moment, the entire battlefield changed. Although Senju Buddha was also nearing death, the Senju clan's tenacious vitality was no mere boast. They still held out a bit better than the weakened Nagato. On the spot, he unleashed an almighty earth explosion, trapping Uchiha Madara. This technique, like the almighty push, would leave him exhausted for a long time after using it. Yet it was equally powerful, and unlike the original ninjutsu, it gathered speed extremely quickly. Even Taijima's extraordinary body flicker technique couldn't. Logically speaking, such a powerful almighty earth explosion should be no match for an ordinary Mangekyo. However, just like with the Impure World Reincarnation, the body of the reincarnated cannot shed tears, but his father could. Similarly, possessing an ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan could not shatter the earth explosion, but Uchiha Taijima, as Uchiha Madara's father, could. Uchiha Taijima used his one-time body flicker technique to appear in the sky, grabbing Susanu's massive fist and smashing it down towards the earth explosion. But it had no effect. So without regard for the consequences, he expended all his ocular power, unleashing the most powerful lightning release technique in history. This technique was invented by Uchiha he and subsequently taught to every member of the Uchiha clan, as it possessed not only strong penetrating power, but also maximized chakra conservation. However, at this moment Uchiha Taijima did not conserve at all, using all his ocular power to enhance this technique. His fist transformed into a gigantic lightning blade, directly shattering the earth explosion. Although it shattered, it was not completely destroyed, only a large gap was created. However, at that point Uchiha Taijima's eyes had gone blind, and all his chakra was exhausted, forcing him to fall to the ground with reluctance. Yet the incompleteness of the earth explosion gave Uchiha Madara an opportunity. At the same time, the earth explosion emitted flames from within, and with a tremendous explosion, the entire earth explosion shattered. Uchiha Madara used the fire release exploding flame technique taught by Uchiha. This technique was invented by Uchiha, referencing the Ultra Bomb. Unlike the Ultra Bomb, the caster does not need to self-detonate. They only need to detonate the armor gathered on the surface of their body, which is equally powerful. However, casting this technique has conditions. First, one must know the technique. Second, have sufficient chakra. And lastly, must have Uchiha's special sealing technique. Otherwise, using this technique would lead to direct detonation. Thus, this was the origin of the sudden thunderous tremor that Uchiha had sensed. Uchiha clearly perceived that the final sealing technique he had placed within Ban as a safeguard had been activated. He had instructed Ban not to use it unless absolutely necessary, and it seemed Ban had encountered trouble. Uchiha couldn't help but feel a surge of anger, cursing. Damn that Heiju. That bastard must have deliberately lured me away knowing the war was about to erupt. Heiju, I had no idea. I just wanted to trick him a bit. Who knew he'd go all out on the spot? Uchiha, if you don't blame me, you'll just take it directly. Uchiha wasted no time, instantly using the body flicker technique to rush toward the site of the explosion. Why didn't he use the Flying Thunder God? Despite mastering the sealing technique, all three great summoning sanctuaries seemed to harbor no goodwill toward him. Uchiha couldn't even find a single hair, thus he never had the chance to perceive the spatial temporal sensation, and hence could not create the Flying Thunder God on his own. On the battlefield at that moment, as Taijima plummeted like a kite with its string cut, although he was rescued in time, his life hung in the balance. Witnessing this, Uchiha Ban felt a tingling sensation in his eyes, and before he knew it, his Mangekyo had awakened. In an instant, it was as if the meridians of Uchiha Ban had been fully opened. His chakra surged explosively, and his entire state soared directly. He transformed into a humanoid cannon, and in that moment the entire battlefield was ablaze with fiery light dazzling to the eyes. But the warriors of the Senju clan dared not be distracted. They widened their eyes to dodge, lest they be struck. After all, just moments ago, a casual lightning release he had thrown had blasted a man into mincemeat. Senju Butsuma had already collapsed after unleashing the Super Shinra Tensei, closing his eyes and falling asleep on the spot. This was not his fault, for his kidneys had been utterly pierced through a decade ago, so his weakness was only natural. However, the villainous Heiju had not stopped stirring trouble. The moment Senju Butsuma fell, he retrieved the Rinnegan once more. Just as he was about to check on Indra and Ashura, the figure that appeared in his line of sight so terrified him that he fled back underground, not daring to show his face again. That person was, of course, the swiftly arriving Uchiha. Because his entire upper body had been blown to pieces earlier, he was now shirtless, revealing a full set of 10 abdominal muscles. Paired with his explosive white hair, he was nothing short of a demon walking the earth in Heiju's eyes. To Heiju Uchiha, he was a demon, but to the Uchiha clan, he was their hope. Someone saw Uchiha's arrival and quickly briefed him on the battle situation, also informing him that the clan leader had been gravely wounded and unconscious while saving Ban. Uchiha was seething with rage upon hearing this. But on the battlefield at that moment, due to Uchiha Ban's sudden eruption, Senju Hashirama, feeling a resonance, also erupted directly, unleashing a would-release true world tree that left everyone dumbfounded. Uchiha merely sneered, "A paltry would release. I can summon it with a wave of my hand." Without even clapping, he let out a mighty roar. Super would release, giant world, tree descent. Instantly, trees far larger than those created by Senju Hashirama burst forth from the ground, and in the blink of an eye, they drained Hashirama's would release into a desiccated corpse. This sight left Senju Hashirama frozen in place, momentarily at a loss. Uchiha Ban, seeing this, ceased his attack, knowing what his teacher was about to do, and covered his ears. Uchiha unleashed a simple lion's roar technique, stunning the entire battlefield. "Everyone here, listen. I Uchiha am here. Surrender, and you shall not be killed." Why did he say this? Because over the past decade he had not only been diligently cultivating and teaching disciples, but also roamed the land, slaying the unruly as he saw fit, and even casually leaving a message in blood. The killer is Uchiha. This was the origin of Uchiha's reputation as a murderer, the very nightmare of the entire shinobi world. Yes, the entire shinobi world, not just the small land of fire. Uchiha's footprints spanned the entire shinobi world. Although the Senju clan had long heard of Uchiha's fearsome name, every one of them was a fearless warrior, and thus no one chose to surrender. At this moment, the stunned Hashirama finally regained his composure, silently complaining, "Weren't we supposed to be acting? Why use such a powerful jutsu?" Indeed, Senju Hashirama had long been won over by Uchiha, and this war had been instigated by the usually honest Hashirama himself. Before departing, Senju Butsuma had patted Hashirama's head with great relief, saying with a smile, "You're truly a good son to your father." Then, to the astonishment of all, Senju Hashirama clapped his hands together, used the wood human technique, and leaped to the top of the giant tree. "Everyone, let me say a few words." The warriors of the Senju clan turned their gazes towards Senju Hashirama. At Uchiha, he signaled the Uchiha warriors also stopped their actions. Senju Hashirama, seeing so many pairs of eyes upon him, couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, but he quickly steadied himself and declared in a clear voice, "Our Senju clan is powerful." This sentence brought joy to many Senju, but what followed made them unable to smile. However, we are not a match for the Uchiha clan. Now that the elder clan leader is unconscious as the young clan leader, I must fulfill the duty of the clan leader. Therefore everyone follow me in surrendering to the Uchiha. At this, not only the Senju clan was stunned, but the Uchiha clan as well. What? Did I hear that right? The young clan leader of the Senju is urging his people to surrender to the Uchiha. Just then Senju Butsuma, who had barely regained consciousness, heard Hashirama's words and felt as if the entire sky had collapsed. Yet he could see nothing, for the Rinnegan had been gouged out by Heiju and his own eyes had been carelessly discarded before the battle began. Senju Butsuma, I feel my life is shrouded in darkness. Uchiha, he had just healed Taijima's injuries and returned to the battlefield. Seeing that the moment was ripe, he once again used the lion's roar technique and declared, I Uchiha, he deeply feel the cruelty of war. Therefore ever since I gained power, I have sworn to make the entire world full of peace and love. Imagine if everyone could understand each other and live in harmony, how wonderful this world would be. Narrator, if you ignore the countless people he killed, that would indeed be the case. Uchiha, he paused then continued, I believe many of you hate me. But what I want to say is my parents, siblings, and even my beloved all died at your hands. Now I have the power to destroy everything, yet I choose not to. Do you know why? Because compared to hatred, I believe peace is more important. So please like me, embrace your enemies, alright? Come Hashirama, call me teacher. Hashirama had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He had known Ban for many years, and through Ban, he had learned many things from Uchiha, he including would release. Yet Uchiha, he had never been willing to accept him as a disciple. Senju Hashirama walked over with a beaming smile, but at that moment Senju Butsuma was filled with despair. Don't call him. Don't call him. Teacher. As Hashirama uttered those two words, Senju Butsuma finally broke down. You unfilial son. After the furious roar, Senju Butsuma fell into complete unconsciousness. In the end, the Senju surrendered to the Uchiha. Senju Hashirama, who succeeded as the clan leader of the Senju, became a disciple of Uchiha. He subsequently took over the position of clan leader of the Uchiha. Notably, 5 years later, the Senju clan had fully recovered their vitality, and the younger generation of warriors entered the battlefield. Under Uchiha's leadership, the allied forces of the Uchiha and Senju trampled all the ninja clans of the Land of Fire. All major and minor clans pledged their allegiance, and there was no more war within the Land of Fire. In the same year, Uchiha, he proposed the establishment of Konoha, and all the major ninja clans agreed. Ultimately, Uchiha, he became the first Hokage. That year he was 43 years old with a full head of white hair. Everything from the past flashed before Uchiha's eyes like a revolving lantern, both pain and joy. But now it all ceased to matter, for he was on the verge of utter annihilation. The ceaseless destructive force from the darkness surged within his body, gradually stripping away everything he possessed. At that moment, the Nine Tails earnestly tried to persuade all the tailed beasts. Everyone listen to me. Uchiha, he is truly the child of prophecy. Let us lend him our strength. Shikaku retorted, wasn't it already established that Naruto is the child of prophecy? Besides the green-eyed youth who calls the names of the 9 beasts with a laugh. Uchiha, he is not a youth, and where does he have green eyes? The Nine Tails was so anxious that he almost wanted to forcibly drag the other tailed beasts to help Uchiha, but he still explained patiently, have you all forgot? Many years ago when we were first captured by him, didn't he call out our names with a laugh? Besides, who says green eyes must be blue? If it were that easy to discover, how could he be the mysterious child of prophecy? So his red eyes surely represent green eyes. The other tailed beasts, however, disagreed. When they were captured, Uchiha, he was like a madman. Although he laughed and called out their names, it was definitely not a playful laugh, but a sneer, as if looking down on the weak. At this time, Naruto and Sasuke were also extremely anxious, not knowing what to do. Naruto kept trying to get closer, but that destructive force caused even the slightest proximity to feel like self-annihilation. Sasuke continuously attempted to use a Minotajikara to transfer Uchiha, but it never succeeded. Just then the Six-Paths Sage quietly emerged from the ground. Naruto, it is time. Hearing this, Naruto finally remembered what the Six-Paths Sage had said earlier. If Uchiha encountered trouble, he should bring the 9-tailed beasts to help him. Naruto did not hesitate and said to Sasuke, please teleport me to Teacher He's side. At the same time, the Six-Paths Sage gave commands to all 9-tailed beasts. Although he could not extract Uchiha, Sasuke could use a Minotajikara to teleport himself or others there. He had not gone himself earlier because the dangerous aura emanating from within was too overwhelming. So he grabbed Naruto and used a Minotajikara to teleport both of them inside. Naruto immediately used Inyang release on Uchiha. With a flash of light, both Naruto and Sasuke turned into streams of golden light and merged into Uchiha's body. At the same time, the 9-tailed beasts underwent a dramatic transformation. Each of them radiated dazzling golden light and flew toward Uchiha. As they flew, the Ninetales smugly remarked, "See, I told you Uchiha, he is the child of prophecy, didn't I?" Seeing this, the dark side intensified its assault. A beam of annihilation like a pillar holding up the sky shot toward Uchiha, he with boundless destructive force. However, it was too late. Uchiha, he had already transformed completely. He too became a miniature golden figure. The Mangekyo in his left eye turned from red to gold. His original Tiga form, enhanced by the tailed beasts, radiated a dazzling brilliance. What now appeared was Glitter Tiga. The dark side stood frozen in shock. Dark side, what a... You mean to say that after years of arduous training and multiple risks of total annihilation, I finally mastered the ultimate power, and the other guy just cheats to get it? Is that fair? Uchiha, he said calmly. Do you have any last words? The dark side cursed, screw your last words. I should be the one to survive. Without hesitation, the dark side fired a supermassive annihilation ray. Uchiha, he waved his hand, and a golden creative energy enveloped him. This energy then leisurely surrounded the annihilation ray and in an instant completely dissolved it. The dark side cursed, cheater. Then its entire colossal body shrank, eventually condensing into his right eye. At this moment, the right eye emanated an utterly terrifying destructive force. The surrounding space began to collapse under its influence. Despite its small size, Uchiha, he did not underestimate it. So Uchiha, he also went all out, pushing his left eye to its limit. A surge of creative power, even stronger than the dark side's, instantly manifested. Uchiha, he then transformed into a tiny sphere. The two spheres hurtled toward each other with boundless might. One black, one gold, one representing destruction, the other creation. The collision left no residual force. The black sphere of destruction smashed a black hole into the world one moment, only to have it repaired by the golden sphere of creation the next. The two spheres, as if harboring a deep grudge, crashed from the ninja world into space, and from space into the cosmos. Along the way, they passed many planets whose powerful beings showed immense terror. This power was unprecedented. Although the clash of these two mighty forces did not affect the world, it inadvertently awakened an ultimate terror. In that moment, the forces of destruction and creation clashed fiercely, weaving a breathtaking tapestry of darkness and light. The destruction energy released by the black sphere like a raging storm sought to devour everything, while the golden sphere with unyielding will emitted a warm and powerful radiance, attempting to resist and transform the destructive force. The collision between them was not only a contest of power, but also seemed like a profound philosophical debate of the universe. Are destruction and creation truly irreconcilable? In the midst of this fierce confrontation, a miracle quietly occurred. At the edge where the black and gold spheres met, faint glimmers began to sparkle. The destructive force was gradually assimilated by the creative force, transforming into a new, unknown form of energy. The battle between the two spheres lasted a long time, ultimately ending in victory for the golden sphere of creation. Both finally descended upon the original battlefield of the ninja world. By then, the dark side had gradually revealed its true form, and Uchiha, he had already retrieved his right eye during the fight. Uchiha, he still calm, asked, "Do you have any last words?" The dark side, though reluctant, still retorted stubbornly, "Last words? How, you don't deserve to hear them." Just as Uchiha, he was about to use a killing move to annihilate him completely, a figure rushed over at lightning speed and stood directly in front of the dark side. The dark side seemed instantly ignited. "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to stay in the village?" Uchiha, he was surprised by this scene. He never expected the dark side to have someone it cared about, and even a village of its own. However, as the newcomer turned around Uchiha, his expression froze. This person could have been anyone, but absolutely not him. That was impossible. Uchiha, he had searched the Pure Land for a long time, yet never found any trace of him. But now, if he had never been in the Pure Land, everything made. When the newcomer turned around Uchiha, his breath caught in his throat. Quan Nai looked youthful, exactly as he had appeared at the time of his death. What is this? Quan Nai's account revealed the dark side's actions over the years. It turned out that after Uchiha's death, the dark side had gone to Konoha, resurrected Quan Nai through Edo Tensei, and taken Ban away. This was why Ban had left Konoha without a word. The dark side was different from Uchiha. Though his heart was filled with darkness, his mastery over power far surpassed Uchiha's. He possessed all of Uchiha's abilities except for the left eye, and through years of practice he had gained control over the destructive power sealed within the right eye. Yet despite his darkness, he was not evil. Over the years he had traveled far and wide with Quan Nai and Ban, seeking out only the strongest hidden in the ninja world. At the same time, he kept an eye on Heiju's movements. After careful consideration, he concluded that allowing the ninja world to develop freely would be more interesting. Moreover, his sights were always set on the Otsutsuki. If the ninja world's landscape were altered, the Otsutsuki's arrival might deviate. Thus, he found Heiju and instructed him to proceed according to the original plan. Everything went smoothly until the Fourth Great Ninja War. Although Ban awakened the Rinnegan with the dark side's help as in the original story his life was nearing it, the dark side possessed only the power of destruction, so he could not restore Ban's vitality. Even though he knew the Rinne Tensei technique and had White Zetsu at his disposal, without Uchiha's left eye he could not transfer life force. Thus he had no choice but to wait, just as in the original story. Then came the Obito incident. Unlike the original, the dark side did not let events unfold naturally. He took matters into his own hands using Jinjutsu to create a world that perfectly merged with reality, making Kakashi and Obito believe that Rin had indeed died. The real Rin had long been taken to the new hidden village founded by Quan Nai located outside the ninja world, and thus little known. Over the years, all the people the dark side had casually saved in the ninja world gathered there, including the survivors of the Uchiha clan massacre. That night the dark side acted personally. He knocked Obito unconscious, stripped him of his clothes, and even took the opportunity to experience Kimui. However, to his surprise, Uchiha Itachi was truly ruthless. If he hadn't acted quickly, someone might have been killed. In the end, the entire village of Konoha believed the Uchiha clan had been wiped out. Only the dark side and Itachi knew that the Uchiha had been relocated elsewhere. As for Danzo's Sharingan, the dark side had Itachi remove the eyes of those clan members who wanted to rebel, and then casually toss them to Danzo. To prevent changes to the plot, the dark side placed a restriction on Uchiha Itachi, ordering him to follow the original plan and never mention his existence to anyone. His traces were nearly everywhere in the ninja world. Even Haku and Zabuza were now living peacefully in the new hidden village. As for the Namikaze couple, the dark side knew this was a major turning point and chose not to interfere. If an opportunity arose later, he could resurrect his original self via Edo Tensei and let him revive them. Knowing all that the dark side had done Uchiha, his expression was complex. Then why did you oppose me? He asked in confusion. The dark side spat disdainfully. Hey, you selfish brat. Your fighting style never treats life as precious. It's useless to tell you all this. I originally wanted to defeat you and use your left eye to revive more people. Now sigh. Uchiha's expression grew even more complicated. Why must it be this way? Then Uchiha he turned and no longer looked at him. The dark side couldn't help but call out, aren't you going to kill me? Uchiha he didn't look back, speaking calmly, you are also me. You should know what kind of person I am. If you have people you cherish, then cherish them twice as much. However, I cannot agree with your judgment of the future. By then Uchiha he understood everything. This was also why among the two forces of the same origin Uchiha, he ultimately prevailed. It turned out that before the battle began, the dark side had used Uchiha, his clone, exhausting all his power to resurrect Quan Nai. Since it was only a clone and lacked the original's abilities, it consumed part of his essence. This very consumption became the key to Uchiha's victory. Everything was clear now. No one was a villain. What need was there to continue fighting? In truth, the root of all this was Uchiha he himself. If his will had been stronger, if he hadn't separated that part of his consciousness that year and sealed the power of his right eye, then he wouldn't have died and none of this would have happened. Ultimately, it was his own nature that caused it. He always ran away from problems, whether in his past life or this one. When he failed an exam, he would hide himself away. When he was criticized for mistakes, he would hide. When betrayed by a girlfriend, he would hide. When he couldn't find a job, he thought it would be the same in the ninja world. When he faced Quan Nai's death, he chose to escape again. Even when he had a way to escape Heiju's clutches, he still chose to flee. Flee from reality and enter the Pure Land. But this time he would no longer run. Since he had caused all of this, he would make amends. Meanwhile, on the other side, it was time for the farewell that required full recitation. Naruto forced a smile through his tears and spoke these words, tell mom I eat well, don't worry. I don't picky eat, I eat everything. Pork bone, miso, and soy sauce. Of course, not just ramen. I take a bath almost every day, and sometimes I go to the hot springs in Konoha. Everyone says I'm like a dragonfly skimming the water. Oh, and I've made many friends. All good people. Even though my grades are at the bottom, I firmly believe I will never give up. That confidence is stronger than anyone's. Of course, I listen to the third Hokage and Kakashi Sensei, though I respect them. You can ask them yourself. And about the 3 ninja prohibitions. I learned a lot from the pervy sage. Even though I messed up the 3 prohibitions, the pervy sage, one of the 3 legendary ninja, is very cool. He's the one I respect most. I just turned 17 today. I haven't tasted alcohol yet. But mom said I should find a good woman like her. However, in short, I haven't fulfilled all of mom's requirements yet, but I'm trying. I also have a dream. I want to become a Hokage, even better than dad. I will definitely achieve it. Go tell mom not to worry about me at all. I will live well. So every word muttered back, then every syllable was a reply. Uchiha he caught sight of the 6-Path Sage's subtle movement and instantly flashed forward to grasp his wrist. Wait, 6-Path Sage, don't undo the Impure World Reincarnation yet. The 6-Path Sage understood clearly, having anticipated this, which was why he had allowed Naruto such a long time to say his farewells. You must be certain. If you choose this path, you will cease to exist. Even I cannot save you. Uchiha's eyes were resolute as he nodded. The 6-Path Sage sighed helplessly. You are a true hero. Let me lend you one last hand in hopes it may aid. Then the six-path sage extended his hand, and a technique imbued with yin-yang release chakra drifted toward Uchiha's mind. Upon absorbing the technique Uchiha, he suddenly understood. No wonder he had never been able to successfully use yin-yang release while alive. The yang aspect always outweighed the yin in a living body. Of course, it wasn't simply about balance. The world itself is unbalanced, and so are techniques. Yin-yang release does not seek equilibrium. It is a deep. Sometimes the technique requires the yang aspect to dominate, sometimes the yin. The dominant aspect determines the nature of the technique. Similar to Uchiha's left and right Mangekyo. The left eye represents creation, the right eye destruction. Alone the left eye cannot create, but when the right eye intervenes the left eye's power of creation prevails, and with the aid of destruction true creation is achieved. Each alone possesses immense power, yet neither can achieve pure change. But when they converge a force of unparalleled strength is born. One capable of altering any reality, such as the separation of life and death. As Uchiha he activated both eyes, a mysterious aura permeated the surroundings. Under this influence new life sprang forth from him as the epicenter, tiny grass flowers, covering the entire battlefield. But this was not the end. All the ninjas who had died in the battle were resurrected. At the same time Minato, who had been prepared to return to the Pure Land, suddenly felt his Impure World Reincarnation body shatter, and then his true flesh grew forth like spring bamboo shoots. This time Uchiha, he was the true master of dreams. Meanwhile the Dream Master at the edge of the battlefield watched in excitement as the director was revived. Earlier it was the director who had explained that Uchiha he planned to revive her after the battle, which was why Kabuto had agreed to undo the Impure World Reincarnation. Now Madara, who had been lying half dead on the battlefield, also regained his vitality and stood up looking at Uchiha, he with a complicated expression. Seeing more and more people revived Uchiha, he smiled with relief. Anyone else? Speak up if you want to be revived. Naruto immediately added, my mother. My mother. Upon hearing this Uchiha, he promptly revived Kushina. Seeing Naruto set the precedent, more and more people called out the names of their loved ones. Drawing on his knowledge of the story Uchiha, he selectively revived people. In short, the good lived, the wicked died. The entire battlefield was filled with scenes of reunion. Kakashi finally met his father and Obito gathered the courage to confess to the revived Rin. Naruto laughed joyfully surrounded by his parents and Jiraiya. The Yahiko squad reunited. Meanwhile Itachi was being spanked by Shisui, who scolded, "You were supposed to protect the clan and the village and you ended up annihilating the clan." A bystander kindly reminded him that the Uchiha clan hadn't been completely wiped out, but Shisui kept spanking and Itachi had no choice but to endure. Yet everyone was rejoicing. Sasuke and Deidara, however, were filled with worry. "Master, that's enough. Stop," Sasuke shouted, stepping forward. Uchiha he looked down at him and said with a warm smile, "Little Sasuke, it has been an honor to watch you grow up." As he spoke his form dimmed further. The left eye's creation ability not only restored himself, but also in conjunction with the right eye could revive others by consuming life essence, soul, and occupation. Everyone noticed this. By now Uchiha he was frail and on the verge of vanishing. As all eyes turned to him, the long-absent social anxiety returned. But this time he felt no fear, only relief. After all regrets had been mended, hadn't they? Uchiha he pondered, then spoke, "The future can be changed. It can become better or worse. The one who decides is you." Looking at the dark side and Izuna in the distance, he resolved to do one last thing for them. But it required the Six-Path Sage's help. The Six-Path Sage immediately understood Uchiha's intention and stepped forward, signaling him to proceed. Then Uchiha he channeled his remaining power, lifting the dark side, while the Six-Path Sage used a technique to suspend everyone's consciousness. Uchiha he then faced the dark side once more. "I'm sorry for my selfishness for making you endure so much. But now I want to give you this chance. Will you take my place and protect the ninja world?" The dark side stared in disbelief at the fading Uchiha. "You?" Many words swirled within him, but in the end only a soft sigh escaped, and he nodded. With no further hesitation Uchiha he poured the remaining power of both eyes into the dark side's body. This operation granted the dark side a human body. In the earlier battle he had used Uchiha's special clone, fundamentally, he was just a mass of chakra and a fragment of consciousness. But now he became a true individual, a living person. Then under the Six Paths Sage's manipulation, everyone's memories were altered. The story became that Uchiha, he helped Naruto and Sasuke seal Kaguya, and then revived everyone in the ninja world. This Uchiha, he was actually the dark side impersonating him. The real Uchiha he had completely dissipated in both soul and body, leaving only a pale. As for those with strong bonds to the dark side like Madara and Izuna, he chose not to alter their memories, trusting that the dark side would explain. The dark side substituting Uchiha, he was indistinguishable from the real one in appearance and soul. However, there was one difference: the dark side was more powerful in using his abilities, and unlike the original Uchiha, he was not a people pleaser, but a pure combatant. A joyful atmosphere once again enveloped the battlefield though Sasuke and Uchiha, he seemed lost in thought. Sasuke felt an inexplicable sense of loss, while Uchiha he stared blankly at the pale left eye in his hand. Running away again, Uchiha he murmured. As for Pusher, due to his earlier sacrifice, he had merged with Uchiha, he rendering him impossible to resurrect. As for how Uchiha he fulfilled his dream, first utilizing the life creation ability of his left eye, he consumed his own vitality soul and the essence of the left eye's power to create a physical body. Then with the assistance of the Six Paths Sage, he summoned the souls of the deceased from the Pure Land. Finally, through yin-yang release and the coordination of both eyes, he merged the body and soul, thereby resurrecting the dead. As for Uchiha his younger siblings and Uchiha Ching, he could hardly imagine their expressions upon seeing themselves revived, while Uchiha he had perished, his soul utterly scattered. Thus he waited until the Six Paths Sage had modified everyone's memories before resurrecting them. Thus a true grand reunion of the Shinobi world was achieved. Subsequently, a great reform swept across the Shinobi world with Konoha at its center. The mission system was abolished and production became the primary focus, centering on enhancing the productivity of shinobi. As the mastermind behind all this, Uchiha he found it impossible to enjoy leisure. Note the parentheses indicate his dark side. The original Uchiha Hyang has vanished. Uchiha he had accepted the entrustment of Uchiha Hyang, so he wandered around Konoha. The first few days were fine, perhaps because many resurrected shinobi had enriched the village's shinobi system. However, after a few days, problems sprang up like bamboo shoots after rain. A shinobi came running and shouting, "Bad news! Bad news!" Uchiha he thought an enemy had attacked, so he instantly teleported to grab the shinobi. "What's wrong?" The shinobi, seeing Uchiha, he immediately calmed down. Lord Fade-wan at the slaughterhouse seems to have overused his forbidden technique and is now convulsing on the ground. But our long-range slaughter project is still more than half unfinished. Uchiha he after casually putting down the shinobi, he headed toward the slaughterhouse. A promise made must be fulfilled. The slaughterhouse was not a complete mess, but the ground was still covered in blood. The shinobi guarding Fade-wan felt reassured the moment they saw Uchiha he arrive. Uchiha he stepped forward to examine Fade-wan's condition and discovered that the sealing technique originally placed by Uchiha Hyang had failed, causing Fade-wan to lose control due to the backlash of the forbidden technique. Uchiha he immediately applied a head-touch sealing technique to reinforce the seal. A nearby shinobi asked cautiously, "Lord, he is Lord Fade-wan?" Uchiha he nodded, then slapped Fade-wan awake. Seeing Fade-wan groggily coming to Uchiha, he quickly fled, leaving the two shinobis staring at each other in bewilderment. "Fade-wan, I think I dreamed of a tailed beast slapping me." In the following years, Konoha developed rapidly. Under the strategic planning of the business genius Gedo and the Nara clan, the village's livestock and agriculture industries soared. Meanwhile, the emerging express delivery industry became a wonder of the shinobi world. Thanks to two Flying Thunder God experts, Tobirama and Minato, and Tobirama's mastery of forbidden techniques, he casually invented the Flying Thunder God teleportation array. Additionally, it is worth noting that besides the Flying Thunder God Express Company, there was also Obito's Kimui Express Company. His company could transport larger volumes with almost no consumables, making it the first choice for most customers. Of course, all this was the work of the diligent Obito. When Kakashi once asked why he was so hardworking, Obito replied, "I want to give her a home." Furthermore, due to Conan's paper release, Yahiko and his two companions who had originally planned to continue wandering had to stay in Konoha. Jiraiya said to them, "You wouldn't want your dear teacher to run out of paper for writing, would you?" Meanwhile, the new shinobi village did not choose to return to Konoha, but instead entered the shinobi world through commerce. Under Izuna's leadership, it quickly became the second largest shinobi village and the commercial hub of the entire shinobi world, bustling with people coming and going. The entire shinobi world was moving in a positive direction. After Jiraiya stepped down, the selection of the Hokage was no longer based solely on combat prowess, but also on comprehensive qualities, knowledge of animal husbandry, agriculture, commerce, and more. Under these conditions, an unexpected person ascended to the position of Hokage Yahiko. Although he was a latecomer, he studied tirelessly, not only learning from Uchiha he every day, but also leveraging the information gap from Conan's paper and printing factories. Thus, Yahiko became the only person in history to become Hokage with a perfect score. Of course, Sasuke could have done it too, but he was unwilling. Sasuke had finally let go of his hatred for Itachi and no longer depended on him so much. Although no one pointed out the difference in Uchiha, Sasuke discovered it through their daily interactions. The former teacher never slept, but this one slept like a log. Of course, that was not the only clue. More importantly, among the tens of thousands of sealing techniques Uchiha he had left inside Sasuke's body, not a single one had disappeared. Yet Sasuke could keenly sense that something crucial was missing, something that, while not affecting the functions, was profoundly different. That thing was called care. How did he realize it was missing? Because Uchiha he used to habitually pat his head every day, casually adding a few more seals. And embedded in those head pats was the very emotion called care. Sasuke said nothing. After guarding Konoha for a few years, he chose to leave. When Itachi learned that Sasuke was leaving, he was reluctant and stopped him. But Sasuke, already prepared, said only, "Forgive me, Itachi. This is the last time." He then left Konoha, beginning a wandering life. Itachi, why does that sound so familiar? Of course, Sasuke did not wander aimlessly like a headless fly. He was searching for traces of his teacher, always believing that the teacher still existed somewhere or had left some instructions behind. It was this conviction that sustained him. "Teacher, I will definitely find you." Sasuke's departure was not without reason. Over the years, Uchiha Kawa had grown weary of being constantly pestered for advice, and ultimately chose to make public everything within Uchiha Kawa's laboratory. Although most of these items seemed meaningless to Uchiha Kawa, merely Uchiha Kawa's views on various subjects including commerce, agriculture, and animal husbandry, the only things of slight value were the Super Series forbidden techniques buried deep underground. The Super Series forbidden techniques were arts often used by Uchiha Kawa in his youth. These techniques possessed immense power, but also demanded a colossal cost. Without a chakra reserve as vast as Uchiha Kawa's, even attempting them would drain one completely, leading at best to severe weakness and at worst to instant death. For this reason, Uchiha Kawa considered these techniques useless. By the Nine Tails chakra standards, even if the Nine Tails went all out, it could at most unleash 5 shots at once. This was based on the extent of Uchiha Kawa's usage. In principle, this technique demanded the ultimate application and output of chakra. Not only did it require compressing chakra within ordinary ninjutsu, but it also placed a demand on the amount of chakra requiring a full force release. Only when the release reached a critical point did the true essence of the technique manifest. The external form of this technique was not bound to any specific ninjutsu. However, the simpler the better, as simplification made the compression process less difficult and easier to achieve. This technique in every respect resembled a well-executed Night Guy, but with a broader range. Similar to the Diamond Sutra from a previous novel, which expanded the sword size by injecting a massive amount of spiritual energy and then compressed it, this technique differed in that expansion and compression occurred simultaneously. However, achieving ultra transformation required a sufficiently large chakra reserve, compressing until no further compression was possible, resulting in the technique's enormous size due to the sheer volume of super compressed chakra. Although few could use this technique, it did not stump Minato, the genius ninja of Konoha. It must be said that Minato was truly a genius. By merely observing a tailed beast ball, he invented the Rasengan. Now, with just a single glance at the explanation of the Super Series forbidden technique, he cleverly deduced that the technique could be executed by one person controlling it, while others injected chakra, achieving the depicted effect, sending the enemy straight to oblivion without a trace. But we digress. Returning to Sasuke. Among Uchiha Kawa's relics, Sasuke discovered numerous documents on sealing techniques. Over the years, though he didn't master them all, he learned a considerable portion. Before understanding sealing techniques, Sasuke only thought Uchiha Kawa's sealing arts were impressive. But after learning them himself, he realized that Uchiha Kawa's mastery of sealing was unparalleled, unprecedented, and unmatched in its power. As for why Sasuke didn't leave immediately after mastering the sealing arts, it was because Uchiha Kawa's entire family remained in Konoha. Although their livelihood was not a concern, Sasuke could always see traces of Uchiha Kawa in his younger siblings, which served as a form of remembrance. With his growing proficiency in sealing techniques and the reinforcement of the Rinnegan, Sasuke sensed a place in the ninja world that had been calling out to him. Not exactly a place, but a seal that constantly resonated with the sealing formulas within him. Now that Uchiha Kawa's younger siblings had grown up, though by seniority Sasuke should call them ancestors, Sasuke hesitated no longer and set off toward the place that Sasuke headed straight for the land of the ruins and finally saw the legendary Dragon Vein. Sensing the formidable sealing power within the Dragon Vein, he immediately recognized it as his teacher's handiwork. Without further hesitation, Sasuke assumed the sealing form and resonated with the seal. The moment his hand touched the seal, the entire Dragon Vein blazed with light, accompanied by strange roars. Feeling the overwhelming energy around him, Sasuke dared not be careless. He coated his body with lightning-released chakra for protection. But Sasuke underestimated the energy released by the Dragon Vein in operation. In an instant, he was battered and bruised by the energy shock. Hurriedly, he tried to activate Susanoo for defense, but at that moment a familiar voice reached his ears. Sasuke gave up resisting and let the sealing technique absorb the Dragon Vein's energy. The Dragon Vein's energy gushed forth like a tidal wave, persisting for a long time before Sasuke felt it subside. As the voice had said, the sealing technique indeed absorbed the Dragon Vein's energy. At that moment, Sasuke felt terrifyingly powerful. The sky cleared again. When the light faded, Sasuke found himself no longer in the original land of the ruins, but in a forest. However, this forest was barren, with not a single tree intact. From the traces, he inferred it was caused by fire release ninjutsu. Sasuke was stunned. Even with his current abilities, reducing an entire 100,000 zanli forest to such a state using fire release was something he could only achieve in. The forest's devastation made Sasuke instinctively abandon his earlier thought, I am the strongest. No wonder even a teacher as powerful as him fell in this ninja world. It's truly a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers lurk. Sasuke pondered and decided to track the perpetrator. After all, someone so powerful and well-connected would surely have information about his teacher. As for how Sasuke knew this was the past ninja world. Come on, when did modern trees ever grow over 10,000 meters tall? It must have been the work of a powerful wood release user who then engaged in a fierce battle with a fire release ninja in this forest, resulting in the current scene. He just wondered if Uchiha Kawa existed in this era. The real culprit was chasing after the Seven-Tails Komi with wild laughter. Chome, don't run. Come to me, I'll show you something good. Komi's wings were nearly smoking from the effort, terrified that if it flew slower, it would be caught by the lunatic behind it. By now Chome had no time to wonder how this person knew its name. The priority was survival. Why survival? You know, the 8 tails Gyuki, the acknowledged strongest tailed beast after the 9 tails. Just moments ago this person blasted off half its tail with a single fire release. Fortunately, tailed beasts are resilient. Though the 8 tails survived, it seemed worse off than death. That person picked up its tail and literally molded it back to its original. Yes, molded it back, like clay. But that wasn't the end. After restoration, the person used a sealing technique that made tailed beasts tremble, binding the miniaturized 8 tails like a tamale. Setting aside the sealing technique, the 7 tails' frail body couldn't withstand a fire release that obliterated 100,000 forest. Fortunately, it had already planned to flee. When the person used wood release to capture it, it narrowly escaped. Holy crap, trees over 10,000 meters. Badass. The person's massive wood release startled the 7 tails into cursing, and it flapped its wings with all its might to escape. And this person was none other than our Uchiha Kawa. At this time he had just lost Izuna, and was in a state of, whoever messes with me gets it. The 8 tails had insisted on testing his strength, so he couldn't be blamed. He simply treated it to a fire therapy with a super fire release Great Fireball. Fortunately, Uchiha Kawa held back, or the 8 tails would have been taken out early. Seeing the 7 tails about to vanish from his sight, Uchiha, he steeled himself. Damn it, if I can't have it, I'll destroy it. Thus he was on the verge of unleashing a super water release water shockwave. Suddenly, a formidable aura burst forth from behind Uchiha, and he instinctively sidestepped to evade it. Then a dark-skinned man appeared before him. Who are you? Why are you near my Yunin village? At that time, the 5 great ninja villages had just been established in imitation of Muyi. Uchiha, he was still in vagrant mode, having only recently begun wandering the ninja world, so none of the major villages knew of his reputation. Uchiha, he had no mood to answer his question. All he knew was that this dark-skinned fellow had delayed his capture of the tailed beast, allowing the 7 tails to escape, which infuriated him. His mind was now seething with irritation. But the man persisted relentlessly. Whoever you are, get out of Yunin village now. Uchiha, his silence was mistaken by this man for aloofness. The man before him was none other than the first Hokage. Having just forcibly unified the various ninja clans through his immense strength and established Yunin village, AI was now facing covert resistance from the clans despite his power. He had come out to warn the clans against causing trouble. The person before him, though lacking the characteristic skin of the Lei country, had a remarkably robust build, surely a pawn sent by some clan to provoke him. Without further hesitation, AI activated his lightning release chakra mode and charged violently at Uchiha. Watching the technique the man used, Uchiha, he realized that this was no mere passerby, someone of renown. Suppressing his raging fury, he asked patiently. AI charged headlong. To avoid accidentally killing him, Uchiha, he did not dodge, enduring the full force of the attack. Then, like a hapless kitten, he was sent flying. Seeing his attack effective, AI smugly declared, I only speak to opponents I acknowledge. Come on. He then beckoned to Uchiha, who had just risen with a Uchiha, he spat out a mouthful of blood and casually healed his injuries. Then, mimicking AI, he activated lightning release chakra mode combined with his ultimate body flicker technique and launched a devastating uppercut that sent AI flying. After discovering AI was unharmed, Uchiha, he rubbed his nose and beckoned with his finger, come on. AI stared at Uchiha, he in shock, trembling as he rose to his feet. Where did you learn that technique? Which clan sent you, Uchiha, he replied nonchalantly, this technique. I learned it just by watching you use it once. If you must know which clan I'm from the Uchiha clan far away from here. Having heard that the Hokage of Muyi was extraordinarily powerful, but with no concrete sense of how strong, AI naively assumed they must be evenly matched. Now with both expectation and apprehension, he asked, what is your name? He hoped the man was the legendary Uchiha. Losing to him would at least be no disgrace. But he feared that if this man was not Uchiha, and any random Uchiha could thrash him, it would be utterly despairing. After all, though the village was established, internal strife persisted. The only way to resolve it was to wage war externally. Undoubtedly Mu Yi would be the prime target. The nail that sticks out gets hammered. As Uchiha he slowly spoke the hanging hope, and Ace Heart finally died. After this encounter Uchiha, he no longer wished to engage with him. Given the lightning release chakra mode and the man's words, he was either the Raikage himself, or ignoring AI Uchiha. He continued tracking the seven tails. AI stood frozen for a long moment before psyching himself up. He's just fast. If it came to ninjutsu, he'd be no match for me. AI comforted himself with these thoughts. Then the arrival of another figure instantly put him on high alert. Who are you? At that moment Zhuju, who had rushed over, collided with AI. Along the way Zhuju had been deeply repentant. He remembered his teacher's constant lessons about humility, not to think too highly of oneself. Once the rain stopped and the sky cleared, the overwhelming amplification from the dragon vein energy had briefly caused him to lose his humble heart. Now seeing this dark-skinned man, Zhuju asked patiently, "Did you see anyone pass by?" AI scrutinized him carefully before relaxing. "Why should I tell you? Instead you tell me. Why have you come to my Yunin village?" Zhuju suppressed his impatience and explained again. "I'm here to find someone. Do you know which way he went?" No red eyes, no burly physique. AI completely let his guard down. This must be just a petty underling of Uchiha. He decided to teach him a lesson. Without another word, AI activated lightning release chakra and launched an elbow strike at Zhuju. Zhuju, not daring to be careless, activated his Chidori lightning release chakra mode and engaged him. AI was astonished to discover that the opponent's lightning release chakra mode possessed even greater defensive power. More importantly, the speed enhancement of his technique was several times that of Ace's own. The only reason he was still standing was that the opponent was showing mercy. But AI refused to quit while ahead. Instead, he got in Zhuju's face and unleashed a massive lightning release ninjutsu straight at him. Zhuju hesitated no longer. He instantly activated his Sharingan and Rinnegan. The Rinnegan to absorb the ninjutsu, the Sharingan to control AI. In the second before losing consciousness, AI roared with tremendous effort. "You have the Sharingan, and you didn't say so earlier." And so AI stood frozen like a schoolboy being punished. Zhuju obtained the information he sought. The man ahead was indeed his teacher. Before leaving, Zhuju considerately dispelled the Genjutsu on AI and erased his own memory from Ace's mind. After waking, AI shook his head and muttered to him, "Why does my head ache a bit? I'll forget it. He'll go bother other clans instead. Damn that Uchiha, sneak attacking me with speed." At that moment Uchiha, who was sprinting, seemed to sense something and sneezed several times before stopping. Strange is that inherently evil Senju clan cursing me. Because of this slight delay, Yuzhibo, he completely lost track of the seven tails. Just as he was beating his chest with frustration, Zhuju caught up. "Wait." Yuzhibo, he was furious upon hearing this. "Wait for your grandmother," he cursed, and casually unleashed a fire-release jutsu. But no sooner had he thrown it than he regretted it. What if he accidentally killed off a key character? So Yuzhibo, he turned around intending to destroy the fire release, but Zhuju was not alarmed. He simply used the Rinnegan to absorb the fire release. Quan Nai. Yuzhibo, his face was full of disbelief. No, it must be that despicable Heiju in disguise. Before Zhuju could speak, Yuzhibo, he charged at him like a madman. As for why Yuzhibo, he harbored such great hostility toward Heiju, it was because he had discovered traces of Heiju's presence on Shinsho Feijin. Although Heiju had done it flawlessly, first using the Rinnegan to control Shinsho Feijin, then taking advantage of Quan Nai's ignorance to ambush and kill him, and afterward using the Rinnegan to alter Shinsho Feijin's memories, so that even the six-path sage would find no irregularities. But Yuzhibo, he was no ordinary man. With a simple investigation, he discovered traces of Heiju's existence. The reason was simple. Yuzhibo, his eyes could not only restore his own state, but also see the internal structure of living beings. In Shinsho Feijin's life traces there was a dark mass, and it was obvious that it was Heiju's handiwork. And thus upon seeing Zhuju, Yuzhibo, he mistakenly thought he was Heiju disguised as Quan Nai and charged forward with fury. Seeing that Yuzhibo, he was about to use Yin-Yang release to self-destruct and take him down with him, Zhuju activated his sealing mode and shouted, "Teacher, I am Zhuju." Yuzhibo, he sensed the familiar sealing mode and cursed, "Damn it. That damned Heiju, won't he even spare Quan Nai's corpse?" Because Yuzhibo, he had also placed a similar sealing technique on Quan Nai, he thought Heiju had dug up Quan Nai's corpse and possessed it to ambush him. But soon Yuzhibo, he sensed something amiss. He looked at Zhuju with disbelief. "Zhuju, this isn't right. Zhuju shouldn't exist in this time period. Could it be a Li? No, that's not right. Zhuju's hand is not broken and his appearance doesn't match the middle-aged Zhuju." Yuzhibo, he muttered to himself. By now he had abandoned his murderous intent, but Zhuju's face was full of terror. "Teacher, it's about to explode." Yuzhibo, he glanced at the Yin-Yang release in his hand. Damn, it really is about to explode. He immediately used the body flicker technique to escape to a distance, and then the explosion occurred right there. This time Yuzhibo, he was prepared so his head was not blown off, and in an instant he recovered completely. Phew, what a thrilling sensation. Watching Yuzhibo, his series of actions, Zhuju couldn't help but doubt whether this person was really his teacher. In his memory, his teacher was full of virtues except for being a bit socially anxious. But this teacher was not only irritable and quick-tempered, but also seemed a bit mentally unstable. Yuzhibo, he shook his head as if to shake off a non-existent dizziness, then returned to Zhuju's side, and said with a profound expression, "Tell me what happened in the future. That could cause a person from the future to come to the past to find me." Hearing this, Zhuju felt that this was right. This was the teacher, wise and considerate. Then under Zhuju's narration, Yuzhibo, he learned about the story of his future self battling another so-called dark side, then choosing not to kill him, and finally sacrificing himself to save everyone. The reasons Zhuju came to find him was simply ridiculous. Yuzhibo, his face was bitter, and he smiled awkwardly. "So you went through all this trouble to find me, because you missed me, eh?" Zhuju didn't catch the embarrassment in Yuzhibo, his tone. His eyes were already filled with tears, and he reached out to hug Yuzhibo. "Teacher." Yuzhibo, he originally intended to dodge, but seeing Zhuju's face, which was so strikingly similar to Quan Nai's, he felt a moment of daze, and allowed himself to. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but remind, "Don't get your snot on me. I have no clothes." Indeed, due to the previous explosion, Yuzhibo, his clothes had been blown to shreds, leaving him naked. But let it be emphasized, he was wearing a special pair of underwear made of extremely hard metal and covered with sealing techniques. No more than 1,000,000 or so. Although he had never thought about procreation, Yuzhibo, he still valued his little brother very much. Zhuju's emotional state of reunion was shattered by Yuzhibo, his joke, so he let go. Yuzhibo, he didn't know what to say for a moment. Anyone would be at a loss in such a situation. After all, the person before him came from the distant future. He himself was already nearly 50 years old now. Oh, after so many years, would he still be able to walk? Yuzhibo, he was very doubtful. So he directly asked, "You come from the future, tell me, how is the future me? Is he still as vigorous and powerful as I am now?" As he said this, Yuzhibo, he flexed his biceps. Zhuju's eyes took on a nostalgic look as he said slowly, "The future teacher. To be honest, when I first saw you, I couldn't believe it. I thought it was Yuzhibo you who had returned. But you had a head of prickly black hair, the kind that could never be tamed. Although you are like that now, your hair is indeed black. At that time, you had just been reincarnated by the Impure World Reincarnation technique, and you easily broke free from Da Shiwan's control, then single-handedly drove Da Shiwan away, even scared off the death god, and finally, like a god descending, you casually sealed Shohei." Hearing this, Yuzhibo, he interrupted Zhuju. "What? Impure World Reincarnation? You mean I'm already dead? When did I die?" Zhuju thought for a moment, and said, "According to history books, you were assassinated after collecting the tailed beasts and convening the 5 Kage summit. It doesn't say who exactly. I also asked you, but you always just smiled it off." Yuzhibo, he fell silent upon hearing this. He had indeed planned to collect the tailed beasts and then convene the 5 Kage summit to give them a stern warning. But who could possibly kill him? After pondering for a long time, Yuzhibo, he suddenly jolted. Damn it, it must be Heiju. At that moment, Heiju, who was underground scheming how to manipulate Yuzhibo, sneezed violently, scattering all his newly formed thoughts. Sasuke, seeing Uchiha Kawa lost in thought, urgently reminded him, "Sensei, calculating the time, you should be ambushed today. So please be careful." And also, before Sasuke could finish, Uchiha Kawa interrupted him. "Alright, let's stop here about the future. No matter what the future holds, whether good or bad, it is those unforgettable experiences that have shaped who we are today. So don't try to change the past to get a different future. Perhaps the altered future might not be so good either." Sasuke felt enlightened by these words. Truly his sensei was wise. "Alright, since you're here, come with me to capture the tailed beasts." Sasuke nodded. Uchiha Kawa smirked, "Then don't fall behind, okay? I'm super fast." Before Sasuke could respond, he saw Uchiha Kawa vanish like a gust of wind. Not wanting to be outdone, Sasuke used the techniques taught by Uchiha Kawa to follow him, quickly catching up. Uchiha Kawa felt a bit frustrated. He had wanted to show off to his future disciple, but it seemed his future self had already taught him everything, making it difficult. But Uchiha Kawa, considering himself unmatched under heaven, was not one to easily admit defeat. He sped up again. Sasuke followed suit. This time Uchiha Kawa not only used the explosive body flicker technique, but also added the lightning release armor, making him move like lightning itself. Sasuke, however, used the same configuration. Moreover, since his lightning release armor was a modified version of Chidori, it was slightly faster than Uchiha Kawa's. Fortunately, they had almost reached the Nine-Tails dwelling, so Uchiha Kawa stopped. Uchiha Kawa stealthily hid behind a tree, observing the Nine-Tails. Sasuke carefully reminded him, "Sensei, you know the Nine-Tails has extremely strong perception." Uchiha Kawa scratched his head. "Cough, how could I not know that? I just wanted to see if the Nine-Tails was asleep." Just then the Nine-Tails, who was napping, detected the two intruders and felt a sense of unease. One person had chakra as powerful as its own, and the other had eyes resembling the Sage of Six Paths. Both were clearly formidable. However, sensing no malice, the Nine-Tails remained still, quietly observing them. The Nine-Tails thought, "It's definitely not, because my legs are weak." Knowing he was already exposed, Uchiha Kawa stopped hiding and jumped out. "Kurama, come home with Uncle, okay? I have delicious food. The Nine-Tails was about to angrily retort, who are you calling uncle? But sensing the powerful aura it held back, and merely snorted heavily. Humph. Who are you snorting at? Uchiha Kawa seemed provoked. He'll use water release water dragon bullet. What was expected to be an ordinary water release turned out to be a colossal water wall towering thousands of feet. This sight terrified the Nine-Tails, making its Uchiha Kawa thought it should dodge right. The Nine-Tails thought, my legs are weak, someone help me. Just as the water release was about to strike the Nine-Tails, Sasuke realized it wasn't bracing out of pride, but was paralyzed with fear. He quickly used the heavenly hand power to teleport it away. Uchiha Kawa looked confused. Hey, where did my big Nine-Tails go? Eaten. The Nine-Tails was behind them, panting heavily. The Nine-Tails thought, no joke, I think I just saw the Sage of Six Paths. Sensing the presence behind him, Uchiha Kawa turned around excitedly. Kurama, you didn't run. Come on, come home with uncle. He then pulled out the 8 tails hanging from his waist. Look, your little friend agreed to come home with me. It even told me where you were. The Nine-Tails' eyes widened in fury. Traitor. The 8 tails looked utterly aggrieved, but dared not explain, fearing Uchiha Kawa might kill it in anger. Seeing the Nine-Tails hesitate, Uchiha Kawa's cheerful expression soured. You don't agree, do you? The Nine-Tails felt a surge of crisis and quickly said, I'll go. But you have to tell me how you know my name. Did the 8 tails tell you? Uchiha Kawa shook his head with a mysterious look. Because I've met the old Sage of Six Paths. That was the only answer Uchiha Kawa could give. After all, he couldn't explain that this was a two-dimensional world, and he had transmigrated from another world having watched this anime. Besides, he really had met the old sage, so it wasn't a lie. The Nine-Tails was puzzled. The old sage, isn't he dead? How did you meet him? Uchiha Kawa explained casually. Well, earlier when I used Yin-Yang release, I accidentally blew myself up, and went to the Pure Land where I saw him. He scratched his head as if hiding his embarrassment. The Nine-Tails was shocked. What? This person can use Yin-Yang release, and even revive after death. Could he be the child of prophecy? But his eyes aren't. With endless doubts, the Nine-Tails finally agreed to follow Uchiha Kawa. Uchiha Kawa looked at it with an approving expression, and even patted its head. The big fox's head feels really nice. Sasuke, you should try too. Uchiha Kawa looked at Sasuke expectantly. Not wanting to dampen his spirit, Sasuke stepped forward, and placed his hand symbolically on the Nine-Tails' head, then nodded. It really is nice, feels like Naruto's hair. Meanwhile, the Nine-Tails lay on the ground, looking utterly defeated. It thought, does no one speak for me? Folks, can anyone understand? After petting it for a while, Uchiha Kawa stopped, and said dreamily, no wonder you're the strongest tailed beast. The feel is just amazing. The Nine-Tails only heard the first half, and ignored the rest, replying smugly, of course. I'm the strongest. Uchiha Kawa's expression instantly turned serious, and he smacked the Nine-Tails' head. Kurama, even-tailed beasts should be polite. Lord is not a term you can casually use. The Nine-Tails immediately became docile. The 8 tails hanging from Uchiha Kawa's waist was silently laughing. Watching Uchiha Kawa, Sasuke's mind was full of thoughts. So this is what my sensei was like originally. In Sasuke's memory, Uchiha Kawa always wore a gentle smile, faced everything with ease, and often spoke profound truths. This Uchiha Kawa possessed those traits, but also had a distinct characteristic, his unruliness, evident from his lightning-fast mood swings. Kawaki thought, what? Changing expression doesn't cost a thing. Then under the guidance of the Nine-Tails Uchiha, he smoothly located the other tailed beasts. As for the other tailed beasts, they did not receive the same favorable treatment as the Nine-Tails. With the Nine-Tails Uchiha, he had refrained from harsh measures purely based on his impression from the anime. For the others, one-wood-style technique was enough to make them obedient. Nine-Tails, who was it that almost killed me with that water style, who built the dam? Now the Nine-Tails acted like a traitor leader, helping Uchiha, he lead the other tailed beasts toward Konoha. With the Nine-Tails taking the lead, when Uchiha, he finally captured the 7 tails, all the tailed beasts united in unprecedented solidarity, each expressing their willingness to help. Uchiha, he was pleased to see this, and used wood style to create a small stool to sit on, and watch the fun naturally, also making one for Sasuke. The tailed beasts crept stealthily behind the 7 tails. Startled, the 7 tails saw it was its companions, and did not flee. The 7 tails looked puzzled. What's wrong with you all? Why are you wearing collars? They're hideous. The tailed beasts did not take offense, but grinned. This is this year's latest necklace, you jungle hick. The 7 tails examined it closely. The latest style? Not bad, it does have a certain charm. Then it remembered the important matter. What did you come to me for? Didn't you encounter a madman? He struck Gyuki down to a single tail, and with a wave of his hand raised a tree tens of thousands of meters high. My little bug heart nearly burst from fear. The tailed beasts wore sinister and eerie smiles enough to make the 7 tails' skin crawl. Just as it prepared to flee, a massive shadow appeared behind it. The 9 tails, who had been hiding. The 9 tails immediately slammed the 7 tails to the ground. Still bewildered, the 7 tails cried, Kurama, what are you doing? Ouch, that hurts. The other tailed beasts ceased hiding their true feelings, and took turns kicking the 7 tails. Talking bad about the collar, huh? The Seven Tails thought it was being punished for insulting the collar. It hastily apologized. I was crude and didn't recognize quality. I know I was wrong. Do you truly know your mistake? Uchiha, he had walked up to the Seven Tails, his expression calm. The Seven Tails remained defiant. So it's you, vile human. Uchiha, he slapped it across the face. Who are you calling vile? The Seven Tails remained unrepentant, but the other tailed beasts, sensing Uchiha, his anger trembled with fear. Uchiha, his expression shifted instantly, a faint smile on his face. You all step back a bit. I want to have a chat with this little friend. As he spoke, his mouth twitched as if he was barely containing himself. The tailed beasts fled as fast as they could, afraid of being caught in the aftermath. After the tailed beasts left Uchiha, his smile grew even wider, like a demon walking among men. The Seven Tails felt a chill at its core. It considered submitting, but before it could decide, its body began spinning uncontrollably in all directions. Using only his physical strength, Uchiha, he lifted the Seven Tails and spun it like a top. No one or tailed beast knew what the Seven Tails endured, only that on that day the sun was blazing. The considerate Uchiha, he fearing the Seven Tails might overheat, forcibly removed its outer shell, and even thoughtfully dismantled its wings to prevent it from flying too high and getting sunstroke. Truly considerate. The Eight Tails, who witnessed everything, vowed never to forget it, and told himself never to talk back to Uchiha. Then Uchiha, he led the nine-tailed beasts back to Konoha in a joyful manner, with Sasuke naturally among them. The moment they returned to Konoha, Madara, Hashirama, and Tobirama sensed their presence, as the tailed beast's chakra was too dazzling. Hashirama initially thought the tailed beasts were threatening Uchiha and was about to attack them, but Tobirama stopped him. Brother, don't you see the collars around those monsters' necks? They must be the tailed beasts Lord he spoke of. Hashirama scratched his head sheepishly. Seeing them arrive, Uchiha, he no longer needed to watch over the tailed beasts. He summoned Hashirama. Hashirama, take these nine-tailed beasts and use you with style to build them houses. From now on they are guests of Konoha. Meanwhile, Madara stared at Sasuke in disbelief, but dared not be certain. He asked Uchiha, he is this? Izuna. Uchiha, he pushed Sasuke forward. This is Sasuke from the future and a member of our Uchiha clan. A person from the future. Madara and Tobirama both showed puzzled expressions. Uchiha, he then addressed Tobirama. Tobirama, did anything happen while I was away? Tobirama glanced warily at Sasuke before replying. Nothing major, but many of your proposals cannot be realized with Konoha's current resources. Also, the other great nations have established ninja villages, and according to intelligence, they seem to have designs on us. Uchiha, he clapped his hands in delight. That's exactly what I want. Send word that I, Uchiha, he am convening the 5 Kage summit to discuss future plans with the other Kage. Tobirama's face lit up with a peculiar expression. If it were anyone else like Madara, he would storm right in. If it were Hashirama, he might also attack, or perhaps ride his giant wooden golem to ask them if they wanted to fight. But Tobirama, without overwhelming power, would have no choice but to wage a large-scale war against the covetous other 4 great nations. Uchiha, he however, was far more sophisticated. He bypassed war entirely and negotiated with the other Kage. Even if negotiations failed, he could simply detain them and invite them to Konoha for tea. This was a scheme of open intent. The other Kage knew Uchiha, he harbored ill intentions, but they were confident in their own strength. Even if the Kage varied in power, they could not lose 4 against 1. Thus they would seize this opportunity, for all would welcome a result that achieved the fruits of war without fighting. Uchiha, he thought I'm just lazy. Tobirama nodded after hearing the plan. Understood, Lord he. I will ensure the message is delivered. Uchiha, he frowned. Call me teacher. Time rewound to after Izuna's assassination. Uchiha, he arrived late, saw the blood on Tobirama's hands, and nearly lost control. But Tobirama kept explaining, Teacher, I don't know what happened. I suddenly lost control. I truly don't. Uchiha, he gave him a cold glance. Don't call me teacher. Tobirama realized no amount of explanation would help, and slunk away. Later, however, Uchiha, he sensed something amiss. In his rage, he had overlooked details. When he reviewed the incident, he noticed the strangeness. First, Tobirama's dazed state, a classic sign of being under Genjutsu. Moreover, Uchiha, he had been harsh to Tobirama partly because he sensed a repulsive aura on him, the aura of Black Zetsu. Uchiha, he never dwelled on things. Once he understood, he immediately found Tobirama and carefully examined his chakra. Sure enough, there were traces of black. Seeing Tobirama still consumed by guilt, Uchiha, he comforted him. It's all right, Tobirama. I've investigated the truth. It wasn't your fault. It was another evil entity. Even after the truth was revealed, Tobirama remained remorseful, lost in grief. Uchiha, he then entrusted him with village affairs and went out to explore. A busy mind has no time for idle thoughts. Back to the present, that word, teacher, carried many meanings. Seeing Tobirama hesitate to respond, Uchiha, he asked Sasuke, in the future, did Izuna come back to life? Sasuke nodded. Tobirama felt a bit relieved, but he still did not forgive himself. He silently resolved that the position of Hokage should belong to Izuna, he was unworthy of it. Having made up his mind, Tobirama cautiously uttered the word teacher. Uchiha, he opened his arms and Tobirama hesitantly stepped into the embrace. Uchiha, he also signaled Madara and Sasuke to join. They did so without hesitation. Fortunately Uchiha, he was tall and sturdy, or he could not have held. Hashirama, who had not gone far, saw this and rushed over like a monkey. How dare you, rekindling the bond of teacher and student without me. As for the tailed beasts, they sat obediently in place, enduring the pointed fingers of passing villagers. The tailed beasts, once arrogant and believing themselves invincible, now truly understood their place. Among these few teacher and disciples, any one of them, except the reed-eyed white-haired one in blue clothes, could easily defeat them. Weight that made it even harder to distinguish. Uchiha, he also had white hair and red eyes. The only difference was that Uchiha's clothes were always tattered. In other words, except for Tobirama, any one of them could crush the tailed beasts. But what they did not know was that even the seemingly weakest Tobirama with a few forbidden techniques could send them fleeing in panic. Tobirama's efficiency was exceptionally high. The 4 great ninja villages almost simultaneously received the invitation to the 5 Kage summit from Uchiha. Upon learning the news, the Kage of Awagakure and Kirigakure were quite excited, but rumors about Uchiha he reached them. It was said he had single-handedly captured all the tailed beasts not long ago. Although they had no concrete concept of his strength, every major nation had encountered tailed beasts and knew their power. Thus, despite their own formidable abilities, they refrained from rash action. As for the Raikage of Kumogakure, he had recently encountered Uchiha, and despite being brutally overpowered, remained arrogant, believing Uchiha he was merely fast. Hence he felt little fear. Sunigakure, however, was a different story. The Kazekage of Sunigakure was no ordinary ninja. While other villages had been established by unifying ninja clans, the Kazekage had single-handedly rescued survivors in the desert and founded Sunigakure. In this regard, his character far surpassed that of the other Kage. Due to its geographical location surrounded by desert with little room for development, he constantly kept an ear on news from Konoha and gleaned information about Uchiha. Especially when he learned that Uchiha he had ended a centuries-long conflict between 2 major ninja clans single-handedly, he became intrigued by this man. Of course, that was not the most important part. What truly mattered was that Uchiha he had not only ended the war with overwhelming power, but also magnanimously forgave his enemies, even when his entire family, including his beloved, had perished at their hands. Even the Kazekage himself could not have done that. This man was almost inhumanly perfect. When Retsudo, the first Kazekage, learned of Uchiha his astonishing would release, he grew even more excited, his mind filled with ways to invite him to help with greening the desert. But he had no prior connection with Uchiha. He and his barren desert offered nothing of value. How to persuade him became a monumental challenge. Now the convening of the 5 Kage summit presented a perfect opportunity. While the other Kage schemed to eliminate Uchiha and carve up the Land of Fire's territory, Retsudo thought differently. He knew that mortal power could never defeat Uchiha and more than land, he valued improving the desert's living conditions, a feat that would echo through the ages. Though he never cared for fame, his sole concern was bettering Sunegakure's environment. Thus a bold idea emerged in his mind. He would gather the other Kage to discuss countermeasures against Uchiha and the first issue at hand would be choosing a battlefield. At that moment, he would step forward and offer Sunigakure as the venue. The other Kage would be immensely grateful and likely provide supplies as compensation. This would cost him nothing. On the contrary, if he could make Uchiha would release Sunegakure's greening problem would be solved. Having conceived the plan, Retsudo immediately sent word to summon the other Kage to Sunigakure. After putting on a deeply pained expression, he successfully secured a large amount of food supplies. It was a total steal. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Uchiha also received the summons from the other 4 Kage, requesting his presence at Sunigakure for talks. He gave it little thought. No matter the location, the outcome would be the same. However, he needed to make some preparations beforehand. His surging power was becoming increasingly uncontrollable, growing exponentially every day to the point where he could not even lift a pair of chopsticks. He himself did not know how strong he had become. Roughly estimating, he thought he could easily handle Madara and Hashirama's combined technique of Susanuclad. His preparation was a pair of specially crafted gauntlets commissioned at great expense. These gauntlets had no special functions other than being extremely heavy and possessing a minor ability to absorb ninjutsu and chakra, specifically his own chakra and techniques, so they would not affect others. If anything, their impact on others would be the potential to pulverize a person into a pulp with a single punch. Monstrous strength was no exaggeration. The reason for such preparation was Uchiha's fear of accidentally killing the other Kage. After the gauntlets were completed, Uchiha he had Sasuke test them, asking him to use universal pull to see if he could move the gauntlets. Sasuke strained his eyes to the point of dryness, but could not budge them an inch. That's exactly the effect I wanted. Uchiha he said with satisfaction as he put on the gauntlets. The 5 Kage summit arrived quickly. Although Uchiha he had insisted on going alone, Madara and Hashirama remained worried and insisted on accompanying him. In the end, Uchiha he could not dissuade them, and even Sasuke ended up joining. Like this, if I go too hard, remember to hold me back. Uchiha he instructed them. And Sasuke, if someone is about to die, immediately use your heavenly hand power to transfer them away. If these people die, it would have a significant impact on the future. Sasuke nodded in response. Soon they arrived at the outskirts of Sunagakure. After discussion among the Kage, the meeting venue was set outside the village. Along the way, Uchiha he noticed that Sunagakure was indeed, as rumored, covered in sandstorms, utterly unfit for habitation. As for the Kazekage who had single-handedly saved all the ninjas, he must be a worthy and formidable strongman. Thus Uchiha, he decided to spare him a couple of punches. Uchiha he was not one to idle. As he walked, he casually used wood release to improve the surrounding environment. The Kage, watching from afar except for the Kazekage, wore grim expressions. For Uchiha, his displayed power already surpassed mortal limits. After all, what ordinary person could walk while unleashing large-scale ninjutsu without breaking a sweat? But the Kazekage, though outwardly worried, was inwardly delighted. Yes. That's it. More trees over there. Yes, more. More. Before long, the two groups finally met. Seeing Uchiha he start warming up, Sasuke and the others wisely retreated several kilometers. Before the Kage could speak, Uchiha he interrupted. Enough talk. Everyone knows what we're here for. Today, if you cannot defeat me, abandon any thoughts of starting a war. Stay put in your own villages. I, Uchiha he have no intention of invading you. But if you insist on courting trouble, I want mine planting trees all over your village gates. Retsudo almost couldn't help but leap out and shout great. But as the convener of the other Kage, he had to step forward and say something harsh. So steeling his heart, he stepped out. We have long heard of your immense skill, Lord. He and your wood release is nothing short of miraculous. We admit we are no match for your full power. So could you please defeat us using only wood release? That way we can accept our defeat with grace. The other Kage exchanged puzzled glances. Why was this man starting off by undermining their own prestige? Shouldn't he be hurling insults and then leading a righteous gang up? But Retsudo's expression of reassurance made them instantly understand the Kazekage must have gathered intelligence in advance, knowing the Hokage was terrifyingly strong. By restricting his ninjutsu, he aimed to reduce the odds and increase their chances of victory. Understanding this, the other Kage inwardly gave Retsudo a thumbs-up, admiring his foresight. On Uchiha he sighed. He thought little of it. Wood release should be less destructive, presumably low enough to avoid accidental kills. It would also conveniently help improve Sunagakure's environment, a win-win. Uchiha he could hardly fail to see through Retsudo's scheme. It was simply to use him to improve the environment. Though it was a trick, Uchiha he was willing to accept it, for such a heaven-blessed deed was worth doing, as if accumulating good karma in advance. This Kazekage truly was a remarkable man. Since that is the case, then prepare to flee. Uchiha he barely finished speaking before launching his wood release technique. Without warning, countless colossal trees erupted from the desert sands, burying vast stretches beneath their verdant might. The other Kage scattered instinctively, except Reikage Retsudo, who stood frozen in place, grinning maniacally, instantly encased within the suffocating embrace of the wood release. Witnessing this, the remaining Kage felt their admiration deepen. How noble! He deliberately placed himself in mortal peril so we might escape unscathed, murmured the Mizukage, narrowly evading disaster. Indeed, we must not betray such selfless intent, echoed the Reikage. With that, the Reikage activated his lightning release chakra mode and shot forward like a thunderbolt. The Mizukage, unwilling to be outdone, swiftly deployed water release techniques to shield him. Uchiha he merely flicked his fist, effortlessly dispelling the surge. This was no mystic sorcery, but a burst of fire release ignited instantaneously from his forearm, vaporizing the water with terrifying ease. Though weakened by his gauntlets, its destructive force remained awe-inspiring. At that very moment, the Reikage closed in, and seizing the opening launched a devastating aerial elbow strike toward Uchiha he. Thanks to the dynamic vision granted by his Sharingan, Uchiha he perceived every microsecond of motion, yet he neither activated a technique nor shifted stance. He simply struck with effortless precision. In that split second, an alarm shrieked through the Reikage's mind. If this fist lands, I am dead. Strangely, the thought surfaced, unbidden, raw, and certain. So he performed an act he would only ever attempt once in his life. His spine bent backward like a drawn bow, then, propelled by sheer inertia, he hurled himself sideways, crashing headlong onto the sand. Uchiha he watched, momentarily startled, bewildered by the sudden contortion. The Reikage struggled upright, braced his lower back, and collapsed again. His spine was shattered. In the blink of an eye, the furious Mizukage roared, "What did you do to him?" Uchiha he stared, genuinely perplexed. From afar, Sasuke and Madara had long since doubled over in helpless laughter. To their eyes, the Reikage had charged forward with fearless resolve, only to recoil mid-leap, twisting violently before collapsing. Unprompted, inexplicable. Enraged, the Mizukage raised his hands to attack. only for the Tsuchikage to seize his wrist. Wait, those gauntlets are extraordinary. They appear capable of absorbing ninjutsu. Having observed silently from above that Tsuchikage concluded at last Uchiha, his overwhelming power stemmed entirely from those gauntlets. Defeating us with such absurd weaponry proves nothing. Remove them, and face us fairly, bellowed the Mizukage incensed. Uchiha, he sighed inwardly, then acquiesced. Very well. You asked for it, so don't blame me later. He slipped off the gauntlets, and let them fall. Where they struck the earth, twin craters yawned open. Sandstorms billowed across 100 miles. The Tsuchikage recoiled inwardly. His analysis yielded two possibilities: either the gauntlets absorbed enemy ninjutsu and amplified impact through sheer mass, or they suppressed Uchiha, his own power. Either way, their weight defied comprehension. A sudden, urgent desire to depart seized him. But the Mizukage saw none of this. First, the Kazekage had sacrificed himself to shield them. Next, the Reikage had charged without hesitation. Bearing the title of Mizukage, he could not retreat. Thus he charged, shouting, "This is the bond between shinobi," and unleashed his most formidable water release technique as he ran. Uchiha, he suppressed a smile as he beheld the Mizukage's eyes, one fixed left, one right. Let him have his moment. Better not shatter his confidence. He feigned hand seals, then accidentally halted mid-sequence, allowing the Mizukage's ultimate technique to strike him squarely. Staring at the devastation he'd wrought, the Mizukage faltered, then beamed triumphantly. Brothers, this is the power of bonds. The Tsuchikage's certainty wavered anew. Could those gauntlets truly be divine artifacts? Without them, this man is powerless. Yet his jubilation lasted mere seconds, before an identical water release technique surged toward him, magnified tenfold in scale and fury. Seeing the Mizukage stunned, the Tsuchikage darted forward in a blur, rescuing him just in time. Uchiha, he initially concerned for their safety, now gazed upon the Tsuchikage's lightning-swift flight, not with alarm but pure, unadulterated envy. His eyes gleamed. "Hey, you're Ishikawa, right? Would you teach me your flight technique?" Ishikawa shuddered, startled by the intensity in Uchiha, his gaze like a man entranced by beauty. "Wait, this is a desert, isn't it? Let me state this clearly: you were permitted only wood release. You broke the terms, therefore you lose." "Fine, then I lose. Now tell me, how do I convince you to share that flight technique?" "Become Tsuchikage, and it's yours." Uchiha, he paused in thought, then shrugged. "Ah, never mind. I'll steal it after you're gone." Ishikawa's face darkened. Who speaks such thoughts aloud, especially to the person they're about to rob? You've witnessed my strength firsthand. Do not mistake my courtesy for weakness. I speak to you now with patience, but provoke me further, and mercy will vanish. The Mizukage had been too stunned earlier to grasp Uchiha, his true power. As for the Reikage, he'd seen the gauntlets removed, been effortlessly knocked aside, and now clung to renewed hope. Gritting his teeth, he forced his spine straight and rose once more. In unison they declared, "No, you are not invincible." Uchiha, he almost laughed, his lips curling wryly. "Then what would you have me do?" They sensed the lethal edge in his voice. Feet trembling, tongues frozen. No words came. "Since you lack better ideas, I shall show you what true combat looks like." At his gesture, Hashirama, Madara, and Sasuke appeared beside him in an instant. "Hashirama, Madara, it is time to test your cultivation. Hold nothing back. Fight me with full strength. Sasuke, you observe. If anyone nears death, remove them immediately." They nodded silently. No protest, no hesitation. Before the awestruck Kage, Hashirama clapped his hands, summoning the colossal wood-release Buddha, while Madara without pause enveloped it in the towering Susanoo. Their master had commanded absolute effort. They would not slacken. The Kage, watching from afar, felt primal dread, too terrified even to approach. "Is this true power?" whispered the Mizukage. Uchiha, he gazed calmly upon the titanic construct, and softly said, "Come. Hold nothing back." At his command they merged techniques, Susanoo atop the Buddha, wielding the thousand-handed Buddha itself. Its fists condensed unimaginable mass, striking relentlessly. Each blow aimed to obliterate Uchiha. Uchiha, he remained unruffled, channeling chakra into his fist, meeting the onslaught heat. With sheer power he shattered the Susanoo-clad fist, bone deep, undeniable. It seemed impossible, a human limb possessing such cataclysmic force. Each collision resonated like a temple bell, striking deep within the Kage's souls. Soon the Buddha's 1,000 fists lay in ruins. Yet neither Hashirama nor Madara felt satisfied. This was merely the beginning. Hashirama slammed his palms together, invoking wood-release flower tree realm descent using Uchiha, his own residual wood energy. Madara meanwhile amplified his ocular power, unleashing the colossal fire-release dragon flame technique. Uchiha, he moved to counter, when suddenly a figure dashed madly into the Inferno Retsudo, the first Kazekage, still trapped moments before within the wood release. His devotion to trees bordered on fanaticism. How dense was that wood? Even the Nine Tails had strained futilely against it. And its chakra-absorbing nature was well known. Yet Retsudo, fueled by sheer obsession, broke free, and now hurled himself bodily into the roaring conflagra. Uchiha, he stood momentarily stunned. Who was this man? Then, without hesitation, he flashed before Retsudo and unleashed Ultra Water Release Great Dam Technique, extinguishing the blaze in an instant. The resulting steam spiraled skyward, condensing into gentle rain, the surplus water pooled forming a serene lake. Retsudo wept, gazing at Uchiha he with profound tear-streaked gratitude. He dropped to his knees, only to be gently lifted. Uchiha, he spoke softly, his tone warm and paternal. Truly, if reforestation is your goal, you need only ask me. Between people there need not be only transaction, trust, care, compassion. These alone can fill the world with love. By my reckoning, you are worthy of the title greatest shinobi of all time. The Mizukage, who had stood dumbstruck for minutes, suddenly leapt up, elated. This is the power of bonds. Only bonds empower shinobi. This is the essence of bonds. Uchiha, his mind flickered, briefly, to the image of a green-haired, spiky-headed. This seemingly fierce battle thus concluded, and Uchiha Kawa did not trouble them further, even casually healing the Raikage's severed waist before departing. AI was utterly incredulous as he was treated. Wasn't Uchiha Kawa rumored to be a murderous fiend and battle maniac? Why did he appear so magnanimous? The Raikage, seeing this, was about to prostrate himself in gratitude, but Uchiha Kawa, never fond of such scenes, quickly pulled the others and left. All the Kage except the Kazekage appeared disheartened. From their observations, Konoha's strength was far beyond what the other great nations in this era could contend with. The only option to stir trouble was to wait for the replacement of Konoha's talent system, and then bide their time. Though no one had explicitly declared Konoha the hegemon of the ninja world, almost every ninja village subconsciously acknowledged it as such. Uchiha Kawa led the group all the way back to Konoha. Upon returning, Hashirama grew increasingly excited. Having discovered his own shortcomings in the recent battle, he immediately dragged Madara off to practice. Madara, though reluctant in expression, allowed himself to be pulled away. After everyone had left, Uchiha Kawa strolled through the village with Sasuke. Sasuke was clearly preoccupied, and Uchiha Kawa noticed this, so he took the initiative to say, "Sasuke, speak up. Besides missing me, what else is on your mind? Hiding things isn't befitting a man." Sasuke hesitated for a moment before speaking. "It's like this, sensei. Naruto and I are getting married, so I'd like to ask you to act as my father figure." Having said that, Sasuke looked at Uchiha Kawa with full anticipation. Uchiha Kawa pondered for a moment and asked, "So your parents haven't been revived?" At this question, Sasuke's expression suddenly hardened, as if he had something difficult to say. Uchiha Kawa said seriously, "Sasuke, tell me the truth. What happened? No matter who made you feel wronged, they'll teach them a lesson." Sasuke still wore an awkward expression, as if constipated. After a long silence, he finally spoke. "Actually, I didn't tell them I'm getting married." "Why?" Uchiha Kawa was even more puzzled. Sasuke thought for a moment, then his eyes sharpened, and he said, "Because they never really died, yet they never came looking for me. Even after the truth came out, and they came to Konoha seeking my forgiveness, I cannot forgive them." Sasuke almost shouted this sentence. Uchiha Kawa listened quietly the entire time, and only after he finished did he ask, feeling a bit better now. It should feel better to let it out right. Sasuke looked at the familiar Uchiha Kawa, and thought to himself, "This is the warm and considerate sensei I know." Then Sasuke nodded. Seeing Sasuke's reaction, Uchiha Kawa continued, "Actually, I also think they were wrong. Abandoning everything and making their child bear the burden is an extremely irresponsible act. But as parents, no parent wants to see their child suffer. It's more about helplessness. Think about it. In that situation, besides giving up resistance to give you a chance to live, what else could they have done? Taken you to die with them. I believe that the future me should have taught you to consider everything from two sides. Even in this case, if you can't forgive, at least you should understand somewhat. You need to learn to understand others and the world. Sometimes a person doesn't live solely for their own happiness. Like your parents, they were willing to give up their lives for you. That's something I couldn't do." At this point, Sasuke interrupted, "No. Sensei, you have done that. You even sacrificed yourself for a group of juniors you barely knew. Such an act is noble, but I would rather you had been a little more selfish." Uchiha Kawa showed no surprise at all but smiled, and continued, "See, now you've managed to understand. Though the object of your understanding is me. See, now you've managed to understand. Though the object of your understanding is me." Saying this, Uchiha Kawa reached out and patted Sasuke's head. "Sasuke, you're a kind child. Even though you don't often show that trait, I know your heart is full of kindness. So go back and communicate well with your parents. Communication can solve myriad difficulties. Consider this as your old sensei's, well, final lesson, alright." At these words, Sasuke understood that his teacher was preparing to say goodbye. Though reluctant, Sasuke had been educated by Uchiha Kawa and knew all the principles in his heart. But like a physician who cannot heal himself, these words coming from someone else, especially his most respected teacher, had a vastly different effect. Accepting this, Sasuke's eyes grew resolute as he looked at Uchiha Kawa and said, "Don't worry, sensei, I will definitely understand them." Uchiha Kawa looked at Sasuke with great satisfaction. Then the two of them made their way to the dragon vein. Actually, even if Sasuke hadn't come, he had planned to seal the dragon vein at his convenience to avoid any temporal chaos. After listening to Sasuke's account of his time travel, Uchiha Kawa understood. It seemed that sealing technique was likely his own doing, and currently the dragon vein bore no such seal. So Uchiha Kawa placed his hand on the dragon vein and casually set up tens of thousands of sealing techniques. As for why so many, Uchiha Kawa always prioritized being thorough. Seeing the seal nearing completion, Uchiha Kawa gestured for Sasuke to stand on the dragon vein. Sasuke, let go of your resistance and let the sealing technique absorb the dragon vein's energy. After giving this instruction, Uchiha Kawa completed the sealing of the dragon vein and Sasuke disappeared into the light. Meanwhile, inside the light, Sasuke was already in tears. Goodbye, sensei. It turned out that the words Sasuke had heard in his ear during his first time travel were exactly what Uchiha Kawa had just said, flowing back along the timeline to the moment Sasuke set off. Thinking of this, Sasuke's eyes gradually became firm. His teacher had once said that a person's true departure is a process called forgetting. As long as he lived well and did the right things according to his teachers, well, then his teacher would always remain in his heart. After Sasuke left Uchiha, he stood in front of the dragon vein for a long time before finally departing. He pondered many things. His future actions seemed unfathomable compared to his current self. Take the matter of sacrifice, for instance. He would at most resurrect those he cherished, and he would never choose to forfeit his own life as the price, as that would be extremely irresponsible. Although the resurrected would come back to life, they would still have to endure the pain of losing him. Even though he had only a few acquaintances among the Uchiha, there were still some right. Furthermore, if he just walked away like this, what would happen when the ninja world encountered strong enemies again? Would a multitude of people perish once more? Thus, the future actions of Uchiha he appeared to him as mere evasion. So what exactly was he trying to escape from? Perhaps Uchiha he had the answer in his heart, or perhaps he did not. However, Uchiha he never engaged in inner turmoil and returned to Konoha after a winding journey. Uchiha he finally returned home. Disliking the hustle and bustle, his home was always located in a corner of Konoha, which had the advantage of minimizing interactions with others. After all, someone with social anxiety truly has social anxiety. The only inconvenience might be the difficulty in buying groceries. Just like now, to celebrate his newfound downtime, Uchiha he enthusiastically decided to take charge of cooking once again. To avoid being recognized, Uchiha he even used a transformation technique before stepping out with a small flower basket. This small flower basket was specially woven by his sister to deliver meals to Uchiha, as he often practiced late into the night and frequently forgot to eat. His crafty sister naturally made a small basket for him to conveniently take his food. Uchiha he walked along the wall like a thief, fearing he might run into someone. Clearly he had forgotten that he was using a transformation technique. Well, it's normal to be a bit forgetful at his age, right? It's definitely not because of his playful nature. Suddenly, Uchiha he collided with a similarly wall-hugging yellow-haired boy at the street corner, causing his transformation technique to unravel with a thud. Shortly after, Sarada arrived and was startled upon seeing Uchiha. Then Boruto, who stood up without having seen Uchiha's face, picked up the groceries and said to Uchiha, "Sorry uncle, I didn't mean to. Let me help you with that." Uchiha he scratched his tousled hair, which remained unchanged like a conceptual god, glanced at Boruto and replied, "It's fine, thank you." "Sarada, come help me." Boruto called out to Sarada. Bore. Take a good look at who is in front of you." At this moment, Boruto, who was picking up the groceries and looking at Uchiha, he finally came to his senses. "Ah, the first Hokage." "Hokage." Boruto looked on in confusion and cautiously said. Uchiha he observed Boruto and Sarada, his mind racing, trying to figure out what could possibly have led these two true gods of the future to seek him out. "So what is it? Have you encountered some trouble in the future?" Uchiha he asked calmly, exuding an aura of a master. Sarada looked at him with eyes full. Boruto, trembling slightly, said, Sasuke-sensei, I sent us to find you and ask for your help. The world is on the brink of destruction." Although the world was about to be destroyed, Boruto was preoccupied with whether the first Hokage would punish him for bumping into him. It seemed Uchiha he sensed his thoughts and gently placed his hand on Boruto's head. "Don't worry, I won't eat you." Boruto, who had initially shrunk back, noted how Konoha had become the foremost economic powerhouse in the ninja world, as well as its premier educational hub where ninjas from various villages came to learn. By chance, Boruto had heard foreign ninjas say that while Uchiha he during the Fourth Ninja War was a supreme good person, the Uchiha he from the Warring States period was a feared maniac known for his bloodlust and ferocity, reportedly even hitting his own disciples when in a bad mood. However, seeing Uchiha he's demeanor now, Boruto felt that this person didn't quite match the tales. In contrast, Sarada had always heard her father tell stories about Uchiha he since childhood, and she naturally held immense admiration for this gentle and considerate Uchiha. He pondered for a moment, and then asked, "Is it the Otsutsuki clan attacking? Is it Momoshiki or Kinshiki?" Boruto nodded in response, but then hurriedly shook his head. Boruto's reaction puzzled Uchiha. He and fortunately Sarada stepped forward. Grandpa, the entire Otsutsuki clan is coming, and the other grandpa, he has already devised a strategy, but we are still lacking a powerful individual capable of delivering a world-ending strike. After much consideration, they decided to have Dad bring us to find you. At this point Uchiha, he completely grasped the situation. It seemed that a great crisis indeed loomed in the future, one that even the powerful dark version of himself mentioned by Sasuke could not handle. As for how they arrived in the past, the dragon vein could be ruled out. Although Uchiha he had secretly interfered, it could only be freely traversed by Sasuke. No. In discussing this, one must mention a rogue ninja named Baizu. He couldn't even get close to the seal, let alone return to the past, and was easily dismissed as an prank mission, not even being tackled by the main cast. With the dragon vein ruled out, the only means for their time travel would be the plow. Unlike the original story here, Otsutsuki Kinshiki was quickly captured by the Uchiha, he who had received ample training, and was swiftly eliminated by Naruto and Sasuke, with no chance for him to even activate his Birdman mode. Sasuke had earnestly accepted his teacher's advice. When facing an enemy, don't waste words. If you can kill them in one hit, just do it. As a result, the scene unfolded with the Nine Tails cloaked and Susanoo wielding a Rasengan in one hand and Chidori in the other, swiftly dispatching the enemy. At that moment, Sasuke, who had been observing from the sidelines for quite some time, finally revealed himself. Sasuke sheepishly scratched his head. Teacher, it's good to see you again. Yeah, it's good to see you again. Uchiha, he suddenly understood why Shikamaru always said it was troublesome. It truly was quite troublesome. Just as he had barely settled down, he was being dragged off to work again. However, Uchiha, he accepted his fate as a worker, letting out a wry smile, as he said, let's go and deal with that damned Otsutsuki. Even after all these years, having matured greatly, and become a father of 6 children, now a true man in every sense, Sasuke still felt like a timid child. When facing the teacher he had longed to see, unable to step forward. This was why even when he brought the 2 young ones to the past, he did not approach immediately. Although his heart churned with excitement, and he had prepared countless heartfelt words, standing face to face with the man he had yearned for, he still appeared extremely restrained. In the end, 1,000 words condensed into a single phrase, teacher, we meet again. Uchiha Kawa was the first to break the atmosphere of reunion, smiling as he said, Sasuke, not bad. Your children are already so grown up. Hearing this, Sasuke cast a loving glance at Sarada, then scratched his head. As for this little blonde-haired boy, Uchiha Kawa reached out and rubbed his head with a mischievous grin, teasing. You little rascal, are you pondering the meaning of a ninja's existence and planning to become a rogue ninja? Boruto immediately jumped up, exclaiming, First Hokage, Grandpa. Who told you that? My loyalty to Konoha is as clear as the heavens. Even if I have to die, I'll die in Konoha, alright. Uchiha Kawa merely smiled. It seemed that with his intervention the future had developed well. Even this rebellious child was no longer rebellious. However, jokes aside, business had to be discussed. Tell me, Sasuke, what happened in the future that requires the help of an old man like me who is already half buried in the ground? Sasuke naturally ignored the self-deprecation in Uchiha Kawa's words and began to narrate slowly. It turned out that in the future, because the major ninja villages were all busy developing their economies and reforming the ninja system, the entire shinobi world appeared, and Konoha, with the help of Orochimaru and others, and under the guidance of Uchiha Kawa, successfully corrected its technological tree. On this foundation, Konoha became the second village to successfully land on the moon. The first village to reach the moon was unexpectedly the Cloud Village, which easily made it by modifying the chakra cannon. Of course, as the atmosphere in the shinobi world changed, everyone chose to share technology, so almost all villages landed on the moon. This was a joyful event for everyone except for Tonari Otsutsuki. Sitting alone on the moon, Tonari was repeatedly awakened by the commotion of lunar landing. The first time was the Cloud Village. Before he could react, the Cloud Ninjas had already descended. But the second time, when Konoha's spacecraft landed on the moon, Tonari immediately rushed to the scene to see what kind of monster had arrived. Of course, he didn't see a monster. Instead, he was met heat by an ultimate great fireball from Uchiha Kawa, which made his heart tremble and nearly cost him his life. However, this single attack did not scare him off. The Konoha ninjas naturally moved to surround him, but Uchiha Kawa stopped them. For this battle, Uchiha Kawa specifically summoned Naruto and Hinata. The moment Tonari saw Hinata, his eyes lit up. It seemed his Tensigen could finally be. In his excitement, Tonari forgot about Uchiha Kawa standing behind the others and clashed directly with Naruto and Hinata. This Naruto was extraordinary. From the age of 12, he had been guided by a master, and in the following years he received instruction from the chakra bodies of Minato and Kushina. Moreover, with Uchiha Kawa's help, the Nine Tails no longer interfered. Naruto's buffs were stacked to the max. At this moment, fighting Tonari was the cheerful Toad Sage Naruto, proficient in numerous jutsu and sealing techniques and a perfect Jinchuriki. Tonari couldn't even last 3 rounds under their combined assault before Naruto struck him down with a Rasengan, leaving him unconscious with an uncertain In the end, Uchiha Kawa chose not to kill him, but instead helped him complete the fusion of the Tensigen, without sacrificing Hinata, using expendable White Zetsu instead. This was simple, using cell technology to convert White Zetsu into Byakugan, which was a piece of cake with Orochimaru's current expertise. Eventually, Uchiha Kawa gave him psychological counseling, and Tonari was successfully persuaded to act as the gatekeeper of the shinobi world. He even wanted to give the Tensigen to Hinata, but the couple refused, and after being force-fed a full dose of dog food, he finally gave up. It was because of this that when Urashiki arrived on the moon, he encountered Tonari, who had a perfect Tensigen. Following the principle of avoiding accidental injury, Tonari immediately subdued him and notified Uchiha Kawa. Uchiha Kawa interrogated him but got nothing out of him, so he eventually turned him into nourishment for Tonari's Tensigen. However, what was certain was that the Otsutsuki clan was about to launch an attack on the shinobi world, so Uchiha Kawa returned to Konoha and began preparations. The Konoha of today was extraordinary. With a brilliant scientist like Orochimaru, even something like Hashirama cell energy drinks was casually invented. This Hashirama brand energy drink could not only replenish chakra, but also heal injuries and prolong life. Thus, when the Otsutsuki invaded, they faced the full-strength ninjas of Konoha in their prime. Let alone Hashirama, there was Might Guy and his disciple who could open the 8 gates indefinitely. 2 homing night gates. Who could withstand that? And that was not all. There were veteran ninjas like Hiruzen Surtobi Danzo Shimura, and even the legendary Konoha White Fong Sakomo Hatake, famous for his 1,000 years of death technique. Surely the Otsutsuki clan could handle them right. Where did the Hashirama cells come from? Naturally, they were provided by Hashirama, who was resurrected by Uchiha Kawa. And why did Hashirama provide them? The answer was simple: his teachers were. As for the Uchiha clan, ninjas from as far back as the Warring States period were all resurrected and now played significant roles in Konoha. As for Izuna and the Uchiha from the Shippuden era, they continued to develop in the new village. Why didn't they return to Konoha? It was a strategy. If Konoha dominated the entire shinobi world, other villages might lose motivation. But if there was another economic giant to rival them, there would always be a little hope left, wouldn't there? 2 behemoths confronting each other, the remaining small fry could always get a sip of soup. In short, the entire shinobi world had finally developed into the shape Uchiha Kawa desired. No war, everyone living in peace, no one displaced, and happiness pervading the whole world. As for the current Otsutsuki crisis, even Uchiha Hilu, who has a god's perspective, cannot comprehend why the entire Otsutsuki clan would mobilize. It is well known that the strongest force in the ninja world has never been individuals, but rather conceptual deities. For instance, the true pain information Jiraiya and the healthy Itachi, among others. However, when the troop becomes the foundation behind the Otsutsuki clan, the entire situation becomes far more complicated. Almost every Otsutsuki possesses world-destroying capabilities. Except for the Otsutsuki, who was taken down by 2 lower ninjas. Their abilities are incredibly diverse. All skills that can be named in the ninja world are known by the Otsutsuki clan, and they are often upgraded versions. Despite facing such formidable enemies, Uchiha Hilu remained calm. You may have an external advantage, but I have the script right. Immediately upon learning that the Otsutsuki clan was about to attack, Uchiha Hilu made all information regarding the Otsutsuki public, even including their weak. If the Otsutsuki were aware, they would surely spit blood and angrily curse. Who the hell peeked at the script? Is this a market gathering, or what? As a result, the entire ninja world began to spring into action. Non-combat personnel were teleported to the 3 major sacred places by Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade through summoning techniques, alongside all production materials, and even some key buildings were transported by Uchiha Hilu using the Flying Thunder God technique, leaving only the elite, and among them the best of the best. As for how to persuade the 3 major sacred places, the Toad Sage and the Slug Sage were relatively easy, but with the White Snake Sage, Uchiha Hilu simply taught her how to behave with a single fireball, making her obedient on the spot. Of course, to prevent the Otsutsuki clan from finding the 3 major sacred places through the Yellow Springs, Uchiha Hilu collaborated with the 3 great sages to use sealing techniques to completely seal off the entire space. Without the cooperation of the 4, the seal couldn't be opened at all. Everything was in place, only the Otsutsuki were missing. Although preparations for battle were thorough, when hundreds of powerful auras arrived in the ninja world, all ninjas couldn't help but feel a shiver down their spines. This was a fear stemming from a biological level. The Otsutsuki clan, though proud, always considered themselves superior beings. And indeed, their life level was clearly higher than that of the others in the ninja world. Uchiha Hilu pondered for a moment, and felt that this might not be secure enough, so he instructed Sasuke to take the 2 little ones to summon Uchiha, he who possessed 2 eyes, and was at his peak. As for why the 2 little ones were there, Sarada was not the weak elementary student from the original story. Under Sasuke's guidance, her strength was not inferior to the elite fighters today. With a little Mangekyo Sharingan, she could easily activate the specially made animation by Uchiha Hilu. Here we must mention a certain Uchiha who, in a fit of rage during the clan's massacre night, awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. As for Boruto, although he did not acquire the fruit, his mastery of sage techniques was so impressive that even the Toad Sage praised him, making his strength quite formidable. At that time, Uchiha's strength was a mystery. No one, not even he himself, could clearly estimate his increasing power. Under the influence of those magical eyes, Uchiha's power didn't just double, it soared to the sky, continually growing stronger with each moment. So powerful that it filled him with fear. Why was he afraid? Because he clearly sensed that if he were to unleash his full power, the entire world might collapse as a result. Moreover, as time passed, his strength grew rapidly. He sensed that if left unchecked without him even needing to intervene, the world might collapse due to his existence. Of course, this was all speculation. He did not yet possess such power, but taking down a few hundred Otsutsuki should still be possible. It should be possible, right? Uchiha also felt somewhat uncertain at this moment, as the pressure from the group of Otsutsuki before him was simply overwhelming. Although not all of them, the two leading Otsutsuki with their varied appearances seemed to exude a divine aura with every movement, making Uchiha feel a looming crisis. At this moment, Uchiha had also arrived from the past. War was on the brink of breaking out. Hundreds of Otsutsuki charged toward the crowd like wild horses. Seeing this, Uchiha was startled, not because he was intimidated by their strength, but because their behavior was nothing like that in the anime. It seemed they were facing mortal enemies as they launched their ultimate moves right away. The ninjas, upon seeing this, did not hesitate. Long before the Otsutsuki arrived, Naruto had already activated the hotspot, allowing all ninjas to connect to it. Then, under the coordination of Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato, the two worked together to teleport everyone away. Given the immense power of the Otsutsuki clan's long-range attacks, even the combination technique of Madara and Hashirama, the Susanoo, with the Great Buddha would struggle to cope. Thus, the best course of action was to temporarily evade their attacks and wait for their big moves to cool down before counterattacking. Unlike the retreating crowd, Uchiha calmly faced the incoming long-range attacks. Naruto, seeing this, felt a bit worried and quickly asked Sasuke, "Why isn't the teacher dodging?" Sasuke, filled with confidence, replied, "Given the teacher's mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, he must be planning to rush in right before the explosion to catch them off guard." At this moment, Uchiha was utterly confused. According to his memories, Uchiha at this time had yet to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. As for how he knew it, was because he didn't know it either. To be precise, Uchiha learned the Flying Thunder God during his time in the Pure Land. Indeed, Uchiha was puzzled as to why everyone was simply running away. Could it be that they were all spies of the Otsutsuki? Did they bring me from the past just to concentrate fire and eliminate me? However, as Uchiha looked from afar, he saw that the expressions on everyone's faces were not those of a successful conspiracy. Instead, when Uchiha mentioned that he couldn't use the Flying Thunder God, everyone displayed a look of panic, which reassured Uchiha. "Damn, I almost thought I was going to betray my own kin for the greater good," Uchiha couldn't help but exclaim. But then he suddenly noticed that Naruto and Sasuke were about to come forward to save him, so he raised his left hand to signal them not to approach. Then Uchiha extended his right hand, still facing the crowd, with a faint smile on his face. As he slightly parted his lips, an enormous fire technique suddenly appeared in front of him, directly colliding with the Otsutsuki clan's ultimate long-range attack. Super Fire Style Grand Fireball Technique. Sarada, witnessing this, looked puzzled and asked Sasuke, "Dad, didn't you say the Grand Fireball can't kill?" Sasuke kept his eyes on Uchiha and slowly replied, "There are two kinds of Grand Fireballs in the world. One is the Grand Fireball we use, and the other is the one the teacher uses. The former can't kill, while the latter can turn anything into dust. No, not even dust will remain." And indeed, Uchiha's Grand Fireball was not an ordinary one, but rather one formed from countless chakra compressions, surpassing even sage techniques. Not even the Otsutsuki clan's techniques could compare. This was the ultimate application of energy. Only the top figures among the Otsutsuki could counter it. For instance, an ordinary Otsutsuki, upon awakening and absorbing chakra, would almost be overwhelmed by the sheer energy in less than a second. Furthermore, if it was the sacrifice of Uchiha releasing the Grand Fireball, any Otsutsuki daring to absorb it would instantly perish, because his ninjutsu not only contained a single element, but also incorporated the failed yin-yang release and various sealing techniques, with the most powerful being the hidden explosive sealing technique. This meant that the fireball would not only have high temperatures, but would also be a massive bomb. Of course, if it were not absorbed, it would simply explode. However, if an Otsutsuki absorbed it, they would become a walking bomb with their entire body, serving as a container for the explosive sealing technique, and the explosion's power would depend on the amount of chakra within. This technique was the secret weapon that Uchiha had been preparing for years after his resurrection. It was originally intended for dealing with Kaguya and Black Zetsu, but unexpectedly the cunning Black Zetsu sent out a clone to force a one-for-one exchange, although it was merely a clone. As for Kaguya, she was equally cunning. Knowing that Uchiha was not to be trifled with, she directly cast him into another dimension to avoid a direct confrontation. Of course, all of these were skills of the Uchiha he who sacrificed himself, not those of the current Uchiha. Although he did not possess the same skills as before, his super series of ninjutsu focused on extreme compression and chaotic strength. The Otsutsuki clan's long-range attack was effortlessly neutralized by Uchiha's super series, Grand Fireball, not even stirring up the dirt. The only movement present was Uchiha's remarkably handsome turn, while the Otsutsuki fled in panic to evade the attack. Uchiha, a true man, never looks back at an explosion. Although the Otsutsuki clan was thrown into disarray by Uchiha's attack, the Otsutsuki clan does not keep idle members under this strike. No Otsutsuki. On the contrary, one of the three Otsutsukis standing at the highest position stepped forward, revealing the eye on his forehead, and then Uchiha's super powerful fire release was directly returned along its original path. This scene stunned everyone. Reflection. Uchiha, was not flustered, for to ordinary people a ultimate technique was their strongest blow. If it hit themselves, they would certainly be injured or even die. However, it was different for Uchiha. Firstly, he had regenerative abilities. Even if he was reduced to ashes, he could revive. Secondly, the one who had launched such an earth-shattering blow before everyone was merely an ordinary shadow clone. If asked why the shadow clone was so powerful, the only answer was that it had an abundance of chakra. Then, amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Uchiha's shadow clone used super water release, who repairs the dam technique. The collision of the two produced a sky full of water vapor, and all the Otsutsuki were enveloped by it. Meanwhile, Uchiha, had already arrived behind the group of Otsutsuki. Super Fire Release Dragon Fire Technique. As a sky-soaring dragon flew out, the battle situation was almost sealed. As for why it was almost, it was because the Otsutsuki clan possessed the Byakugan. Although at this moment, under the influence of the massive water vapor and the powerful techniques, the Byakugan had almost become ineffective. However, the second of the three Otsutsuki leaders stepped forward, opening the eye on his forehead. With a single glance, he saw that the Uchiha before him was merely a shadow clone with immense chakra, and just before Uchiha launched his attack, he casually turned the Otsutsuki, who had previously reflected the technique, around. Then the massive fire dragon rushed toward Uchiha, at an even greater speed. Uchiha, caught off guard, was directly struck. The two who had acted earlier were Ida and Demon, who had transplanted two abilities of Otsutsuki Shirbai, clairvoyance and reflection. As for the one standing at the highest position, he was the current leader of the Otsutsuki clan, Otsutsuki Shirbai. Otsutsuki Shirbai was the younger brother of Otsutsuki Shirbai. After Shibai's death, Shirbai became the leader of the Otsutsuki clan, possessing abilities identical to Shibai's and being immensely powerful. As for Ida and Demon, they were cultivated by Shirbai, who obtained them by transplanting his brother's two important abilities. Ida possessed clairvoyance, originating from Otsutsuki Shibai's ability, a type of divine technique. It could observe the present in real time or choose to view a past scene, but it could not see events before one's birth. Demon possessed the reflection ability, which in the original work was murderous intent reflection, originating from Otsutsuki Shibai's ability, also a type of divine technique. He could attack enemies with his mind. Any enemy who harbored killing intent toward him would have that intent completely reflected. The greater the killing intent, the stronger the power. However, a crucial condition for using this technique was that Demon's palm must touch someone else's body to activate it, and it could be activated even when he was unaware. However, here, due to Shibo's manipulation, his ability was changed to reflect all ninjutsu attacks. The earlier ease with which the two dealt with Uchiha, was precisely thanks to their abilities. The crowd saw Uchiha hit and burned with rage, but it seemed he was fine as his body was regenerating at a visible speed. The Flying Thunder God duo immediately brought Uchiha's body over. Then at Uchiha Hele's command, each ninja selectively chose their opponents. Might Guy and Rock Lee were already poised for action. Then Uchiha Hele released a massive wind release, and Gaara also summoned a sand barrier as cover. The Sage Art Group, Jiraiya, Naruto, Minato, Yugo, and Boruto, also helped to enchant their cover, making it so that the Otsutsuki could not see through the wind and sand barrier. Then Might Guy and Rock Lee, each aiming at an Otsutsuki's head, were about to shout, "Night Guy," when they remembered Uchiha's teaching. Who told you that you have to shout the name when using a technique? Surprise is the best. So the master and disciple silently stepped on the air and arrived before the two Otsutsuki, simultaneously landing two Night Guy kicks on their heads. Of course, just that level wasn't enough. The master and disciple directly began kicking on the two Otsutsuki's heads, one Night Guy after another, shattering the two who had just displayed great power. As for the lofty Otsutsuki Shirbai, he too had his own troubles at this moment. For him, although his strength was inferior to his brother's, he was still invincible throughout the universe. Thus, as he watched the duo being beaten, he was about to casually lend assistance when he was attacked by two Konoha white fangs brought by the Flying Thunder God duo. Both of their hands were condensed with a Sage Art Chidori version of the 1,000 Years of Death, directly hitting the soul and giving Otsutsuki Shirbai a very unpleasant experience. This technique, though not powerful, was extremely insulting. Otsutsuki Shirbai became furious on the spot and prepared to turn around and attack. But when he turned around, he found no one there. They had long been taken away by the Flying Thunder God duo. Even when he came to his senses, the war weapon duo he had meticulously crafted before him had been kicked into nothing but dust. Furthermore, the culprit had no idea where he had run off to. This time, Otsutsuki Shibwa finally became submissive. Before setting out, a mysterious figure had warned him that he must go all out, and it would be best to use a map-wide attack to erase the ninja world as soon as he arrived. Otherwise, if he underestimated the enemy, he could be defeated. At first, Otsutsuki Shibwa dismissed it, thinking that the natives of such a small place could not be that strong. So he had his underlings fire a map-wide attack first, but unexpectedly an ant suddenly popped out and launched a super powerful fireball. However, this fireball was not enough to shock him. The weapon duo could handle it easily. Even when the Night Guy duo kicked before his eyes, he still didn't take it seriously. It was only after he was pierced through the intestines by 2,000 years of death that he became utterly enraged. His entire body emitted a massive pressure. This caused many Otsutsuki soldiers to fall to the ground momentarily confused. But the Ninja Alliance was never idle. Seeing enemies on the ground, they swarmed in and applied countless sealing techniques on them. Although the Otsutsuki eventually managed to break free, the overall battle situation was still in favor of the Ninja Alliance. Otsutsuki Shibwa, seeing that his own rage had caused his army to suffer another major loss, couldn't help but feel annoyed. Damn lower beings. Otsutsuki Shibwa roared. But roar as he might, he still had to act. Otsutsuki Shibwa then gathered chakra, forming a massive orb of light above his head, radiating infinite power. But a true man never looks back at explosions, nor does he wait for them to occur. Sasuke directly used Ameno Jikara to transfer the giant sage art Rasengan that Naruto had just formed along with the Konoha explosive sealing package into the light orb above Otsutsuki Shibwa's head. With a tremendous boom, Otsutsuki Shibwa's ultimate technique exploded directly above his head, its power shocking all. The Ninja Alliance, having anticipated this, had already relocated elsewhere via Naruto's hot spot. The other Otsutsuki, who did not react in time, were severely injured by the explosion. As for Shibwa, although this attack did not cause obvious damage, his originally fair skin was now completely reddened. Damn lower beings. The entire battlefield was divided into various battle groups. The Immortal Art Squad, led by Zhong Wu, performed enchantment on each squad, granting every attack the blessing of immortal arts. It is no exaggeration to say that every strike dealt true damage. The Flying Thunder God duo Bo Feng Shui Min and Qian Shou Fei Jian roamed across the battlefield, providing support to everyone. In addition, there was another person who also provided comprehensive support on the battlefield, Dai Tu. With his ability akin to a cheat, he relentlessly harassed. On the battlefield, the most eye-catching was the Susanoo squad. With the help of Da Shiwan's cellular technology, every Mangekyo was upgraded to an eternal Mangekyo, so each Susanoo was in its complete form and blessed with immortal arts. The Susanoo squad swept through like a flood, each strike randomly knocking down a Datong Mu. Although the Datong Mu had thick and long health bars, they still struggled against the true damage of the complete form immortal Susanoo. The Susanoo squad had many familiar faces. Leading them was Uchiha Bo Tian Dao. From the Warring States period to the present, everyone who had ever awakened the Mangekyo had come. Needless to mention people like Ji Shui. There were nearly a dozen Susanoo of various sizes. On the other side of the battlefields was Zhu and Ming Ren's Susanoo, cloaked in the Nine Tails, as well as Ban and Zhu Jian's Susanoo, cloaked in the Great Buddha, made the Datong Mu miserable. Many Datong Mu, blown away by the map-wide attacks, roared silently. Who is the real Datong Mu? Unlike the guerrilla warfare elsewhere, the tactics of the Susanoo squad, the Mingzhu duo, and the Banju duo were extremely brutal. All four had inherited the violent style of Uchiha Bo, and for a moment, they beat the enemy before them so badly that they couldn't lift their heads. Speaking of which, one must mention a certain conceptual god. Zilai Yi had thoroughly analyzed the intelligence of all Datong Mu, and was now moving through the various battlefields like a white lightning bolt, casually casting a sealing technique. Not seeking to seal them, only to trap them for a moment. After all, a few moments can allow a qualified ninja to do many things. Although the battle situation favored the ninja world, there were still casualties. At this point, the medical team, led by Gang Shou, came into play. Gang Shou's medical team also had some familiar faces such as Yi Yuan Lin and Do. Whenever a casualty appeared, Do would rush to the battlefield and bring them. Due to Do's pure natural energy, the Datong Mu could do nothing to him in a short time and could only watch helplessly as he rescued people. Datong Mu, what? Is he crazy? He clearly has combat ability, yet insists on being a battlefield medic. At this point, one must mention a certain friendly neighbor who took off his mask to save people on the ridge. Datong Mu Ji Wang watched these scenes, his head emitting steam, his whole body like a boiling kettle. Why are all of them idiots? At that moment, Uchiha Bo Hilu also came before him. What's wrong? You're red hot. Datong Mu Ji Wang looked at Uchiha Bo Hilu with a hint of fear. Where did you pop out from? Why can't I sense your presence? Ujibo Hilu smiled slightly, and replied, "Hey Jubran, same style stealth technique, you deserve it." Datong Muji Wang was puzzled, not understanding what he meant. Not only did he not understand the intention of Ujibo, he less words, but he also didn't know why he had come before him and exposed himself at this moment. "You? Why didn't you take the chance to ambush me? Do you want to join the Datong Mu? If you are a strong one like you, I might consider it." Ujibo Hilu grinned wickedly at the words. Of course, to stall for time. Datong Muji Wang's mental alarm bells rang, but it was too late. Ujibo Hilu had already used in-release Shadow Chain. From Ujibo Hilu as the center, countless purple chains shot out, binding Datong Muji Wang tightly. Then Ujibo Hilu shouted into the distance, "Fire!" At that moment, the cannon squad formed by the Yun-In and Ri Xiang, who had been lying in ambush in the distance, had been ready for a long time. With the cooperation of the Immortal Art Squad, the chakra cannon fired not only chakra, but also endless natural energy. The big guys of Yun-In were responsible for carrying the cannon, while the ninjas of the Ri Xiang clan used the Byakugan to aim. Thus a powerful shot. No, it was even a repeating cannon. Hundreds of powerful Immortal Art chakra cannons blasted toward Datong Muji Wang with boundless might. At that moment, Ujibo Hilu had already been taken away by Dai Tu in the instant the shells contacted Datong Muji Wang, thus successfully avoiding the explosion. In an instant, the place where Datong Muji Wang stood was surrounded by endless natural energy. The residual force of the explosion directly shattered the weak Datong Mu nearby. Not to mention the situation of Datong Muji Wang at the center of the explosion. Ujibo Hilu, it must be a miserable sight. However, as the residual force of the explosion slowly dissipated, a figure could still be faintly seen in the center of the explosion. This person was none other than Datong Muji Wang. Although the explosion had caused him great damage at the critical moment, he used his ultimate technique, the Datong Mu's common transformation technique. His entire body became several times larger, and on his head there were two horns resembling a crown. Ujibo Hilu saw this and inwardly exclaimed, "Not good." Sure enough, the next moment Ujibo Hilu was grabbed by the head and was pressed to the ground by Datong Muji Wang with one hand, flying at low altitude. While flying, Datong Muji Wang repeatedly lifted him up and pounded him. "You diverted my attention. You ambushed me." Datong Muji Wang seemed to vent all the anger from the start of the war onto Ujibo Hilu. However, this behavior did not last long. Datong Muji Wang was attracted by the figure before him. This person had a calm expression, standing there quietly with his hands in his pockets. For some reason, a sentence floated through Datong Muji Wang's mind. Just by his stance, you can tell he is frighteningly strong. Because he had been tricked several times before, Datong Muji Wang dared not be careless. Perhaps in this small ninja world there really was someone who could kill him. So he asked cautiously, "Do you want to attract my attention or join my great Datong Mu clan?" This person was none other than Ujibo, he who had long recovered. Because he couldn't fly, he forcibly opened the 8 gates and ran to catch up, only to find he had run too far, so he stood still, resting and waiting for them. Ujibo, he remained calm. "Put him down, and he'll tell you." For some reason, Datong Muji Wang actually put Ujibo Hilu down. Ujibo Hilu saw this and asked with his eyes if he needed help, but Ujibo, he directly said, "The main battlefield needs you, go quickly." Ujibo Hilu heard this and did not hesitate, turning into a shadow and quickly heading toward the main battlefield. It must be said that Otsutsuki Shion is quite polite. He only spoke after Uchiha Kawa had completely vanished from sight, asking, "Have you made up your mind now? Do you want to join us?" Uchiha, he sneered, "Huh? Do you even hear what you're saying?" If Otsutsuki Shion had not sensed the overwhelming chakra within Uchiha, he would have likely made a move by now. Still, he patiently asked, "I have made it very clear, do you want to join us or not?" Uchiha, he still wore a disdainful smile. "Why?" "Because we are the most powerful race in the entire universe. Joining us brings only benefits, no drawbacks. In fact, I can even erase everything that has happened." Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Uchiha, he could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Otsutsuki Shion furrowed his brow. "What's so funny?" After laughing for a long time, Uchiha, he finally stopped, saying, "Because you are very weak." Without hesitation, Uchiha, he launched the powerful technique he had been. Uchiha, he raised both hands forward, palms open, and shouted, "Super 5 Elements Ultimate Shiny Invincible Dragon Cannonball." This technique was something Uchiha, he had discovered while watching other battlefields. In the Ninja Alliance, there was a middle-aged man with red hair accompanied by 5 black-haired kids who were beating up an Otsutsuki in a just manner. Each of these 5 kids had Sharingan, but what stood out was not the Sharingan itself, but rather that each of them was extremely skilled in a specific elemental technique, with 5 kids representing 5 different elements. Of course, just 5 elemental techniques wouldn't attract much attention. What was remarkable was their unique attack patterns, occasionally launching elemental reactions such as wind combined with fire, earth combined with fire, and so on. Moreover, the red-haired middle-aged man assisting them was extraordinary. He was Nagato, fully restored to health. Although he no longer possessed the Rinnegan, his 5 elemental techniques were also formidable. Wow, king of 5 elements. Uchiha, he could no longer contain himself upon seeing this. The combined technique of those 5 kids further captivated. The 5 kids displayed their abilities using different elemental techniques. Miraculously, the 5 techniques fused together to form a more powerful technique. And this technique was precisely the one that Uchiha, he was now using. Super 5 Elements Ultimate Shiny Invincible Dragon Cannonball. This move was incredibly fast, but clearly Otsutsuki Shine's speed was no slouch either. In the first moment he had already devised a countermeasure. First, the Rinnegan couldn't absorb it, and his powerful strike could not shatter it. Thus his countermeasure was simply escape. This was not a cowardly act, but rather a clever realization that this person was incredibly strong, but lacked the ability to fly, meaning he had no aerial capability. So Otsutsuki Shine soared into the sky, vanishing from Uchiha's view. However, Uchiha, he had long anticipated such a development. He then erected a dirt wall resembling a slide in front of the Super 5 Elements Ultimate Shiny Invincible Dragon Cannonball, using a Super Earth technique. Thus, the Super 5 Elements Ultimate Shiny Invincible Dragon Cannonball altered its trajectory and swiftly caught up to the fleeing Otsutsuki Shine. In an instant, the sky radiated with colorful light, as if a lump of rainbow. Yes, it was indeed a lump. Otsutsuki Shine was instantly blown to pieces, and the reason he was not reduced to mere ashes was that he was the Otsutsuki King Otsutsuki Shine, whose power was incomparable to that of any other Otsutsuki. Cautious as ever Uchiha, he then unleashed several more Super 5 Elements Ultimate Shiny Invincible Dragon Cannonballs to completely shatter Otsutsuki Shine's remains before leaving the area. At this moment on the battlefield, the disappearance of their leader caused the remaining Otsutsuki to appear somewhat flustered, but their raw strength was still intact. Although they were being dominated by the Ninja Alliance who possessed all the intelligence, they were still not in any life-threatening danger. Uchiha, he was pleased to see Uchiha, he returned and shouted, "Vanguard team, get ready to act." A team of ninjas wielding large scythes stepped forward, each scythe enchanted with senjutsu and equipped with barbs. At this moment Uchiha, he also grabbed the scythe from Hayden, saying, "Be prepared." Uchiha, he couldn't help but feel curious. Could it be that Hayden has some big... Then the entire Vanguard team, along with Uchiha, he roamed the battlefield. They did not launch attacks against the enemies, but quietly approached and slashed them with their... This attack was neither painful nor itchy for the Otsutsuki, so no one paid it any mind. Unbeknownst to them, the entire battlefield tightened up. The Otsutsuki, who were regrouping with their companions, seemed to see hope and fought even harder, momentarily reversing the tide. At this moment the Vanguard team, and Uchiha, he had already arrived in front of Hayden. After simply gathering the blood from the scythes on a Hayden's scythe, Uchiha, he instructed the Flying Thunder God duo to quickly relocate the ninjas on the battlefield. Since they were all connected to Naruto's hotspot, the relocation was quite simple. As Hayden initiated the ritual, the Otsutsuki stood frozen in place. Although piercing the brain wouldn't cause significant harm to the Otsutsuki, it would cause them to enter a state of rigidity. Uchiha, he then shouted, "Sasuke, now!" As Sasuke used the Heaven's Hand to transport Uchiha, he into the midst of the Otsutsuki, their rigidity ended just in time. However, his in-release shadow chains had already been prepared, binding all the Otsutsuki tightly. Uchiha, he looked at Uchiha, he with a determined expression. Uchiha, he felt somewhat perplexed and instinctively gave him a thumbs up. Uchiha, everyone, Uchiha, why is everyone looking at me with confusion? Suddenly Uchiha, he realized and used a modified wind-release chakra mode to swiftly reach the group of Otsutsuki and pull Uchiha he out. Then Uchiha, he looked seriously at everyone. "Fire! Uchiha, everyone, Uchiha, why are you still looking at me? Didn't everyone look at me wanting me to rescue him?" At this moment the enemy Otsutsuki were also bewildered. "Who am I? Where am I? Just now I seemed to see my great-grandmother, but I was pulled back by a thumb." Everyone was confused without exception. At this moment 4 people walked out of the Susanoo team. The largest man patted Uchiha's shoulder. "Idiot older brother. Others look at you because they want you to use your big move to kill them when another older brother has them controlled." Uchiha-hyo. The Otsutsuki-yo. Emerging from the Susanoo squad were precisely Uchiha's 4 younger siblings. The eldest among them was Uchiha Lu, followed by his second sister Uchiha Hai, the third sister Uchiha Yang, and the youngest brother named Uchiha Shui. A family of 5 siblings, all bearing names with water. Uchiha, he stood still, his face full of nostalgia, quietly enduring Uchiha Liu's rep. When Uchiha Lu had said enough and his throat grew dry, Uchiha, he stepped forward and embraced him tightly. The other siblings followed suit, joining in the hug. The Otsutsuki were utterly bewildered. "What do we do now?" Momoshiki stepped forward and declared loudly, "Shirwang is dead. Everyone is the king of Otsutsuki. Follow me, and we shall carve out our own domain." Just as someone was about to respond, a hand suddenly shot out, crushed Momoshiki's head, and then absorbed his entire body. This person was none other than Otsutsuki Shirwang, who had just been beaten black and blue by Uchiha. Otsutsuki Shirwang, of course, was not so easily killed. After all, he was the legendary younger brother of Otsutsuki Shirju, and his abilities were no less formidable. The two brothers progressed together, but Otsutsuki Shirju advanced faster, eventually becoming a being beyond dimensions. Though their power grew rapidly, there was a certain drawback. The only life-sustaining planet in the entire universe was now the ninja world, and Otsutsuki Shirwang lacked precisely that. Over a decade ago, during the Fourth Great Ninja War in the final battle between the dark side and Uchiha, he a careless moment awakened a mysterious powerhouse slumbering in the depths of the cosmos. These two forces were immensely powerful. Later Otsutsuki Shirwang learned of this news, though through others. He knew that if he followed the conventional path, even if he found another life-sustaining planet, the pinnacle he could reach would only match his brother's. Thus he set his sights on Uchiha's power. Moreover, guided by a hidden master, he unleashed his ultimate technique upon arrival. The entire series of Otsutsuki maneuvers were orchestrated by this behind-the-scenes sage. Although this seemingly brilliant strategy was effortlessly dismantled by Uchiha Hele, this was only in a universe where Uchiha Hele existed. Without him, the Otsutsuki's opening map-wide attack would have been impossible for primitives to counter. Earlier, Otsutsuki Shirwang had repeatedly tolerated both Uchiha Hele and Uchiha, he hoping to recruit them and persuade them to hand over their power. He believed no one could resist the temptation of ruling the entire universe. If they did, he would have nothing to say. But now, regardless of whether the two wished to join the Otsutsuki Shirwang showed no more mercy. For what was precious were only the eyes, not the end. Uchiha, he who was in the midst of rekindling sibling bonds, sensed this shift. He released his siblings and shielded them behind him. Uchiha, he furrowed his brow. You? How are you still alive? Otsutsuki Shirwang burst into laughter. You don't think you're the only one with the power of creation. The energy of the Otsutsuki clan is beyond your imagination. Despite his arrogant demeanor, Uchiha, he interrupted, I say you don't have much power left, do you? What will you do if I fire another Super 5 Spirit's ultimate sparkling, shining, invincible Tyrannosaurus cannon? Otsutsuki Shirwang remained defiant. With a sweeping gesture, all the Otsutsuki transformed into streaks of light and merged into his body. But Uchiha, he was not one to idly watch a villain power up. He spread his arms and said, Little bro, raising your hands isn't surrender. It's a sign that you still need training. Super 5 Spirit's ultimate sparkling, shining, invincible Tyrannosaurus cannon. Uchiha Hele was already facepalming. This guy was a hopeless namer. Uchiha Shuei couldn't help but comment, Brother, what kind of name is that? Minato Namikaze and his son Naruto, however, had stars in their eyes. As expected of the First Hokage, even his naming sense is profound. Indeed, under Minato's guidance, Naruto had also become a Shinibu, well, a middle-aged one. The Super 5 Spirit's ultimate sparkling, shining, invincible Tyrannosaurus cannon struck with the same force, and the target was still Otsutsuki Shirwang. But this time the outcome was different. Adhering to the principle of smoke means no damage, Uchiha, he even casually used wind release to blow away the dust, watching helplessly as Otsutsuki Shirwang completed his fusion. At that moment, Otsutsuki Shirwang resembled Belial from the Ultraman Galaxy Saga, a chimera with countless Otsutsuki faces appearing all over his body, his entire form swelling to enormous proportions. Though not overly massive, standing at about 4 meters tall, it was still quite large for ordinary people. So let's call him giant for the sake of giving him some face. After completing his fusion, Otsutsuki Shirwang couldn't help but boast, I am now the most powerful being in this dimension. Everyone could barely withstand his oppressive aura. Uchiha, he released a portion of his own energy to shield them, preventing them from collapsing. The group was about to devise a counterattack when Uchiha Hele raised his hand to stop them. Don't waste your energy. That Super Series technique was just absorbed, and he now has even more energy. So leave the battlefield to us. Everyone else retreat. No one objected. Uchiha He's 4 siblings exchanged a few words of caution and withdrew from the battlefield. Uchiha Hele stared resolutely at the towering Otsutsuki Shirwang, then turned to Uchiha He. Do you have a plan? Uchiha He smiled slightly. You should have memories of this period, right? Uchiha Hele's forehead was covered in black lines. I seriously doubt I was separated from you. Can't you grasp such a simple concept? 4-time travel, ordinary jumps cannot have 2 identical individuals coexisting. However, the space-time here is special, but not so special as to ignore the rules. Under normal circumstances, when the war ends and you return to your original timeline, only then will these memories appear in my mind. Uchiha He suddenly realized, scratching his head like a simpleton. Oh, I see. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki Shirwang, who had been eyeing them covetously, could no longer contain himself. Had he not been waiting for Uchiha He to fire another cannon to replenish his energy, he would have attacked long ago. Uchiha Hele instructed, don't use chakra, only the power of the eyes. Watch closely, it'll demonstrate only once. After speaking, Uchiha River was enveloped by a darkness. As he activated his right eye's Mangekyo, a surge of destructive energy erupted wildly. Simultaneously, the 5-element chakra, and In attribute chakra within him surged alongside the destructive energy. With the violent flow of In and 5 elements, a face familiar to Uchiha River materialized before him. Uchiha River's current form was asymmetrical everywhere except his head. His entire body was crimson with yellow pupils and black armor embodying the combined strength combat techniques and appearance of the 5 Shadow Guardians. Indeed, the one now appearing was the Black Demon Beast, also known as the Ultimate Shadow Beast. Uchiha River couldn't help but exclaim impressive. Then he questioned, since you can transform into the Black Demon Beast, why not become the ancient Ultimate Demon Beast? Its stats should be higher, right? Uchiha River was slightly impatient, but since this was his past self, he patiently explained, first, to transform into this thing, you must fully understand its composition. Otherwise, like my previous transformation into the evil god Gatan, it might look similar, but is merely a facade without true dark power. Although this Black Demon Beast looks identical, the dark energy within is still replaced by destructive energy. In theory, the ancient Ultimate Demon Beast could be transformed, but I lack sufficient energy. You should be capable. At this point, Otsutsuki Shiba couldn't hold back anymore. From the beginning, these two had ignored him completely. If not for his concern about Uchiha River's strength, he would have attacked already. Now, however, he had fully merged all the Otsutsuki energy, becoming half of the energy of all life-bearing planets in the universe. He felt terrifyingly powerful. Without hesitation, he fired a signature, map-wide blast at the duo. The Black Demon Beast transformed by Uchiha River didn't dodge, instead it charged forward and used its body to block the attack. Amazingly, the Black Demon Beast absorbed Otsutsuki Shiba's attack. Unconvinced, Otsutsuki Shiba fired several more map-wide blasts, but each was absorbed by the Black Demon Beast. To his astonishment, the Black Demon Beast grew stronger after absorbing his attacks, with an absorption conversion rate even higher than his own. Witnessing this, Otsutsuki Shiba dared not act rashly, and simply watched warily. This was one of the Black Demon Beast's classic abilities. Energy absorption, absorbing an opponent's linear attack and converting it into its own power, thereby This was similar to Otsutsuki Shiba's chakra absorption, but the Black Demon Beast's energy absorption had no chakra limitation. Seeing Otsutsuki Shiba stopped firing, Uchiha River looked at Uchiha River. By then, Uchiha River's eyes were filled with stars. How cool. Seeing Uchiha River looking at him, he quickly said, quick, transform into Emperor armor for me. Ortega. Uchiha River was a bit speechless. Haven't you noticed that I lack yang attribute chakra in my body? And my right eye only has destructive energy, not the left eye's creative energy. So I can't transform into those heroic figures you mentioned. The one who sacrificed earlier could. His radiant Tiga was quite handsome. Uchiha River grew even more excited. Where is he? Why didn't he join this battle? Uchiha River was speechless. Brother, do you hear yourself? Uchiha River then realized, oh, he's dead. Uchiha River added, you possess both energies, so you should be able to transform. Uchiha River suddenly clapped, right. I can revive him. Give me the left eye. Though puzzled, Uchiha River handed over the treasured left eye. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki Shiba, who had been listening to their idle chatter, was already considering retreat. Energy attacks were ineffective against the opponent, but their so-called Super 5-element ultimate glittering invincible dinosaur cannon nearly burst him, barely absorbing it. If the fight continued, he would be the loser. At a loss, he clutched the necklace on his chest and prayed, brother, if you can hear me in another dimension, please give me a sign. Uchiha River examined the left eye carefully for a long time, but found nothing special. It was just an ordinary eye devoid of life. Yet that very fact made it extraordinary. The eye was ancient yet undecayed. Simultaneously, Uchiha River vaguely sensed a resonance between this eye and his own left eye. This might be because they were originally the same eye, but Uchiha River keenly noticed a difference. Within this left eye, aside from the original components, there was a strange small entity with an aura similar to Otsutsuki Shiba's. Uchiha River infused the creative energy from his left eye into it, but it had no effect. After flipping it over several times, he tossed it back to Uchiha River. Done. It's beyond saving. Uchiha River carefully caught the eye, stored it properly, and asked, aren't you going to transform? Uchiha River shrugged, I'm too old for that stuff. Uchiha River, I won't mention, who was staring with starry eyes and shouting for someone to transform into Tiga. Uchiha River had to abandon the idea, though he knew the reason. At this stage, Uchiha River was so powerful that it was hard to quantify. He likely refrained from transforming out of fear that his power would run rampant and destroy this world. However, Uchiha River had an alternative. He said to Uchiha River, come on, channel your energy into me. Watch me transform into the ancient ultimate demon. Uchiha River immediately perked up, eyes shining. But Otsutsuki Shiba had already overheard their conversation and naturally wouldn't stand by while they powered up. Though the duo was terrifyingly strong, he finally understood why the mysterious figure had warned him to seal this timeline first before fighting. It turned out there were cheats from, yet he wasn't too afraid. He and his brother had risen from ordinary Otsutsuki to become the clan's leaders, not through inheritance, but through hard-fought battles. Otsutsuki Shiba charged forward shouting something about passion and bonds. The two found it somewhat absurd. Damn, have we become the villains. Seeing Otsutsuki Shiba charge, Uchiha River no longer waited to be recharged. He rushed forward as well. Neither used energy attacks, they engaged in pure physical combat, exchanging blows. Though the fight seemed intense, neither inflicted real damage on the other. Meanwhile, in the distance, Might Guy and his disciple were already shedding youthful tears. This is youth. After Uchiha Hele joined the battle, Chuanai, acting as the temporary commander, assumed command. Gazing at the three beings who had already transcended the bounds of this ninja world, his mind churned with thoughts. The prior intelligence analysis had accounted for the possibility of the Daitongyu merging entirely, yet this enigmatic clan always brought surprises. Their fusion was no mere 1 + 1 = 2. Facing the current fused entity Daitongyu Jiwang was like confronting half a universe. Even with Guy of the 8 Inner Gates and the power-boosted duo of Mingren and Zhuozhu, they seemed utterly powerless against this. Yet there was still a way. Kwanai's mind raced, then he commanded Zhuozhu. Zhuozhu watched the battle closely. When Uchiha he unleashes his ultimate technique, channel all those powerful attacks onto the other teacher. Then he said to Mingren, have Kurama tell Uchiha he not to hold back and to unleash his ultimate technique directly at the two. As the battlefield commander, his orders were not questioned. Uchiha he received the message, and though somewhat puzzled, began to execute his jutsu. However, he still had his own ideas, and reverted to his classic lion's roar, shouting across the battlefield, Zhuozhu, after I gather my ultimate technique, warp that. A black demon, know the other me away. Here. Me. Zhuozhu nodded several times before Uchiha he received the confirmation. Thus he hesitated no more. Watching the two figures locked in relentless combat, Uchiha he spread his arms and conjured one jutsu after another before him, then seamlessly began to merge them. As the energy sphere grew larger, alarm bells rang in the minds of both Daitongyu Jiwang and Uchiha Hele. Though they possessed the ability to absorb energy, the sphere before Uchiha he's chest radiated a lethal threat. Super 5 Spirit Ultimate Sparkling, Shining, Invincible Tyrannosaur Cannonball. The 5 supers were not a stutter. This technique had been enhanced 4 times in the super series. Daitongyu Jiwang thought, strange, this thing is filled with pure chakra. If I absorb it, I won't die, right? It won't happen, right? With Zhuozhu's manipulation, Daitongyu Jiwang was forced to take the full brunt of that ultimate version of the Super 5 Spirit Ultimate Sparkling, Shining, Invincible Tyrannosaur Cannonball, his entire body glowing like a luminous marble. However, fissures began to appear on his body. Yet he remained oblivious, bursting into maniacal laughter. Power. This is ultimate power. Tremble, you ants. By this time, Uchiha he had also returned to the side of the ninja world's forces, watching the spectacle. Daitongyu Jiwang could not fathom why they all stared at him, as if he were a monkey. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. He looked down sharply. Where the hell are my legs? By then, his entire lower body had been obliterated into nothingness by the overflowing energy. What shocked him even more was that one by one the Daitongyu he had fused with turned into streams of light and departed from his body. His body, now like a shattered marble, was falling apart. This time his very soul began to disintegrate due to the overwhelming energy. No. Why? Daitongyu Ziwang's anguished roar echoed across the entire ninja world. At that moment, Uchiha he stepped forward. Powerful energy requires an equally powerful vessel. Clearly you are not strong enough. Daitongyu Ziwang's face was full of disbelief. I am a noble of the Daitongyu clan. If even I cannot harness this energy, how can you? Uchiha he smiled slightly. Who said I could harness this energy? Uchiha he lifted his clothes, revealing a body that was already shattered. However, unlike Daitongyu Jiwang, his body, though fragmented, existed in a state of perfect equilibrium. That was because although his energy multiplied incessantly, every moment exceeding his bodhi's capacity, the uniqueness of his eyes ensured he could not die, constantly repairing his body. At this point, many questions must arise, but the answer is already on the horizon. It was precisely because of the explosive energy that Uchiha he ultimately chose to seal the destructive power from his right eye along with a portion of his memories. These two eyes, one represented creation, the other destruction. If only one existed, they were powerful, but would not undergo monstrous growth. But when both eyes gathered, a different miracle occurred. Just as in this era of Uchiha, he where the chakra within him had grown to surpass the entire dimension. As he spoke, Daitongyu Jiwang completely turned to dust, leaving only a small pendant on the ground, and a cluster of Daitongyu who had been separated from his body. Uchiha Hele then addressed the group. Proceed as planned. He then turned specifically to Uchiha he saying, you just need to fire one super fire release great fireball at the end. Uchiha he nodded. The previous time was an accident. He hadn't known their plan, so he had stayed put. But this time they had coordinated in advance. Although these Daitongyu had suffered a similar fate before, they were still utterly helpless. First the strike team and Uchiha Hele charged at the Daitongyu with a scythe, slashing and stabbing. Then Haiden performed the ritual to hark them, and finally Uchiha Hele used a teleportation jutsu to reach the center, employing in-release shadow chains to bind all the Daitangyu. Finally from Uchiha he, Super Fire released Great Fireball. But it wasn't over yet. On the other side the Super Wind released Rasengan Lightning Shuriken, which gathered the chakra of all ninjas, and the enchantment of the Sage team, operated by Mingren and Zhuozhu, was hurled directly into Uchiha. He's Super Fire released Great Fireball. This was the power of the strongest bond in the ninja world. With a violent roar the Super Wind released Rasengan Lightning Shuriken, though not as powerful as Uchiha. He's Super Fire released Great Fireball, served as a super enhancer, making the Great Fireball even more colossal. This attack was all about fire as the main offense, and wind to spread the flames. Countless Daitangyu were obliterated into nothingness, unable to revive. As for Uchiha Hele, who was at the epicenter of the blast, he was taken away by Dai, too, just before the explosion. While everyone cheered Uchiha, he looked thorough. His subordinate noticed his expression and approached, asking, "Boss, why do you look so puzzled? Is there a problem?" Uchiha, he was quite perplexed, so he asked, "So you went through all this trouble just to kill these Daitangyu, not to capture them as chakra batteries?" Everyone was stunned by Uchiha's words. "What do you mean? Can we capture the Daitangyu alive?" Noticing the confusion in their eyes and coincidentally a lucky Daitangyu who had survived the blast's edge, Uchiha, he simply reached out and grabbed it from midair. "Like this. Isn't it simple?" Uchiha, he asked, puzzled. Uchiha Hele thought, "It seems I underestimated my own strength." Seeing everyone's astonishment, Uchiha, he laughed heartily. "Haha, just kidding. I wasn't mocking you. I just didn't understand your goal. Next time just tell me who to kill. No need for such complexity." As the stares grew more peculiar, Uchiha, he quickly approached Zhuozhu. "Hey, lend me that thing. I'm out of here." Zhuozhu understood, having already guessed Uchiha's intention, and handed him the li. Uchiha, he took the li and promptly fled. Then everyone burst into laughter, and Uchiha Hele couldn't help but smile wryly. Uchiha Hele thought, "When did I become such a joker? Imagine what Hilu of the Yuzhibo clan is doing right now. He is trapped in the time-space tunnel, endlessly rehearsing how to become Diga or the Emperor armor." As his true self, he could tell at a glance how the dark beast of Yuzhibo, Hilu, was formed. Yet he had no desire to become a monster or a paranormal beast. His aspiration was to transform into Diga or the Emperor armor. Still, he felt awkward asking for instruction. Without a reference, he dared not attempt, fearing failure and humiliation. After all, the little Datong Mu stood confident, handling matters with a single hand, as if it were effortless. Yuzhibo, he raised both hands not in surrender, but to say, "Brother, you must keep training." As he practiced, he arrived at his destination. But his destination was not the present moment. It was more than a decade in the past, the days Zhuozhu was married. He was intensely curious about whom Zhuozhu had married and how that union produced quintuplets. Even more astonishing was that each of the five excelled in a different escape technique, and when combined they became the 5 spirit kings. There were even masters who arranged for those children to be apprenticed to the true 5 spirit masters of Changmen, implying guidance by a mysterious figure to come. He had his suspicions about the bride, yet he insisted on seeing her with his own eyes. But for reasons unknown, when Yuzhibo he reached the destination, he found he could not enter that temporal plane. The entire time-space tunnel had frozen for reasons he couldn't. The gathered people of Renjia had barely begun to celebrate before a powerful aura pinned them in place. It was a force unique to time and space. Under that power, everyone except Ming Rin's Zhuozhu and Yuzhibo Hilu seemed frozen in time. Yuzhibo Hilu scanned his surroundings with unsettled curiosity and discovered the source of the energy, a pendant left behind by the vanished Datong Mu Jiwan. The pendant emitted a dazzling radiance, an inexhaustible torrent of overwhelming power pouring from within. The power that froze time itself originated. As for why Ming Rin and Zhuozhu were not frozen, it was because they stood near Yuzhibo Hilu and he instinctively shielded them. Yuzhibo Hilu did not rush forward. He advised Zhuozhu, "Try burning it with Tianzhao." Zhuozhu obeyed, only to find that Tianzhao could not touch the pendant at all, as if it did not belong to this dimension. Yuzhibo he cautiously unleashed the annihilative energy concealed in his right eye, but even that could not reach the pendant. Time had frozen, the pendant existed beyond dimensional bounds. It was clear a new adversary had arrived. Yuzhibo Hilu ran through his memory of enemies in Boran Juan, but could not imagine who possessed such strange power. What troubled him further was that although he was now one of the most formidable beings in Renjia, the pendant lay utterly beyond his control. A nameless dread rose within him. Zhuozhu perceived the unease and gripped Yuzhibo Hilu's shoulder firmly. Seeing this, Ming Rin, though puzzled, likewise placed a steadying hand on Yuzhibo Hilu's shoulder. The silent exchange of their eyes lent him much-needed courage. It was obvious the enemy before them far exceeded his capabilities. He decided he would no longer conceal the truth. "Zhuozhu Ming Rin, I must tell you something." Yuzhibo Hilu spoke gravely. The two nodded. "Actually, I am not your original teacher. Your true teacher perished in the 4th Shinobi War." Ming Rin listened in disbelief, but Zhuozhu wore an expression of resigned understanding. Teacher, I have long suspected as much. But whether you were my original teacher or not, you will always be our teacher. Zuizhu looked at Yuzhibo Hilo. Since traversing time and absorbing the Longmei's energy, those memories altered by the Six-Path Sage had restored themselves. Even without the Longmei's powers, Zuizhu had harbored doubts about Yuzhibo Hilo's identity. No disciple could fail to notice the subtle changes in a teacher they lived with. Hearing Zuizhu's words, Yuzhibo Hilo was deeply moved. Could this be the legendary bond he had heard of? In that instant, his resolve to protect everyone swelled to its fullest. Whatever enemy lay ahead, he would not retreat. They did not stand idly by. The three threw everything they had at probing the pendant. Strangely, no method affected it. Sealing art's transcendent techniques, the power of Lunhuyan, even Inyang escape techniques, had no effect on the small pendant. Perhaps, as Yuzhibo Hilo suspected, the pendant was an entity beyond dimensions. Yet how had such an otherworldly thing come to be seen here by them? That was a puzzling mystery. With no solution at hand, the three could only watch the pendant in silence. Time slid back to the day of the Fourth Shinobi War. After reviving the last person, Yuzhibo, his soul dispersed, and his left eye lost all light. Yet for Yuzhibo, he himself, death had not truly come. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back at his old home, the screen in his hand still frozen on that interrupted image. Could it all have been a dream? Hilo scratched his head. He never indulged in internal strife. His motto had always been why not enjoy life. He soon accepted the notion that he had simply experienced a most unforgettable dream. When the dream ended, life went on. Perhaps the dream had altered his outlook. Hilo's psychological troubles eased considerably. He actively sought work and to his surprise found a position. That job lasted a full 50 years. Time slipped by, though half a century passed, the dream's details remained vivid to him, as if it had never been just a dream. But how could that be? Hilo sat in his rocking chair and shook his head, dismissing such impossibilities. Now in his 70s, he was old and spent sitting in his home chair beneath the sun. Having taken medication for years, his remaining days were few. At this moment, he could only wait quietly for death to arrive. Though the process sounded brutal, it did not stir Hilo much. In fact, the dream had left a deeper impression than the prospect of dying. So is it truly only a dream? This is not a dream. An old man with 2 horns on his head and 6 red jade-like markings appeared suddenly before Hilo, originally known as Uchiha Ghost. Hilo waved his hands, trying to drive this person away. This person is none other than the legendary cheat wholesale dealer Sage of 6 Paths. Looking at the flailing Hilo, the sage was slightly speechless, but still patiently said, "Have you forgotten me so soon? We've met before. You called me old deng back then." Upon hearing this, Hilo's feelings of fear did not diminish in the slightest. Come on, just imagine an old man with horns suddenly appearing before you, and his eyes are not of normal color. Who wouldn't be scared of this? Seeing this, the Sage of 6 Paths helplessly extended his hand and released Pu Shi, who was trapped within Hilo. Poor Pu Shi finally had the opportunity to see the light of day. Ever since he sacrificed himself to revive Uchiha, he had fallen into a deep slumber, and when he awoke again, he found himself in a different world along with Hilo. Although he had entered another world, he was horrified to discover that he could not communicate with Uchiha. Because this world had no chakra at all, he could only rage ineffectually within Uchiha's body. Now that he was released by the Sage of 6 Paths, he could finally see the light of day again. Pu Shi looked at Uchiha with excitement. "Hey kid, I'm finally out." Hilo had never seen such a scene before. Seeing another strange person who didn't look as imposing as the Sage of 6 Paths appear before him, Uchiha, he kicked off. The Sage of 6 Paths and Pu Shi exchanged glances. "Pu Shi, did we scare him to death?" The sage nodded, unable to refute. However, the entire world was merely a figment of Uchiha's imagination. In this illusion, Uchiha, he could not die. Because the illusion had persisted for so many years, he had completely accepted the fact that it was merely a dream. Now with the appearance of the characters from the dream, once more he thought he was dreaming. When he opened his eyes again, it was still these 2 people before him. However, this time he appeared much calmer. At least these 2 strange-looking individuals did not seem to harbor any intention of harming him. Therefore he was no longer anxious and instead calmly asked, "So can you tell me what exactly is going on?" The Sage of 6 Paths stopped the eager Pu Shi and began to explain. "Your previous memories were not a dream, but real experiences. However, because you saved everyone, you ultimately scattered your soul. But due to the uniqueness of your eyes, you are virtually undying, so you did not die. You can understand it as a state of being, as if dead." "Dead? As if dead?" Uchiha, he listened bewildered. Seeing this, the Sage of 6 Paths continued to explain. "Because of the special abilities of this guy beside me, the combination of you 2 has transcended the entire dimension. Now your existence has become one of a kind." Hearing this, Pu Shi couldn't help but puff up his chest, appearing quite proud. Uchiha, he remained perplexed upon hearing this. The Sage of 6 Paths saw that this explanation could not restore Uchiha's understanding, so he used a secret technique to pour all the memories into Uchiha's mind. Such a violent act of memory infusion would have killed an ordinary person long ago, But because of Uchiha He's uniqueness, the damage caused by the infusion quickly. When he opened his eyes again, they shimmered with the light of confidence. I am the second Uchiha He, the only existence now. Obito, someone's stealing my lines. After the memory infusion Uchiha, he completely understood. Here a notion of a parallel universe is mentioned. In Doctor Strange it is mentioned that a person can visit their parallel world self through dreams, and Uchiha, he had experienced such events as well. For parallel worlds, some are completely identical, while others are completely opposite. Of course, there are also some parallel worlds with commonalities through which the two individuals in different timelines can exchange identities. Returning to He's childhood, he often suffered from insomnia, but at the same time, he would also faint unconsciously. After fainting, he would arrive in another world, specifically in the body of Uchiha, he from Naruto. Their identities often exchanged, but there was a time difference. When Hilu arrived in Uchiha He's body, Uchiha he was awake, but Hilu was fainting, so Uchiha, he knew nothing of Hilu. At that time Hilu was also a child, and due to long-term insomnia his mental state deteriorated increasingly, until he ultimately lost all memories of his childhood. Now with the memory infusion from the Sage of Six Paths, all his memories have returned. The reason for Uchiha He's the original host's death has also come to light. It turned out that the reason for Uchiha He's death was not due to prolonged battles followed by excessive grief leading to sudden death. The story begins with the fourth great. At that time the dark side and Uchiha he transformed into the sources of destruction and creation, battling fiercely all the way into outer space, with their battle traces covering the entire universe. Their battle also attracted the attention of a mysterious existence. It was mentioned before, if you forgot just go back and take a look. Sending love. And this mysterious existence was Otsutsuki Kagaya, the previous leader of the Otsutsuki clan. As the first being to transcend dimensions, he became the pride of all Otsutsuki. However, the truth was quite the opposite. He indeed possessed extremely powerful abilities, but the power from the second dimension ultimately belonged to the second dimension. Thus, he could never break the dimensional barrier and transcend dimensions. However, because his power surpassed the pressure that this dimension could bear, his life form evolved, becoming a being of 5 dimensions. But since 5 dimensions do not exist, he became a special existence between the second and third dimensions. He truly became invincible, because he was the only existence, but he also became immobile. There were no rules in 5 dimensions at all, and he could only fall into an endless slumber. However, due to the battle between the dark side and Uchiha, he was awakened. The commotion from their battle vaguely transcended dimensions, but the power that transcended dimensions did not come from destruction or creation, but rather from the special abilities resulting from the fusion of Uchiha, and Pushur. Pushur's blue Rinnegan ability is somewhat similar to time reversal, allowing him to revert to a few seconds prior experiencing multiple enemy attacks to see through their techniques and choose the most prudent countermeasure. The downside is that time reversal can only rewind external time, not his own time. Uchiha He's left eye's ability allows him to revert his state to its optimal point. It can be understood as being opposite to Pushur's ability. He can rewind his own time, but cannot rewind external time. When the two abilities collide, marvelous sparks shine brightly. A true time reversal phenomenon appeared out of thin air. However, such a powerful ability is incredibly difficult to master, and even Uchiha, he could not wield it, so, until he sacrificed himself, he was unable to use this ability. However, Otsutsuki Kagaya deciphered the rules of time from the unique aura emanating from Uchiha, he successfully returning to the second dimension. Daitong Shurjo truly embodies an existence transcending dimensions, although merely in the 5D realm it remains exceedingly powerful. After successfully mastering this ability, Daitong Shurjo traversed the entire river of time, ultimately concluding that only one person in this world could transcend dimensions, Uchiha, he whose method of transcending dimensions came from his special eyes. Thus, Daitong Shurjo traveled back to the Warring States period, directly invading Uchiha, his consciousness, just as he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, intending to claim it for himself. However, he clearly underestimated the power of those eyes. The destructive energy within almost obliterated him, but at the brink of extinction, he forcefully used his time reversal ability to restore his condition. Though Uchiha He's eye abilities were formidable, Daitong Shurjo was not weak. Energy from the 5D realm surged forth, ultimately destroying Uchiha He's conscious. However, at this moment Daitong Shurjo was incredibly weakened and no longer had the energy to activate time reversal. Coincidentally, Hilu died suddenly, allowing him to seize the opportunity and become Uchiha He. Seeing no way out, Daitong Shurjo quietly lay and hiding secretly, recovering his strength. This time the Daitong clan's full-scale mobilization was also under his covert guidance. Now, due to Daitong Shijia's downfall, it is well known that energy cannot be created from nothing, nor can it vanish without a trace. After all the Daitong perished, the energy within their bodies flowed towards Daitong Shurjo, aiding him in regaining his strength. However, at this very moment in the ninja world, the time freeze was not due to that pendant, While it indeed contained the time power left by Daitanyu Shirgyo, that power was insufficient to freeze the entire universe. The only one capable of freezing the universe was Uchiha, he who was about to awaken. Uchiha, he regained all his memories, finally understanding the reason for his childhood insomnia. He felt no resentment, for with great power comes great responsibility. At present he comprehended the ability to manipulate time in just an instant. Daitanyu Shirgyo, is there anyone to speak for me? Does the Liver Emperor truly have no way out? As Uchiha he slowly opened his eyes, the eyes of Uchiha, he gradually drifted towards the sky, gradually forming the body of Uchiha he around the eye. Time in the entire space fluttered like garbled text, with Daitanyu occasionally resurrecting. Uchiha Hilu, who had the left eye, was swept into the time vortex due to the loss of protection from his left eye. Sage of the Six Paths spoke to Pu Shur and Uchiha, he's consciousness space go. He needs your help. Pu Shur grinned and transformed into a stream of light, merging into Uchiha He's body. With Pu Shur's fusion, Uchiha He's body ceased trembling. When he opened his eyes again, it was the third eye on his forehead belonging to Pu Shur's Rinnegan. The power of time manifest. Subsequently, time in the ninja world returned to normal, and a group of ninjas looked up in astonishment at Uchiha He and no, they were looking at Daitanyu Shirgyo behind Uchiha He. Daitanyu Shirgyo had just been resurrected amidst the recent time chaos, seizing that fleeting opportunity to come back. Uchiha He mistakenly thought everyone was looking at him, so he scratched his head and, gathering his courage, exclaimed, "Everyone. I Uchiha He have returned." However, everyone merely looked at him seriously. Uchiha He's brother Uchiha Shui said, "Big brother, we know you've returned, but come down and see what's behind you." Hearing this, Uchiha He felt a bit awkward, so he turned around, nearly scaring his heart out. What the hell, a ghost? Then Uchiha He swung a punch, unleashing a myriad of sealing techniques and explosive ninja arts towards Daitanyu Shirgyo. However, the operational principle of the sealing technique also involved chakra, so it was successfully absorbed by Daitanyu Shirgyo. Seeing his attack ineffective, Uchiha He directly tossed a strand of hair as a kunai to teleport away. One must wonder, what is Uchiha He's flying thunder? Senju Tobarama's flying thunder god mark is a pattern technique, while Minato Namikaze's is a script technique. What do you think Uchiha He's mark is? That's right, it's a mark that enemies can't detect at all. Practical yet aesthetically pleasing. Uchiha He expressed strong confusion towards those who use phrases like 666 or your father is here as their flying thunder god marks. As for Daitanyu Shirgyo's information, everyone was already aware. Uchiha He's brother Uchiha Lu said, "Big brother, you didn't know that thing absorbs chakra. Even sealing techniques contain chakra." However, Uchiha He crossed his arms, looking confident as his fingers slowly extended. 1, 2, 3. As the third finger extended, the Daitanyu Shirgyo, who was about to attack, suddenly knelt on the ground, looking extremely pained. "UPU." Before he could finish his sentence, Daitanyu Shirgyo suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Seemingly sensing everyone's confusion, Deidara stood up and said, "This is the teacher's sealing explosion technique, which combines the explosive sealing technique into chakra, then injects it into the opponent's body, where the explosive sealing technique automatically combines and detonates the opponent. This is true art." Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. What a cruel technique. Uchiha He looked at Deidara with satisfaction. "Tell the boss no need for a takeout bag." "Why?" "Because he's already packed up." Moments later, Daitanyu Shirgyo turned into dust. However, due to the uniqueness of the Daitanyu clan, he quickly restored to his former state. Uchiha He realized that one couldn't defeat him with chakra alone. Thus he exchanged glances with Uchiha Hilu, both confirming each other's thoughts. Then two beams of light flashed. Uchiha Hilu transformed into a black beast. Meanwhile, Uchiha He summoned 5 elemental clones, each shouting flame dragon armor, wind eagle armor, black rhino armor, snow mastiff armor, earth tiger armor. Combine. Uchiha He less face darkened. Do we really need to be that extravagant? Minato Namikaze and Naruto displayed looks of admiration. What a cool armor, such a flashy name. Uchiha He appeared calm, but inwardly he was more troubled than suppressing Kaguya. Don't get the wrong idea. Suddenly a beam of light flashed, and a colossal creature emerged from an unknown space. The one who came was none other than our beloved Ninetales, known for causing flat tires to cars wherever he goes. To prevent the tailed beasts from being captured by the Otsutsuki, all 9 tailed beasts had been sent into the Holy Land before the battle began. As for the half of the 9 tails within Naruto, Uchiha Hilek was confident he could protect him. The other half of the 9 tails had developed an almost fanatical trust in Uchiha Hilek. Since the tailed beasts' memories had not been altered, they all remembered the Uchiha Hilek who sacrificed himself to save everyone. The remaining tailed beasts who originally did not believe Uchiha Hilek was the prophesied child now fully trusted him. Even the 7 tails, which had previously been beaten to a pulp by Uchiha Hilek. Through a unique connection to Uchiha Hilek, the 9 tails surged into the air the moment he was reborn. Brothers, the time to showcase our might has come. Let's all embrace the prophesied child together. The 9 tails shouted and without waiting for the other tailed beasts to agree, he wrapped his tail around all of them and left the Holy Land. Over the years, the Nine Tails often reproached itself, wondering if it could have been stronger, could it have prevented Uchiha Helek's death. Thus it trained tirelessly in sage arts, believing that next time the Otsutsuki came it would be useful and not a burden to Uchiha Helek. Uchiha Helek had not expected that the 2.5 years of companionship would leave such a deep impact on the Nine Tails' heart, causing even the proud fox to lose its arrogance. Nine Tails, family who understands. Where can I find such a warm-hearted and powerful person who treats tailed beasts like humans? Today I, the Nine Tails, declare that he is the prophesied child, and anyone who disagrees with me will face my wrath. Uchiha Helek scratched his head, suddenly remembering that they were still missing a dragon just as the Nine Tails and the other tailed beasts arrived. The two were calling out to each other. Nine Tails. Helek. It had the flavor of Madara and Hashirama. Uchiha Helek then wasted no time using his power to transform the nine-tailed beasts into the shape he desired, 9 shimmering golden dragons. At this moment, all conditions were met. Uchiha Helek crossed his hands above his head and shouted, "Imperial armor!" Fusion. The 5 elemental clones merged with Uchiha Helek, and the 9 golden dragons dove into his body. The primary color of the Imperial armor was gold accented with silver, while the bodysuit was black and purple. Its belt and knee parts had a black and white Yin-Yang Taiji diagram surrounded by 8 yellow dots and symbols representing the flame dragon, wind, eagle, black rhino, earth tiger, and snow mastiff, symbolizing the 8 trigrams and 5 elements. However, unlike the original version, Uchiha Helek's transformed Imperial armor was surrounded by 9 dragons, accentuating his majesty. At this moment, Otsutsuki Shiba Wang was already dumbfounded. No way. Everyone can cheat. Who exactly is the Otsutsuki? Clearly this scene dealt him a huge blow, especially the pressure exuded by Uchiha Helek's transformed Imperial armor, making him feel as if he was facing the entire world. Even his older brother had never given him such a sense of power. However, at this point words were useless. Otsutsuki Shiba Wang had to steel himself. Just as he was about to strike, an arm suddenly pierced through his chest. Otsutsuki Shiba Wang was filled with disbelief, but before he could see the identity of the newcomer, he was directly absorbed, becoming a part of their power. Unprecedented strength. This is true power. Uchiha Helek looked cautiously at the person before him. Although this individual looked similar to Otsutsuki Shiba Wang, their auras were entirely different. Who are you? Uchiha Helek asked. Who am I? Why not ask who you are? At this moment, Uchiha Helek's expression turned cold. You are Otsutsuki You were the one who killed him, weren't you? Uchiha Helek felt quite puzzled by their conversation and asked, killed who? Before Uchiha Helek could speak, Otsutsuki Shibu took the lead. Back then I awoke, because of your fighting, and by chance mastered the power of time. Upon uncovering the truth, I returned to the past to kill the true Uchiha Helek, but after expending all my strength, I found that Uchiha Helek's body had been occupied by this guy. Everyone looked at Uchiha Helek with incredulous expressions, while Uchiha Helek remained calm. At that moment, Uchiha Kyo, who was part of the medical team on the battlefield, asked in disbelief, Helek, is this true? Uchiha Helek turned his head, a hint of warmth on his face, nodding slowly. However, I am still Uchiha Helek, not some petty thief who occupies another's home. I once believed that I came to this world by occupying Uchiha Helek's body, but with the restoration of all my memories I recalled everything. Uchiha Helek and I are one. I am Uchiha Helek and Uchiha Helek is me. We are now the only existence. Seeing everyone still confused, Uchiha Helek utilized ninjutsu to project his childhood memories as if they were playing a movie. It turned out that the one who said, "Then I will tell Mom and Dad to bring you home." Mom said as long as you bring a girl home you can give her a family, so you have both parents and a home. It was also Helek who quietly covered his younger siblings with blankets through countless nights. He was the one who witnessed the death of his parents on the battlefield. In reality, all along Uchiha Helek and Helek were the same person. It was just that due to years of gloom that cloud covered this part of memory along with Uchiha Helek's happiness. However, now he had found his own happiness, which was to protect the entire ninja world and rewrite all regrets. Therefore, bearing the name of the strongest, I cannot. Uchiha Helek then unleashed all his power and attacked Otsutsuki Shibu together with Uchiha Helek. However, Otsutsuki Shibu was not a fool like Shiba Wang. He was more powerful, but also wiser. He merely used the power of time to neutralize their combined attack. Seeing this, Uchiha Helek no longer held back and unleashed the power of time. Otsutsuki Shibu revealed a look of realization. Uchiha Helek looked expectantly at Uchiha Helek, who had transformed into a dark beast. You don't want us to be unable to defeat this guy, do you? Quickly transform into the Imperial War Spear, so I can show it off. Uchiha Helek knew that even without such a complex procedure he could unleash a powerful attack, but since he had split from one body, he also wanted to see what the ultimate move of the Imperial armor was like. Thus, he changed his form, directly transforming into a shimmering black Imperial War Spear. Uchiha Helek picked up the Imperial War Spear, instantly breaking into a wide grin, but then struck a serious pose. Bold demon, prepare to die. Uchiha Helek then enveloped the Imperial War Spear with the creative energy of his left eye, while the 9 golden dragons surrounding him gradually fused into a massive 9-clawed golden dragon. As Uchiha Helek released his destructive power, the two fused, and the Imperial War Spear also grew larger. Uchiha Helek then leaped high into the air. The golden dragon accompanied the Imperial War Spear, charging towards Otsutsuki Shibu with immense power. Imperial Demon Slayer Annihilation / However, Otsutsuki Shibu was not to be underestimated. Having observed other dimensions from beyond the dimensional wall, he had also learned some powerful techniques. For instance, this move, Void Technique Z. This move overlaps the Momentum Technique Song and the Reversal Technique, generating a hypothetical mass that can be launched. This manifests as an energy wave capable of slicing through space, creating damage that uniformly leaves smooth-edged circular gaps with long distances and large diameters, leaving nothing in its wake. Differing from the original work, Otsutsuki's energy was sufficient, thus this shot of Void Technique Z was amplified to 200%. This was due to Otsutsuki Shibu possessing the ability called Omnipotence, allowing him to materialize any concept, turning his thoughts into reality. According to the Peach Technique, this is the power used by gods to create worlds, and it is the ultimate power that only deities can control. Therefore, just by peeking into it, Otsutsuki Shibu had acquired such power. Of course, unlimited techniques were also easily at his disposal. However, Uchiha Helek's attack was equally formidable, so they could only be said to be evenly matched. Ultimately, Otsutsuki Shibu's Void Technique Z pierced through Uchiha Helek, while Uchiha Helek's Imperial Demon Slayer Annihilation / forced Otsutsuki Shibu back. The confrontation ended in this manner. Although the defensive power of the Imperial Emperor armor was incredibly heaven-defying, the strength of Otsutsuki Shirbai was equally formidable. Previously, the pendant of Otsutsuki Shio contained his time power, and it was through this pendant that Otsutsuki Shio managed to resurrect from the temporal chaos originating from Uchiha He. The reason Otsutsuki Shirbai went through this series of operations to revive Otsutsuki Shio was not out of brotherly love, but rather to obtain his power. In fact, Otsutsuki Shio also possessed the power to transcend the two-dimensional world, yet this power was identical to that of Otsutsuki Shirbai. Moreover, due to the peculiarity of the two, 5-dimensional space, it could only accommodate one existence. With Otsutsuki Shirbai already present, Otsutsuki Shio naturally could not succeed in transcending. This time, by reviving Otsutsuki Shio and then seizing his power, Otsutsuki Shirbai achieved a complete sublimation, yet he still did not possess the ability to transcend the two-dimensional world. The reason was yet another matter. Because of repeated use of time power, this force was not without drawbacks. Under multiple uses, his existence gradually merged with the entire time of the two-dimensional world. In other words, he was slowly materializing into time itself, forever losing the chance to transcend the two-dimensional realm. However, with the power of those eyes of Uchiha, he was confident that he could transcend the two-dimensional world through them. This was also why earlier he had recklessly unleashed the ultimate enhanced hollow technique Purple, pushing his time power to the extreme to severely wound Uchiha. Yet he still underestimated Uchiha. Such a strike could have pierced through the entire world, but Uchiha managed to withstand it. However, because this attack contained boundless time power, even Uchiha, who possessed the same time power, could not recover from this injury. Even the creation power of his left eye proved futile. The reason was simple: creation and destruction existing alone were powerful, but not omnipotent. For within creation there is destruction, and only when the two converge can true power be unleashed. After their clash, Uchiha did not retreat a single step. However, the injury was too severe, piercing through him and leaving a hole the size of a bowl in his chest. Under this strike, Uchiha's Imperial Emperor armor dissipated instantly, and the Nine Tails reverted to its original form, staring at him with panic. "Hey kid, are you alright? Heal yourself quickly." The Nine Tails looked at Uchiha in panic, even reaching out with its claws as if to plug the hole in his chest. Although no blood flowed from Uchiha, his wound, his life force was steadily draining away. Naruto, Sasuke, Madara, and the gradually approaching ones were furious beyond measure, unleashing their strongest techniques without regard for cost. No, it wasn't just the 4 of them, it was everyone. All those who had ever been saved by Uchiha, now unleashing their mightiest attacks. A kaleidoscope of colorful attacks surged toward Otsutsuki Shirbai. Because they were enchanted with Senjutsu, Otsutsuki Shirbai could not absorb them. However, his Limitless was even more outrageous than Gojo's. Unlike Gojo, his Limitless could remain active as long as energy existed. Thus, everyone could only watch helplessly as the attacks detonated before him without harming him. At that moment, Uchiha forced himself to speak. Before he could finish saying he was fine, Uchiha spat out a mouthful of blood. The Nine Tails was about to jump up in desperation, but in an instant it thought of a solution. Hey kid, I have a way to help you. Uchiha, he shook his head upon hearing this, and slowly said, Kurama, have you forgotten? I once told you never redeem others by sacrificing yourself. Such a method may save their bodies, but it is not true redemption. But if we don't use this method, you're going to die. Kurama's fox tail spun so fast, it nearly became a propeller. Uchiha, he reached out with difficulty, and stroked the Nine-Tails' head. It's alright. Death is not frightening. As long as you remember me, that's enough. As if giving final instructions, Uchiha, he looked around. Kurama still vividly remembered the 2.5 years after Uchiha's resurrection, the happiest 2.5 years of his life as a tailed beast. For some reason, Uchiha, a human, was like him, a tailed beast, in that he didn't need to sleep. Kurama once asked curiously, Hey kid, why don't you sleep? Do you have some? In his interactions with Uchiha, Kurama stopped being tsundere, because he discovered that no matter how tsundere he acted Uchiha, he would patiently coax him, like soothing a child. This Uchiha, he was completely different from the hot-tempered, battle-hungry Uchiha, he in his memory. For at tsundere, the more you indulged them, the less they felt satisfied. Over time, Kurama accepted him, ceased being tsundere, and accompanied Uchiha, he like a little kid. Regarding whether he had something on his mind, Uchiha, he answered, something on my mind. Perhaps. But maybe because too much time has passed, I've nearly forgotten many important things. At this moment, I have nothing on my mind. Some people suffering from depression are exactly like this. If you try to dig into what they are thinking, it's not that they don't want to tell you, but that they truly don't know. Regarding whether he had something on his mind, Uchiha, he answered, something on my mind. Perhaps. But maybe because too much chaotic, because they have many painful memory fragments, hollow, because at this moment, they truly have no thoughts or recollections, only a simple confusion. In other words, this feeling is called numbness. Through his special sense of malice, Kurama deeply perceived the emotions deep within Uchiha's heart. There was no darkness, only a cheerful disposition toward others, social anxiety in front of crowds, and deep-seated sensitivity. These were not the qualities that moved Kurama. What truly touched him was the profound love that Uchiha he held for everything in the depths of his being. This emotion deeply warmed Kurama's heart, and it was at that moment that Kurama fully trusted Uchiha. A feeling called dependence took root. Now seeing Uchiha on the verge of death, Kurama was frantic with worry. Because of that feeling in his heart, he could not bear to watch him die before his eyes. So ignoring Uchiha's resistance, Kurama resolutely activated the heavy particle mode, intending to merge with him. However, at this critical moment, a hand suddenly pressed down on Kurama. It was Uchiha who pressed down on Kurama. In the previous strike, he had also been severely wounded by Otsutsuki Shibai's Limitless to the extent that he could not revert from his weapon form for a short time. But now, having expended most of his energy, he managed to regain his human form. At that critical moment, Uchiha pressed down on Kurama. Even after consuming most of his energy, one must not forget that Uchiha had previously absorbed the ultimate technique's energy from Uchiha, of the Warring States period. The remaining energy was more than enough to subdue a Nine-Tails, even in its heavy particle mode. No exception. Enough, stop wasting your efforts. Even heavy particle mode cannot save him. Only by regaining the power of Uchiha can he be rescued. Uchiha said indifferently. Uchiha was already halfway through the gates of death. As for why Otsutsuki Shibai did not launch a sneak attack, it was certainly not because he possessed martial virtue. Rather, it was because the previous strike had consumed most of his energy. To guard against any hidden trump card Uchiha he might hold, he quietly recuperated on the side, refraining from rashly advancing. As he had imagined, Uchiha indeed had prepared a trump card. The ultimate version of the 5 elements yin-yang combined with the time-sealed inner 4-symbol seal. If Otsutsuki Shibai dared to approach for a sneak attack, it would take less than a second. Indeed, no time at all, for him to be permanently sealed within the river of time beyond any hope of rescue by any existence. This technique was immensely powerful, but its price was equally staggering. The cost would be Uchiha's life, and the majestic power of time itself. Yet to protect the ninja world he cherished, Uchiha, he was willing to sacrifice even his very existence. As for what Uchiha meant by regaining the power of Uchiha, it referred to Uchiha fusing himself with Uchiha, he thereby becoming the strongest existence, at the cost of Uchiha ceasing to exist. Seeing that Uchiha's words did not seem to be false, Uchiha, he forced himself to speak, even while spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood. You don't have to sacrifice yourself for me. Uchiha turned his face away and retorted, who said it's for you? Don't impose your definitions on others. Even I have things I cherish. After speaking, Uchiha reluctantly glanced around, as if engraving the faces of those he cherished into his mind. However, Uchiha changed his tone. You and I are fundamentally one. There is no outcome of dissipation after fusion, at most it's just a change in the form of existence. Moreover, now that you have recognized yourself, you have not disgraced the name of Uchiha. Although you are not as powerful as I am, your superb combat awareness, and that peculiar sealing art, I acknowledge them. Finally, remember this, take good care of Izuna this time. With that, Uchiha Hele transformed into a black light and merged into Uchiha's body. Otsutsuki Shirbai attempted to stop it, but it was too late. The power of creation and destruction had already converged. Though it was deep night and the moon had long been shattered in the earlier battle, the entire ninja world seemed illuminated by the presence of Uchiha. Uchiha now radiated a dazzling multicolored light, with the energies of creation and destruction surging through his body. At that moment, all memories of Uchiha Hele came flooding back. He was not a schemer nor a warmonger. He was merely a teacher who deeply loved his disciple, a brother who cherished his family, and a lonely child. Uchiha Hele bore all the regrets and pain that Uchiha he carried within his heart. Behind those regrets and pain lay a profound love for them. Thus everything came to light. To revive Izuna and his younger siblings, Uchiha Hele had endured silently for years, seeking only the method to bring them back. During this time, to prevent these emotions from causing him to lose control, for the power of destruction, though mighty, carried the risk of madness coupled with his released chakra of extreme gloom. He was forced to constantly seek opponents to fight. Only relentless combat could prevent him from turning his love into a hatred that would destroy the world. As for Uchiha, he having been stripped of these pains, he no longer suffered, yet the memories remained. Though they brought him no agony, he still felt an emptiness. Even though he was filled with love for all things, he could never find joy. But at the moment of their fusion, it was not only power that merged. In truth, there had always been only one true Uchiha. Whether it was Uchiha Hele or the resurrected Uchiha, they were one and the same. One was Uchiha Hele, who faced hatred and pain with courage. The other was Uchiha, he who without confronting them sacrificed himself to save everyone out of the love in his heart. At the moment of their fusion, Uchiha, he finally understood himself. The knot that had troubled him for many years was finally untied. In truth, the reason a person feels happiness is never because of what they have done, but because of happiness itself. Choosing to accept oneself, accepting that gloomy, withdrawn, imperfect self, is equivalent to accepting happiness. There is a saying, love others before loving yourself. Uchiha, he spent much time loving others, but never loved himself. It was precisely because of this that he did not fear death, regarding it as liberation. But from this moment on, he faced himself squarely, and also faced death squarely. Though he was still unafraid, he now possessed a newfound reverence for life. And it was this reverence that granted him the ability to wield that wondrous power. Uchiha, he slowly opened his eyes, and each eye revolved the energies of creation and destruction. The bullseyes wound on his body healed in an instant. Witnessing this, Otsutsuki Shirbai was astonished, but not panicked, and even issued a threat, humph. Even if you have both eyes, what of it? Years ago I could kill him with both eyes, today I can kill you too. Suddenly Uchiha, he transformed into a beam of light. A trail of black dots flashed through the air, and then Uchiha, he had grasped Otsutsuki Shirbai by the neck. As for why a trail of black dots flashed by, it was because his flying thunder god marker was a single dot. By using the power of creation to generate flying thunder god markers along his path, markers without substance, he achieved a teleportation effect. And why a trail? Because Uchiha, he had no wings, he teleported step by step upward using flying thunder god. Although he could create intangible steps with the power of creation, flashing up all the way with flying thunder god was simply too cool, wasn't it? While the enemy was still in shock, Uchiha, he delivered a direct combo of punches to his face, and after finishing followed up with an elbow strike that knocked away the opponent's gathering void technique. Sure. This series of blows left him completely disoriented. And naturally this combo had a name: Crow takes flight. Old lady kicks her legs. Auntie dances square dance. 7th set of radio gymnastics. 18 dragon subduing palms. Receive. Transform. Release. With a final elbow strike that once again sent Otsutsuki Shirbai flying, Uchiha, he ceased his attack. Detomu Jiju stood up shakily, then asked incredulously, what are these techniques? Why haven't I seen them in other dimensions? Yujiboi, he made a gesture of asking hand, then spoke slowly. Wing Chun Yujiboi? Detomu Jiju thought he would be killed after being beaten like that, but after checking his body, he found himself unharmed. Then he became arrogant again. Haha, I thought it was some powerful skill, but it's just ordinary taijutsu. You didn't forget that taijutsu has no effect on me, did you? But then Yujiboi, he slowly turned around. This time the people of the ninja world, having experienced it once before, extended 3 fingers slowly like Yujiboi. 1, 2, 3. The people of the ninja world counted down in unison. Sure enough, at the end of the countdown, Detomu Ziju's body burst into colorful light, then he spun like a spinning top, contracting as he spun. Detomu Jiju raged helplessly. When was it? Yujiboi, he said lightly, you don't think that was just simple taijutsu, do you? Yujiboi, he never did meaningless things. Whether it was the application of chakra and training or the use of yin-yang release, even failed yin-yang release, he would reasonably utilize the failed explosion to deeply experience the power within it. Going back to just now, every strike Yujiboi he made was actually performing the ultimate sealing technique. To achieve silent effect Ujibwa, he created energy identical to that inside Datomu Ziju's body to arrange the sealing technique, but what he arranged was not a complete sealing technique, but various components of the sealing technique. The components of the sealing technique were scattered and distributed within Datomu Ziju's body. The condition to activate the sealing technique was for Datomu Ziju to use the power of time. Sure enough, at that moment Datomu Ziju used his own power with the countdown and also applied the power of time to prevent the ultimate move that Ujibwa he might launch. But despite all precautions, he failed to guard against himself. Unexpectedly, Ujibwa he made him send himself to hell through such a method. As the light faded, Datomu Ziju eventually dissipated in the river of time. This sealing technique was not the explosive series previously used against Datomu Jiwang, but Ujibwa he's new ability of the power of time. By combining the power of time with the sealing technique, he could completely erase the opponent from the entire river of time. However, what made Ujibwa he wonder was that theoretically Datomu Ziju, who had received all the power of Datomu Ji, Wang should be extremely powerful, and there should not be a scene where he was beaten up by taijutsu. To deal with his unlimited Ujibwa, he even prepared other secret weapons against him. But in the process of beating him Ujibwa, he was surprised to find that his unlimited had already failed. There is only one truth. That is, the real Datomu Ziju did not enter the field, but used Ji Wang's power to deal with Ujibwa he. At this moment Datomu Ziju, perhaps having seen Ujibwa he's power, was hiding in some corner to develop dirtily. However, given Datomu Ziju's ability, it was only a matter of time before he learned all of Ujibwa he's abilities. Therefore the urgent task was to catch this rat. Although Ujibwa he understood everything, he still displayed an expression that showed he hadn't noticed this anomaly. Seeing this, everyone finally felt relieved and gathered around Ujibwa he to cheer. Finally Ujibwa he, who had recognized himself, although still a bit socially anxious, no longer resisted such a scene. He stood quietly among the crowd with a faint smile on his face. However, at this time Jiwei felt lost, because he hadn't helped Ujibwa he. The attentive Ujibwa he naturally noticed his emotional fluctuation, so he approached Jiwei, placed his hand on its head, and gently stroked it. One man and one beast without any words seemed to have said 1,000 words. After this matter ended, Ujibwa he patrolled the village searching for traces of Datomu. Through recollection of the plot, Ujibwa he finally found something, but he still remained calm and unaffected. Then, surrounded by a group of people including Ujibwa Banshinsho Jujin Mingrenzuaju Chuanai and Feijian Ujibwa, he decided to treat them. And the location was naturally chosen as the first check-in spot of Muyi, Yao Ramen. Perhaps everyone doesn't remember, but Ujibwa he once gave Yao a piece of gold as payment. Although they ate a lot each time, they still hadn't eaten up that piece of gold. And Ujibwa he had already informed the owner, saying he would book the ramen for the whole day, so that day only these 7 master disciple and 1 Jiolama who followed Ujibwa he wherever he went were in Yao Ramen. Time passed. After so many years, Yao Ramen was still the same. The only change was a slightly larger storefront due to architectural reconstruction. This time Ujibwa he ate the noodles very quietly without wolfing them down. He just quietly watched his disciples, feeling that everything was so beautiful. Losing and regaining makes the cherished people and things more precious. At this moment Jiolama was shouting outside the door, "Hey boy, don't forget me. I want an extra large serving." Ujibwa he and Yao smiled knowingly. Yao said he'll go cook it for him. Then Ujibwa he completely let go, eating over 3,000 bowls in a row. This scene directly made the disciples' jaws drop. Ujibwa he said carelessly, "I've been craving this for about 50 years, so delicious." After eating, Ujibwa he chatted with Yao, and the two were like old friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time. Yao had a smiling face from beginning to end. After so many years, the taste hasn't changed at all. Datomu no Yao scratched his head and replied, "Haha, the skill has always been there." Ujibwa he's expression suddenly changed, and he said very seriously, "Don't you respect me? Why don't you open your eyes?" Yao was a little speechless. He wanted to say, "I've already opened them as wide as possible," but considering that Ujibwa he was a big customer of his, he couldn't get angry. He could only say politely, "Lord, my eyes are like this naturally." Several disciples were about to step forward to check the situation, but Ujibwa he suddenly laughed, "Just kidding. By the way, Datomu, Yao, let me see what your Luanhui eyes look like." Upon hearing this, Yao's pupils sharply contracted, but since he had never opened his eyes from beginning to end, no one could detect it. The mystery of Yao's eyes and identity has always been a puzzle. The mystery of Yao's eyes and identity has always been a puzzle. Just as they were about to leave Uchiha, he suddenly turned around, pulled out a handgun from somewhere, and aimed it directly at Yao. "Bold demon, I can see at a glance that you are not human." Uchiha he suddenly attacked. Yao was startled by this, but out of professional decorum, he still smiled amiably and said, "Lord, isn't this joke going a bit too far?" Uchiha he enumerated Yao's behaviors one by one. First, there was the fact that Yao remained calm and composed in the face of the demon fox incarnation that everyone else feared. If it were merely pure kindness, that would be fine. However, when Uchiha Itachi approached, he was still unperturbed. Even if he didn't recognize Itachi Uchiha, he refused to believe Yao didn't recognize those iconic eyes. Another point was that over the years Jalama often came to the ramen shop to eat. The first time he came, Yao showed not a trace of surprise. One must understand that for all the villagers, despite Uchiha's presence, the fear of the Nine Tails was etched into their very bones. Such a reaction was hardly normal for an ordinary person. But these were not the most important points. The most crucial was the original work's description of Yao's abilities. Itachi is not a ninja, but in the anime's original episode 168 he used his injured right hand to throw a rolling pin accurately and effortlessly, knocking down Choji and Naruto, who were spine injured, effortlessly knocking them down. While these feats might not be difficult for an adult, one must remember that the ones struck down were our Lord Huang Yuan. Setting aside the Nine Tails within him, merely considering the powerful regenerative abilities of the Uzumaki clan, that rolling pin should never have left a mark on him. Bold Otsutsuki. The evidence is conclusive. Why don't you reveal your true form? Uchiha, he shouted. Seeing Yao still maintaining an innocent demeanor, Uchiha, he simply opened fire. A bullet carrying boundless temporal power entwined with the forces of yin-yang release and destruction flew forth with overwhelming might. Whoever was struck by this bullet would surely... Alarm bells rang loudly in Yao's heart. Just as the bullet was about to hit his forehead, Yao suddenly smirked and slowly opened his eyes. A pair of shimmering misty azure eyes manifested before everyone. Without pause to admire the beautiful eyes Uchiha, he instantly activated Flying Thunder God to teleport forward, aiming to catch him off guard. But Yao had already prepared. With a mere application of Limitless, he effortlessly neutralized Uchiha's surprise attack. However, Uchiha, he also had a countermeasure against Limitless. The principle of the technique, it brings the convergent infinite series of the magical limitless version of Achilles' paradox into reality. This distance can be infinitely reduced forever, and the limitless technique can realize this concept within a certain space in reality. According to the principle, one can easily deduce that this technique is an alteration of space. Moreover, after being enhanced by Otsutsuki Yao, no Otsutsuki Jiju, this limitless is even stronger than in the anime. Consider a car speeding down an empty road. When its velocity reaches a point where it cannot be captured by any means, the only thing that proves the car's existence is not distance but time. Uchiha, he who had mastered the power of time, could easily break through this seemingly unsolvable limitless. In the flow of time, the existence of the physical body is not eternal, but time itself is forever present. Time shift. This was a technique Uchiha he had newly comprehended. By creating temporal chaos, he could transfer his existence elsewhere, as if he had been standing there all along. In simple terms, it was an advanced version of Flying Thunder God, spatio-temporal Flying Thunder God. Through this technique, Uchiha, he could teleport to any space at any point in time. For instance, since Yao's Limitless had been activated just moments ago, Uchiha, he could use this technique to return to the time when Yao had not yet activated the Limitless and attack him then. One must distinguish this from time travel, for if it were mere time travel, the current Yao could also use it, and thus the attack would not harm him. After executing this technique, the caster remains in the current time, but the corresponding space of the technique changes according to the caster's will. That is to say, although the current Yao is still Yao and Uchiha he is still Uchiha, the space-time they now inhabit is one favorable to Uchiha a space-time where limitless does not exist. Uchiha he once again used Flying Thunder God to close in, and sent Yao flying with a casual elbow strike. Otsutsuki Ziju's face was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How did you do it? Uchiha he smirked. Your imagination limits your power, but my imagination surpasses your wildest dreams. As he spoke, Uchiha, he used Flying Thunder God to approach, preparing to employ the Time Seal technique from before once more. However, Otsutsuki Jiju had clearly learned from his previous lesson. He gathered all his energy into his eyes. This technique, which he had also learned from another dimension, was not yet fully perfected, but it was already usable. What a pity. I had planned to wait until this technique was fully perfected before using it, but who would have thought you'd be so perceptive? Otsutsuki Jiju said regretfully, yet the corners of his mouth were almost curling up to his ears, clearly brimming with confidence in this technique. Domain expansion, temporal stagnation. The moment the technique was activated with Otsutsuki Jiju at the center, the entire world's time froze instantly. Even Uchiha, he was rendered immobile. Seeing that the technique had succeeded, Otsutsuki Jiju grew arrogant again. Ha ha ha, you who have been so confident all your life. Never did you imagine you would fall here today, did you? What a shame this technique can only be used once. If I use it again, I will merge completely with time. Otsutsuki Jiju gazed at the power he so desperately craved, so close at hand, and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Then he used his sorcery to thoroughly usurp Uchiha's body. Without any resistance, Otsutsuki Jiju succeeded with ease. Feeling the unique power emanating from the eyes, Otsutsuki Jiju was so elated he could barely contain himself. So this is the mysterious power. Truly formidable. Hee. Oi. A sudden shout came from behind Datomu Jiju, causing his heart to tremble. As he slowly turned his head, a face he never wished to see in his lifetime appeared before him. It was none other than Yuzhibo-He. Yuzhibo-He's face bore a mixture of 3 parts indifference, 4.5 parts sneer, and the remaining 2.5 parts were all radiant confidence. Datomu Jiju's face was full of disbelief. How is this possible? How can you still be alive? Your body has already been taken over by me. How is this possible? The only response he got was, impossible is nothing. Datomu Jiju. But then Datomu Jiju calmed down. Now having obtained this pair of eyes, he was confident he could surpass everything. I am now the strongest existence, the supreme being transcending the entire dimension. Datomu Jiju's words were full of confidence. Yuzhibo-He, still wearing the same expression, said calmly, is that so? For some reason, even though Yuzhibo-He had no hint of mockery, just looking at his expression made Datomu Jiju furious. You'd better take a good look at the situation. The one at a disadvantage now is you. Tremble. Fear. Weakling. Datomu Jiju roared. However, the response he got was still that same sentence, is that so? Datomu Jiju finally couldn't hold back. He channeled all his power and condensed an unprecedented void technique purple. Feeling the power flowing between his fingertips, Datomu Jiju's anger was gradually replaced by ecstasy. Hihiya. Now I will make you watch helplessly as the world you cherish is destroyed before your eyes. Datomu Jiju continued to bluster. Very simple, I just close my eyes, don't I? Yuzhibo-He was terrifyingly calm, which made Datomu Jiju feel a creepy sensation. Shaking his head vigorously, Datomu Jiju seemed to shake this unrealistic thought out of his mind. Still stubborn, huh? Then watch closely. Subsequently, Datomu Jiju activated the energy of his eyes, the energy representing destruction and creation wildly spinning, making the void technique purple even more powerful, vaguely giving a sense of breaking through time and space. Seeing this, Yuzhibo-He did not hesitate. He stretched out both hands, palms facing Datomu Jiju. Super Fire Release Temporal Grand Fireball. A Super Series Grand Fireball imbued with the power of time charged toward the void technique purple with endless momentum. Seeing this, Datomu Jiju sneered. With your current self you want to stop me? Wishful thinking. Then Datomu Jiju launched the void technique purple. The two collided, generating endless residual power. Fortunately, Yuzhibo-He had already isolated the entire time-space, so the ninja world was unharmed. However, Yuzhibo-He's single strike alone was not enough to defeat Datomu Jiju. But Yuzhibo-He did not come alone. Super 5 Spirit Ultimate Sparkling Invincible Tyrannosaurus Cannonball. This familiar recipe was exactly the one from the Warring States period. Yuzhibo-He, carrying boundless power this time, Datomu Jiju's void technique purple was easily dispersed. The Super 5 Spirit Ultimate Sparkling Invincible Tyrannosaurus Cannonball continued to blast toward Datomu Jiju with endless. Datomu Jiju was extremely incredulous. This, how is it possible? It's clearly the same pair of eyes, why is the gap so huge? However, Datomu Jiju had not yet exhausted his tricks. After recovering with this pair of eyes, he could once again activate domain expansion time stagnation. The two Yuzhibo-He simply watched him quietly without taking any action. This made Datomu Jiju sense something was wrong. But he was still very confident in his domain expansion time stagnation. He was confident that as long as he activated this technique, these two people would become lamb. With the execution of domain expansion time stagnation, the Super 5 Spirit Ultimate Sparkling Invincible Tyrannosaurus Cannonball also stopped right in front of Datomu Jiju. Datomu Jiju was overjoyed at the sight. Ha ha. But before he could finish laughing, he could laugh no more. Suddenly many runes appeared on his body, clearly a sealing technique that Yuzhibo-He had planted on himself. Moreover, it was a sealing technique targeting the power of time. As long as Datomu Jiju used the power of time, this seal would activate. As for why Yuzhibo-He didn't activate it when he used the power of time. Come on, who has ever seen a fool who strangles himself? It turned out that all of this was within Yuzhibo-He's calculations. Long before all this happened, Yuzhibo-He had used his own power and this pair of eyes to create a clone identical to himself. Because of these eyes, even Datomu Jiju could not detect anything unusual. And these eyes, although still possessing some power, were just a trial card, the kind that becomes useless after one use. As for the origin in the eyes, it had already completely merged with Yuzhibo-He the moment he recognized himself. Before this, Yuzhibo-He had used the power of time to enter the time-space tunnel and brought back the Warring States period. Yuzhibo-He was trapped there. From beginning to end, all of this was within Yuzhibo-He's calculations. In the end, Datomu Jiju was completely erased by the time seal, and from then on Datomu Jiju ceased to exist. The Warring States period. Yuzhibo-He was a bit displeased. What's this? This is the powerful enemy you spoke of. Regardless, I've already done my part, you must give me the method to become Diga. Yuzhibo-He smiled helplessly upon hearing this. Alright. After Datomu Jiju completely dissipated, the entire ninja world returned to normal. Even the original Yale was brought back by Yuzhibo-He. Indeed, the original Yale could open his eyes. At this moment, Jiu Lama shouted, "Hey boy, he today, I want to go to the hot spring." Ban glared at it, as if to say not to speak to the teacher like that. But Jiu Lama hid behind Yuzhibo-He. "Hey boy, he look, Ban is threatening me again." Yuzhibo-He smiled helplessly. All right, let's go to the hot spring." Then Yuzhibo-He's figure seemed to stutter, trembling a few times before returning to normal. However, the disciples were already used to it. It seemed the teacher had gone to another place through the power. Under the collective efforts of everyone, the entire Konoha had transformed into a modern city. At this moment, Konoha could no longer be called a village, it should be called Konoha City. The whole Konoha City was filled with towering skyscrapers, orderly traffic arteries, and an endless stream of new means of transportation. There were even aerial signposts specifically designed for flying vehicles. At major traffic intersections, free traffic signal lights, made of white zetsu, painted with pigments, stood tall. The once bustling commercial street was now eerily silent, as if the end of the world had come again. But the real reason was that the wedding of two heroes from the Fourth Great Ninja War was about to take place. Guests from various ninja villages arrived in droves. To better prepare for the wedding, the entire Konoha took an unprecedented day off, and everyone came to celebrate for Naruto, the former demon fox incarnation, the orphan of the Uchiha clan, now the hero of the ninja world, and Sasuke, the most handsome man in the ninja world, the disciple of the strongest ninja, the hero of the ninja world, the exemplary Hokage representative, and the leader of the Uchiha clan. Naruto's bride was unsurprisingly Hinata, whose family all looked at her with wide eyes. But Sasuke's bride was rather special, because he didn't have just one bride, but two, Sakura and Karen. This was a decision Sasuke made after deep consideration. His teacher had once taught him not to ignore others' feelings for him, that every emotion must be valued. Moreover, a teacher is like a father, and a father would be delighted to see his son marry. If I marry two at once, my teacher must be very happy, Sasuke thought. This was actually premeditated. Earlier it was mentioned that Sasuke's 5 children each excelled in one type of nature transformation. Under the guidance of the true five-tailed sage Nagato, they performed extraordinarily on the battlefield. Even Uchiha, he from the Warring States period, praised them endlessly, and even developed his own powerful technique based on their attack methods. The super five-tailed ultimate sparkling invincible Tyrannosaurus cannon. These 5 children were born to Karen. The wedding venue was bustling with noise, and all the Uchiha from the new ninja village had arrived. After his experience with the Dragon Vein, Sasuke chose to communicate with his parents and eventually invited them to his wedding. Not only the Uchiha, but the former Senju clan also came to the scene. Interestingly, Senju Butsuma and Uchiha Taijima, who had fought their entire lives during the Warring States period, were now bickering like 2 old rascals. As for the Senju clan, although they had been at war with the Uchiha for years, the root cause was merely conflict of interest. With the connection of Hashirama Uchiha, he ultimately chose to revive them. However, for the members of the Uzumaki clan from the Warring States period who had targeted his family Uchiha, he was not so kind. They were still obediently staying in the Pure Land. If not for the fact that the Six-Path Sage had warned him that Inyang release could not be used against ordinary people, these Uzumaki would have been annihilated by Uchiha he long ago. Despite countless people coming before Sasuke to offer their blessings, he could never be happy, because the most important person had not yet arrived. At that moment, 2 Uchiha, he were racing through the time-space tunnel. The Uchiha, he from the Warring States period, urged, "Hurry up. I've waited until the flowers have..." Uchiha, he explained patiently, "Don't worry, no matter how slow we are, well arrive before the wedding begins." Perhaps their combined power was too great, causing even the time-space tunnel to tremble. The Uchiha, he from the Warring States period, grew angry. "Damn, even the time-space tunnel can't withstand my power. It seems I'll have to seal away part of my power when I go back." Uchiha, he glanced at him, but said nothing. The wedding was about to begin, and Sasuke kept waiting, standing at the start of the red carpet alongside Naruto. Naruto extended his hand. "Let's go, Sasuke." Sasuke looked at Naruto's warm smile, hesitated for a moment, and finally reached out his hand. Suddenly a hand rested on Sasuke's shoulder. "Little Sasuke, let's go." Sasuke didn't turn around, but the corners of his mouth were already raised high and tears of joy streamed down his face. Thus the story ends.